Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1722 to Chapter 1803. Li Wangye entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Both of them stood opposite each other, staring at each other. Their aura was rising bit by bit. Neither of them took the initiative to attack. It seemed that they wanted to use their aura to overwhelm the opponent first and gain the upper hand to defend their dignity. Little Chinzi, do you think Senior Xiao can defeat Li Wangye? That's a half-step sovereign expert of the older generation. After all, Senior Xiao has just advanced to half-step sovereign, said Han Yan worriedly. Don't worry. Since Senior Xiao dares to do this, it means that he has great confidence in his strength. His Tao of forgetfulness has been comprehended and transformed. Even if he has just advanced to half-step sovereign, he can't be underestimated. Let's wait and see. This is a battle of dignity between half-step sovereigns. It's bound to be very exciting, said Jiang Chen. He had absolute confidence in Xiao Wangqing. The faces of the people of Genius Prefecture were filled with worry, but they were already mentally prepared for this situation. They knew that today's conference wouldn't be that easy. If Xiao Wangqing didn't show his absolute strength, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the conference. Everyone knew this very well. On the extraterritorial battlefield, the aura of the two half-step sovereigns was like a tidal wave, turning into stormy waves. Due to the fact that Xiao Wangqing had sealed the battlefield, the people outside basically couldn't feel the aura inside. Otherwise, such an aura alone would have caused countless people to spurt out blood and die. Even so, many people couldn't help but tremble in fear just by looking at the situation inside the battlefield. Soon, the battle between the two had reached its climax. After Xiao Wangqing's aura surpassed Li Wangye's, Li Wangye would immediately chase after him. On the other hand, Xiao Wangqing did the same. The battle between the two half-step sovereigns had reached a stalemate. It could be seen that Li Wangye's relaxed expression had now turned solemn. The way he looked at Xiao Wangqing had also changed. Obviously, Li Wangye had underestimated Xiao Wangqing. He didn't expect that Xiao Wangqing, who had just stepped into the half-step sovereign realm, could compete with him to this extent. Jiang Chen and Nan Beiqiao had once competed against each other. Both of them wanted to overwhelm the other with their qi. It could be said that they were going all out. The scene fell into silence. No one spoke a word. No one knew the outcome of this battle. If everyone thought that Li Wangye would win in the beginning, no one dared to make such a conclusion after seeing Li Wangye's current state. Xiao Qianyun and Qin Xianbing, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, were also a little shocked. They exchanged a glance and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Clearly, they didn't expect Xiao Wangqing to confront Li Wangye head-on. Rumbling sounds erupted from the two's auras. Like a tsunami, a golden dragon emerged from each of their heads. It was an aura dragon that was completely condensed from powerful auras. The two great half-step martial emperors roared, and the two aura dragons collided with each other, emitting world-shaking roars as they intertwined with each other. The battle of auras lasted for 3 minutes before it shattered with a loud bang. Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing were struck by the backlash and took 3 steps back at the same time before they could stabilize themselves. Li Wangye was shocked. He looked at Xiao Wangqing in disbelief. Xiao Wangqing's green robe fluttered in the wind. His aura of a half-step martial emperor wasn't any weaker than before. What a terrifying collision of auras. I wonder who won. Can't you see it? It's obvious that it's a draw. Xiao Wangqing is much stronger than we imagined. Li Wangye has obviously underestimated Xiao Wangqing. However, this is only a collision of auras. It can't determine the winner or loser, nor can it represent the true strength of a half-step martial emperor. The real battle will begin next. Xiao Wangqing is indeed a peerless genius. I just don't know if he can still fight Li Wangye to a draw in the upcoming battle. I think it's going to be very difficult. Li Wangye is, after all, a half-step martial emperor of the older generation. His strength isn't something an ordinary half-step martial emperor can compare to. No one wasn't shocked. The way they looked at Xiao Wangqing had changed. However, the real battle had just begun. In their hearts, Xiao Wangqing still couldn't fight against a figure like Li Wangye. Xiao Wangqing, it seems like I've underestimated you. But don't think that you're qualified to negotiate with me. Next, I'll let you see how terrifying the name of Prairie Blazing Flames is. Li Wangye was infuriated. His body began to emit steaming flames. That was the powerful Saint Flame. He was much stronger than Lan Tingyan when it came to playing with fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the name of Prairie Blazing Flames. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just attack. Xiao Wangqing didn't show the slightest fear. His whole body was steaming with the monstrous battle intent that would only appear when he encountered a peerless expert. Li Wangye didn't say anything else. He chose to take the initiative to attack. His hands formed a fire seal, and golden flames filled the air. The fire seal was branded with ancient patterns, and any flame that shot out from it could burn the void. The fire seal grew bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it became more than 30 meters in size. Under Li Wangye's control, it rushed towards Xiao Wangqing. Kong Long, the towering fire seal was like a huge fireball. This casual strike was enough to create a huge hole in the sky. If an ordinary immortal venerable came into contact with this fire seal, he was afraid that his chi alone would be enough to destroy the fire seal before it could even reach his body. Who, in the blink of an eye, the fire seal had arrived in front of Xiao Wangqing. Facing such a powerful attack from Li Wangye, Xiao Wangqing unsheathed a long sword. It was an incomparably cold sword with cyan sword chi. It was a peerless combat sword that exuded a ruthless aura. It was a ruthless sword, a sword of slaughter. Any living being in the heavens and earth would be destroyed by this sword. That's the legendary Wangqing sword. I've heard that Xiao Wangqing's sword technique is unique and ruthless. I never thought that I would be able to see this sword with my own eyes one day. Li Wangye's life-seizing flame is also abnormally terrifying. When these two great experts collide, it can be said that they are facing each other head-on. However, in comparison, Li Wangye still has the upper hand. After all, he has been stuck in the half-step sovereign realm for a very long time. The real battle is about to begin. Two half-step sovereigns with the power to destroy the heavens and earth will surely decide who is stronger. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of the life-seizing flame seal and the Wangqing sword was the pinnacle of this battle. It was much livelier than the previous battle of Qi. Under countless astonished and expectant gazes, the Wangqing sword pierced through the fire seal at an extremely tricky angle. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He had a unique understanding of sword techniques. Despite his pride, he couldn't deny the power of Xiao Wangqing's sword. It was a simple sword without any fancy moves, but it was able to hit the weakest spot of the fire seal with unparalleled sovereign might. Bang. In the next moment, the fire seal, which was originally extremely powerful, exploded into a sea of fire, covering the entire extraterritorial battlefield. Then, countless cold sword lights filled the air. Under the pressure of the sword lights, the blazing sea of fire was quickly extinguished. Xiao Wangqing was still as handsome and unrestrained as before. He stood with his sword in hand and his momentum didn't weaken in the slightest. In other words, Li Wangye's life-seizing flame seal didn't cause any harm to Xiao Wangqing. What? This time, it was Li Wangye's turn to be shocked. The way he looked at Xiao Wangqing had changed once again. He no longer had the contempt he had in the beginning. Others might not know, but he knew very well how much energy he had infused into that strike. It was almost his ultimate killing move. In his opinion, even if Xiao Wangqing wasn't injured, he would still be battered by that strike. But who would have thought that Xiao Wangqing didn't even lose a strand of hair and easily destroyed his fire seal? Li Wangye wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Bang. The void exploded as a fire shield appeared in Li Wangye's hand. Raging flames blazed, and in the next instant, boundless flames spread out, forming a huge intent field of raging inferno. On the other side, the combat sword in Xiao Wangqing's hand sprayed out billions of green sword lights. Everyone saw the two colliding at an extremely fast speed. Kong Long, the sky was completely destroyed. The entire extraterritorial battlefield was covered by raging flames and countless sword lights. No one could clearly see what was happening inside, but from the continuous sounds of explosions, one could imagine how intense the battle inside was. This fierce battle had been going on for a full 10 minutes without stopping. Many people were beginning to get anxious. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Xiao Wangqing is much stronger than we imagined. He can actually fight Li Wangye to such an extent. I feel that regardless of whether Xiao Wangqing can win or not, he already has the qualifications to negotiate with Li Wangye. Everyone was guessing the outcome. Even if they couldn't see the situation inside clearly, they still had to keep their eyes fixed on the battlefield, fearing that they would miss any wonderful moment. A few minutes later, the originally violent extraterritorial battlefield suddenly quieted down. The steaming flames and green sword lights began to vanish. The scene inside was revealed to everyone. Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing were still in the same posture as before the battle, staring at each other. Neither of them had any injuries, and even their qi was exactly the same as before. Who won exactly? Could it be a tie again? I don't think it matters anymore. The conference can continue now. No one knew who won this battle, but now it seemed that it didn't matter anymore. What was important was that Xiao Wangqing was still standing there unscathed, which was enough to prove that he was qualified to stand on equal footing with Li Wangye. Who won? Han Yan couldn't help but ask curiously. The previous battle was completely obscured and he couldn't see the battle clearly. At this moment, both Xiao Wangqing and Li Wangye were unscathed, so it was hard to determine who was the winner. Jiangchen didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. On the battlefield, Xiao Wangqing spoke aloud, "Li Wangye, can we sit down and talk now?" Li Wangye's gaze towards Xiao Wangqing was still filled with astonishment. Others might not have seen the battle just now, but Li Wangye, who had personally experienced it, knew it very well. Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing also saw it clearly. Their expressions were also filled with astonishment. Humph! Xiao Wangqing, you really shouldn't have interfered in the affairs of the immortal court. Li Wangye harumphed coldly. Then, he flew down and landed on the spacious square. His action had undoubtedly acknowledged Li Wangye's strength and proved that Li Wangye was qualified to stand here and hold a meeting with him. Did you see that? Isn't it obvious who won and who lost? A figure like Li Wangye wouldn't have landed on the square even if he had the slightest advantage in the battle. Jiangchen said. Senior Xiao is really amazing. You have just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. The rest is up to you, said Han Yan with a smile. Han Yan said with a smile, but now wasn't the time to relax yet, because it was time for them to confront each other. Although Xiao Wangqing had shown incredible strength, it wouldn't be easy to solve Jiang Chen's problem perfectly. After Li Wangye landed on the square, Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing also landed. The two of them hadn't spoken a word since they arrived, but after witnessing the battle with their own eyes, they were ready to listen to what Xiao Wangqing had to say. Even if Xiao Wangqing was powerful, he wouldn't be able to make the immortal court give up on the pursuit and trial of Jiang Chen. Xiao Wangqing, tell me, how do you want to solve this matter? Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the immortal court. We can't just let this matter go. Li Wangye stood there and said. Countless eyes were fixed on them, especially the old ancestors of the major powers of the ethereal immortal domain. Now that they had placed all their hopes on the immortal court, they must not let Jiang Chen go. Li Wangye, you have also said that Jiang Chen killed your geniuses. I think it's just a matter of strength in the battle between the young. The Golden Horizon has always been a place of slaughter. All of you should know this better than anyone else. For a long time, it's already considered good if half of the geniuses who entered the Golden Horizon can come out alive. The fact that your geniuses died in the hands of Jiang Chen only shows that you are incompetent. Xiao Wangqing said loudly. Xiao Wangqing, don't you think it's too easy for you to say that? If it's a real battle, we naturally won't say anything even if your geniuses died, but you have forgotten that Jiang Chen relied on the Sun Divine Feather to kill them. That's a completely different matter. Now that the Sun Divine Feather is in his hands, if the immortal court doesn't come forward to suppress him, who else can suppress him? Qiu Qianyun spoke, disapproving of Xiao Wangqing's words. His determination to kill Jiang Chen seemed unshakable. You peerless immortal venerables and even half-step sovereigns have come forward to deal with an immortal emperor junior. This will surely affect your reputation and face. What I want to say is, don't you have any geniuses in the immortal court? Could it be that the dignified immortal court can't find a young man who can fight against Jiang Chen? If it's the geniuses of the immortal court who attacked Xianxia, it's the matter of the younger generation. I won't come forward to stop it, but if you bunch of old guys want to deal with Xianxia shamelessly, I will never agree to it. Xiao Wangqing's attitude was incomparably firm. He had now put the face of the immortal court and the geniuses on the line. Every step he took had his own plan. What a joke! Our immortal court has countless geniuses. How can a puny Xianxia compare to us? If he loses the Sun Divine Feather, Xianxia will be nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the geniuses of the immortal court. Li Wangya's chi fluctuated. He was extremely angry at Xiao Wangqing's slandering of the immortal court. One should know that the dignified immortal court was a supreme existence in the immortal world. If there wasn't a decent genius in the immortal court, there was no need for the immortal court to exist. As the holy land of cultivation in the immortal world, where countless people were scrambling to enter, wouldn't it become a joke? Good. Since you said so, it couldn't be better. With a smile on his face, Xiao Wangqing turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, hand over the Sun Divine Feather. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment. Without hesitation, he took out the Sun Divine Feather and handed it over to Xiao Wangqing. The moment the divine feather of the sun appeared, it immediately attracted countless gazes. Even Li Wangya and the others couldn't help but look over. They had never seen the legendary golden feather fan before. It was completely golden and emitted a buzzing sound. It was surrounded by the flames of the sun. It looked extremely mystical. Xiao Wangqing held the Sun Divine Feather in his hand and said to Li Wangya and the others, from now on, the Sun Divine Feather belongs to me. Xianxia no longer has any divine weapons. As long as the older generation experts of the immortal court and the major powers of the immortal world don't attack Xianxia, your geniuses can do whatever they want and I won't interfere. In my opinion, this is the matter of the young generation. To Xianxia, dealing with countless peerless geniuses of the immortal world is a great trial and also a kind of danger. To your geniuses, having a figure like Xianxia as a training target is also a good thing for them to improve themselves. If anyone can kill Xianxia, that person will naturally become famous in the immortal world and become the #1 genius of the young generation. This is the purpose of my meeting today. Xiao Wangqing kept Xianxia's Sun Divine Feather and stated his purpose. As soon as his words were out, many of them nodded inwardly, because no one could find any fault in Xiao Wangqing's words. His words were reasonable and reasonable. There was no room for them to refute him. If the immortal court still didn't agree to it after he had put away the Sun Divine Feather, they would lose face. The experts of the older generation had no reason to attack Xianxia. If they did, it would be equivalent to admitting that the immortal court had no talent in the younger generation. This was something that the immortal court couldn't afford to lose. To Xianxia, this was also a great thing. Not only did he get rid of his current predicament, he also had a target to train against in the future. Growing under the pressure of countless monstrous geniuses was much better than relying on the Sun Divine Feather. Furthermore, Xianxia felt the most reassured to hand the Sun Divine Feather over to Xiao Wangqing for safekeeping. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Xiao Wangqing. It could be said that Xiao Wangqing had gone through a lot of trouble for him. Great! I didn't expect Senior Xiao to solve the problem in such a way. In that case, Xianxia's crisis will be resolved. Yang Yu was pleasantly surprised. His admiration for Xiao Wangqing had risen to another level. Don't be too happy yet. We still need to see if Li Wangya and the others agree to it. Even if they agree, those peerless geniuses in the immortal court aren't that easy to deal with. Every major power in East Xuanyu has their own geniuses in the immortal court, including our great Qian Empire. You should know very well how powerful those geniuses are. They usually don't have the chance to come back, but it's different now," said the old emperor. Yang Yu nodded inwardly. His face turned solemn once more. The scene turned silent once more. The experts of the major powers of the immortal world wore a solemn expression. Obviously, they hadn't thought that Xiao Wangqing would resolve Xianxia's crisis in such a way, putting them in a passive position. Now, they could only hope that Li Wangya wouldn't agree to Xiao Wangqing's request. Li Wangya stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Xianxia with the posture of a half-step sovereign. His eyes flickered with cold light, then fell on Xiao Wangqing. Xiao Wangqing, what if I don't agree? What if I insist on killing Jiangchen? Said Li Wangye Lung. Haha. If that's the case, you can go ahead and kill Jiangchen. Xiao Wangqing, won't stop you. But I can tell you very clearly that unless the three of you join forces and have the confidence to kill me as well, I will kill every genius of your immortal court that I see. From now on, I, Xiao Wangqing, will become a specter and there will be no more peace in the three immortal domains. Xiao Wangqing burst into laughter. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His attitude was extremely arrogant. His momentum was unparalleled. Every word he spoke was sonorous and powerful like thunder, striking straight into one's heart. It made people feel that he was absolutely not joking. Are you threatening us? Li Wangye gnashed his teeth. Threatening? You can understand it this way. I, Xiao Wangqing, have been trying to negotiate with you, but you insist on killing Jiangchen. There's nothing left to talk about. Don't think that I'm joking. Li Wangye, try and kill Jiangchen now. I'll kill all the major powers here right away. Let's see if you can stop me. Xiao Wangqing's words were simply insane. His half-step sovereign aura filled the air, causing everyone to shudder in fear and keep quiet out of fear. Kiss, the expression of the old ancestors of the major powers turned incomparably gloomy. Almost all the major powers of the four domains of ethereal immortal domain had gathered here. If Xiao Wangqing went berserk and started a massacre, it would be an unimaginable blow to ethereal immortal domain. More importantly, Li Wangye and the other two wouldn't be able to stop Xiao Wangqing even if they joined forces. Li Wangye knew this very well because he had a deep understanding of Xiao Wangqing's terror. This was also the reason why Xiao Wangqing wanted to fight Li Wangye. It was for this negotiation. Kong, Li Wangye, Qiu Qianyun, and Qin Xianbing were furious. Their eyes that were glaring at Xiao Wangqing were about to bleed. It could be seen that they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. As half-step sovereigns who had made a name for themselves for a long time, they had never been threatened like this before. No one had ever dared to threaten them. But now, Xiao Wangqing's threat was so reasonable that they couldn't refute it at all. Just like what Xiao Wangqing said, unless the three of them joined forces to kill Xiao Wangqing, there would be no peace in the immortal world once Xiao Wangqing left. Xiao Wangqing was a crazy man who would do what he said. However, the three of them knew very well that even if they joined forces, it was absolutely impossible for them to kill Xiao Wangqing. They could not even leave a scratch on Xiao Wangqing's body. They clearly saw the battle between Xiao Wangqing and Li Wangye. If it was a life-and-death battle, Li Wangye was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Wangqing, let alone kill him. As a matter of fact, even if Li Wangye could defeat Xiao Wangqing, defeating and killing were two completely different things. How could it be easy to kill a half-step sovereign? Not to mention that Li Wangye himself was no match for Xiao Wangqing. For a time, the scene was in a stalemate. Both sides were at daggers drawn. If Li Wangye and the other two compromised in the face of Xiao Wangqing's threat, it would be too shameful, but if they didn't compromise, they wouldn't dare to attack Jiangchen either. However, this stalemate couldn't go on. At this time, Jiangchen walked out and strode to Xiao Wangqing's side in an imposing manner. Facing the pressure of three half-step sovereigns, Jiangchen's expression remained unchanged, as though such powerful pressure couldn't threaten him at all. Today, I, Jiangchen, openly challenge the geniuses of the three immortal domains. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. If you're afraid that your geniuses will throw away their lives, then kill me. Jiangchen's voice was loud and clear like a thunderclap. The sound waves rolled in the sky, causing the souls of many to tremble. Xiao Wangqing smiled at Jiangchen with an expression of admiration. Without a doubt, Jiangchen's words broke the deadlock and gave the three half-step sovereigns a way out. With him and Xiao Wangqing echoing each other, one threatened and the other goaded, the three half-step sovereigns had no choice but to give in. Brat, you're too arrogant. How dare you say that there's no one in my immortal court? Li Wangye was furious. Well done, Jiangchen. How dare you openly challenge the geniuses of the immortal court? Since you're so confident, I'll show you the true monstrous geniuses of the immortal court. You'll know that there's always someone better out there, and how ignorant and ridiculous you are. As soon as Zhou Qianyun finished speaking, he left with Lei Badian. The meaning of his departure was obvious. He had accepted Jiang Chen's challenge. In other words, he had agreed to Xiao Wangqing's conditions. Today's situation was bound to come to an end. Jiang Chen's provocation had undoubtedly given them a way out. As a matter of fact, everyone knew very well that it was Jiang Chen's threat that made Zhou Qianyun give in, not Jiang Chen's provocation. Brat, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because I'm not interfering. You'll only have one ending if you go against the immortal court, death. Qin Xianbing left a harsh remark before leaving with Lan Tingyan. They were all smart people. They knew that it was meaningless to stay here any longer. With Xiao Wangqing here, they wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen no matter what. Humph. Brat, just wait for your death. Li Wangye also left with Wan Xianfeng. The experts of the three immortal courts had left in an instant. Today's meeting had come to an end. This was the ending that Li Wangye wanted the most. Everything was going according to his plan. How could this be? Don't tell me that the little bastard managed to escape again? Damn it. Even the immortal court can't do anything about Xiao Wangqing's protection. Even a half-step sovereign like Li Wangye is afraid of Xiao Wangqing. We can't let the great sovereigns of the immortal court take action. That's impossible. The great sovereigns are the supreme beings of the immortal world. They won't appear just for an immortal emperor brat. They can't afford to lose their dignity and face. No great sovereign will interfere in such a matter. Even in the immortal court, those in charge are all half-step sovereigns. Don't tell me that we're just going to let this go? That bastard Jiang Chen has killed so many of our people. How can we swallow this humiliation? Plus, his growth is just too fast. Even if we lose the Sun Divine Feather, we can't let him continue to grow. The threat he poses is just too great. Don't worry. The immortal court won't let this go. I estimate that it won't be long before they send out their heaven-defying geniuses. The moment they return, it will be the time of Jiang Chen's death. At that time, Jiang Chen won't be able to show himself even if he wants to. That's for sure. He can't go back on his word. Each and every one of them was fuming with anger. They had been hoping that the experts of the immortal court would stand up for them, but they had never thought that it would end up like this. The power of Xiao Wangqing had reached such an incredible level that even the immortal court had to retreat. Even so, the determination of these major powers to eliminate Jiang Chen didn't weaken at all. In fact, they couldn't wait any longer. All of them had seen Jiang Chen's potential. Such a figure had to be eliminated as soon as possible. They couldn't give him too much time to grow, otherwise, they would end up like Corpsine sect. Of course, they weren't afraid of Jiang Chen because they had sent a lot of geniuses to the immortal court over the years. Now, it was time for them to return. The strength of the true geniuses of the immortal court was unimaginable. Now that Jiang Chen had lost the Sun Divine Feather, there were just too many people in the immortal court who could kill him. What are you waiting for? Xiao Wangqing frowned and spoke to the experts of the major powers, Leng Leng. Voila, in less than 3 seconds after Xiao Wangqing's voice trailed off, the crowd outside Genius Prefecture became incomparably quiet. Everyone left in an instant, fearing that they would offend a great god. Xiao Wangqing was an existence that they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Jiang Chen came to Xiao Wangqing and bowed deeply. Senior, I can't thank you enough. Jiang Chen rarely bowed to anyone, but Jiang Chen couldn't repay Xiao Wangqing's kindness for the time being. The incident in Golden Horizon could be said to be the craziest thing that Jiang Chen had done in his life. In order to condense his Tao of slaughter, he had offended the 3 immortal courts. Perhaps only Jiang Chen had the ability to do so. Jiang Chen had indeed underestimated the impact of this incident. If it wasn't for Xiao Wangqing, Jiang Chen would have died for sure even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Even the Zulong Tower wouldn't be able to protect him. I'm just buying time for you to grow up. I'm just trying to buy time for you to grow. If you want to survive in the immortal world, strength will always come first. No matter how powerful I am, I won't be as powerful as you. However, you can't let your guard down. This is all I can do for you. You will have to deal with the upcoming troubles by yourself. None of those peerless geniuses of the immortal court are easy to deal with. But remember, you must be ruthless no matter when you attack. An enemy is an enemy. There is only life and death between you and your enemy. Of course, you have always done very well in this aspect, much better than me. Xiao Wangqing spoke earnestly like a senior educating his descendant. Jiangchen understands. Jiangchen nodded. Jiangchen had done enough for him. Next, he would have to rely on himself. Jiangchen didn't like to rely on others. The next period of time would be the real tempering process for Jiangchen. In the words of Longsher San, fighting against the heavens was an endless joy. Jiangchen had never been afraid of fighting. The geniuses of the immortal courts could only give him pressure, but they couldn't make him afraid. Only with pressure could he grow. There was still a long way to go in the path of the dragon transformation skill. Alright, I'll keep the Sun Divine Feather for you. Whether you live or die now depends on you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swaggered away with a sway of his body. Senior Xiao, I still have something to say, Jiangchen hastily shouted, but Xiao Wangqing had already disappeared without a trace. Jiangchen shook his head helplessly. He still had a lot of questions to ask about the secrets of Golden Horizon, the Great Thousand Mirror and the existence of desolate ancient land. He felt that a figure like Xiao Wangqing would more or less know the inside story, but it was a pity that Xiao Wangqing left too fast, not giving him a chance. Forget it. I'm not strong enough. Even if I know the secret, it's useless. It's just like what De Huang said. When it's time to know, I'll naturally know. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble coming up. Jiangchen thought to himself. He adjusted his state of mind and prepared to face the coming storm. Little Chenzi, this senior Xiao is really awesome. How did you get to know him? Han Yan walked to Jiangchen's side. Recalling Jiangchen's domineering manner, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling with admiration. Would you believe me if I told you that he was an old swindler when we first met? Jiangchen shrugged. I don't. Han Yan shook his head. Then don't ask. Jiangchen shrugged again. Activate the mountain guarding grand formation of Genius Prefecture. This matter has finally been settled, but the immortal world will never be peaceful again. The old emperor said to Yang Yu. Father, grandfather, will Jiangchen still be able to stay in Genius Prefecture in the future? Yang Bufan asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Of course. Xiao Wangqing was the one who left him here. Who dares to stop him? I have to take back my words. Haha, Yang Yu burst into laughter. He couldn't ask for more than Jiangchen's return. It was a great fortune for Great Qian Empire to have such a monstrous genius. That's great, little Chenzi. We brothers can fight side by side again. Yang Bufan patted Jiangchen's shoulder excitedly. Little Chenzi, since the matter here has been settled, Mo Wuqing and I will return to Profounding Cult. After the Golden Horizon is over, we will return to Profounding Cult. After all, I'm the holy son of Profounding Cult, said Han Yan. Previously, he had been worried about Jiangchen's safety, so he wouldn't leave even if someone asked him to. Now that Jiangchen was fine and had the backing of Jiangchen, Han Yan no longer had the slightest concern. As for those peerless geniuses of the immortal court, he believed that Jiangchen could deal with them. He should be pitying those geniuses instead. We're going back too. Don't forget to tell us when Monkey wakes up. Tyrant also came forward to bid farewell. Alright, all of you can go back now. I can handle it myself. I'll find a way to wake Monkey up as soon as possible. This bastard has cultivated the life symbol art. Coupled with the heaven-defying physique of the battle Saint Ape, it won't be difficult for him to wake up. Besides, I reckon that when 13 wakes up, his cultivation base will rise again, reaching a terrifying level. Jiangchen said. He had incomparable confidence in Longsher San. As for Han Yan and Tyrant, since he already knew where they were and how well they were doing, it would be very easy for him to meet them whenever he wanted. After Han Yan and Tyrant left, Jiangchen looked up at the sky. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a sense of lofty sentiments. The sky of the immortal world was just too vast, but Jiangchen believed that one day, he could still stand at the peak of the sky. In the evening, in Jiangchen's courtyard of Genius Prefecture, Venerable Ling Long, Lan Lingji, Yang Bufan, Yang Yu, Yang Zanqing, and Dong Fangyu had all gathered together. Jiangchen took out Long Shersan's body and placed it on a large green stone. The bloodline of the battle Saint Ape sure is powerful. His internal organs have been destroyed, but the bloodline is still alive. There's life force in his body now, but it's still very weak. It won't be easy for him to recover completely. Venerable Ling Long said. She had seen with her own eyes that Long Shersan was attacked by Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and died a violent death. It was impossible for him to survive such an injury, but how long had it been? Even with the help of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Long Shersan's life force had already emerged. Naturally, Venerable Ling Long didn't know that after Long Shersan was injured, he had been staying in the 33rd level. Although it was less than 2 days in the outside world, it had been nearly 2 months in the 33rd level. Of course, it was already very terrifying that he could recover his life force in just 2 months. Or rather, it was boundlessly terrifying that Long Shersan could survive such a calamity. Monkey has cultivated the life symbol art, so it's not strange for him to have life force. Plus, he has absorbed the Great Earth Immortal Milk and the support of his terrifying bloodline. As long as he's given enough time, even his broken meridians and internal organs will be restored. Brother Shersan will surely be able to stand up again. Lan Lingji's eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at Long Shersan. The fact that Long Shersan wasn't truly dead was already the best thing for her. She believed that Long Shersan would surely be able to stand up again. That was enough for her. Yang Yu stretched out his finger and placed it on Long Shersan's wrist. After checking Long Shersan's condition, he couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps the situation isn't as optimistic as you think. He has suffered from the injury to his origin. This is the most serious injury and the hardest to recover from. It won't be difficult for his internal organs and meridians to recover, but the injury to his origin will have to depend on himself. Even if he's not dead now, he's a living dead man. It won't be easy for him to stand up again. Leave it to me. I'll bring him back to exquisite paradise. Venerable Ling Long spoke. By the way, there's a piece of Ling Long jade rock in exquisite paradise. It's made of ancient Ling Long jade. It's said to have the effect of reviving the dead. Perhaps it will be of great help to him. Yang Yu looked over at Venerable Ling Long and thought of the treasure of exquisite paradise. Thank you, Master. Lan Lingji's face revealed a look of gratitude. No one knew the importance of the Ling Long jade rock to exquisite paradise better than her. She had thought of the Ling Long jade rock from the very beginning, but she didn't dare to say it because there had never been a male disciple in exquisite paradise. Moreover, only the saintess was qualified to lie on the Ling Long jade rock. She was once lucky enough to lie on it and her cultivation base improved tremendously. One should know that only a few of the genius disciples and respectable elders of exquisite paradise were qualified to lie on the Ling Long jade rock. Now that Venerable Ling Long was willing to take it out to save Long Shersan, Lan Lingji felt incomparably grateful. All right. In that case, I'll send Immortal Venerable to exquisite paradise first. Jiangchen nodded. He wanted to take Long Shersan away, but Jiangchen couldn't be at ease. After all, he hadn't seen the Ling Long jade rock of exquisite paradise. He had to see it for himself before he could leave Long Shersan here. It wasn't that Jiangchen didn't trust Venerable Ling Long. On the contrary, he was most relieved to hand Long Shersan over to Venerable Ling Long. Long Shersan had done exquisite paradise a favor and Venerable Ling Long was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing here today. Jiangchen was not worried. He just wanted to be at ease. He wanted to personally make arrangements for Long Shersan so that he could truly be at ease. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving. After Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, she bade farewell to Yang Yu and vanished with Lan Lingji, heading towards the direction of exquisite paradise at full speed. Jiangchen and Long Shersan followed closely behind. Putting aside the profundity of the Great Void technique, Jiangchen's traveling speed alone was already comparable to Venerable Ling Long. Exquisite paradise was a true paradise. There were peerless spiritual veins under the ground. Thousands of miles of the sky was filled with mist and mist. Countless buildings were suspended in the mist. Immortal cranes and jade maidens were dancing in the sky. It was truly like a fairyland. Even with Jiang Chen's experience, he couldn't help but sigh after seeing the mountain gate of exquisite paradise. Even a pig would become a genius in such a cultivation environment. Under the lead of Venerable Ling Long, Jiang Chen brought Long Shan into the real hinterland of exquisite paradise. There was a hidden spatial zone at the top of an exquisite pagoda. This spatial zone was personally created by Venerable Ling Long. It was extremely firm and was surrounded by a powerful grand formation. Without Venerable Ling Long's permission, no one would be able to enter. Inside the space, there was a palace that was as white as jade. This palace was completely white and was made of a rare jade material. Just from this alone, one could tell that it wasn't something an ordinary great force could compare to. Voila! With a wave of Venerable Ling Long's hand, the door of the jade palace opened with a crashing sound. A strong and pure aura rushed towards them. Jiang Chen took a whiff and felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Chen was even more shocked. There was nothing else in the palace except for a bed. However, the bed was a little too big. It was 10 feet long and 10 feet wide. Its whole body was sparkling and translucent. Green saliva was rolling back and forth on its surface. White mist was constantly drifting above it. Not to mention a person with unique vision, even an ordinary person would be able to see that the bed in front of them was extraordinary. This is the Ling Long Jade Divine Level Stone. It was obtained by the ancestor by chance, and then placed here. This is a piece of natural divine level stone. Lying on it can allow a person to enter a state of emptiness, strengthen the body, and cleanse the marrow. Venerable Ling Long said. It's indeed a divine stone. Such a large piece of divine stone can no longer be measured in terms of value. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiang Chen, do you know what's so precious about this Ling Long Jade Divine Stone? Venerable Ling Long asked with a smile. It's the green saliva. At first glance, Jiang Chen saw the green saliva that was constantly swimming in the divine stone. According to his estimation, the value and effect of this saliva was no less than that of the great earth immortal milk. That's right. You have good vision. This is Ling Long Jade Divine Stone's saliva. It has the effect of reviving the dead. However, its effect can only be exerted on the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone. Once it leaves the Divine Stone, it will immediately evaporate and turn into nothingness. If it's combined with a Divine Stone, its effect will be even more peculiar than the Great Earth Immortal Milk. However, it's not easy to absorb the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone's saliva. It's all about chance. That's right. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. According to what Venerable Ling Long said, although the treasure was good, it had its shortcomings. The Ling Long Jade Divine Stone's saliva couldn't be taken out. The only way to absorb it was to lie on the Divine Stone and rely on one's own chance to absorb it. It would be a pity if he couldn't absorb so much Ling Long Jade Divine Stone's saliva. Jiang Chen, put Long Shan on it. Venerable Ling Long said. All right. Without delay, Jiang Chen carried Long Shan and put him on the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone. When Long Shan's body approached the Divine Stone, countless white jade qi immediately emerged from the Divine Stone and wrapped Long Shan tightly, forming a white cocoon. Venerable, I'll leave Shan to you. Junior still has other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Jiang Chen cupped his fists towards Venerable Ling Long and was about to leave. Having settled Long Shan, Jiang Chen had one less thing to worry about. Well, be careful. Although Senior Xiao has helped you negotiate, the immortal world will no longer be peaceful in the future. You won't have an easy time in the future. Venerable Ling Long reminded Jiang Chen. She was very clear about Jiang Chen's situation. Thank you for the reminder, Venerable. After saying that, Jiang Chen's body flashed and disappeared. What a great void technique. He can come and go without a trace. He can even enter and leave my space at will. This person will definitely become a great person in the future. Venerable Ling Long couldn't help but sigh while looking at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared. Venerable Ling Long was a person with high standards. She wouldn't put ordinary geniuses in her eyes, but she couldn't see through Jiang Chen at all. Master, when will Brother Shan wake up? Lan Lingji asked. This was the question she was most concerned about. Let's see his fortune. Venerable Ling Long said. Late at night, Xianxia was sitting on the tallest ancient pagoda of Genius Prefecture, looking up at the starry sky with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Along the way, he had experienced too many things, especially the incident in Golden Horizon, which made Xianxia understand a lot more. Looking at the starry sky, Xianxia suddenly felt homesick. Although many of his brothers had ascended to the immortal world, Xianxia still had a lot of concerns in his hometown. Jiangzhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Nangang Wendian, Yu Zihan, these familiar faces all touched Xianxia's heart. I wonder how Dad is doing now. A day in the immortal world is equivalent to a year in the lower world. I wonder if anything big has happened in Saint Origin World. Xianxia thought. He really wanted to go home now, but unfortunately, it was impossible for him to descend to the lower world from the immortal world. When a person's cultivation reached the pinnacle, he would ascend to a higher world law, but it was impossible to descend to a lower world from a higher world law as it was against the heavenly Tao. Take Xianxia as an example. Given his current immortal emperor realm, the world law of Saint Origin World couldn't accommodate such a huge amount of energy. Let me divine it. Xianxia said, then closed his eyes and began to circulate the great divination art. He was merely giving it a try. He had already cultivated the great divination art to the heavenly vision realm, which was only the second realm. There were a lot of things that he couldn't divine, let alone divine things that were beyond the immortal world. If Xianxia could advance to the heavenly realm, he might be able to divine some clues. Xianxia had entered into a state of emptiness. This state was extremely rare, but Xianxia was able to enter it whenever he wanted. This really made people jealous of him. Xianxia circulated the great divination art to the extreme. He seemed to have touched a barrier, which made Xianxia overjoyed. He knew very well that this barrier was the barrier to break through to the heavenly realm. Xianxia had already reached the peak of the heavenly vision realm, which was only a step away from the heavenly realm. However, Xianxia also understood that this one step was an unfathomable distance. It would be even more difficult to break through to the heavenly realm in one go. However, Xianxia wouldn't give up. It wasn't easy for him to touch the barrier of the heavenly realm. To Xianxia, this was a great opportunity that was hard to come by. It was the same as an epiphany. Once an epiphany was missed, no one would know when the next opportunity would come. No one knew when an opportunity would come, and no one knew when it would leave. Xianxia being able to touch the barrier of the heavenly realm could only be described as a stroke of luck. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, and Xianxia would never give it up no matter what. The chant of the great divination art kept reverberating in Xianxia's mind. The characters of the chant were like the chanting of an ancient deity, booming and pleasing to the ear as they constantly battered against Xianxia's mind. Time ticked by. Such a great opportunity could only be chanced upon. Xianxia knew all too well how terrifying the heavenly realm was. Once he broke through to the heavenly realm, his great divination art would be raised to an extremely terrifying level, which would play a crucial role in his future cultivation. Crack, as time passed, the barrier suddenly emitted a cracking sound. The originally invisible barrier had actually cracked. Even though it was just a crack, it was enough to make Xianxia overjoyed. A crack was a huge breakthrough, and such a breakthrough was too rare. The chant of the great divination art circulated faster and faster in his mind. Xianxia seemed to see the silhouette of the divination god. The divination diagram that had disappeared for a long time had actually reappeared. The divination diagram was the core part of the great divination art. Xianxia had seen it once before he had even started cultivating it. Unfortunately, his strength and comprehension of the great divination art at that time hadn't allowed him to truly view the divination diagram. Now that the divination diagram had appeared, Xianxia's divine will immediately landed on it, and his entire body was immersed in its profound state. His mind had almost completely fused with the divination diagram. He was no longer the same as when he had first looked at the divination diagram, which had injured his soul and caused him to vomit blood. If Tianjizi were to see Xianxia's current state, he would definitely be so moved that he would be speechless. This was because Xianxia had entered the most perfect state of cultivating the great divination art. According to the records of the great divination art, even a supreme expert who had cultivated to the heavenly realm wouldn't be able to fuse with the divination map. Of course, the appearance of the mysterious heavenly map didn't mean that Xianxia had broken through to the heavenly will realm. It wasn't easy to break through from the heavenly rush realm to the heavenly will realm. At the very least, there was only a small crack in the barrier. It wouldn't be easy to break through the barrier completely. Buzz buzz, at that moment, the immortal mark, which had been lying dormant in the depths of his energy sea, stirred once more. Seemingly affected by something, the immortal mark began to tremble violently, emitting a buzzing sound. The immortal motes are moving. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. The immortal mark was his greatest secret. He had never known the purpose of its existence, even in the immortal world. The immortal mark had always been hidden in Xianxia's body and would never come out on its own. However, Xianxia knew the mystical and importance of the immortal mark. At the very least, the immortal mark had saved his life several times. When he had just ascended to the immortal world, he had been attacked by the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for the help of the immortal mark, he would have died directly. Later on, the immortal mark appeared and helped him control the divine feather of the sun. Now that he had fused with the divination diagram, the immortal mark had appeared again. This made Xianxia extremely excited. He imagined that the immortal mark might help him break through to the heavenly will realm. Not daring to be careless, Xianxia quickly separated a strand of divine will and instantly fused with the immortal mark. Then, it rushed towards the barrier of the heavenly will realm. Crack, crack, when the immortal mark collided with the barrier, the invisible barrier began to shake. Countless cracks appeared. From the beginning, it was indestructible, but now it was on the verge of collapse. It only needed a strong wave of impact to break through the barrier. Ha! Xianxia's soul suddenly let out a roar. His soul power, divine will power, and the immortal mark formed an invisible force that was like a vast ocean. It rushed towards the barrier that was already on the verge of collapse. Boom! This time, the barrier was no longer able to hold on any longer, and shattered with a loud rumble. Buzz! Buzz! Xianxia's soul trembled even more violently. The moment his divine will broke through the barrier, he felt as if he had entered a vast ocean and entered a completely different world. The world in front of him was filled with nothingness. There were profound trails everywhere, each one emitting a variegated brilliance. Those are profundities, nomological laws, the heavenly mystery nomological laws. Xianxia's eyes lit up. In the past, even if he saw these things, he would not be able to describe them. However, it was different now. He had completely reached the heavenly will realm, so he could understand these abstruse traces. These were the most profound things in the world. Ordinary people would never be able to touch them in their lifetime. Swoosh! Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and illuminated the night sky. Xianxia suddenly felt much clearer. He turned his hand and a heavenly mystery map appeared. At this moment, the heavenly mystery map had changed a little. In other words, the map in Xianxia's hand could not be called the real heavenly mystery map. It was just a part of the heavenly mystery map. The map shone brightly, and there were yin and yang eyes carved on it. 2 fish, one black and one white, intertwined with each other, head and tail facing each other, forming the embryonic form of the Taiji diagram. This is the Taiji diagram that contains the profundities of yin and yang. It was separated from the heavenly mystery map. If this Taiji diagram is cultivated to the extreme, it can take physical form and be used as a powerful weapon to attack. The fusion of yin and yang can explode with unparalleled power. It is truly powerful. I never thought that the great divination art would be so powerful after reaching the heavenly will realm. This can no longer be called a simple divination technique. It can already be used in battle. It's a powerful battle technique. Xianxia stared at the Taiji diagram that constantly revolved in his hand. He could not suppress his excitement. After reaching the heavenly will realm, he had gained a completely new understanding of the great divination art. This was something that even the divine Jizi did not have. The great divination art had been passed down to Xianxia by the divine Jizi, but the divine Jizi probably did not expect this divination technique to have so many secrets. The Taiji diagram is incomparably profound. It contains the profundities of divination in itself. It conforms to the yin-yang 8 trigrams. According to the records in the Great Divination Art, after reaching the heavenly will realm, one can unleash great power without limit in battle. They can divine the opponent's powerful techniques. During the process of battle, if the opponent's powerful battle technique is directly imprinted into the Taiji diagram, the diagram can divine the cultivation method of the opponent's battle technique and find the opponent's flaws. This is just too heaven-defying. Xianxia couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be unable to restrain their excitement. With this Taiji diagram, Xianxia couldn't imagine how much benefit it would bring to him in battle in the future. Moreover, Xianxia had the spirits of the 5 elements in his body. As long as the Taiji diagram was imprinted into his body, Xianxia would be able to cast out the powerful techniques of the opponent. This point alone was already heaven-defying and somewhat terrifying. Now that I have reached the heavenly will realm, I wonder if I can divine something about Saint Origin World. Xianxia thought to himself. With a thought, the Taiji diagram emerged once again. It was an illusory Taiji diagram that was dotted with countless stars. According to Xianxia's will, a vast universe and a vast starry sky diagram appeared on the diagram. There were moving planets everywhere, dazzling Xianxia's eyes. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds are just too vast. Every planet is a world with countless planes overlapping with each other. It's really not easy to find the exact location of Saint Origin World. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. There were too many planes. Saint Origin World was just one of the billions of planets, like a drop in the ocean. Oh, right. I should use the immortal mark. The immortal mark was obtained from Saint Origin World. According to the trajectory of the immortal mark, I should be able to find the exact location of Saint Origin World. Then, Xianxia thought of the immortal mark. Xianxia's immortal mark fell on the Taiji diagram. The immortal mark turned into a jade-like light of the Great Tao, hovering on the diagram. Xianxia quickly circulated the Great Divination Art. The countless planets on the diagram rotated more violently, emitting their own colorful lights that were extremely beautiful. Suddenly, the immortal mark rushed towards one of the planets. Xianxia's eyes also fell on that planet. Previously, Xianxia had already made the immortal mark understand his intention. The immortal mark followed Xianxia's will and searched for the planet. The planet that it found was the place where he had left his chi. This is Saint Origin World, the place where I ascended. Xianxia's mood fluctuated greatly. Finally, he had found the location of Saint Origin World. Next, he would use the Great Divination Art to calculate the situation of Saint Origin World through the Taiji diagram. Although it was impossible for him to calculate the exact situation of Saint Origin World, he could sense whether it was as stable as before. Xianxia circulated the Great Divination Art to the extreme. His soul power fell on the position of Saint Origin World through the Taiji diagram. Immediately, a buzzing sound was heard. The planet was flickering and trembling, as if it was being hit by some kind of force. Not good. Saint Origin World is in great turmoil. Xianxia stood up abruptly. His facial expression became incomparably solemn. After reaching the heavenly will realm, he could already predict a lot of things. The planet that represented Saint Origin World was shaking and flickering. It was enough to show that Saint Origin World was currently in great turmoil. How could Xianxia sit still when Saint Origin World was in danger? That was his hometown. Many important people were there. Given the Martial Saint dynasty's current development, it's impossible for them to find a major power that can compete with them. However, the current Saint Origin World is indeed in a state of turmoil. The Great Divination Art won't be wrong. The current Saint Origin World is definitely not peaceful. Martial Saint dynasty is in danger. What should I do? Xianxia couldn't calm down at all. His hometown was in trouble, and it was impossible for him to remain calm. He had always been a calm person, but right now, he just couldn't remain calm. After all, this place was a completely different world from Saint Origin Realm. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could save Saint Origin Realm from this disaster. It would be great if I could return to Saint Origin World. Xianxia knitted his brows. Go back? Oh, it would be great if I could go back. Now that I have the Great Divination Art, I can calculate the trajectory of the starry sky and find the way back. The immortal mark can deceive the heaven's secret, and the great void technique can allow me to walk through the spatial crevice freely. Perhaps I can really go back. Whatever it is, I have to give it a try, even if I have to pay the price. Xianxia gritted his teeth, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Not even an immortal sovereign could return to a lower plane like Saint Origin World from the immortal world. In the entire immortal world, perhaps only Xianxia had the ability to do so. Even a mighty immortal sovereign wouldn't dare to do such a thing, because it was no different from courting death. Immortal sovereigns were powerful, but they were still within the law of the immortal world. Even if an immortal sovereign could find the coordinates of the starry sky and find the way back, the law of the heaven and earth was still there. Anyone who dared to challenge the heavenly Tao was destined to die. However, Xianxia had the most important part, the immortal mark. This immortal mark could seal the heaven's secret, preventing the heavenly Tao from discovering him. As long as he returned to Saint Origin World in a short period of time, he wouldn't attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. The coordinates of the void, the space crevice, and the concealment of heaven's will. These were the three most basic conditions to return to the lower plane from the higher plane. None of them were missing. Since ancient times, no one had met these three conditions, not even the high and mighty great emperors. But now, Xianxia had met these three conditions perfectly. The great divination art could help him find the void coordinates to go back, the great void art could help him not get lost in the cracks of space, and the immortal mark could deceive the heavenly secrets and escape the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Xianxia made a very bold decision, which was to go home. The situation might be rather urgent, so Xianxia did not have much time to think or delay. He had to return as soon as possible. Under the control of Xianxia's will, the heavenly secret map suddenly enlarged. With a sway of his body, Xianxia disappeared into the map along with the map. In the next moment, Xianxia reappeared in the endless starry sky. The heavenly secret map was right in front of his face. He had accurately located the coordinates of Saint Origin World and exerted all his strength to cast the Great Void technique. The immortal mark emitted a dark light that enveloped his body. In the starry sky, Xianxia was like a fish that had lost its way, shuttling back and forth, flying towards Saint Origin World. Saint Origin World, billowing smoke filled the entire continent. The flames of war could be seen everywhere. The entire Saint Origin World seemed to have fallen into an unprecedented war. After hundreds of years of refinement, Martial Saint Dynasty was undoubtedly the strongest power in Saint Origin World. But at this moment, the chi of Martial Saint Dynasty was gloomy and shrouded by dark clouds. The entire dynasty had fallen into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Hundreds of experts were sitting in the palace. Without exception, all of them were great saints. Once upon a time, the emergence of a great saint in Saint Origin World was considered an incredible existence. But now, there were hundreds of great saints sitting in the palace alone. The one sitting at the top was the emperor, Wu Jiao. Currently, he was a 9th grade great saint. Beside him were two middle-aged men. One of them was Yan Zhanyun and the other was Wu Tianyang, the father of Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu. Both of their cultivation bases were extremely strong. They didn't seem to be weaker than Wu Jiao. They were both 9th grade great saints. Next to them were two powerful young men. They were Yu Zihan and Wu Lang. These two geniuses of Martial Saint Dynasty had reached the terrifying level of 9th grade great saint. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Zhenhai and Nangong Wentian weren't here. 9th grade great saint was the pinnacle of this world. Ever since Jiangchen took away the immortal mark, human immortals couldn't survive in this world anymore. All those who became immortals had to ascend to the immortal realm. With so many 9th grade great saints in Martial Saint Dynasty, it could be said that they had complete control over Saint Origin World. No one dared to disobey or resist. But at this moment, the entire imperial palace had fallen into a heavy silence. Everyone had their heads lowered, not saying a word. Both Wu Lang and Yu Zihan had some injuries on their bodies, and the injuries seemed to be quite serious. Emperor, this is the most difficult time for Martial Saint Dynasty. Jun Tianzhou will launch a massive attack in 7 days. What should we do? Someone said. We'll just fight him to the death. Wu Tianyang clenched his fists. Don't be reckless. This Jun Tianzhou was born from a meteorite. He claims to be the divine son of heaven and earth. He has grown so much in such a short period of time. He has also controlled the devil race and built an indestructible force of his own. He has the rare heaven and earth divine milk, which allowed him to cultivate a large number of experts. The number of great saint subordinates of Jun Tianqiu is no less than ours. More importantly, this Jun Tianqiu is too terrifying. We are no match for him. Wu Jiao shook his head. The emergence of this Jun Tianqiu had completely changed the entire situation of Saint Origin World in just 20 years. His speed of growth was even scarier than that of Jiang Chen. Jun Tianqiu is too strong. Wu Lang and I have joined forces to fight him. If I didn't run away quickly at the critical moment, I would have died in his hands. Yu Zihan said with a frown. The thought of fighting Jun Tianqiu still made him tremble with fear. A figure like this was just too terrifying. Ever since Jiang Chen, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying figure in Saint Origin World. It's a pity that Jiang Chen is no longer here. Wu Lang also shook his head. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Jun Tianqiu was terrifying. If they really fought, none of the great sages present could compete with Jun Tianqiu. At this time, they couldn't help but recall the legendary figure of Saint Origin World. It was that figure who created martial Saint Dynasty and unified Saint Origin World. Now, the appearance of Jun Tianqiu seemed to have changed the situation of Saint Origin World. All eyes in the palace fell on Wu Lang and Yu Zihan. Both of them were talented geniuses, and could be considered as the #1 experts in the martial Saint Dynasty. Even Wu Jiao and Yan Zhanyun weren't their match. Now, even these two strongest experts couldn't withstand a single strike from Jun Tianqiu. How were they going to fight the next battle? Emperor, that Jun Tianqiu is so powerful. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Someone shouted. He was a tall and burly man, and it was obvious that he was a hot-tempered man. It's impossible for us to sit here and wait for death. Brother Jiangchen entrusted the entire dynasty to me. If the 1,000-year foundation of the martial Saint Dynasty is destroyed in my hands, even if I die, I won't have the face to meet my ancestors, and I won't be able to live up to Brother Jiangchen's trust. All of a sudden, Wu Jiao's aura became incomparably fierce. It was a determination to face death with equanimity. As the emperor, he had to live and die with the entire dynasty. Dad, don't think too much about it. 7 days later, we'll just have a life and death struggle with Jun Tianqiu. Yu Zihan and I will go cultivate to recover from our injuries. At that time, we'll join hands and fight Jun Tianqiu again. After saying that, Wu Lang stood up from his seat, and with a sway of his body, he disappeared, followed by Yu Zihan. The departure of the two strongest experts of the martial Saint Dynasty was a clear indication of their attitude. Everyone in the palace had a heavy heart. Now, the martial Saint Dynasty was facing its most critical moment. However, everyone knew very well that they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. Surrendering was impossible, as the dignity of a dynasty wouldn't allow them to do so. Furthermore, according to Jun Tianqiu's style, even if the people of the martial Saint Dynasty surrendered, he would still kill a lot of them. Jun Tianqiu was a bloodthirsty man, and the martial Saint Dynasty was the target that he had always wanted to conquer and slaughter. He would never give them the chance to surrender. He wanted to see the martial Saint Dynasty turn into a river of blood. Only then would he be satisfied and his desire to kill be satisfied. Everyone, listen up. Deploy the Grand Formation at once to protect the foundation of the martial Saint Dynasty. 7 days later, we'll fight Jun Tianqiu to the death. Wu Jiao's chi fluctuated. What would come would come. It was something that couldn't be avoided. When the time came, they had to face it. Although the pressure from Jun Tianqiu was tremendous, martial Saint Dynasty wouldn't sit still and wait for death. There were still 7 days before Jun Tianqiu's army would arrive. During these 7 days, martial Saint Dynasty had to be fully prepared. After all, they were a major power that had ruled Saint Origin World for a long time. They had to show the bearing of a great dynasty. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still following the spatial coordinates of Saint Origin World with the Great Void technique. His speed had reached the extreme. He was like a speck of light flickering in the starry sky. Jiang Chen was incomparably anxious. Looking at the heavenly secret map, he knew that Saint Origin World was very close to Saint Origin World, but it was still too far for him to go there. Fortunately, Xianxia had mastered the Great Void technique, which could shorten the distance to the maximum. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be trapped in the spatial crevice and turbulence, never to return to Saint Origin World in the shortest time possible. I wonder what kind of situation Martial Saint Dynasty is facing. Before I left, I had already cleared all the obstacles for Martial Saint Dynasty. Saint Origin Palace has been destroyed and the devil race has been tamed by Ayan. Xianxia really couldn't imagine what kind of turmoil Saint Origin World was going through. Saint Origin Palace had been destroyed. Although the devil race hadn't been wiped out, Han Yen had obtained the Supreme Devil Wand and controlled the entire devil race. Even if the devil race had been revived, they wouldn't attack Martial Saint Dynasty. Of course, hundreds of years had passed in Saint Origin World. Anything could happen in such a long period of time. Since he couldn't figure it out, Xianxia simply stopped thinking about it. The only thing he needed to do now was to return to Saint Origin World as soon as possible. As long as he returned to Saint Origin World, he would be able to understand everything. Otherwise, even if he knew what had happened, he wouldn't be able to provide any help. Days passed. The entire Saint Origin World was in a state of depression. Everyone seemed to be living in a haze. Jun Tianzhou's name resounded in everyone's ears from time to time. The current Jun Tianzhou had already become a well-known figure that reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. There wasn't a single person who didn't know him. In the history of Saint Origin World, it was afraid that there was only one person who could suppress Jun Tianzhou's fame. He was the legendary figure. There was no other person who could do so. Jun Tianzhou can be said to be an unparalleled genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I heard that he was born from a meteorite and called himself the son of heaven and earth. He grew at an extremely fast speed and controlled a magical heaven and earth divine milk. He has trained countless experts and established his own major power. Now, Jun Tianzhou is going to rule the entire Saint Origin World and attack Martial Saint Dynasty. I'm afraid that this dynasty that has been standing in Saint Origin World for thousands of years is going to face the greatest calamity in its history. That's right. Jun Tianzhou is too terrifying. He has already reached the 9th grade of Great Saint at such a young age. I heard that the two great experts of Martial Saint Dynasty, the famous Wu Lang and Yu Zihan, couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jun Tianzhou. If they didn't run away in time, they would have lost their lives. Jun Tianzhou has also taken control of the devil race. The devil race, which had been silent for a long time, has been revived because of Jun Tianzhou. A few days later, Jun Tianzhou will lead an army to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. The greatest war in the history of Saint Origin World is about to happen. If Jun Tianzhou annihilates Martial Saint Dynasty, the Martial Saint Dynasty will really change. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was talking about the war that was going to happen in a few days. Jun Tianzhou's fame was like the rising sun. Nothing could block his radiance. He had become a legend in Saint Origin World at the fastest speed. 7 days passed quickly, and the day of the decisive battle arrived in the blink of an eye. On this day, countless experts of the Martial Saint Dynasty appeared outside the Martial Saint Dynasty, including great saints and minor saints. All of them were waiting for Jun Tianzhou's arrival. It could be seen that every expert of Martial Saint Dynasty had an incomparably unsightly face. Their mood was very depressed. It was a heaviness that came from the depth of their soul. Facing Jun Tianzhou, who was like the sun in the midday sky, every one of them was under a lot of pressure. Yu Zihan and Wu Lang were standing at the forefront of Martial Saint Dynasty. Their chi was powerful and their cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. After a few days of recuperation, the injuries that they had suffered during the battle with Jun Tianzhou had fully recovered. However, their faces were still very solemn, because they knew better than anyone else how terrifying the enemy they were going to face was. Kong long, all of a sudden, the sky exploded. Dark clouds pressed down. Terrifying chi waves rolled in the sky. Innumerable tyrannical chi began to spread. The whole Saint Origin World seemed to be welcoming the end of the world. Even if they were millions of miles away, they could still feel the tremendous pressure that made their soul shiver. In the sky, silhouettes descended continuously like meteors. Soon, they appeared on the opposite side of Martial Saint Dynasty. There were more than 1,000 great saints and minor saints in total. Most of them were from the devil race. These devils were cruel and brutal by nature. Now that they had been subdued by Jun Tianzhou, they had become powerful killing machines. Judging from their qi alone, Jun Tianzhou's side had an overwhelming advantage over martial saint dynasty. Sovereign King, please. A 9th grade great saint elder spoke loudly to the sky. When he mentioned the word Sovereign King, his face was filled with respect. It was a kind of deep worship. A shadow walked out of the sky. Very quickly, the shadow became clear and solidified into a purple-clothed youth. The youth seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. His face was handsome and plump like jade. There was a rune brand in the center of his forehead. It was a mysterious ancient rune that added a sense of evilness to the youth. Greetings, Sovereign King. Countless great saints and minor saints bowed to the youth, calling him Sovereign King, as if he was a god sent by the heaven. The only thing they could do was to worship him. The youth was none other than Jun Tianzhou, who had recently risen to prominence in Saint Origin World. His nickname was Sovereign King. The monarch of heaven and earth, the supreme king. Jun Tianzhou called himself the divine son of heaven and earth. He was extremely arrogant and never put anyone in his eyes. As soon as Jun Tianzhou appeared, his sharp eyes immediately fell on all the experts of martial saint dynasty. After a quick glance, a smile was revealed at the corner of his mouth. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In his opinion, all of his opponents were meant to be trampled on and would eventually die. Jun Tianzhou, you and my martial saint dynasty have always minded our own business. Why are you forcing my dynasty into a corner? If we really start a war, Saint Origin World will fall into turmoil and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It won't benefit either of us. Wu Jiao spoke loudly to Jun Tianzhou. Plunging the people into misery and suffering? What does that have to do with me? I, Jun Tianzhou, will become the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. Your martial saint dynasty will naturally be destroyed. Only I, Jun Tianzhou, have the qualification to control the world. Your martial saint dynasty doesn't deserve it, said Jun Tianzhou with a cold smile on his face. His eyes flickered with a red light. He was a bloodthirsty man, and he didn't care about slaughtering innocent people. He only cared about his own pleasure. If he wanted to kill someone, someone had to die. The martial saint dynasty was just a toy for him to toy with. The #1 expert in Saint Origin World? Jun Tianzhou, you will never be the #1 expert. In the history of Saint Origin World, there will always be a mountain above your head that you will never be able to surpass. Yu Zihan's words made Jun Tianzhou's face turn gloomy in an instant, because he thought of a name that made him gnash his teeth even in his dreams. You mean that Jiangchen? Humph. It's a pity that he didn't live in the same era as me. Otherwise, I would have killed him and created a legend that belongs to me. Jun Tianzhou gnashed his teeth in hatred. Despite his arrogant tone, he had to admit that the legend of Jiangchen was like a huge mountain pressing down on his head, making him breathless. Even though he was the strongest expert in Saint Origin World, in the hearts of countless people, the true legend of Saint Origin World was still that white-clothed youth named Jiangchen, not him. Annihilating Saint Origin Palace and killing immortals was a peerless act that no one could surpass. No matter how powerful Jun Tianzhou was, there were no immortals left in this world. If he couldn't kill immortals, he was destined to never surpass Jiangchen. This was the most depressing thing for Jun Tianzhou and also the thing that he didn't want to mention the most, but he had to admit it. Even if he had annihilated martial saint dynasty and become the strongest expert in Saint Origin World, he was destined to live under the shadow of that person. In the legendary history of Saint Origin World, he would always be ranked second. There was a name that was destined to be above him. Whether you admit it or not, his name is above yours. You should be glad that you didn't live in the same era as him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have the chance to grow to where you are today. Wu Lang sneered. No one knew the terror of that person better than them. Today's Jun Tianzhou was at best at the same level as the northern and southern dynasties. Even if he was a little stronger than the northern and southern dynasties, the final outcome wouldn't change. If Jiangchen didn't exist, the northern and southern dynasties were bound to grow to the same state as Jun Tianzhou today. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Chen, which doomed him to a tragedy ahead of time. Facts had proven that it was a terrible thing to live in the same era as Jiang Chen and become Jiang Chen's enemy. Therefore, it was Jun Tianzhou's great fortune that he didn't live in the same era as Jiang Chen. Haha, Wu Lang, Yu Zihan, both of you are praising Jiang Chen like a god, but so what? Now that your martial saint dynasty is at a critical moment of life and death, will Jiang Chen be able to save you? This world belongs to me, Jun Tianzhou, not to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is already a thing of the past. Jun Tianzhou burst into laughter. He didn't want to talk about Jiang Chen right now. He had come here today to destroy the martial saint dynasty and fulfill his wish. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death. Our martial saint dynasty has never been afraid of anyone. Wu Lang's aura fluctuated. The two of you are merely my defeated opponents. What right do you have to clamor in front of me? Jun Tianzhou looked disdainfully at Wu Lang and Yu Zihan, his eyes full of contempt. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. In his opinion, people like Wu Lang and Yu Zihan weren't qualified to be his enemies. They weren't even fit to carry his shoes. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan exchanged a glance. Suddenly, they drew their saint weapons and lunged at Jun Tianzhou with lightning speed. In the current saint origin world, Wu Lang and Yu Zihan represented the pinnacle of combat strength, the peak of 9th grade great saint. Adding their innate talent, they basically couldn't find an opponent at the same level as them. However, everything changed when they encountered Jun Tianzhou. Their peak state would be destroyed in an instant. Two extremely terrifying combat swords pierced through the void and appeared in front of Jun Tianzhou. In the face of their powerful attacks, Jun Tianzhou didn't even budge. He casually stretched out both of his hands and stretched out 2 fingers. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the scene seemed to have come to a standstill. The 2 peerless saint weapons were clamped by Jun Tianzhou's 2 fingers. Asterisk hua. Asterisk the crowd was in an uproar. No one could keep their calm anymore. Countless eyes fell upon the 3 of them. They were the pinnacle combat strength of Saint Origin World. Not only did they fail to cause any damage to Jun Tianzhou after using their peerless saint weapons, they were also clamped by Jun Tianzhou so easily. What? Yu Zihan exclaimed. His face was full of horror. This bastard is even stronger than before. We are no match for him. Wu Lang shook his head helplessly. He and Yu Zihan had already exerted their full strength, but the result was still the same. Their saint weapons were in Jun Tianzhou's fingers, and they couldn't move them no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't even pull their swords out of Jun Tianzhou's hand. This made Wu Lang and Yu Zihan realize that they weren't on the same level. In the history of Saint Origin World, only Jiang Chen had such terrifying combat strength. Now that Jiang Chen wasn't here, no one was a match for Jun Tianzhou. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a vast force suddenly surged out from Jun Tianzhou's fingers. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan couldn't withstand the force. They were sent flying hundreds of meters away like cannonballs before they could regain their balance. Their swords fell into Jun Tianzhou's hand. Jun Tianzhou threw them away like rubbish. He didn't even bother to look at them. His eyes were full of disgust. Asterisk wa. Asterisk on the other side, Wu Lang and Yu Zihan were spurting out blood. Their bodies were severely injured. Their faces were pale, but compared to their injuries, the shock in their hearts was more terrifying. They couldn't imagine that Jun Tianzhou had become so powerful that no one in the entire Saint Origin world was a match for him. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan exchanged a glance and saw the despair in each other's eyes. That's right, it was despair. This was an opponent that they couldn't deal with at all. They felt that even if all the 9th grade great saints of martial saint dynasty joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Jun Tianzhou. They wouldn't even be able to stand a finger of Jun Tianzhou. If that was the case, then this war would be meaningless. The atmosphere on the side of martial saint dynasty became incomparably oppressive. Jun Tianzhou's existence was like a giant mountain pressing down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jun Tianzhou glanced at Wu Lang and Yu Zihan. He stretched his arms and looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh. It's lonely to be an expert. It was the aura of a monarch who stood at the highest point, supreme and supreme. It was lonely at the top, and lonely at the top. Jun Tianqiu did have the capital to be lonely. When a person couldn't even find an opponent, life seemed to have lost its meaning. Invincibility was such a lonely thing. Lord King. Do you want to attack? An elder came to Jun Tianqiu and bowed. Kill them. There's no need for martial Saint dynasty to exist anymore. Jun Tianqiu said faintly. Destroying a dynasty wasn't enough to stir up his emotions. For him, destroying the martial Saint dynasty wasn't a challenge at all. Jun Tianqiu said it in a light tone. Kill. The ninth-grade great Saint Elder bellowed. Countless experts on the side of the monarch king unleashed their powerful qi and killing intent, lunging crazily at the side of martial Saint dynasty. Kill. On the other side, Wu Jiao swung the emperor's sword forward. The experts of martial Saint dynasty also unleashed their powerful qi. A battlefield broke out in an instant. The experts of both sides fought fiercely. This was the most tragic war in Saint Origin world. All the participants were saints. The battlefield was so vast that it almost covered half of Saint Origin world. This was a war of saints, a war that represented an era. Ever since Jiangchen destroyed Saint Origin Palace, Saint Origin world had been shaken and the situation was about to change. Of course, this was based on the fact that martial Saint dynasty was destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. Kong Long, this was a battle of life and death. Both sides were exerting their full strength. The devil race was the most ferocious. Originally, they had a good relationship with martial Saint dynasty, but Jun Tianqiu had used some unknown means to completely subdue them and even changed their belief. Jun Tianqiu was going to become the belief of the entire Saint Origin world. Although Jun Tianqiu didn't know what method he used, he had completely subdued them and even changed their belief. Jun Tianqiu stood at the highest point of the battlefield with his hands clasped behind his back. He was looking down at the extremely tragic battle below. Blood was splashing everywhere, but it couldn't arouse his excitement. The battle went on for an hour. It was still white-hot, but it was obvious that martial Saint dynasty couldn't hold on any longer. They began to retreat. There was already a gap between the strength of both sides. Coupled with the pressure from Jun Tianqiu, the experts of martial Saint dynasty were shrouded in a layer of shadow. They couldn't exert their combat strength to its peak. On the other hand, the enemies were roaring with vigor. Jun Tianqiu was like a god in their hearts. As long as Jun Tianqiu stood there, it was enough. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan, who were severely injured, joined the battle as well. They had a clear view of the battlefield, and the despair in their hearts grew even greater. If this continued, the martial Saint dynasty would be destroyed today. Jun Tianqiu hadn't attacked yet, and once he lost his patience, it would be the end of the martial Saint dynasty. What should we do? The hearts of all the experts of martial Saint dynasty were filled with despair. They could no longer see any hope. Martial Saint dynasty was facing an unprecedented crisis. Even resistance had become incomparably difficult. At this moment, in the turbulence of the starry sky, a light dot was approaching the planet of Saint Origin world at an extremely fast speed. That light dot was Jiangchen. He's finally back. Arg, the battlefield was too tragic. Great saints were falling one after another. The void of Saint Origin world was completely torn apart. Millions of cultivators were hiding, not daring to come out. They didn't even have the qualification to watch such a battle. The morale of the people on Emperor's side was too high. Each of them exerted their strength to the limit. Martial Saint dynasty was barely resisting and was losing ground, but as the people of martial Saint dynasty, none of them flinched. They would defend the dignity of the dynasty even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Arg, Yan Zhanyun suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His chest was slashed by his opponent. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood was gushing out crazily. The sword qi was still wreaking havoc in his body. Wu Jiao reacted quickly and pulled Yan Zhanyun back. This was Jiang Chen's father-in-law. If something bad happened to him, Wu Jiao wouldn't be able to explain it to Jiang Chen. Jun Tianqiu looked at the battlefield below, his face suddenly filled with irritation. Let's end this. An extremely violent murderous intent burst out of Jun Tianqiu's body. His qi had reached the extreme. This peerless figure who called himself emperor was finally going to take action personally. He wanted to end this war as soon as possible and become the strongest expert in Saint Origin world. Jun Tianqiu made a grabbing motion. His target was none other than Wu Jiu. The first person he wanted to kill was naturally the emperor of the martial Saint dynasty. No matter what, the emperor was the pillar of a dynasty. He was the soul, the spiritual sustenance. If he was killed, the dynasty would collapse by itself. Wu Jiu, who was fighting with all his might, suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger. It was a dangerous aura that was enough to threaten his life. As a peerless great sage, he could still clearly foresee such danger. Wu Jiu's face darkened. He knew that Jun Tianqiu was going to attack him. The doomsday of martial Saint dynasty had finally come. Even if they had tried their best to resist, they still couldn't change the outcome. Dad. Seeing that Jun Tianqiu was going to attack his father, Wu Lang immediately stood in front of Wu Jiu. Go away. Wu Jiu pushed Wu Lang away with all his might. At this crucial moment, how could he allow his son to stand in front of him? If Wu Lang died, even if he lived, what was the point? The deep love between father and son is truly touching. Since that's the case, then you two shall depart together. Jun Tianqiu's black hair fluttered in the wind as killing intent burst out from his body. His terrifying palm was like a heaven-shaking barrier, sealing everything in its path. Then, it shot towards Wu Jiu and Wu Lang. His attack had enveloped the father and son, intending to kill both of them. Once they died, the martial Saint dynasty would be finished. Boom, at this moment, Saint Origin world trembled all of a sudden. That's right, it was trembling. It was a very violent tremble. It wasn't just a local tremble, but the entire world was trembling. It was the trembling of the world barrier, as if the entire world was being attacked. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Nothing like this had ever happened in the history of Saint Origin world. One should know that every world had its own world law. The world law was the most stable thing in the world. Even a peerless great saint who had cultivated to the extreme wouldn't be able to cause a tremble in the world barrier. Jun Tianqiu's expression changed and he stopped what he was doing. It wasn't just him, the noisy battlefield suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped, their expressions extremely unsightly. That tremble just now had caused their souls to tremble. Their entire bodies were under an invisible pressure. That kind of pressure was indescribable, but they couldn't move at all. What's going on? Why is the world shaking? I don't know. Could it be that some big shot has appeared? Impossible. We are the pinnacle existences of this world. How could there be any big shots? However, I feel an inexplicable pressure. Under this pressure, I feel an urge to worship the heavens. That's right. No one wasn't shocked. The entire world was still. Countless people looked up at the sky, wondering what was happening. Just as everyone was panicking, a figure appeared like a ghost, arriving above the battlefield. It was a young man in white robes. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were sparkling and his face was handsome like a banished immortal. Just a glance from him could make the world stand still. The moment the young man appeared, everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. Many great sages were shivering and had the urge to kneel down. Even Jun Tianqiu felt the same way at this moment. The other party just stood there without revealing his aura, but he gave them a feeling that they couldn't reach him. There was a terrifying power in this young man's body that they couldn't imagine. Jiangchen. Chen Er. Your Majesty. Countless cries of surprise sounded out after the young man appeared. Wu Jiu, Wu Lang, and Yu Zihan's eyes nearly popped out from their sockets. They had never thought that Jiangchen would appear at this critical moment. It had been a few hundred years since they last saw each other, and these people couldn't help but tear up. They thought they would never have the chance to see Jiangchen again in this lifetime, but now, it was as if they were dreaming. No one dared to believe it. They felt like they were in a dream. It was impossible, but Jiangchen had really appeared. He was the true legend of Saint Origin world. Jiangchen? When the name spread, the faces of countless people on Jun Tianqiu's side turned even uglier. In the history of Saint Origin world, no one was unfamiliar with this legend. However, Jiang Chen had already ascended for hundreds of years. It was impossible for him to appear again. "Brother Jiao, how have you been recently?" Jiang Chen smiled at Wu Jiao. He tried his best to restrain himself from releasing his aura because he knew very well that even the slightest bit of his aura wouldn't be able to withstand it. The people in front of him wouldn't be able to either. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across many familiar faces. Finally, he was back. This was a heartwarming scene, a scene that Jiang Chen had dreamt of many times. "Brother, you're really back?" Wu Jiao still couldn't restrain his excitement, but at this moment, he was also excited. His previously despairing mood had been completely relaxed. Jiang Chen had returned. The fate of martial Saint dynasty would be completely changed. No matter how strong Jun Tianqiu was, he wouldn't be able to compete with Jiang Chen. Wu Jiao was, after all, the emperor. His temperament was much better than ordinary people. He immediately told Jiang Chen everything that had happened through divine sense. Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Jun Tianqiu. "I never thought that another peerless figure would emerge in Saint Origin world. Unfortunately, you have become my enemy," Jiang Chen said flatly. Jun Tianqiu raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. Initially, he didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen in the eye, but the shadow of a meteorite seemed to have appeared in his eyes, making him fearless of Jiang Chen's pressure. "You are the legendary Jiang Chen?" asked Jun Tianqiu. All these years, he had been living under the shadow of Jiang Chen, feeling that all his light had been overshadowed by Jiang Chen. He felt that it was a pity that he couldn't live in the same era as Jiang Chen. He had never thought that he would be able to see Jiang Chen today. "That's right, Jun Tianqiu. He is Jiang Chen. He is the true legend of Saint Origin world. With him around, you will never become the strongest in Saint Origin world," Yu Zihan said loudly. It's over, it's over. Jiang Chen, that terrifying bastard, has returned. How is this possible? He has already ascended to the immortal world. How could he come back? How did he do it? It's too scary. Every glance of his is filled with the feeling of dominating the world. I don't even dare to look at his eyes, fearing that he will kill me with just a glance. That's right. He's just too scary. I'm a 9th grade great saint now, but all I want to do is to kneel and worship him. Jun Tianqiu's people were trembling in fear. They had never seen such a powerful person before. That kind of power had completely exceeded the concept of this world. Jiang Chen, you have already ascended to the immortal world, but you have violated the heavenly Tao and returned. You will suffer the heavenly punishment. Jun Tianqiu said loudly. Heavenly punishment? I am the heavenly punishment. Only I can punish you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but in his heart, he was slightly surprised. This Jun Tianqiu didn't seem to be a simple person. He actually knew so much about the heavenly Tao. Haha. Jiang Chen, why are you so arrogant? You were born a few hundred years earlier than me. If we were in the same era, you wouldn't be able to reach your current height. You are destined to be my stepping stone. Even if you have returned now, I'm not afraid of you because you are restricted by the law of this world. You won't be able to exert the combat strength of an immortal. I'm going to fight you now to establish my position as the #1 expert in Saint Origin world. All of a sudden, Jun Tianqiu unleashed his powerful qi. The image of the meteorite in his eyes became clearer and clearer. It seemed to have given him great courage to fight Jiang Chen. The scene became restless once more. Even Wu Jiao and the others couldn't help but admire Jun Tianqiu. Sure enough, this bastard was the most arrogant of them all. He actually dared to challenge Jiang Chen, which was no different from courting death. You want to challenge me? Jiang Chen chuckled. He had long forgotten the feeling of being challenged by a great saint. No matter how arrogant and presumptuous Jun Tianqiu was, he was still just an ant in Jiang Chen's eyes. That's right. I want to challenge you. Given my current strength, I'm already invincible in Saint Origin world. Not even a 9th grade great saint can withstand a single strike from me. As long as I defeat you, I can break your legend and establish my own legend, becoming the #1 expert in Saint Origin world. Looking at Jun Tianqiu's crazy look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. A great saint was clamoring to challenge him. Xianxia suddenly felt that his level had been pulled down. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Jun Tianqiu made a move. With a leap, a blood-red long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Xianxia, but the next moment, Jun Tianqiu let out a shrill scream. His whole body fell from the sky, lying on the ground like a dead dog. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. It was as if an incomparably huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making him unable to move at all. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. Asterisk voila, asterisk the audience was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of them stared at Xianxia in the sky with horrified eyes. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia didn't move at all. It felt as if Jun Tianqiu had suddenly fallen from the sky. Xianxia didn't even look at Jun Tianqiu with his sharp eyes. However, everyone knew very well that it must be Xianxia's doing that Jun Tianqiu was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Otherwise, how could the mighty Jun Tianqiu fall from the sky by himself? This was too terrifying. Countless people were horrified. No one could imagine how powerful Xianxia was at this moment. They didn't have any concept of the high and mighty immortals. In their minds, Great Saint was the most powerful existence in this world. Jun Tianqiu had already reached the pinnacle of Great Saint realm. He was strong enough to fight an immortal. But now, the terrifying Jun Tianqiu had encountered the legendary Xianxia. He wasn't even an ant and was completely crushed. Naturally, they didn't know that Xianxia's current cultivation base was a pinnacle figure even in the immortal world. An early immortal emperor like him was strong enough to kill an immortal venerable. The gap between a puny Great Saint and Jun Tianqiu couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Even if Xianxia couldn't exert his full strength due to the pressure of the world law, just a glance from him was enough to kill Jun Tianqiu hundreds of times. This was an irreparable gap. Frightening, truly frightening. As expected of a legendary figure. His fearsomeness is not something we can imagine. That is the power of a true immortal. The sovereign king is no match for it. The true legend of Saint Origin World. I never thought that he would return. Sovereign king is really unfortunate. There was no one who wasn't horrified. Such a scene was something that no one could have imagined. Jun Tianqiu lay on the ground, unable to move. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Heavens, what kind of power is this? The people of Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Most of the great saints and minor saints here had advanced in recent years, so they didn't know much about Xianxia. They had only seen Xianxia's portrait. What they knew more was Jun Tianqiu's combat strength. Now, Jun Tianqiu had become a vulnerable ant in the hands of Xianxia. They couldn't imagine how strong Xianxia was now. Wu Lang, how terrifying do you think little Qianxi is now? Yu Zihan shrugged and said to Wu Lang with a smile. It's an extremely terrifying level. That level of cultivation is not something we can imagine. Wu Lang shook his head. He could only look up to Xianxia. Once upon a time, Xianxia was still a little genius who wasn't as good as him. Wu Lang had to step forward to resolve the crisis. But now, the gap between them couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Xianxia stretched out his hand and beckoned at Jun Tianqiu. Jun Tianqiu flew up again and arrived in front of Xianxia. Even a fool could see that it was Xianxia who controlled Jun Tianqiu's movement. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu wouldn't have been able to move. Xianxia, aren't you affected by the heavenly Tao and the world law? Jun Tianqiu asked in horror. I don't need to use any energy to deal with you. Moreover, the heavenly Tao is nothing to me. I, Xianxia, will break through the heavenly Tao sooner or later. Xianxia said faintly. He looked at Jun Tianqiu with great interest. He suddenly felt that this guy was more arrogant than the northern and southern dynasties. Unfortunately, this guy didn't live in the same era as him. Otherwise, he would be a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Haha, Xianxia, I'm the divine child of heaven and earth. Do you know what a divine child is? I'm the divine child. I'm immortal. You can't kill me. Jun Tianqiu laughed loudly. He didn't seem to know what fear was. In the face of great danger and pressure from Xianxia, he wasn't afraid at all. He could still maintain his arrogance. Is that so? Then let me tell you, in front of me, Jiangchen, there's only one end for those who offend me, and that is death. After Jiangchen finished speaking, he no longer talked nonsense with Jun Tianzhou. In his opinion, he had seriously lowered his level by talking so much with a great sage-level character. Bang! As Jiangchen's voice fell, Jun Tianzhou's body exploded, and then his whole person evaporated into nothingness. He died completely and disappeared from this world. From the beginning to the end, Jiangchen stood there without moving. Jun Tianzhou was easily eliminated by Jiangchen. He died without leaving any residue. It was as if this person had never appeared. However, at the moment of Jun Tianzhou's death, Jiangchen couldn't help but frown. He was sure that Jun Tianzhou was completely dead, but Jun Tianzhou's words of divine child still made him very uncomfortable. Intuition told him that Jun Tianzhou didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. After the great divination art reached the heavenly realm, Jiangchen still believed in his intuition. Because such things had happened to the northern and southern dynasties. Is Jun Tianzhou also a clone of a great figure like the northern and southern dynasties? Jiangchen shook his head and denied this thought. Jun Tianzhou wasn't a clone at all because the current Jiangchen couldn't be compared to the previous Jiangchen. Back then, Jiangchen couldn't see through the truth of the northern and southern dynasties, but if Jiangchen had his current cultivation base and eyesight, he would have been able to see through the northern and southern dynasties with a glance. However, he didn't sense any qi from Jun Tianzhou, and Jun Tianzhou was indeed dead. Jiangchen could only feel that Jun Tianzhou wasn't an ordinary figure. After calming his mind, Jiangchen stopped thinking about meaningless things. Jun Tianzhou's death was a fact. Since Saint Origin World was in such turmoil and he had coincidentally returned, he naturally had to unite Saint Origin World. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Jiangchen's eyes fell on the group of devil experts. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Asterisk plop plop plop, asterisk with just a glance, all the devil experts knelt on the ground. Not just them, all the people who followed Jun Tianzhou knelt on the ground, shivering in fear. At this time, no one would think about ruling the world anymore. What was more important now was to stay alive. Jun Tianzhou was already dead, so how could they fight against Jiangchen? The gap between them was just too huge. In their eyes, Jiangchen was a god, an unreachable supreme existence. There was only one ending for them to fight against him, death. People of the devil race, Yen subdued all of you with the supreme devil wand. Instead of staying in the devil world obediently, you actually dared to come out and cause trouble. You even dared to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. It seems like there's no need for you to exist anymore. Jiangchen said Lung Lung. Great Immortal, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again. Our devil race was only forced by Jun Tianzhou. We had no choice but to submit. That's right, Great Immortal. Jun Tianzhou forced us to do this. We had no other choice. As long as Great Immortal doesn't kill us, we will definitely hide in the devil world and swear never to come out again. If Great Immortal doesn't believe us, we can swear in the name of the devil race. The people of the devil race were all terrified. They were also afraid of death. Although the devil race was ferocious, in front of an unreachable heavenly deity, all resistance was futile. At this moment, they could only beg for mercy. It's too late. Jiangchen flicked his finger. Flames shot out from his finger like sharp swords. The flames turned into spiritual snakes and entered the bodies of the devil experts. Asterisk rumble, arg, asterisk the raging flames instantly engulfed the experts of the devil race. Along with miserable screams, all of them were burned to death. There's no need for the devil world to exist anymore. Jiangchen stretched his hand into the void and made a grabbing motion. In an instant, a world fell into his palm. The world in his palm was the devil realm, a unique spatial zone that belonged to the devil race. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Jiangchen gently clenched his fist. The devil world shattered with a loud bang. All the devils inside died instantly. At this point, the devil race in Saint Origin World was completely annihilated. Not a single remnant was left. Jiangchen knew very well that the devil race was rebellious and brutal, and it was impossible to tame them. In order to bring peace to the Saint Origin World, and to stop the devil race from stirring up trouble, the best way was to destroy them, completely destroy them. Asterisk hiss, asterisk everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight of Jiang Chen's means. It was too terrifying. He could destroy a world effortlessly. It seemed like he could do it with just a thought. The devil race was completely annihilated. From now on, the devil race would never appear in Saint Origin World again. The remaining people on Jun Tianzhou's side crawled on the ground, trembling violently. They were completely dumbfounded by Jiang Chen's power. It was a terror that had completely exceeded the limit of human beings. They could do nothing but fear. On the other hand, the faces of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty were filled with excitement, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with extreme shock. They never dared to imagine that a man could be so powerful. Wu Jiu came to Jiang Chen's side, his heart surging with emotions. He knew his brother all too well. No matter how terrifying Jiang Chen's performance was, Wu Jiu wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised. In his heart, Jiang Chen's existence was already a miracle. The miracles that Jiang Chen had created in Saint Origin World were just too many. Although Jun Tianzhou was terrifying, Wu Jiu had never compared Jun Tianzhou with Jiang Chen. In his point of view, the two of them were incomparable. "Brother, what should we do with these people?" asked Wu Jiu. "Kill them all. Their hands are stained with the blood of Martial Saint Dynasty," Jiang Chen said lightly, sentencing all the great saints and minor saints to death with a single sentence. "Please spare our lives, great immortal. We know our mistakes. We are willing to mend our ways and serve Martial Saint Dynasty from now on. Please don't kill us, great immortal. We really know our mistakes. Please spare our lives." All the experts prostrated themselves on the ground, weeping bitterly. Although they were the pinnacle existences in this world, true great saints, and their combined strength was unparalleled, they couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance after witnessing how Jiang Chen annihilated Jun Tianzhou and the devil race. "Humph." Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He stretched out a finger and pointed downwards. The bodies of all the great saints and minor saints exploded with a loud bang. All of them died tragically on the spot. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless and his eyes were devoid of emotion. This had always been his method of punishing his enemies. The immortal world was much crueler than Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen had experienced too much. He knew that in order to establish a foothold in this world and not worry about the future, one must be ruthless. Their hands were stained with the blood of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Their deaths were for the sake of avenging those who had died in the Martial Saint Dynasty. Furthermore, Jiang Chen knew very well that Wu Lang and Yu Zihan would soon ascend to the immortal world. At that time, the foundation of the Martial Saint Dynasty would be weakened. If these people surrendered now, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't rebel in the future. They had all been instilled with different thoughts by Jun Tianzhou. This scene was witnessed by everyone from the Martial Saint Dynasty. All of them felt that it was difficult for them to breathe. This was just too terrifying. Jiang Chen's ferocious methods were beyond their imagination. He killed all of his enemies with his bare hands. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to do it. "Brother Jiu, the weak are prey to the strong. This is the reality. You don't have to feel pressured. If you fall into their hands, can you imagine what will happen to you?" Jiang Chen patted Wu Jiu's shoulder, then strode towards Yan Zhanyun and Wu Tianyang. Jiang Chen bowed deeply to Yan Zhanyun and Wu Tianyang, then called out, "Father-in-law." In this world, there weren't many people who could make Jiang Chen bow to, and these two people in front of him were one of them. "Good. Chener, well done. If it wasn't for you today, the Martial Saint Dynasty would be finished." Yan Zhanyun pulled Jiang Chen's shoulder, unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. "Father-in-law, you're injured." Jiang Chen struck out a stream of wood spiritual qi at Yan Zhanyun. Yan Zhanyun only felt a shiver in his body, but recovered immediately, returning to his peak state. Yan Zhanyun was shocked. Jiang Chen's means were really terrifying. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base continued to grow, the wood spiritual qi became purer and more effective. Given his current immortal emperor cultivation base, it was effortless for him to heal the injuries of a great saint. "Chener, tell us quickly. How are you two doing in the immortal world?" Wu Tianyang asked excitedly. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that Wu Tianyang was actually asking about Wu Ningzhu. After all, they had all ascended and Wu Ningzhu was his biggest concern. Father-in-law, don't worry. Sister Ning and little you are fine. With me around, you don't have to worry at all. This time, I have divined that the martial saint dynasty is in trouble, so I broke through the heavenly secret and returned. However, given my current strength, I can't stay in Saint Origin World for long. I have to return as soon as possible. Now that Jun Tianqiu has been eliminated, the martial saint dynasty will be completely stable, said Jiang Chen. Even though he had the immortal mark, he couldn't stay here for too long. After all, he no longer belonged to Saint Origin World. He had completely separated himself from this world. This world wouldn't be able to withstand his pressure. Just a sneeze from him could shatter this world. If it wasn't for the help of the immortal mark, this world would have collapsed the moment he arrived. Brother, let's talk inside. Wu Jiu came to Jiang Chen's side. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing some familiar faces, Jiang Chen's heart finally felt at ease. In the grand ceremony of the Imperial Palace, some of the core members were sitting there. Naturally, Jiang Chen was sitting at the top. As long as he was present, Wu Jiu wouldn't dare to sit on this seat. Jiang Chen looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Where's my father?" When Jiang Chen was outside, he had been looking for Jiang Zhenhai's shadow but failed to find him. Now that all the core members had gathered here, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chen heir, your father has already ascended 100 years ago. Yan Zhanyan said. What? My father has ascended? Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This was something he hadn't expected. His father had already ascended to the immortal world for 100 years. According to the time law of the immortal world, Jiang Zhenhai had already ascended to the immortal world for 100 days. Jiang Chen had never felt his father's aura in the ethereal immortal domain. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. He had always been in the eye of the storm. Jiang Zhenhai had just ascended not long ago, so his cultivation was probably still very weak. It was normal that Jiang Chen couldn't find him. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Jiang Zhenhai had ascended to the ethereal immortal domain. After all, there were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Where's Anan? Jiang Chen also didn't see Nangong Wendian. In fact, he didn't even need to ask. With Nangong Wendian's talent, he had already ascended. He had once tried to find Nangong Wendian in the immortal world but to no avail. Now that he didn't see Nangong Wendian here, his guess was confirmed. Nangong Wendian has already ascended. It seems like you guys haven't met him in the immortal world. Wu Jiu said. The immortal world is too big. It's beyond your imagination. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he get rid of the threat of martial saint dynasty, he also got the news that Jiang Zhenhai and Nangong Wendian had ascended to the immortal world. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about Nangong Wendian at all. Nangong Wendian's talent was almost comparable to Han Yan's. Even in the immortal world, Nangong Wendian would live a good life. Jiang Zhenhai didn't have any great talent. In Saint Origin World, Jiang Zhenhai could be considered a tyrant, but in the immortal world, he was just a small shrimp. Jiang Chen didn't plan to let Jiang Zhenhai ascend to the immortal world. In Jiang Chen's point of view, it was better for Jiang Zhenhai to stay in the mortal world. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. However, Jiang Chen understood that Jiang Zhenhai was worried about him. The reason why Jiang Zhenhai was so anxious to ascend to the immortal world was to be with him. But now, Jiang Chen couldn't help but worry about Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai was his own father. If his father was wronged, Jiang Chen would definitely blame himself. No one knew the cruelty of the immortal world better than him. Perhaps in the eyes of Wu Jiu and the others, ascending to the immortal world was a supreme glory. They didn't know that they were nothing in the immortal world. There were many people who regretted their decision to ascend to the immortal world. Being a lowly ant in the immortal world was much better than living a free and unfettered life in the mortal world. Unfortunately, coming back down after ascending to the immortal world was just an extravagant hope. Little Chenzi, one day, I will ascend to the immortal world as well. Yu Zihan said in a serious tone. He didn't expect to be as powerful as Jiang Chen one day, but ascending to the immortal world was his life's biggest goal. Just like Wu Lang, he missed the days when he fought side by side with Jiang Chen. Xianxia patted Yu Zihan's shoulder and cheered him on. Xianxia didn't tell Yu Zihan how cruel the immortal world was. He didn't want to break a person's dream. Back in the day, he was just like Yu Zihan, longing to ascend to the immortal world. Ascending to the immortal world was his life's goal and dream. Xianxia didn't have the right to take away Yu Zihan's dream. That night, Xianxia, Yu Zihan, Wu Lang, and the others drank and chatted merrily. It felt like they had found the feeling they had in the past. Yu Zihan and Wu Lang talked about many things that had happened in the past, and the sound of laughter filled the air. All the legends that Xianxia had created in the past were told to Yu Zihan with great familiarity, as if it had just happened yesterday. The next day, Xianxia left. There was a statue in the Martial Saint dynasty, the tallest statue in the world. This statue was of Xianxia, and he was worshipped by the descendants of the Martial Saint dynasty. Before Xianxia left, he left a divine sense seed in the statue. This divine sense seed wouldn't disappear for millions of years, and it was enough to ensure the Martial Saint dynasty's eternal peace. Xianxia took out the heavenly secret map and found the way back. After that, he performed the Great Void technique and returned to the immortal world at top speed. His mind was filled with thoughts. Xianxinhai's ascension had filled him with worry. Once he returned to the immortal world, the first thing he needed to do was to find Xianxinhai. No matter which immortal realm Xianxia was in, Xianxia would find him and keep him by his side. Xianxinhai was the most important person in his life. In the ethereal immortal domain, the major forces were as restless as ever. Some places were even in chaos. Cultivation sect had been destroyed by Xianxia, but there were still some survivors. Now, they had become stray dogs and were beaten wherever they went. Many forces that had been harmed by the Cultivation sect were searching everywhere for the remnants of the Cultivation sect. It seemed like they wanted to completely eliminate the Cultivation sect from the immortal world. This was also the Cultivation sect's own doing. They dug up corpses everywhere and didn't even let go of the ancestral graves of others, causing the heavens to be angry and the people to be resentful. Countless people hated and feared this sect, but because the Cultivation sect was too tyrannical, they had always been hiding. But now, it was different. Xianxia had destroyed a major sect, which made countless people clap their hands in joy. The anger that had been suppressed for a long time was released in an instant, and all of it was vented on those who were still alive. It was undoubtedly a disaster for those disciples who were struggling at death's door. They had escaped from a disaster, and then fell into another disaster. From the point of view of Cultivation sect, Xianxia was undoubtedly a great hero. He had done an earth-shattering and good deed. Many people were grateful to Xianxia. Countless young people regarded Xianxia as their idol, but no one could stand up to help Xianxia's current situation. The people that Xianxia had offended were too powerful. Not to mention the three immortal courts, just those major forces alone were enough to make him suffer. On the second morning after Xianxia's departure, a genius from the immortal court arrived and threatened to kill Xianxia. Taking into account the fact that the time law of the immortal world was different from that of Saint Origin world and the distance in the starry sky, Xianxia would only need half a day to settle his matters in Saint Origin world. Even if he wasn't in a hurry to return, he would be able to return tomorrow. After the outcome of the negotiation, everyone was waiting for the geniuses of the immortal court to appear. It was bound to be a big show. The fact didn't disappoint them. A genius named Tianyu was the first to appear. It was said that he was from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. He had entered the immortal court to cultivate with his supreme aptitude. Now that he had returned to Heavenly Jade Dynasty, he issued a life and death challenge to Xianxia. The news that Tianyu of Heavenly Jade Dynasty was going to challenge Xianxia to a life and death battle spread across the entire East Xuanyu like a whirlwind. The mountain immediately became the focus of attention. Many people had already begun to fly towards the mountain after receiving the news. The battle between the monstrous geniuses of the young generation was bound to be incomparably exciting. No one wanted to miss it. It seems like the geniuses of the immortal court can't wait any longer. They have appeared so soon. That's for sure. If the geniuses of the immortal court still don't show up, wouldn't it mean that Xianxia's reputation is above them? That means that they are afraid of Xianxia. What kind of existence is the immortal court? It's a supreme existence. No one has ever dared to challenge the immortal court. Plus, those geniuses who could cultivate in the immortal court are all incomparably terrifying figures. They are proud and arrogant. How could they allow Xianxia to be so arrogant and despotic? Furthermore, many of these geniuses were originally from the major powers. Now that Xianxia has killed so many of their geniuses, it's only natural that they would be incomparably furious. I heard that this Tianyu's cultivation base has already reached the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. He won't be easy to deal with. Do you think Xianxia can handle him? If Xianxia had the Sun Divine Feather in the past, he would naturally be able to kill Tianyu in a split second, but it's not necessarily the case now. Xianxia is merely an early immortal emperor, which is 3 levels lower than Tianyu. Although Xianxia has extraordinary talent, Tianyu is also a genius among geniuses. In a real fight, ordinary early immortal venerables aren't a match for him. I'm afraid that Xianxia won't be able to defeat him. That's hard to say. I heard that Xianxia is also incomparably heaven-defying. Although he's only an early immortal emperor, he still can't be underestimated. Otherwise, Xiao Wangqing wouldn't give him the chance to fight the geniuses of the immortal court. I guess there will be a fierce battle in the mountain tomorrow. It's hard to tell who will win. That's right. Whether Xianxia is qualified to fight the geniuses of the immortal world will be revealed tomorrow. This life and death battle had attracted the attention of the entire immortal domain. Not just East Xuanyu, but the entire ethereal immortal domain. Although Xianxia had wreaked havoc in the immortal world and killed a large number of experts, that was because he had the Sun Divine Feather. Now that Xianxia had lost the Sun Divine Feather, no one knew how powerful he was. However, most of them weren't optimistic about Xianxia's chances against the geniuses of the immortal court. After all, the gap between the two geniuses wasn't small. The 10,000 Zhang mountain was a very symbolic mountain in East Xuanyu. Generally, if a big shot wanted to fight a battle, they would choose this place. For a long time, the 10,000 Zhang mountain had become an important venue for many battles. As soon as the name of the mountain was mentioned, people would know that there was going to be a battle. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture. After receiving the news that Xianxia was going to challenge Jiangchen, Yang Bufan came to the place where Tianyu was. He wanted to discuss with Jiangchen and tell Jiangchen about Tianyu, but found that Jiangchen had already disappeared. Where did little Xianxia go? Yang Bufan frowned. According to Jiangchen's usual style of doing things, he wouldn't leave at such a critical moment. After all, fighting against the geniuses of the immortal court was something that Jiangchen had always been looking forward to. A day passed very quickly, but Jiangchen still hadn't appeared. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Even Yang Yu was dispatched, but he couldn't sense any qi of Jiangchen. In other words, Jiangchen had already left Genius Prefecture. No one knew where he had gone. What the hell? Jiangchen just had to disappear at this time. Now, the 10,000 Zhang mountain is already crowded with people. That kid Tianyu has also arrived. All eyes are waiting for this battle. If Jiangchen doesn't appear, he will become a laughingstock. In that case, Senior Zhao's negotiation will be meaningless. Yang Yu said with a frown. Your Majesty, can you find the trace of Jiangchen? Dong Fangyu said. Find? How? That kid knows the Great Void technique. If he hides, let alone me, even the old emperor won't be able to find him. Yang Yu said gloomily. No, father. I know little Xianxia very well. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. I dare say that Jiangchen doesn't put a mere Tianyu in his eyes. I know his ability too well. If I'm not mistaken, something must have happened to little Xianxia. Let's go to 10,000 Zhang Mountain and have a look. I'm sure that as long as Jiangchen hears the news of Tianyu's challenge, he will certainly show up. Yang Bufan spoke. His confidence in Jiangchen was unimaginable. He knew Jiangchen's scariness better than anyone else. A half-step immortal venerable like Tianyu wasn't enough to pose a threat to Jiangchen, let alone make Jiangchen flee. As a matter of fact, Jiangchen had never been afraid of a battle. Let's go and have a look first. I hope that Jiangchen will show up in time. Yang Yu nodded. He was also very confident in Jiangchen. He felt that Jiangchen must have something to do by leaving so suddenly. A mere Tianyu wasn't enough to make Jiangchen retreat. This battle was highly anticipated by everyone. Even a big shot like Yang Yu had to pay attention to it. Of course, Yang Yu had his own purpose for going there, because the experts of the enemy forces would certainly show up. At that time, Yang Yu would be able to support Jiang Chen. The 10,000 Zhang mountain was already crowded with people. Clouds and mist drifted above the mountain, making it look like a fairyland. The sun was shining brightly today. It seemed like a good day to do anything, including the battle. On top of the mountain, amidst the clouds and mist, a young man was standing against the wind. He was clad in a white feather robe. His blue hair was very eye-catching. He seemed to be about 25 or 26 years old. There was a heroic spirit between his brows. One look and anyone would know that he was a dragon among men. More importantly, his cultivation base. Just by standing there without emitting any qi, he gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. His high and mighty demeanor and arrogance made people feel that only such a figure was worthy to be a genius of the immortal court. He's Tianyu. Sure enough, he looks extraordinary. He's a dragon among men. That's right. Although he only seems to be a half-step immortal venerable, I can imagine that even an ordinary early immortal venerable wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning against him. One should know that the gap between a half-step immortal venerable and a true immortal venerable isn't small. This is the advantage of geniuses. They always have something that surpasses ordinary people. This is the peerless genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Now that he has returned, he wants to avenge those who died in Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Plus, Jiang Chen's reputation is too great now. Whoever kills Jiang Chen will become famous in the immortal world. Tianyu naturally won't let go of such a great opportunity. Countless gazes landed on Tianyu, causing him to become the focal point. He stood there like a star, attracting the attention of tens of thousands of people. Did you see that? This is the true genius of our Heavenly Jade Dynasty. A puny Jiang Chen can't be compared to him. If Jiang Chen dares to show up, he will die in Tianyu's hands. That's right. That Jiang Chen is so arrogant because of the Sun Divine Feather. Now that the Sun Divine Feather has been taken away by Xiao Wangqing, how can he fight brother Tianyu? The two of them aren't on the same level. Jiang Chen hasn't shown up yet. I think he probably doesn't dare to come. Ridiculous. To the young disciples of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, it could be said that they had been living under the shadow and pressure of Jiang Chen during this period of time, especially those geniuses who had entered the Golden Horizon. They had infinite fear of Jiang Chen. It wasn't until the appearance of Tianyu that they felt emboldened and could bring out the pride of a great dynasty and a major power. In their minds, as long as Jiang Chen lost the Sun Divine Feather, he wouldn't be scary anymore. He would just be a monstrous early immortal emperor genius. They admitted that Jiang Chen's talent was heaven-defying, but at the same time, there was an insurmountable gap between Jiang Chen and Tianyu. This meant that Jiang Chen was no match for Tianyu. Once the battle started, Jiang Chen was destined to die tragically in Tianyu's hands. The scene was grand. After all, Tianyu was a genius of the immortal court. Every time he came out, he would represent the shadow of the immortal court, attracting the attention of all. Plus, this battle was symbolic. After all, everyone knew that Jiang Chen had relied on the Sun Divine Feather to sweep across the world and stand at the pinnacle of the young generation. But now, it was different. Xiao Wangqing had taken away Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather, which meant that Jiang Chen had lost his greatest reliance. Given his early immortal emperor cultivation base, he would no longer be able to stand at the pinnacle of the young generation. Therefore, the battle between Tianyu and Jiang Chen was very symbolic. Time was ticking away. Many people were getting impatient from the wait, but Jiang Chen still hadn't shown up. Not even a shadow could be found. What's going on? Could it be that this Jiang Chen is really afraid? This doesn't seem like his style. It's hard to say. After all, he has lost the Sun Divine Feather. It's normal for him to be afraid. It's just that we have been waiting here for so long. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up in the end, won't we be fooled? What the hell is he doing? If Jiang Chen doesn't show up, he will lose a lot of face. Tianyu will have something to brag about in the future. The famous Jiang Chen doesn't even have the courage to fight against Tianyu. Doesn't this make Tianyu famous in vain? They had waited for too long. It had been 2 hours since Tianyu had appeared. The sun was already hanging high in the sky. Many people felt that Xianxia would not appear again. Some scolded Xianxia for being a coward, while some shook their heads and lamented that it was a pity. They originally thought that it would be a peerless peak battle. Would it end just because Xianxia did not appear? Tianyu had a smile on his face. Although he had been waiting for 2 hours, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked even more proud. If Xianxia didn't dare to show up, it could only mean that Xianxia was afraid of him. This also proved that Tianyu's deterrence was extremely strong. The famous Xianxia didn't even have the courage to fight against him. How awesome was Tianyu? What's going on? What the hell is Xianxia doing? Still not coming? Dongfangyu couldn't stand it anymore. If Xianxia doesn't show up today, his reputation will be completely ruined. Yang Yu's face was extremely unsightly. As a matter of fact, today's battle wasn't just a personal battle between Xianxia and Tianyu. In a sense, it had also involved Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Qian Empire. Everyone in the immortal world knew that Xianxia was from Great Qian Empire. If Xianxia didn't show up, Heavenly Jade Dynasty would have the capital to ridicule Great Qian Empire in the future. This was something that Yang Yu didn't want to see. Let's wait and see. I believe little Chenzi will come, said Yang Bufan. His heart had begun to beat like a drum. He wouldn't believe that Xianxia had fled out of fear, but Xianxia still hadn't appeared. It was very likely that he had encountered something important and had gone to deal with it. Another half an hour had passed, but Xianxia still hadn't shown up. The scene had become restless. Many of them began to curse, especially the people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Their curses were the most brutal, and the language they used was unbearable. Haha. That little beast, Xianxia, finally knows fear. He knows how powerful our brother Tianyu is. He's so scared that he's like a turtle hiding in its shell. He doesn't even dare to show up. That's right. Don't boast about Xianxia anymore. He's just a coward who relied on the Sun Divine Feather to stand out. Now that he has lost the Sun Divine Feather, he has gone into hiding. And you people of Great Qian Empire, stay away from our Heavenly Jade Dynasty in the future. Be like Xianxia and walk with your tail between your legs. Haha, the people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty were too arrogant, but judging from the current situation, they did have the capital to be arrogant. After all, Xianxia hadn't appeared yet. Many people of Great Qian Empire had also arrived. Each and every one of them was enraged, but they couldn't say a word. Unless Xianxia appeared at this time, they could only accept the taunts and swallow their anger. Is that so? As soon as these taunts subsided, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the void. The next moment, a white-robed youth walked out. As if he was taking a stroll in the garden, he directly ascended the mountain. Xianxia. The people of the Great Qian Empire exclaimed in surprise when they saw the person who had come. Yang Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This little ancestor had finally appeared. If he still didn't appear, he wouldn't know where to put his old face. He's here. Xianxia has appeared. I told you that he wouldn't be a turtle hiding in its shell. That's right. According to Xianxia's previous style of action, a mere Tianyu isn't enough to make him flee. Good. A good show is about to begin. We didn't come in vain today. The sudden appearance of Xianxia immediately set off a storm. Everyone was excited. Such a scene made Tianyu's face extremely unsightly. Putting everything else aside, the agitation caused by Xianxia's appearance had made him extremely uncomfortable. This made him understand that Xianxia's reputation was much greater than his. All the anticipation of this battle was on Xianxia, not him. Xianxia looked at the group of Heavenly Jade Dynasty's disciples who had ridiculed Great Qian Empire and said coldly, "It seems like you have forgotten the scene of you fleeing from the Golden Horizon. You can only talk about me behind my back. Now that I, Xianxia, am standing here, who dares to say a word? Just a bunch of scoundrels. The reason why I, Xianxia, am late is that Tianyu isn't worthy of my attention. I have already given you enough face by appearing here." They wanted to refute but couldn't find a reason, especially those who had come out of Golden Horizon. They would never forget the fact that they were killed by Xianxia like stray dogs. In front of Xianxia, they didn't even have the capital to be arrogant. Haha. People of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, weren't you guys very arrogant just now? Why aren't you jumping around now? You two are nothing in front of senior brother Jiang. I won't forget how you were killed by senior brother Jiang in Golden Horizon. Do you want me to describe it to you bit by bit? A bunch of cowards who only know how to gossip behind one's back. In front of Xianxia, they are nothing but clowns. Have you all heard it clearly? Senior brother Jiang has given face to your big brother Tianyu by coming here. A mere Tianyu isn't worthy to be senior brother Jiang's opponent. Now, it was the people of Great Qian Empire's turn to mock and ridicule. All their resentment was vented in an instant, which made them feel incomparably comfortable. Yang Yu and Dongfang Yu had a smile on their faces, secretly giving a thumbs up to Xianxia. They liked such a young man no matter how they looked at him. He was so arrogant that it made them exclaim in admiration. He had already choked the people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty with just a few words. Moreover, look at his bearing and domineering manner. Putting aside the result of the battle with Tianyu, his momentum alone had already overshadowed the opponents. On the top of the mountain, Tianyu's face was incomparably gloomy. The first time he met Xianxia, the latter had given him a show of strength. What infuriated him even more was that Xianxia had said that he wasn't worthy to challenge him in front of thousands of people. This was a great humiliation to him. As a genius of a mortal court, nothing was more important than dignity and face. How could he stand losing his dignity after the appearance of Xianxia? You are Xianxia? Leng, Tianyu, spoke. Xianxia stood opposite Tianyu with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Peak of half-step immortal venerable. You are indeed much stronger than Zhang Yulong, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have challenged me. Xianxia said in a regretful tone, which undoubtedly stimulated Tianyu's self-esteem even more. Humph. Xianxia, you're insane. How dare you go against the immortal court? Even if you have 100 lives, it won't be enough. You've killed so many people of my Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Today, I, Tianyu, will avenge them by killing you. Tianyu harumphed coldly. A murderous aura burst out from his body like a surging tide, startling the crowd. The geniuses of the immortal court were indeed extraordinary. It was quite an eye-opener to witness a battle between peerless geniuses. Boom, Xianxia's chi fluctuated. Without wasting any time, he turned into his half-dragon form. Given his current strength, he still needed to use his most powerful attack to fight Tianyu. After all, Tianyu wasn't an ordinary genius. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. Even an early immortal venerable was no match for him. If it was before, Xianxia would have no choice but to run away when he encountered such a genius, but it was completely different now. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Adding the slaughtered dragon seal and the great divination art that had reached the heavenly will realm, Tianyu couldn't pose any threat to him at all. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Let me see how strong the geniuses of the immortal court are. Xianxia's chi was unparalleled. He was going to let Tianyu attack first. He wanted to see how terrifying the heavenly will realm was, and if it was really able to summon the opponent's combat technique. Humph. Tianyu harumphed coldly. All of a sudden, he struck out a huge palm at Xianxia. The attack was earth-shattering. The void above the 30,000-meter mountain was torn apart. The terrifying palm arrived above Xianxia's head in the blink of an eye. The power of this attack was truly astounding. Any ordinary expert would have been smashed into powder by this attack. Xianxia remained indifferent. He struck out the true dragon palm. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw collided with Tianyu's palm. Kong long, the heavens and earth shook. The void was torn into pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had created a separate battlefield in advance, the aftermath of this attack alone was enough to destroy the 30,000-meter mountain. In this collision, the two of them stood in place without moving at all. Just from the surface, it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. What? But even so, it was enough to stun Tianyu. His facial expression turned ugly all of a sudden. He looked at Xianxia with incomparable astonishment, eyes full of disbelief. One should know that there was a gap of 3 grades between him and Xianxia. As a matter of fact, he had lost the battle if they were evenly matched. Xianxia is truly powerful. He's worthy of being the #1 monstrous genius in the immortal world. Isn't he a little too terrifying? Despite only having an early immortal emperor cultivation base, he's actually on par with a half-step immortal venerable like Tianyu. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It seems like Xianxia's power isn't just because of the Sun Divine Feather, but also because of his heaven-defying ability. Of course. Isn't that obvious? If Xianxia isn't a genius with great luck, how could he control the Sun Divine Feather? However, this is just a probing attack. It's still uncertain who will win. After all, Tianyu is a supreme expert of the immortal court with extremely powerful means. I still think that he is stronger than Xianxia. No one wasn't shocked. The first clash had already caused an uproar. In the entire immortal world, how many early immortal emperors could fight a half-step immortal venerable? Moreover, this was a half-step immortal venerable genius of the immortal court whose combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary early immortal emperor. They were afraid that Xianxia was the only one who could do it. This kid is getting more and more terrifying. Yang Yu was incomparably surprised. After all, Xianxia had lost the Sun Divine Feather. At the beginning, he was somewhat worried about Tianyu, but now it seemed that his worry was completely unnecessary. In the sky above, Tianyu no longer underestimated Xianxia, and began to prepare his real killer move. Through the collision just now, he understood that it was almost impossible for him to kill Xianxia if he didn't go all out today. Xianxia, that was just a probing attack. Next, I'm going to use my killer move to make you die a graveless death. Tianyu spoke viciously. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. Xianxia didn't want to waste time with Tianyu. Tianyu's eyes were as sharp as blades. He stretched out both of his palms. Golden light flickered in his palms. Then, the golden light spread and covered his palms. His fingers were twitching violently. Each golden light was like an ice-cold sword. Astral Chi. Xianxia's eyes quivered. He could immediately tell that the golden light in Tianyu's palms wasn't ordinary. It was the strongest astral chi in the heavens and earth. It was extremely sharp. Once it was combined with a powerful combat skill, its power would be unimaginable. It was even more powerful than an immortal weapon. One had to admit that Tianyu had the qualifications to be arrogant despite his arrogance. Just this heavenly astral chi alone was enough to show disdain to the younger generation. Look, brother Tianyu is going to use the 9 heavenly astral slashes. Amazing. This is brother Tianyu's unique skill. I heard that he has already cultivated the 9th slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. It said that he has already cultivated it to the most terrifying 9th slash. Its destructive power is unimaginable. A single strand of heavenly astral chi is enough to sever all space. That's right. The 9 heavenly astral slashes has a total of 9 moves. Each move is stronger than the previous, especially the last slash. Once it is used, it will be unfathomable. This is brother Tianyu's trump card. I never thought that he would use it in the first round. It seems that Xianxia has angered brother Tianyu. He's going to kill Xianxia with a single strike. That's for sure. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, brother Tianyu is a man of status. It would be too shameful if he tangled with a puny Xianxia for too long. That's why brother Tianyu is going to use his ultimate move to kill Xianxia to establish his dignity and strengthen the prestige of our Heavenly Jade Dynasty. The experts of Heavenly Jade Dynasty were thrilled to see Tianyu using his unique skill. The legendary 9 heavenly astral slashes was Tianyu's unique combat skill. Its power was unimaginable. They were very confident that as long as Tianyu used this ultimate move, he would be able to kill Xianxia and make Xianxia die a graveless death. Of course, this was only their ideal. If Xianxia was that easy to kill, he would have already died hundreds of times. The experts of Great Qian Empire had a slight change in their facial expression. They could see that Tianyu's next attack would be incomparably terrifying. Although they were still very confident in Xianxia, they were still a little worried. Xianxia, if you can survive my 9 heavenly astral slash, I, Tianyu, will spare your life today. Tianyu spoke. He was incomparably confident in his 9 heavenly astral slashes. In his point of view, no matter how heaven-defying Xianxia was, he was just a puny early immortal emperor. It was impossible for Xianxia to survive his 9 heavenly astral slashes. I told you, you talk too much nonsense. Xianxia shook his head. Immediately, a diagram appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a huge Taiji diagram that was constantly rotating. Xianxia wanted to test the power of the great divination art. He wanted to see if he could use the Taiji diagram to completely imprint Tianyu's 9 slashes of the Heavenly Dipper. It was the most perfect kind of imprint. It wasn't just the same move, but also the cultivation method of the 9 slashes of the Heavenly Dipper. Shua, Tianyu made his move. It was a very simple movement. He slashed forward with one hand. It looked like a hand blade, but in Xianxia's eyes, it looked completely different. It was an incomparably abstruse attack. It looked simple, but in fact, it had a complicated trajectory. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. He cast the great divination art to the extreme. The Taiji diagram began to rotate violently. On the Taiji diagram, complex imprints began to form. Eventually, these imprints turned into a hand blade. A brilliant blade light emerged in the center of the Taiji diagram. From the moment Tianyu made his move to the moment he slashed out the first slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes, the Taiji diagram had already fully evolved the first slash in such a short period of time. Moreover, the trajectory of evolution was very clear. That trajectory was the true cultivation method. What the F***ck? Xianxia couldn't help but curse. He was too excited. After the great divination art reached the heavenly will realm, it had formed a Taiji diagram. Before he used it, he had never thought that the Taiji diagram would be so heaven-defying. Of course, Xianxia understood that this was because the first slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes was relatively simple. That was why it could be evolved so quickly. If it was a more complicated combat skill, it wouldn't be so easy. Even so, this situation was shocking enough. What was truly terrifying was not just the rapid evolution. This was because the Taiji diagram was connected to Xianxia's life. It could be said that the Taiji diagram only appeared because Xianxia had comprehended the heavenly will realm. In other words, the Taiji diagram was Xianxia's private product. Therefore, whatever evolved from the Taiji diagram would immediately enter Xianxia's mind. Xianxia could use it at any time. You can't imagine such a scene. When an amazing enemy with an amazing battle skill, moreover, it was his own unique battle skill, it was unparalleled in the world. Under such circumstances, when he was full of confidence and fighting with you, he suddenly found out that you could also use the same battle skill. That kind of scene, for the opponent, would be a huge blow. It was certain that it would affect the mind. In a battle between experts, the mind was undoubtedly the most important. Once the mind was in chaos, it basically meant that one would lose. Hell, the first slash displayed by Tianyu carried an incomparably terrifying heavenly astral chi that seemed to be able to cut the entire world in half. It let out a soaring roar and arrived above Xianxia's head in the blink of an eye. Tianyu sneered. He wanted to see what means Xianxia would use to deal with his 9 heavenly astral slashes. Swish, Xianxia also moved. He imitated Tianyu's action and stretched out his palm. With the same action, he slashed forward with his hand. The terrifying heavenly astral chi instantly spread out. The exact same attack and the exact same heavenly astral chi collided with each other. Rumble, the void was completely shattered. The 2 heavenly astral chi collided with each other and finally collapsed into nothingness, leaving behind a tragic battlefield. No, this is impossible. Tianyu jumped up directly. He seemed to be greatly stimulated as if someone had stepped on his tail. His expression changed drastically as he looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Such a scene was simply absurd to him. What happened? What was that just now? Did you see it clearly? It seems to be the 9 heavenly astral slashes too, right? It's exactly the same. Impossible. The 9 heavenly astral slashes is Tianyu's unique combat skill. How could Xianxia display it? Damn, I must be dazzled. But Xianxia's action just now is exactly the same as Tianyu's attack. I really can't find any difference. How could this be? Abnormal. This Xianxia is too abnormal. He seems to be able to use some kind of terrifying secret art to simulate the opponent's technique, and then use the exact same combat technique. My God, this is unbelievable. I hope this is just a coincidence. Otherwise, such an ability is just too abnormal. That's right. Xianxia is too abnormal. Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. No one wasn't shocked. When they recalled the scene just now, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. This kind of shock was much greater than when Xianxia defeated Tianyu. Tianyu's mood changed too much. He still couldn't accept this reality. Even if Xianxia used his most powerful combat skill to destroy his attack, he wouldn't be afraid at all because he still had an even more terrifying move to display. He wasn't afraid of Xianxia. However, Xianxia used the exact same combat technique as him, the same 9 heavenly astral slash. More importantly, Tianyu could clearly see that Xianxia's 9 heavenly astral slash was exactly the same as his. Even the trajectory was the same. How could this be? I'm the only one in the entire immortal world who can display the 9 heavenly astral slashes. Xianxia definitely can't. Could it be that he learned it when I displayed it? Thinking of this, Tianyu's expression turned even more unsightly. If his guess was correct, he didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Learning the 9 heavenly astral slashes in 1 second? Wasn't this nonsense? Given his talent, he had spent a lot of time and effort to cultivate the 9 heavenly astral slashes. The Tai Chi diagram in his sea of consciousness circulated more and more violently. The imprint of the 9 heavenly astral slashes on it was incomparably clear. It was like a trace of the great Tao that was imprinted in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. The great divination art is truly terrifying. The Tai Chi diagram manipulates the heavenly tribulation and can engrave the trajectory of the opponent's battle technique. Moreover, as my cultivation base continues to improve and my comprehension of the great divination art continues to increase, the Tai Chi diagram will be able to materialize. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to use it as an immortal weapon. Xianxia was currently in an incomparably good mood. The great divination art had brought him a huge surprise. The first time they fought, it had already made his opponent flustered and gained unimaginable benefits. The Tai Chi diagram was only an illusory diagram right now, but as the great divination art continued to improve and develop, it would definitely become more and more powerful. At that time, it might even materialize and become a terrifying immortal weapon, just like the heavenly saint sword, which would become his natal magic treasure. Only the last realm of the great divination art, the heavenly divination realm, was something that Xianxia didn't dare to think about. It all depended on luck. Xianxia was already incomparably satisfied to be able to cultivate to the heavenly will realm. The path of cultivation also required one's temperament. Some things couldn't be forced. Sometimes, it was very important to maintain a calm state of mind. The 9 heavenly astral slashes is only SOSO. Xianxia said indifferently. This simple sentence undoubtedly stung Tianyu's self-esteem once more. He had the urge to cough up blood. The 9 heavenly astral slashes was his unique battle technique. It was the technique he was most proud of, but now, it was looked down upon by his opponent. What made Tianyu even more depressed was that Xianxia didn't use any of his trump cards even though he had already used his unique battle technique. All Xianxia did was use the same move as him to destroy his attack. Damn it. I don't believe you're really that powerful to be able to materialize my 9 heavenly astral slashes. Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth. Then his aura became even more intense and the astral energy between his palms became even more dazzling. They were like terrifying blades that collided with each other, creating clanging sounds. It was as if they were smashing iron, causing sparks to appear in the air. Second slash. Tianyu shouted and slashed out with the second slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. The terrifying astral chi turned into 2 heavenly sabers and slashed at Xianxia with unstoppable momentum. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The instant Tianyu made his move, an imprint appeared on the Taiji diagram. The same saber light appeared once again. As the Taiji diagram circulated faster and faster, the opponent's combat technique also became faster and faster. It was practically an instant. Voila! Jiang Chen's palm slashed forward, unleashing the second slash of the heavenly astral 9 slashes. Just like before, the heavenly astral saber light collided with each other, tearing the void apart as a terrifying destructive power filled the air. No! Tianyu roared. He felt like he was going crazy. His mind was in a mess. Jiang Chen's heaven-defying means had completely affected his mind. He simply couldn't accept this reality. It was exactly the same as before. It was the same 9 heavenly astral slashes. It was exactly the same scene as before. If the first time was an accident, it was absolutely impossible for the same accident to happen twice in a row. My God, are you sure I'm not seeing things? The second slash of the 9 heavenly astral slash that Jiang Chen used just now was exactly the same as the first slash. There was no difference between it and Tianyu's attack, as if it was made from the same mold. How can he be so abnormal? If this situation continues, I'm afraid that Tianyu is going to be defeated today. It's not afraid. I think it's certain. Haven't you noticed that Tianyu's mind has been completely affected by Jiang Chen's actions? I'm afraid that he can't exert his full combat strength anymore. And Jiang Chen hasn't shown his strength yet. This is too terrifying. No one wasn't shocked. This was absolutely not a coincidence. It could only mean that Jiang Chen's means were too terrifying. On the side of Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu and Dongfang Yu were also horrified. Even Yang Bufan didn't know when did Jiang Chen have such a terrifying means. When did little Chenzi learn such a secret art? This is too terrifying. Yang Bufan sighed. Although he had seen many miracles of Jiang Chen's actions today still caught him off guard. Tianyu is finished. Yang Yu said with a smile. Dongfang Yu beside him also had a smile on his face. With their eyesight, they could naturally see through the current situation. Tianyu's mind was in a mess and was no longer suitable for combat. Moreover, his experience was completely different from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen often rolled between life and death. Whether it was temperament or combat experience, he was miles ahead of Tianyu. Jiang Chen, this is impossible. I'm going to display all the remaining attacks of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. I'd like to see if you can still display them. Tianyu was getting crazier. Next, he was going to display all his trump cards without any reservation. He was going to kill Jiang Chen with a single blow. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen could still display his 9 heavenly astral slashes under such speed. I'll give you a chance to do it. Jiang Chen kept the Taiji diagram with a swish, no longer displaying the great divination art. He wasn't interested in the 9 heavenly astral slashes at all. He had 2 purposes in displaying the 2 moves of his opponent. One was to disrupt his opponent's mind, and the other was to test the power of the Taiji diagram. Now that both purposes had been achieved, there was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite with Tianyu anymore. Next, it was time to decide life and death. Swish, Tianyu moved. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out countless strands of astral chi. The terrifying 9 heavenly astral slashes were directly displayed by him from the 3rd slash to the 9th slash. The connection between each slash was extremely tight, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. The entire scene was like a vast ocean, like a tidal wave that kept rolling upwards. The terrifying astral chi formed a huge net that completely covered the entire battlefield. The scene was extremely frightening. Many people were shuddering with fear. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could deal with such a powerful attack. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Tianyu's attack was very powerful, it was full of flaws because his mind was in a mess. He couldn't display the combat strength that he should have at all. Jiang Chen shook his head. In this state, Tianyu could no longer pose any threat to him. Come on, don't waste any more time. Let's test the power of the Slaughter Dragon seal. It's worth it to die under the Slaughter Dragon seal. Jiang Chen said loudly. Jiang Chen was ready to use the Slaughter Dragon seal. Ever since he comprehended the way of slaughter and obtained the cultivation method of the Slaughter Dragon seal, he had never really used this powerful dragon skill. Today, Jiang Chen would use it to test the power of the Slaughter Dragon seal while he was fighting against Tianyu. Jiang Chen's body shook. Countless blood-red lights began to appear behind him. With the appearance of these lights, Jiang Chen's momentum began to become extremely sharp. It was a cold murderous aura that almost condensed into a substance. The substantial murderous aura directly froze the battlefield. As the murderous aura continued to tumble and surge, a blood-red dragon was formed and floated behind Jiang Chen's head. It was a huge blood-red dragon with a pair of emotionless eyes. The entire dragon seemed to be condensed with murderous aura. Asterisk roar, asterisk an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. It was a terrifying slaughter dragon. It flew out of Jiang Chen's body and floated above his head. The dragon was 100 meters long and was covered in blood-red light. The murderous aura was so strong that it was a real slaughter dragon. What was more terrifying was that the slaughter dragon actually carried a trace of heaven's might. Looking down on the world, reigning supreme. The appearance of this blood dragon was precisely for slaughter. A dense killing intent permeated the entire battlefield, and a pair of dragon eyes seemed to want to annihilate all living things in the world. What a strong murderous aura. Jiang Chen is finally going to use his means. Terrifying. This aura is too terrifying. I actually feel a powerful heaven's might from the blood dragon. How is this possible? I know. The heaven's retribution that Jiang Chen passed seems to be the 9 tribulations of slaughter. The blood dragon in front of us is evolved by Jiang Chen using some powerful combat skill. If I'm not wrong, he must have passed the heaven's retribution with this combat skill, so he absorbed the murderous aura and heaven's might from the 9 tribulations of slaughter. The scene was shaken once more. There was no need to look at the outcome of the battle. The result could be seen from the chi of both sides. The chi of the slaughter dragon had completely suppressed the chi of Tianyu's heavenly dipper 9 tribulations. Coupled with the gap between the current state of Jiang Chen and Tianyu, even a fool could tell who was stronger. What a powerful means. Jiang Chen's progress is just too fast. When he first entered Genius Prefecture, he wasn't even an immortal king. How long has it been? Dong Fangyu sighed. He couldn't calm down at all. He still remembered the scene when Jiang Chen fought against Yun Zhangxiao for the sake of Dan Prefecture. At that time, Jiang Chen was still very weak. After coming out of the Golden Slaughter, he had undergone earth-shattering changes. Yun Zhangxiao had also died in his hands. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, Dong Fangyu felt that he wouldn't be able to be killed by Jiang Chen in a single strike. Although Dong Fangyu was the master of Dan Prefecture, his strength was merely at the half-step immortal venerable realm. Moreover, he had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm not long ago. Compared to a genius like Tianyu, there wasn't much room for comparison. The current Jiang Chen had grown to the point where Dong Fangyu could only look up to him. Asterisk roar, asterisk the slaughter dragon roared wildly. Its whole body seemed to have come to life. Its 300 meters long body rushed towards the 9 tribulations of Tianyu. Asterisk Hong Long, clang. Clang, asterisk the entire battlefield was shattered in an instant. Terrifying chi waves spread out. Those astral chi were like sharp blades that kept cutting the blood dragon's body, but couldn't affect it in the slightest. Instead, it was destroyed by the blood dragon. In the blink of an eye, the ocean-like terrifying celestial spirit was completely destroyed by the slaughter dragon. It was completely destroyed. Asterisk barf, asterisk Tianyu was sent flying away. The destruction of the 9 tribulations had also caused him to suffer a strong backlash. His face turned pale as an arrow of blood spurted out of his mouth. His chi had also weakened. Asterisk roar, asterisk the chi of the slaughter dragon was still as strong as before. After destroying the 9 tribulations of heavenly astral, it appeared in front of Tianyu in the blink of an eye, opened its bloody mouth, and bit at Tianyu. No, Tianyu's heart trembled with fear. He could feel the chi of death from the blood dragon. Only now did he realize that he had really underestimated Jiang Chen. It turned out that Jiang Chen wasn't that easy to kill. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk Tianyu exerted all his strength, exhausting the last trace of energy in an attempt to destroy the slaughter dragon. The slaughter dragon exploded, turning into an ocean-like murderous energy. In an instant, Tianyu was submerged in a sea of blood. Not a single shadow of him could be seen. On the heavenly Jade Dynasty's side, many people's hearts were clenched and their faces were unsightly. Although they didn't know if Tianyu could survive such an attack, there was one thing they were sure of. Tianyu had been thoroughly defeated in today's battle. Is he dead? I don't think so. After all, Tianyu is a half-step immortal venerable. He won't be that easy to kill. It's hard to say. Jiang Chen's means are just too powerful. Even if he doesn't die, I'm afraid that his ending won't be any better. Countless gazes fell on the chaotic battlefield. Regardless of whether Tianyu was dead or alive, he had already been defeated. Utterly defeated. Soon, the airwaves on the battlefield disappeared, and Tianyu's figure reappeared in everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Tianyu could no longer be described as in a sorry state. He was covered in blood, and one of his arms was missing. It was completely shattered. Tianyu's body was wobbling, as though he would fall from the sky at any time. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Then, he appeared in front of Tianyu like a ghost and slashed at Tianyu's head. Stop. Just at this moment, a loud bellow was heard. An incomparably powerful silhouette emerged and reached out his hand. His target wasn't Jiang Chen, but Tianyu. He was a terrifying intermediate immortal venerable with a majestic build and donned in a dragon robe. It turned out that he was the emperor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Just like Yang Yu, he had been watching the battle secretly. He had never thought that the outcome would turn out like this. He was incomparably furious. Tianyu was the pride of Heavenly Jade Dynasty and a genius of immortal court. He naturally couldn't watch Tianyu die tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. Puqi. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was still a step too late. Jiang Chen was just too fast. With the Great Void technique, even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to stop him. Plus, it was impossible for him to spare Tianyu's life. Arg! Tianyu let out a blood-curdling scream. His scream was filled with despair. Given his current condition, it was impossible for him to resist Jiang Chen's sword. The sharp heavenly saint sword severed Tianyu's head. Blood spurted out. A head flew high up into the sky, bringing along a bright blood light. Tianyu's eyes were still wide open, filled with the fear he had when he was still alive. Emperor Heavenly Jade was a step too slow. He didn't manage to grab Tianyu back, but he managed to grab his head. B*****. Emperor Heavenly Jade was infuriated. His arm, which was holding Tianyu's head, couldn't help but tremble violently. His hatred for Jiang Chen had reached its limit. Both of his eyes were red, and he couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen apart. Tianyu was the pride of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, a peerless genius. How could he bear the fact that he, the dignified emperor and an intermediate immortal venerable supreme expert, couldn't even save Tianyu? How could he accept this? Heavenly Jade Dynasty had already suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiang Chen. Now that Tianyu was dead, Emperor Heavenly Jade felt incomparable heartache. Jiang Chen, you little brat. Hand over your life. Emperor Heavenly Jade was infuriated. An intermediate immortal venerable qi was instantly unleashed. A huge palm was thrust at Jiang Chen. Terrifying qi waves spread out, covering the entire mountain. Pa. Just at this moment, another huge palm fell from the sky, colliding with Emperor Heavenly Jade's attack accurately, destroying it. A majestic figure stood in front of Jiang Chen. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Yu? Don't you have any shame to bully the young? Yang Yu spoke rudely. This was the reason why he showed up today. If it was a genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, Yang Yu certainly wouldn't touch him, but if it was a genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty who wanted to kill Jiang Chen, Yang Yu naturally wouldn't allow it. If it was before, he might not have dared to intervene when the 8 major powers were pressuring him. He could only get rid of his relationship with Jiang Chen, but things were different now. Jiang Chen was a genius of Great Qian Empire. He would be the first one who wouldn't allow Emperor Heavenly Jade to take action. Seeing Yang Yu's attack, Jiang Chen withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. His face was calm. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion on his face after killing Tianyu, as if it was a very simple matter. Even if Yang Yu didn't attack, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. Given his current ability, he naturally wasn't a match for an expert like Heavenly Jade Emperor, but with the Great Void technique, it was impossible for the emperor to kill him. Yan Yu, get out of my way. I'm going to kill this little bastard. Emperor Heavenly Jade's anger didn't diminish. It seemed that he couldn't control his emotions anymore. Haha. What a joke. Tian Yu is dead because of his incompetence. This battle was started by him. What does it have to do with you? Have you forgotten what Senior Xiao Wanqing said? Even the immortal court has to give face to Senior Xiao, let alone you. Aren't you afraid that Senior Xiao will annihilate your Heavenly Jade dynasty after killing Jiangchen? Yang Yu laughed heartily and held his head high. With the support of his backer, he was unyielding. Seeing that Emperor Tianyu was so angry that his face turned purple, Yang Yu was so happy that flowers bloomed in his heart. Emperor Heavenly Jade gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to kill Jiangchen as long as Yang Yu was here. Besides, Yang Yu's words were very reasonable. He couldn't afford to offend Jiangchen, who was someone that even Li Wanye had to give face to. That day, Xiao Wanqing had said that this matter would be settled by the geniuses of the immortal court. If the experts of the older generation attacked Jiangchen, Xiao Wanqing would certainly retaliate. Not even the two Heavenly Jade dynasties could withstand the revenge of a mighty half-step sovereign. Emperor Heavenly Jade, if you aren't convinced, let the geniuses of your Heavenly Jade dynasty continue to attack. I, Jiangchen, will kill every one of them. If two of them come, I will kill both of them. Jiangchen shouted in an incomparably imposing manner. Then, he turned and left, flying towards the direction of Great Qian Empire along with Yang Bufan, Dong Fengyu, and the others. Yang Yu too had a smile on his face. Your Majesty, what should we do now? An expert of Heavenly Jade dynasty came to the side of the emperor and asked. Let's go. Emperor Heavenly Jade said helplessly, turned and left with his people. What else could they do? It was certainly unrealistic to kill Jiangchen today, and it wasn't the right time for them to do it. However, Emperor Heavenly Jade was aware that Tian Yu had initiated the first battle between Jiangchen and the geniuses of the immortal court. There would certainly be more terrifying geniuses appearing next. The immortal court was just too powerful. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill Jiangchen. As long as Jiangchen died in the hands of the geniuses of the immortal court, Xiao Wanqing wouldn't be able to say anything. Just like that, the first battle between the geniuses of the immortal court and Jiangchen had ended with Jiangchen's victory. The prelude to this battle had excited many people, because they knew that this was just the beginning. The immortal world would no longer be peaceful in the future. With the emergence of a devil incarnate like Jiangchen, it would be impossible for the immortal world to remain peaceful. It seems like we have underestimated Jiangchen. Even the geniuses of the immortal court aren't a match for Jiangchen. Even Tian Yu has died in the hands of Jiangchen. It seems like Jiangchen's rise is unstoppable. It's good to have a strong backing. If it wasn't for Xiao Wanqing's deterrence, Jiangchen wouldn't have the chance to stand here and fight the geniuses of the immortal court. I'm afraid that he would have been killed by the joint forces of the 8 major powers. I'm afraid that the show has just begun. The immortal court is high and mighty with countless geniuses and experts. Tian Yu is just one of them. If the 3 immortal courts unite, there will be countless geniuses. Tian Yu's death will only make more geniuses restless. I'm afraid that those geniuses who usually don't show themselves will also make a move. Everyone was looking forward to it. The immortal world hadn't been peaceful ever since the end of the Golden Horizon. With the support of Xiao Wanqing, Jiangchen was going to be the pinnacle of the young generation. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have the chance to see the monstrous geniuses of the immortal court. But because of Jiangchen, they were finally able to witness the strength of the immortal court. Little Chinzi, where have you been? I almost thought that you wouldn't show up. Yang Bufan asked. I've gone to deal with some personal matters. If it wasn't for the good timing, I wouldn't have been able to come back. After the battle with Tian Yu, Jiangchen's reputation had become even greater. Apart from that, Jiangchen had also brought great glory to Great Qian Empire. Now, the disciples of Great Qian Empire held their heads high when they walked outside. It was true that the glory of Jiangchen had been added to them, giving them the right to boast about it. Late at night, Jiangchen and Yang Bufan were sitting together, drinking and chatting merrily. Given the current situation, it was rare for them to have a drink together. King Fan, I'm going to Exquisite Paradise to see Monkey tomorrow, and then I'll be away for some time. Xianxia said. Away? Why? Yang Bufan was stunned. For a moment, he didn't understand what Xianxia meant. He didn't expect that Xianxia would leave so suddenly. He knew that Xianxia had been through too many things recently. The departure of Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog had made Xianxia feel a little depressed. Now, he was facing a lot of pressure from the geniuses of the Immortal Court. However, Yang Bufan also knew that Xianxia wasn't a person who would run away. The monstrous geniuses of the Immortal Court weren't enough to make Xianxia flee in fear. To tell you the truth, my father has already ascended to the immortal world for quite some time. The reason why I'm leaving this time is to look for my father. Xianxia didn't conceal his purpose. His return to Saint Origin World had let him know about Jiangxinhai's ascension. Therefore, the first thing he did was to look for Jiangxinhai. He knew Jiangxinhai's aptitude. He was afraid that Xianxia was still a puny human immortal after ascending to the immortal world for such a long time. Such a cultivation base was too dangerous for him to stay in the immortal world. Jiangxia had to find him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. What? Your father? Yang Bufan couldn't help but be surprised at first, but then he nodded secretly. He had long known that Jiangxia was an ascendant, so he didn't ask about Jiangxia's family situation. Now that Jiangxia's father had also ascended to the immortal world, it was reasonable for Jiangxia to look for him out of worry. Yes, according to the time, it has been more than 100 days since my father ascended. Jiangxia said. But do you know where uncle ascended to? Yang Bufan asked. The immortal world was just too vast. Moreover, there wasn't just one immortal world. Each vast immortal domain was a world of its own. It wasn't an easy task to find a puny ascender in the vast immortal world. I don't know for the time being, but I'll do some divination. I should be able to find some clues. Jiangxia said. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be able to find Jiangxinhai even if he wanted to. After all, the immortal world was just too vast. Looking for a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But now, Jiangxia's great divination art had already reached the heavenly realm. With all his might, he should be able to find some clues. At least, he would be able to find a rough location. Even if he couldn't determine which one of the 9 immortal domains Jiangxia was in, he would have a target. Go ahead. After you find uncle, come to Great Qian Empire and treat this place as your home. Yang Bufan patted Jiangxia's shoulder. He and Jiangxia had gone through life and death together. He had long accepted Jiangxia as an outsider. If Jiangxia's father came to Great Qian Empire, even the emperor would have to come out and greet him personally. Of course. Jiangxia smiled. There was no need for him to be polite with Yang Bufan. The two of them drank until midnight. Yang Bufan stood up and left. Jiangxia adjusted his condition and began to use the great divination art to calculate the approximate location of Jiangxinhai. Although Jiangxia's great divination art had already reached the heavenly realm, it was a pity that he didn't have the slightest bit of Jiangxinhai's qi in his hand. Otherwise, he would be able to pinpoint Jiangxinhai's exact location. Now, he could only rely on his understanding of Jiangxinhai and the miraculous great divination art to calculate his location. Jiangxia didn't expect to be able to pinpoint Jiangxinhai's exact location. All he needed was a rough range. Buzz, light and shadow flickered. The qi of heavenly secret flickered constantly between Jiangxia's eyebrows. It was full of mystical colors. The great divination art operated the heavenly secret. Strands of heavenly secret qi seeped into the void and spread out like spiritual snakes. In the vast immortal world and the 9 immortal domains, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. Jiangxia could still remember clearly that when he had just ascended to the immortal world, he had ascended to a remote mountain village. That kind of place was even more difficult to calculate. It took Jiangxia the whole night to complete the calculation. When dawn broke, Jiangxia opened his eyes. His pupils shone brightly as he firmly locked onto a location. Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiangxia spat out 4 words. It was the name of an immortal domain. Through the divination of the great divination art, Jiang Chen could almost lock onto the location of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Zhenhai must have ascended to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Chen was almost certain that the great divination art wouldn't make a mistake. However, it was almost impossible to calculate Jiang Zhenhai's exact location in Fengqi Immortal Domain. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. It would be easier to find Jiang Zhenhai after determining the approximate location. When he arrived at Fengqi Immortal Domain, Jiang Chen could use the great divination art to continue the calculation and search for Jiang Zhenhai slowly. After determining the target, Jiang Chen suddenly stood up and disappeared in a flash. When Jiang Chen reappeared, he was already outside Exquisite Paradise. He didn't know how long he would stay in Fengqi Immortal Domain. Before he left, the one he was most worried about was Longsher San. Monkey has a strong bloodline and strong recovery ability. With the help of the Ling Long Jade's saliva, he should be waking up soon. Jiang Chen thought to himself as he strode towards the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. Who is it? With a loud shout, 4 to 5 female disciples flew out and blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Recently, the immortal world hadn't been peaceful. All the major sects had been guarding the place very strictly. It's Jiang Chen. One of the female disciples saw Jiang Chen and exclaimed hastily. What? He's Jiang Chen? Upon hearing the name Jiang Chen, the female disciple's facial expression changed instantly. Presently, Jiang Chen's name had spread far and wide in the immortal world. Although some of them hadn't seen him before, they had long heard of his name. More importantly, Jiang Chen was one of their own. I'm here to see your immortal venerable. Jiang Chen smiled. Young Master Jiang, please. The leading female disciple didn't dare show any hesitation. She hastily opened up a path for Jiang Chen, not daring to block his path. At the highest point of Exquisite Paradise, in the private territory of Venerable Ling Long, Jiang Chen walked straight into it as though there was no one around. 2 people were standing beside the Ling Long Jade Rock. They were Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji. Their eyes were fixed on Longsher San on the rock without blinking. Seeing Jiang Chen walking in, Venerable Ling Long smiled as a greeting. Jiang Chen, I heard that you have killed Tianyu. Venerable Ling Long spoke, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. She knew very well what kind of person Tianyu was. Jiang Chen was able to kill a monstrous genius like Tianyu with just an early immortal emperor cultivation base. This point alone was enough for him to laugh proudly at the young generation of the immortal world. This is just the beginning. I don't put a mere Tianyu in my eyes. Jiang Chen spoke casually. His arrogance didn't make one feel proud, as though he was describing a very normal thing. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't put a mere Tianyu in his eyes at all. Venerable Ling Long nodded with a smile. Given her eyesight, she was very accurate in judging people. A monstrous genius like Jiang Chen was born with great luck. As long as he continued to develop, his future achievements would be beyond her imagination. However, you still have to be careful. Tianyu is just the beginning. Tianyu isn't very eye-catching among the monstrous geniuses of the immortal court. I'm afraid that killing him will only attract more terrifying attacks. Venerable Ling Long reminded. I, Jiang Chen, have never been afraid of anyone. By the way, how's Monkey now? Asked Jiang Chen. Come and see for yourself. Venerable Ling Long said. Jiang Chen strode to the front of the Ling Long Jade Rock and found that Longsher San was completely in a cocoon. The saliva of the Ling Long Jade was constantly drilling into Longsher San's body. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Longsher San's vitality and qi had begun to become vigorous. More importantly, Longsher San's internal organs had been completely restored. His pale face had regained its rosy color. The injuries he had suffered before had also been completely healed. Good heavens! Such serious injuries can actually be healed in such a short time. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. This result is also beyond my expectation. Although the effect of the Ling Long Jade saliva is amazing, it shouldn't be this powerful. Now, it seems that Longsher San's bloodline is very strong and his body has accumulated a lot of great earth immortal milk. Now, the speed at which he is absorbing the Ling Long Jade's saliva has reached the extreme. To be honest, the amount of Ling Long Jade's saliva he has absorbed in these few days is comparable to the total amount that everyone in Exquisite Paradise has absorbed in the past 10 years. Venerable Ling Long smiled wryly. The Ling Long Jade Divine Stone was Venerable Ling Long's treasure. It was impossible for her not to feel distressed after Xianxia absorbed so much of the Ling Long Jade's saliva. That was the Ling Long Jade's saliva, an extremely precious treasure. Now, Xianxia was desperately absorbing it. If it was someone else, Venerable Ling Long would have thrown that person off the Divine Stone. Young Master Jiang might not know this, but the Ling Long Jade's saliva is incomparably precious. Ever since it appeared in Exquisite Paradise, no one has ever absorbed a large amount of it. Brother Xianxia is the first. However, Master said that this shows that Brother Xianxia and the Ling Long Jade Divine Rock are fated. At least, the fate between Brother Xianxia and him is greater than ours. How much he can absorb will all depend on Brother Xianxia's fortune. Lan Lingji's face was wearing a gratified smile. She was the happiest person when she saw Lan Xianxia's vitality growing stronger and stronger. Ever since Lan Xianxia was placed here, she had never taken a step away from the rock. All her attention was focused on Lan Xianxia. This bastard has always been a freak. Xianxia said with a smile. What kind of figure was Lan Xianxia? He was a powerful immemorial battle spirit who was born from the heavenly spiritual stone. The Ling Long Jade Divine Rock was also a kind of heavenly spiritual stone. It seemed like Lan Xianxia had an incomparable affinity with this kind of heavenly spiritual stone, which explained why he could absorb so much of the saliva. Now, it seemed like Xianxia's decision to place Lan Xianxia in Exquisite Paradise was the right one. Otherwise, given Lan Xianxia's injuries, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly even if he was placed in the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. But Brother Xianxia still hasn't woken up. Lan Lingji suddenly said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Xianxia hastily sent his divine sense into Lan Xianxia's body to check Lan Xianxia's basic condition. After checking Lan Xianxia's body, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. How could this be? All of Monkey's vitality has been mobilized and his injuries have been completely healed, but there's still a dead silence in the depths of his soul. There's no sign of him waking up. Xianxia said. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Monkey's injuries had been healed and his vitality was vigorous, but he still couldn't wake up. Back then, Old Man Corpsine and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had jointly attacked Lan Xianxia, causing severe damage to his body, especially to his soul. It was almost obliterated. Although his injuries have been fully healed, it's still too difficult to wake up his soul. That's why such a situation has occurred. Venerable Ling Long shook her head and said. This showed that Lan Xianxia's current situation was indeed a little tricky. Does Venerable have any good ideas? Xianxia's face was full of worry. Initially, he planned to leave for Fengqi Immortal Domain to look for his father after seeing Lan Xianxia, but he didn't expect that Lan Xianxia's condition would change. Stimulating. Venerable Ling Long said. How? Xianxia and Lan Lingji looked at Venerable Ling Long at the same time. Draconic Xianxia has fully recovered. We just need to awaken his soul, but it's not easy to do so. We need something to stimulate him, and it must be something that he cares about the most. Only then can we pierce his soul and force him to wake up. That's right. Venerable Ling Long said. Master, what can stimulate Brother Xianxia to wake up? Lan Lingji asked anxiously. Venerable Ling Long didn't answer Lan Lingji's question. Instead, her eyes fell on Lan Lingji at the same time like Xianxia. Master, young Master Jiang, why are you looking at me like that? Lan Lingji felt goosebumps all over her body. Miss Lan, I'm afraid that you are the only one who can stimulate Monkey's heart. Xianxia said with a smile. Me? Lan Lingji was stunned. That's right. Draconic Xianxia is deeply in love with you, so only you can stimulate his soul and wake him up. Otherwise, he might not wake up for hundreds of years. Perhaps he might never wake up again, said Xianxia. What Venerable Ling Long said was absolutely not an alarmist. Although Lan Xianxia seemed to be full of vitality, it was actually very dangerous. If the right medicine wasn't prescribed, it would be impossible to wake him up. Besides, the medicine must be strong. Otherwise, Longshan would fall into an eternal slumber. Once his soul adapted to the slumbering subconsciousness, it would be even more difficult for him to wake up. Master can ask Lingji to do anything as long as it can wake Brother Shan up. Lan Lingji spoke hastily. She was a cold and aloof saintess. Her mind was in a complete mess when it came to the matter of Longshan. She and Longshan had met in Golden Horizon. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Longshan had saved her many times. Now, her heart had completely belonged to Longshan. If Longshan didn't wake up, the rest of her life would be meaningless. I also need to think about this. Venerable Ling Long said. Venerable must have a way. Monkey's current situation is very critical. If he can't be woken up in time, it will be very difficult to wake him up after he gets used to this state of slumber. Xianxia said. Venerable Ling Long thought for a moment and said, 3 days later, I will hold a son-in-law selection assembly in Exquisite Paradise. It will be a martial arts competition for the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise. Because of your relationship, there should be a lot of geniuses from the immortal courts arriving here recently. Many of them are geniuses from various major powers. I believe there will be a lot of people who want to establish a relationship with Exquisite Paradise. It will certainly be a grand feast. I will announce this matter now. You two stay here and think of ways to stimulate him. If he doesn't wake up in 3 days, Lan Lingji will belong to someone else. As soon as Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, with a sway of her body, she vanished, leaving behind the dumbfounded Jiangchen and Lan Lingji. 10 seconds later, Jiangchen reacted and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the place where Venerable Ling Long disappeared. Jiangchen was full of admiration for Venerable Ling Long's move. However, the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise had always been arrogant. She had never held a public son-in-law selection. This was the first time. It could be seen that Venerable Ling Long was very concerned about Longshan. How did Master come up with such an idea? Lan Lingji's face flushed a little. No one knew how many saintesses had emerged from Exquisite Paradise in the past, but none of them had ever held a son-in-law selection. It was as if she couldn't get married. Haha, Miss Lan, there's nothing better than Immortal Venerable's idea. Think about it, if Monkey knew that you're going to marry someone else, he would crawl out of his grave and fight with him. Jiangchen burst into laughter. It was imaginable that the immortal world would be set off in a stormy sea once this news was spread out. One should know that Exquisite Paradise had been established for a long time. It had a profound foundation and the essence of the heavens and earth. It was a true paradise. To the people of the immortal world, which of them wouldn't take pride in marrying a fairy of Exquisite Paradise as their wife? That was simply a bragging right, let alone a saintess. The immortal world was in turmoil. There were many people who wanted to build a relationship with Exquisite Paradise. It was said that the founder of Exquisite Paradise was a mighty half-step sovereign. This was no secret. So basically, no one dared to provoke Exquisite Paradise in East Xuanyu. Because of Jiangchen's matter, many of the geniuses that were sent to the immortal court by the major powers of the immortal world had returned. This was a good opportunity for them to compete with each other. One should know that each of these geniuses was extremely arrogant and disliked each other. Once there was an opportunity to suppress the other, none of them would miss it. Moreover, they would be able to marry a beauty and become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise. Everyone knew that Venerable Ling Long treated Lan Lingji as her own daughter. Otherwise, Venerable Ling Long wouldn't be so attentive to Longshan and even took out the precious Ling Long jade stone to heal Longshan's injuries. Although Lan Lingji was very shy about the matter of choosing a son-in-law publicly, she had decided to go all out in order for Longshan to wake up. Moreover, she also wanted to know what position she occupied in Longshan's heart and whether she had the qualifications to awaken him. Lan Lingji fantasized that Longshan would appear in a domineering manner 3 days later, sweeping away all the geniuses and marry her in the most dazzling manner, becoming the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. This was what she was looking forward to the most. Monkey, get up quickly. If you don't, your wife will be someone else's. Jiangchen looked at Longshan, who was lying quietly on the divine stone, and said. The son-in-law selection would be held 3 days later. Jiangchen had no choice but to postpone his plan to go to Fengqi Immortal Domain. After all, he might be needed at any time. This was a matter of life and death for Xianxia. Naturally, Jiangchen would do his best to help. As for finding his father, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day or two. When the matters here were completely settled, he would be able to leave without any worries. On this day, the immortal world was boiling. Not long ago, a piece of news was released from Exquisite Paradise. It was a major event in the immortal world. Venerable Ling Lan announced that she would be selecting a son-in-law for the Saintess 3 days later. As a reward, she would provide 10 drops of Ling Long Jade's saliva. More importantly, she had already adopted Lan Lingji as her daughter. That was to say, whoever married Lan Lingji would be her son-in-law. That was to say, she would be the son-in-law of the Saintess. For a moment, the entire immortal world was in an uproar. Not only East Xuanyu, North Xuanyu, South Xuanyu, and West Xuanyu, all the major powers were boiling. This was a rare event in the immortal world. Recently, the immortal world had been stirred up by Jiangchen. The son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise had undoubtedly diverted everyone's attention. This is a major event. Exquisite Paradise is going to publicly select a son-in-law for the Saintess and even offered 10 drops of Ling Long Jade's saliva as a reward. This is just too attractive. I'm afraid those geniuses are going crazy. Putting aside the 10 drops of Ling Long Jade's saliva, just being able to marry a peerless beauty like the Saintess is already the happiest thing for any man. Moreover, Lan Lingji has already been adopted by Venerable Ling Long. Whoever marries Lan Lingji will be the adopted son of Venerable Ling Long. From then on, he will have a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. This time, it will surely attract a lot of people. When the time comes, we'll go and join in the fun. Exquisite Paradise has never been open to the public and men are not allowed to enter. This is a great opportunity for us to visit. If we're lucky enough to catch the eye of any female disciple, wouldn't I be rich? Haha. Get lost. Go and wash your face first and see how virtuous you are. The news of Exquisite Paradise selecting a son-in-law for the Saintess spread like a whirlwind. Soon, it reached every corner of ethereal immortal domain. Even the people of the other 3 domains knew about it. Among them, East Xuanyu was the most excited. After all, Exquisite Paradise was a major power in East Xuanyu. As its base of operations was here, people knew about Exquisite Paradise the best. As for the people of the other 3 domains, apart from those major powers like Exquisite Paradise, ordinary people didn't know about Exquisite Paradise. Of course, it didn't matter whether ordinary people knew about it or not. It was enough for those major powers to know about it. Didn't the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise fall in love with Xianxia? Why is she going to select a son-in-law so soon after Xianxia's death? You don't know about this. It's because of Xianxia's death that the Saintess has been depressed all day long. That's why Venerable Ling Long held such a ceremony, hoping that the Saintess can walk out of the shadow. This is Venerable Ling Long's good intention. That's right. But it's really a pity that Xianxia is dead. If he didn't die, given his ability, I'm afraid that he would have the strength to fight those peerless geniuses of the immortal courts like Jiangchen. Why are you talking so much? Death is death. Death is the past. In this world, the winner is the king. No matter how powerful the dead are, they will eventually be submerged in the history. Now that Xianxia has just died, Venerable Ling Long is going to hold a son-in-law selection ceremony. This is the reality. In a short period of time, this kind of seemingly unrealistic yet reasonable conjecture had been spread out. It was said that Lan Lingji was about to die of depression. Venerable Ling Long had no choice but to use this method to make Lan Lingji walk out of the shadow. Of course, such a conjecture was understandable. After all, many people had witnessed the death of Xianxia. He was killed by Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. No matter how heaven-defying a monstrous genius was, it was impossible for him to survive in such a state. Also, the love affair between Lan Lingji and Xianxia wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it. Of course, if the real reason was made public, many people's jaws would drop to the ground. One must know that if the news that Draconic Xianxia was still alive were to spread, the impact would be too great. Countless people might not be able to accept it. However, no matter how people speculated, no matter what purpose Venerable Ling Long had in holding the son-in-law selection, it was already the center of attention. The purpose wasn't important. What was important was the result. Whoever could suppress all the geniuses and win the saint's trust would become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. That would be a great glory. He would immediately become famous in the immortal world, an existence that countless men envied and envied. In the next 3 days, many geniuses had returned from the immortal court. Most of them were monstrous geniuses sent by the major powers to the immortal court for cultivation. They hadn't seen them for a long time. They had once created their own legends in this heavens and earth. Entering the lofty immortal court was equivalent to entering the highest mansion in the immortal world. Initially, they thought that they would never come back again. After Tianyu's death, the news spread out very quickly. Xianxia's fame had finally spread throughout the immortal court. Many powerful geniuses naturally wouldn't allow the fame of a nobody to surpass them. This was simply a humiliation to them. Therefore, what they had to do now was to kill Xianxia personally. The emergence of these powerful geniuses happened to coincide with the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise, which directly attracted their attention. It was important to kill Xianxia, but it was equally important to build a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Moreover, they could also get a saintess as their wife. Therefore, they had to participate in the selection of son-in-law. Furthermore, this was no longer just a selection of son-in-law, but a battle of reputation between the geniuses. It was a great opportunity for them to make a name for themselves and suppress their peers. In other words, Venerable Ling Long had prepared an arena for them. More importantly, all the major powers and geniuses believed that Xianxia might appear in the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise. At that time, not only could they participate in the son-in-law selection, but they could also kill Xianxia. It could be said that killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I see so many monstrous geniuses have returned. It seems like the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise is very attractive. Their original target was Xianxia, but now, all of them have been attracted to Exquisite Paradise. What do you know, Xianxia will definitely participate in such a major event. Xianxia is a man who values friendship and righteousness. Even if it's for the sake of the dead Longshan, he will still show up. The higher-ups and geniuses of the major powers have naturally noticed this. That's why they have sent their geniuses who returned from the immortal court to participate in the son-in-law selection. Firstly, they can make a name for themselves, build a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise, and secondly, they might be able to kill Xianxia. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're right. Ever since Xianxia rose to fame, all kinds of major events are inseparable from him. This bastard is simply everywhere. I believe that Xianxia will also participate in such a major event. No matter when and no matter what happened, people's eyes would always fall on Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's fame was so hot that it was hard for people not to notice him. Furthermore, all the major events that happened in the immortal world these days were inseparable from Xianxia. Therefore, people believed that this son-in-law selection wouldn't be that simple. It would certainly be very exciting. Many of them had already begun to head towards Exquisite Paradise. On the second day after the announcement of the son-in-law selection, Venerable Ling Long ordered for Exquisite Paradise to be open to the public. Those who wished to participate in the son-in-law selection could enter Exquisite Paradise in advance. Their accommodations had already been arranged. Many geniuses had arrived at Exquisite Paradise and were sent to their designated accommodations. Ever since the first person entered Exquisite Paradise, more and more people arrived. Exquisite Paradise had never been so lively before. Almost all the major powers had come. Of course, everyone knew very well that the focus of the son-in-law selection was the peerless geniuses who returned from the immortal court. Therefore, many of them were here to watch the show, to cheer for their peerless geniuses. Some of them wanted to perform well. If they could gain the approval of Venerable Ling Long, it would be a great opportunity for them. Furthermore, Lan Lingji wasn't the only peerless beauty in Exquisite Paradise. What if they were unstoppable and attracted the attention of other female disciples? Fate was something that no one could predict. Therefore, they still had to show their faces. Exquisite Paradise had specially built a VIP area, which was so huge that many exquisite courtyards had been built. The northern courtyard was located in an excellent location. It was connected to the spiritual vein below, making it an excellent place for cultivation. All the courtyards were built within a day. Although the purpose of this selection of son-in-law was to stimulate Xianxia to wake up, since it had already been held, they had to display the imposing manner of a major power. The scale of the event must be grand so that the outsiders wouldn't think that Exquisite Paradise was a small place. Beside the Linglong Jade Rock, Jiangchen and Lan Lingji's eyes were fixed on Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't seem to show any signs of waking up. What should we do? Lan Lingji began to feel a little anxious. What's the hurry? The selection of son-in-law hasn't started yet. Are you afraid of marrying someone else? Jiangchen teased. Don't joke around. Lan Lingji darted a glance at Jiangchen. She was so anxious that she didn't have the mood to joke around. Exquisite Paradise seems to be very lively now, Jiangchen said. And a lot of people from various major powers have arrived. They are now in the VIP area, Lan Lingji said. Miss Lan, it seems like your attractiveness is pretty great. So many people have come to fight for you. Jiangchen continued to tease. You're joking again. But I'm afraid that part of the reason why those geniuses of the immortal court came here was because of you, said Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji spoke. She wasn't a fool. She could still see the current situation very clearly. The reason why those geniuses of the immortal court had appeared was because of Jiangchen. Naturally, there were many reasons for them to gather in Exquisite Paradise this time, including Jiangchen. In that case, I'm going to go out and see if the geniuses of the immortal court have 3 heads and 6 arms. Jiangchen's eyes sparkled. It seemed like he was about to go out. If young Master Jiang swaggers out like this, I'm afraid that a battle will break out in Exquisite Paradise, Lan Lingji said. She didn't want Exquisite Paradise to become Jiangchen's battlefield. Plus, she was almost sure that as long as Jiangchen walked out of the place like that, a war would break out immediately. I'm not going out to fight. I'm going out to watch the show. Jiangchen smiled. As he spoke, he used the shape-shifting technique. His face started to distort, and his figure also started to change. In the blink of an eye, he became a completely different person. He became a handsome young master, but compared to the previous Jiangchen, he was a completely different person. Lan Lingji was astonished. Changing one's appearance was something a lot of people could do, but changing one's chi wasn't easy. However, after Jiangchen changed his appearance, his chi had also changed completely. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that this guy was Jiangchen. Miss Lan, if I go out like this, I'm afraid no one will recognize me, right? Jiangchen chuckled. It's indeed hard to recognize you. You have to be careful. Lan Lingji nodded. I'll leave the monkey to you. I won't be able to stimulate him even if I stay here. Since I'm bored, I'm going to meet those geniuses of the immortal court. Jiangchen spoke, and with a sway of his body, he vanished. Presently, Exquisite Paradise was the gathering place of geniuses. It would be a pity if he didn't come out to have a look. Furthermore, Jiangchen had come to Exquisite Paradise with a new identity. It was perfectly justifiable for him to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, which could be considered as a form of repayment. Outside the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise, more than a dozen beautiful female disciples were lined up in 2 rows, greeting the distinguished guests. Generally, those who were qualified to be received by them were the geniuses of the major powers with a certain status and identity. Jiangchen had also arrived outside the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. He was alone, walking at the back of the group. There were 5 to 6 people in front of him. All of them had relatively strong cultivation base, all of them were immortal emperors. There weren't many immortal emperors among the younger generation. With this cultivation base alone, they were qualified to enter the VIP area of Exquisite Paradise. The leader was a black-robed youth. His cultivation base had already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in existence on par with Tianyu. Needless to say, this guy must be from the immortal court. Judging from the way they dressed, he should be from the Huangquan Gate. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Jiangchen harumphed coldly in his heart. He didn't have the slightest good impression of the Huangquan Gate. Part of Long Shersan's injury was caused by old ancestor Yellow Spring. He would settle this score sooner or later. My name is Shui Lian. I'm here to welcome all of you. May I know how to address you, young master? She was the leader of the group. Her cultivation base was extremely powerful, having already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Even in exquisite paradise, such a cultivation base could be considered as a first-rate genius. Now that she was standing in front of the mountain gate to welcome the guests, it showed the generosity of exquisite paradise. At the same time, it also showed the importance that Venerable Ling Long attached to the major powers and the importance that she attached to the selection of son-in-law. This is senior brother Lu Yan of our Huangquan Gate. He has just returned from the immortal court. A genius of the Huangquan Gate spoke loudly. When he mentioned the immortal court, his head seemed to be shaking as though he was also a genius of the immortal court. So it's senior brother Lu Yan. Shui Lian is sorry for neglecting you. Please come in. Shui Lian hastily made a gesture of invitation. She wouldn't dare to neglect the geniuses of the immortal court. Thank you for your hard work, junior sister Shui Lian. Here's a body-strengthening pill. Consider it as a greeting gift. Lu Yan turned his palm and took out a pill. The pill was radiating golden light. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Giving it to Shui Lian just like that was a generous gesture. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yan. Shui Lian kept the pill politely. These geniuses who had just returned from the immortal court were very concerned about their reputation. Normally, they would give some benefits as a greeting gift. Shui Lian had already received a lot of them. Therefore, she was incomparably happy to stand here and greet these geniuses. How dare you give a mere broken pill as a gift? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. The voice sounded somewhat hateful, which had completely destroyed the beautiful atmosphere. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk one by one, the gazes turned towards the source of the voice and saw a young man in white swagger towards the mountain gate. The young man could be considered handsome, but he had a sloppy look on his face. In addition, his cultivation did not seem to be very strong, which made people frown. Brat, what did you say just now? I dare you to say it again. Xianxia glanced at him Ling and spoke indifferently, I'm just stating a fact. Aren't you embarrassed to take out a mere pill? Why don't you ask the girl if she wants it or not? Brat, open your eyes before you speak. Do you know who we are? Do you know who this is? We are the people of Huangquan Gate. This is the supreme genius of the immortal court, Lu Yan. I think you really don't want to live anymore. Kneel down in front of senior brother Lu Yan and kowtow to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps you can save your life then. The man continued, totally not putting Xianxia in his eyes. However, this was normal. Huangquan Gate was after all a major sect in East Xuanyu. How could their disciples put a puny immortal emperor in their eyes? The people of Huangquan Gate are really arrogant. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. A broken pill is a broken pill. You can't even let me talk about it? No matter how powerful your Huangquan Gate is, this is still the territory of exquisite paradise. Don't tell me you want to behave atrociously here? Xianxia spoke sarcastically. Seeing the superior look on the disciples of Huangquan Gate, he couldn't help but want to slap them, but Xianxia didn't want to expose himself or cause trouble in exquisite paradise. After all, the ultimate purpose of this son-in-law selection was to stimulate Long Shersan to wake up. On the other side, Shui Lian and a dozen other female disciples of exquisite paradise fixed their eyes on Xianxia with a hint of surprise. They had never seen this young man before. They couldn't even imagine that there was such a figure in East Xuanyu. Although his cultivation base was also at the immortal emperor realm, an early immortal emperor was nothing compared to this son-in-law selection. This was the gathering of the top geniuses of the immortal world. An early immortal emperor was too inconspicuous. However, a mere immortal emperor actually dared to openly provoke the Huangquan Gate. Moreover, it was Lu Yan of the Huangquan Gate. If there wasn't something wrong with the other party's brain, then he must have a very powerful background. Kid, I think you're courting death. The disciple of the Huangquan Gate suddenly became angry. He threw a punch at Xianxia. The punch was as fast as lightning, but Xianxia easily dodged it. The Huangquan Gate is really arrogant. How dare they make a move in exquisite paradise? It seems like they don't put exquisite paradise in their eyes. Xianxia shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. That Huangquan Gate disciple did not succeed in his first move, his anger flared up again. He was about to attack Xianxia, but he was stopped by Lu Yan. Stop! Lu Yan bellowed. He knitted his brows, looking at Xianxia with a trace of disgust, but also a hint of surprise, because the way Xianxia dodged his opponent's punch just now showed that he wasn't an ordinary person. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Lu Yan valued Xianxia so much. After all, Lu Yan was a half-step immortal venerable supreme expert. The reason why he stopped his opponent was because he didn't want to make a move in exquisite paradise as soon as they arrived. If that happened, it would make the Huangquan Gate seem too arrogant. He still had to give exquisite paradise some face. Kid, you said that my pill is a broken pill. I wonder what else do you have to give out? Lu Yan sneered. Although the pill he gave out wasn't precious, it was still an emperor-grade pill. After all, the opponent was just a disciple of exquisite paradise. Gifting an emperor-grade pill was already considered very generous. There was no doubt about it. However, the opponent was merely a puny early immortal emperor. How dare he say that the pill he gave out was trash? He would like to see what good thing Xianxia could give out. To an early immortal emperor, an emperor-grade pill was an incomparably precious existence. Even if Xianxia had one, he wouldn't be willing to give it out. By the way, kid, if you have the ability, give out the same thing. That's right. You are just a country bumpkin, yet you still want to mock others? What a joke. Take out an emperor-grade pill if you have the guts. I wonder where this puny figure came from. I think there's something wrong with his brain. The disciples of the Acheron sect instantly started to mock and ridicule him. Their thoughts were the same as Lu Yan's. The guy in front of them definitely wouldn't have anything good to offer. After all, his cultivation wasn't that high. Even if he had something good, he wouldn't be willing to give it away. All of them looked at Xianxia with great interest, waiting for Xianxia to make a fool of himself. Country bumpkin? Today, I'll widen your horizons. Open your dog eyes wide. Xianxia showed a cynical look. He rolled up his sleeves, strode towards Shui Lian and the others, and waved his hand. Asterisk hua la la, asterisk a sound of weapons colliding with each other was heard. More than a dozen combat swords emerged. Each of them was shining brilliantly, emitting a buzzing sound. These combat swords automatically moved to the front of each female disciple. The combat sword in front of Shui Lian was trembling the most violently. Its grade had already reached the peak of emperor grade. The other combat swords were also king grade. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Shui Lian and the other disciples of exquisite paradise had their mouths wide open, staring at the combat swords in disbelief. These are my greeting gifts to all the immortal maidens. Xianxia said loudly. More than a dozen combat swords hovered in the air, rippling with a great amount of brilliance, immediately attracting the attention of many people. More than a dozen immortal weapons. Who is this kid? How can he have such a big arm? Motherf asterisk cur. So many high-grade immortal weapons. Don't they cost money? What a prodigal son. The others only gave some benefits to the leading female disciple, but this kid actually gave one to each of them. Amazing. He's really showing off. Xianxia immediately attracted a lot of attention. The faces of the disciples of Huangquan Gate became more and more unsightly. They had to admit that the elixirs gifted by Lu Yan were not on the same level as Xianxia's immortal weapons. How can Shui Lian dare to accept such a precious gift from young master? Shui Lian spoke. The way she looked at Xianxia had completely changed. Such a generous gift would always leave a good impression on others. I won't take back the things that I've given away. Xianxia waved his hand generously. These immortal weapons were collected when he was in Golden Horizon. Back then, he had killed too many people and collected a large number of immortal weapons. Now, the immortal weapons in Zulong Tower had piled up like a mountain. It was just the right time for him to give them to the disciples of exquisite paradise. In that case, we won't stand on ceremony. May I know which sect young master is from, and how should we address you? Shuelian kept the combat sword and asked. I don't belong to any sect. I'm a loner on the battlefield. My name is Jiang Bufu, and people call me Bufu Tian. You can call me young master Bufu. Jiangchen patted his chest and boasted a name that could explode the heavens. That's right, this guy came here to show off. ****, someone nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Each of them rolled their eyes at Jiangchen. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise were stunned for a moment before they chuckled. Mother ****, Jiang Bufu. This name sure is awesome. Lone Ranger of the battlefield? Unconvinced of heaven? Can you be more pretentious? Are people so thick-skinned nowadays? But this name sure is cool. Awesome. I'm convinced by the name of Unconvinced of Heaven. Jiangchen looked at the reactions of the surrounding people and blinked his eyes twice. He suddenly felt that he had gone overboard this time, but it didn't matter. In any case, he had changed his identity. He had to act more convincing so that no one would associate him with Jiangchen. Moreover, Jiangchen didn't intend to stay calm in Exquisite Paradise. He had accumulated a lot of immortal weapons and was prepared to give them out. Since that was the case, he might as well exaggerate it a little. Mother *** King Shameless. Jiang Bufu? This daddy specializes in dealing with all kinds of unconvinced. Sooner or later, I'll beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. A disciple of Huangquan Gate spoke fiercely. He was very dissatisfied with this arrogant kid who came out of nowhere and stole Lu Yan's limelight. What? It seems like your Huangquan Gate is not convinced. If you are not convinced, then take out something good. You dare to compete with young master Unconvinced with a broken pill? Go back to where you came from. Jiangchen spoke disdainfully. He naturally wouldn't miss an opportunity to humiliate the Huangquan Gate. Courting death. The disciples of Yellow Spring sect had never suffered such humiliation in front of so many people. How could they stand it? Their killing intent soared to the sky, seemingly ready to kill Jiangchen. Enough. Let's go. Lu Yan spoke impatiently. Senior brother Lu Yan, this kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he go against us? Are we just going to let this go? A disciple said angrily. He's just a nobody. I don't need to worry about him. I'll just find a chance to kill him. Don't cause trouble here. Don't forget our goal. Lu Yan said and strode towards the interior of Exquisite Paradise. A female disciple came forward and led Lu Yan and the others into the VIP area. Humph, looking at the backs of the disciples of Huangquan Gate, Jiangchen harumphed coldly. Then, his eyes shifted to Shuelian and found that her cultivation base had already reached the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. However, she had encountered a bottleneck, which was why she hadn't broken through yet. Little sister Shuelian, if my guess is correct, you should be cultivating a water attribute cultivation technique. As the saying goes, water flows naturally, and you can't force it. The more you force it, the more rapid the water flow will be, and it will easily form an undercurrent. Why don't you push the boat with the current and let it flow on its own? The undercurrent will disappear by itself, and the bottleneck will be broken. Jiangchen said plainly. Shuelian was dumbfounded by Jiangchen's words. Moreover, Jiangchen's words were like a huge bell ringing in her heart. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the dark road ahead of her. Her bottleneck was slightly loosened up. Shuelian stared at the youth in front of her in horror, then bowed deeply. Shuelian thanks young master for your guidance. I'm very grateful. Presently, Shuelian was incomparably excited. Bottlenecks and enlightenment were intangible things. When you encountered them, you wouldn't know how to deal with them, especially when it was calm. It was very easy for you to get stuck in a dead end. Sometimes, a pointer or a reminder from an expert could break through the calm and smooth road. Jiangchen's words had undoubtedly enlightened Shuelian. Shuelian's body had received great benefits. She instantly understood the detours she had taken during this period of time. Now that the situation had calmed down, her cultivation method could be carried out in an orderly manner. You're welcome. Cultivate well. If you can comprehend the profound meaning naturally, your cultivation base will certainly break through to the intermediate immortal emperor realm in less than 10 days. Xianxia said with a smile, showing off again. The reason he came out this time was to bring some benefits to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise. Since Xue Lian happened to be in a bottleneck state, Xianxia naturally had to help her. Xue Lian will never forget young Master Bufu's kindness. Since young master has come, he will be a distinguished guest of Exquisite Paradise. Little Ning, bring young Master Bufu to the distinguished guest area. You must make proper arrangements. Xue Lian said to a female disciple standing next to her. She had completely treated Xianxia as a distinguished guest. As for which sect or cultivation base he was from, it didn't matter anymore. Just based on the fact that he was generous with his money and had a unique vision, he was able to see through her with just a single glance. This was more than enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary person. Yes, senior sister Xue Lian. The female disciple called Little Ning answered, then brought Xianxia to the distinguished guest area. Senior sister Xue Lian, what's the origin of this young Master Bufu? He looks very powerful. After Xianxia left, a female disciple came forward and asked curiously. I don't know. I've never seen this man before, but he doesn't have the slightest hostility towards Exquisite Paradise. All he did was show his friendliness. Xue Lian said. Of course. Otherwise, how could young Master Bufu be so generous? He's so handsome to bring out so many immortal weapons. The female disciples were very happy. Generous and handsome men would always arouse admiration in their hearts. On the way to the distinguished guest area, Xianxia met a dozen more female disciples of Exquisite Paradise. Immediately, he threw out another dozen immortal weapons. Ladies and fairies, this is the first time we've met. This is just a small greeting gift to show my respect. I'm Jiang Bufu. Xianxia greeted them and swaggered forward, throwing out a dozen immortal weapons as though he was throwing rubbish. Wow, this young master is so handsome. He's giving out immortal weapons at the first meeting. Such a precious greeting gift. Jiang Bufu? What a domineering name. Senior sister, look, this is a king-grade immortal weapon. So generous. So many genius disciples have come this time, but I've never seen such a generous one. Those female disciples were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected surprise, a gift that fell from the sky. On the way from the mountain gate to the distinguished guest area, Xianxia met at least 100 female disciples of Exquisite Paradise. Each time he met one, he would throw out an immortal weapon as a greeting gift. Such an act instantly spread across the entire Exquisite Paradise. Many people were shocked when they saw Xianxia's extravagant behavior. Little Ning, who was leading the way for Xianxia, was stunned speechless. Her pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Xianxia. She had completely turned into a love-struck fool. What is a nouveau riche? This is what a nouveau riche is. What is generous? Is there anyone more generous than this? Xianxia had a smile on his face, his hands clasped behind his back. He never knew that the feeling of acting tough was so good, especially those female disciples. Each of them had a love-struck look on their faces, as though they were ready to marry him. Over 100 immortal weapons were indeed a huge sum of money, but to Xianxia, it was just a drop in the ocean. Xianxia's action had naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many of them had walked out from the VIP area. The way they looked at Xianxia wasn't as friendly. They were geniuses of major powers after all, and had come here with the geniuses of the immortal court. Their purpose of coming here was to win the selection of son-in-law and build a relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Therefore, they would send some gifts to the female disciples of Exquisite Paradise to show their imposing manner. Now that their limelight had been stolen by a pretentious bastard who came out of nowhere, how could they bear it? Where did this bastard come from? I have never seen him before. How can he be so rich? That's right. He looks like an early immortal emperor, but I'm afraid he isn't an ordinary person judging from how extravagant he is. This bastard really knows how to act tough. He has stolen our limelight, but I would like to see how many immortal weapons he has. There are plenty of immortal king disciples in Exquisite Paradise. If they all come here after receiving the news, I wonder if he can really get one for each of them. You are flattering him. No matter how extraordinary an early immortal emperor is, he can't take out so many immortal weapons. If he can really be so extravagant, I will call him master. Under the guidance of little Ning, Jiangchen was quickly arranged to a superior resting place. This was specially arranged by Shui Lian. Only the geniuses of the immortal court could enjoy such treatment. The VIP area was also divided into high and low levels. An early immortal emperor shouldn't be qualified to enter the VIP area, but now that Jiangchen had become famous and had received so many benefits, it was only natural for him to be given a good place. Very quickly, the news of a poser called Jiang Bufu appeared in exquisite paradise had spread throughout the entire place. Hundreds of disciples were showing off their immortal weapons, making it impossible for them to keep a low profile. Wow, it's really a king-grade immortal weapon. Does young Master Jiang Bufu really give out immortal weapons to everyone he meets? It's true. He's so generous. He's even more generous than those geniuses from the immortal court. Now, young Master Jiang Bufu has entered the VIP zone, but young Master Jiang Bufu has said that he will accept the visit of everyone in exquisite paradise. Holy shit. He's so generous. Sisters, let's go take a look and see if this young Master Bufu is really that generous. For a moment, groups of female disciples headed towards the VIP zone. Their destination was the place where Jiangchen was staying. This time, there were at least 40 to 50 female disciples. The leader of the group was a half-step immortal emperor. Currently, Jiangchen was sitting on a rattan chair in the courtyard with his legs crossed, basking in the sun leisurely. He was holding a wine cup made entirely of jasper in his hand. It was glittering and translucent. The cup was filled with bejeweled wine. The gate of the courtyard was wide open. Clearly, it was opened for the disciples of exquisite paradise. Voila. Not long after that, dozens of female disciples rushed into the courtyard like a swarm of bees. My name is Song Ying. I'm here to pay my respects to young Master Bufu. The leader of the group bowed slightly to Jiangchen. The other female disciples widened their beautiful eyes, looking at Jiangchen eagerly. All of them wanted to see if this young Master Bufu was really going to give each of them an immortal weapon. Junior sisters, there's no need to be so courteous. Since we have met here, it must be fate. I, young Master Bufu, may not have anything else but wealth. It's most appropriate to describe him as being filthy rich. The number of immortal weapons in his hands is innumerable. As the saying goes, whoever sees it gets a share. It's my honor to be able to give some treasures to the fairies of exquisite paradise. Jiangchen simply wanted to show off to the end. With a wave of his hand, high-grade immortal weapons flew out like they were worthless, flying towards each of the female disciples. These immortal weapons were all shining brightly. One should know that most of these immortal weapons were obtained from the Golden Horizon. The experts there were all very high grade, so naturally, the grade of these immortal weapons wouldn't be low either. All the female disciples were dumbfounded, especially Song Ying, who was at the front. The immortal weapon given by Jiangchen was actually an emperor-grade immortal weapon. My god! An emperor-grade immortal weapon. So many high-grade immortal weapons. What a generous gift. Young Master Bufu is just too handsome. Each of the female disciples was excited, because the immortal weapons given by Jiangchen were much better than the ones in their hands. This made their impression on young Master Bufu increase by several folds. It turned out that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was so extravagant. Thank you, young Master Bufu. Song Ying spoke, her face beaming like a flower. Junior sister Song Ying, I can see that your cultivation base has reached a bottleneck, at the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the immortal emperor realm. You cultivate a fire attribute cultivation technique, so your temperament is often hot-tempered. It's because of this that your heart can't calm down, causing you to be unable to break through the bottleneck. Jiangchen looked at Song Ying and said casually. Upon hearing this, Song Ying's facial expression changed instantly. She looked at Jiangchen in astonishment. This opponent was able to see through her with just a glance. Just this eyesight alone was enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary person. Please give me some pointers, young Master Bufu. Song Ying seemed very excited. She hastily bowed at Jiangchen, because she recalled little Ning's words. This young master Bofo had seen through her senior sister Xuelian with just a glance and gave her some pointers, which made Xuelian suddenly see the light. "Come forward. I'll help you advance," Jiangchen said. Song Ying didn't show any signs of neglect. She immediately kept the combat weapon in her hand and strode to the front of Jiangchen. Jiangchen casually struck out a wisp of flame. This wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a flame that was the fusion of 4 types of supreme flames. It instantly entered Song Ying's body, rushed out of her body, and fell back into Jiangchen's hand. Song Ying's body trembled. Waves of qi began to roll on her body. Flames spread out, forming a sea of fire. Just now, Jiangchen's flame had allowed her to see the superior side of fire. That flame had directly helped her break through the bottleneck, causing the long-suppressed fire to erupt in an instant, pushing her to the Immortal Emperor realm. Immortal Emperor realm? My God! Isn't this young Master Bufu a little too powerful? Senior sister Song Ying has been stuck in the half-step Immortal Emperor realm for a very long time, but after receiving the guidance of young Master Bufu, she has broken through immediately. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Amazing. This is really amazing. Young Master Bufu is simply a god. My cultivation base is also at a bottleneck. I wonder if I can ask young Master Bufu to give me some pointers later. Who? Who? Strong wind whistled. The airwaves from Song Ying's body drifted in the sky above the courtyard. The movement of advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm was enough to alarm a lot of people. At this moment, Song Ying's face was incomparably excited. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. The cultivation technique in her body was circulating at an incomparably intense pace. After being washed by Jiangchen's flame, the flame in her body began to boil. This kind of boiling caused her entire being to undergo earth-shaking changes. It was very rare. Song Ying is grateful for young master's great kindness today. I will certainly thank you personally in the future. Song Ying bowed deeply to Jiangchen once more, then vanished from the courtyard along with the sea of flames. Advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm was a major event in one's life. One must treat it seriously. Therefore, Song Ying wanted to find a place where there was no one around to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. After all, not everyone could be compared to Jiangchen. Jiangchen could easily advance his cultivation realm at any time, but Song Ying was different. She had to go into seclusion to advance her cultivation realm. She had to go into seclusion. Putting aside those immortal weapons, the most important thing was to be able to advance after being guided by Jiangchen. First, it was Xuelian. Now, it was Song Ying. Such a miraculous situation made all the female disciples look at Jiangchen with blazing eyes. At the same time, they were filled with desire, because there were a lot of people like Song Ying. Many of them were stuck in a bottleneck. As for Jiangchen, he was very happy to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise improve their cultivation base. After all, Venerable Ling Long didn't treat him as an outsider. She had done her best to save Long Shan. Any major power that wanted to be strong would need a strong foundation to support it. To a major power, the true foundation was the genius disciples. Only when the overall strength of the disciples was improved would the foundation of a major power improve. Jiangchen was very clear about this point. That was why he would do his best to help Exquisite Paradise in this short period of time. After all, Jiangchen was a busy man. It could be said that he was taking a break from his busy schedule. There wasn't much time left for him to do good deeds. Junior sisters, if any of you are stuck at a bottleneck and are unable to advance, feel free to come over and let this young master take a look at you. Perhaps it will be of some help. Jiangchen said while shaking his head. He looked like a divine doctor in the pugilistic world, but in the eyes of these female disciples, he looked extremely handsome. Hearing Jiangchen's words, those female disciples were pleasantly surprised. They simply couldn't believe that there was such a good thing in the world, especially those female disciples who were really in the bottleneck stage. This was an opportunity that fell from the sky, how could they miss it? One should know that despite their extraordinary talent, there were just too many geniuses in Exquisite Paradise. Most of them had to rely on themselves to cultivate. It was very difficult for them to get guidance from the higher-ups. Immortal venerables were very busy. How could they have enough time to guide so many disciples? That's right. Although this young master Jiang Bufo looked like an early immortal emperor, his eyesight was incomparably sharp. He was able to see through the actual situation of others with just a few words and provide effective guidance. Shui Lian and Song Ying were the best examples. Young Master Bufu, my cultivation base has been stagnant in the late immortal king realm for a very long time. I'm only one step away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm, but I've been stuck at a bottleneck all this time. I hope young master can give me some guidance. A female disciple walked forward and clasped her fists at Jiang Chen. The stagnation of blood and qi in your body is caused by your eagerness for quick results. If you can't clear the stagnation, you will never be able to advance to the half-step immortal emperor realm in your lifetime. Jiang Chen glanced at the female disciple and said, "My God! Is it really that magical? He could see through everything with just a glance?" What kind of eyesight was this? Everyone was stunned. In their hearts, Jiang Chen's image had become incomparably lofty. He was an existence that they could only look up to. His words were so magical. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. "Young master, help me." The female disciple was incomparably excited. She hurriedly wanted to kneel down before Jiang Chen, but she was pulled up by a gentle force from Jiang Chen. He could understand the excitement of this female disciple. The stagnation was almost equivalent to a stubborn disease. If it wasn't eradicated, she wouldn't be able to advance any further for the rest of her life. This female disciple should be very clear about this situation. Now that she suddenly saw hope, anyone would be incomparably excited. "Junior sister, there's no need to be overly courteous. Since you have met me, it's fate. Today, young master will give you a fortune to help you clear the stagnation in your body," Jiang Chen said, grabbing the female disciple's wrist. A wisp of flame entered her body like a spiritual snake. The female disciple didn't dare to neglect it. She immediately relaxed her mind, allowing Jiang Chen's flame to rampage in her body. This situation was incomparably dangerous. She was almost defenseless, but she could only risk it. Moreover, she believed that this young master Bufu wouldn't harm her, because she didn't seem to have any value in being harmed. To deal with this kind of stagnation, Jiang Chen's method was very simple. The flame could burn it completely, leaving no residue behind, helping the female disciple to clear her body. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk in just a dozen seconds, Jiang Chen retracted his palm and retracted the flame. The female disciple's body began to tremble violently, and her energy began to rise. She was now exactly the same as Song Ying's. "My stagnation of many years is gone. I'm going to break through to the half-step immortal emperor realm." The female disciple couldn't contain her excitement. She had waited for this day for far too long. She didn't expect that it would come true so easily today. Tears of joy flowed down her cheeks. She almost knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Chen. Judging from her appearance, she wouldn't hesitate even if she had to devote her life to him. "Go into seclusion. I have only helped you clear the stagnation. You still have to walk the path ahead by yourself. Remember, don't be impatient. Otherwise, the stagnation will appear again, making it even more difficult for you to break through to the immortal emperor realm," Jiang Chen said seriously. "Thank you, young Master Bufu. I will never forget your kindness." The female disciple bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, then turned and left. This scene was witnessed by the other female disciples. Each of them was on the verge of exploding. They couldn't believe that there was such a godly being in this world. Such terrifying means seemed to be even more powerful than Venerable Ling Long. Next, 3 female disciples stepped forward in succession. Without any accident, Jiang Chen didn't disappoint them. He could see through their actual condition with just a glance, and found the root of their problem with just a few words. Then, he helped them resolve the problem that had troubled them for a long time, helping them advance a level. Very quickly, the name of the deity spread across the entire exquisite paradise. Even the higher-ups of exquisite paradise were alarmed, let alone the VIP area where Jiang Chen resided. For a time, the entire exquisite paradise was talking about young Master Bufu's name. Every time they opened their mouths, they would call him a deity. In the following period of time, the VIP area was as crowded as a marketplace, but all of them came for young Master Bufu. It had nothing to do with the geniuses of other major powers. Except for Xianxia's courtyard, the other courtyards were in complete silence. Many geniuses' faces turned ashen, especially those who came from the immortal court. Their faces were unsightly to the extreme. They had come here to be guests, and also to find an opportunity to show off their abilities and attract the attention of Venerable Ling Long or the Saintess. But now, all eyes were on that young Master Bufu. All the limelight had been snatched away by him. Xianxia's courtyard buzzed with activity. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise weren't willing to miss such a great opportunity, especially those who were stuck in a bottleneck. Whether they could obtain an immortal weapon or not was a trivial matter. What mattered most was the guidance of young Master Bufu. To them, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. I'm going to break through. I've been stuck in a bottleneck for so long. Finally, I'm going to break through. Me too. Young Master Bufu is truly a deity. He has been in contact with the hidden danger for so many years. Benefactor. This is a great kindness. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. In the following period of time, disciples of Exquisite Paradise would break through their bottlenecks from time to time. At this time, even some immortal emperor elders came to ask for guidance. Some elders had been stuck in a certain realm for a very long time due to their old age. They had never thought of breaking through their bottlenecks in their entire lives. Today, after receiving the guidance of Xianxia, they actually broke through. To them, this was simply a matter of tears. The people living in the courtyard next to Xianxia's courtyard were the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Due to the good relationship between Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise, their treatment and accommodation were naturally better. At this moment, the master of this courtyard was none other than Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, Shan Chong, and the others. All of them were the elites of the young generation of Great Qian Empire. Currently, Yang Bufan had a lofty status in Great Qian Empire. The Crown Prince and King Ping were already gone, leaving only King Fan, who was like the sun in the midday sky. Although the emperor didn't say it, no one was a fool. They could see that the next crown prince of Great Qian Empire would be King Fan, because none of the princes could compete with King Fan. Even geniuses like Yang Lang and Shan Chong had expressed their loyalty to King Fan, not to mention that King Fan had the support of Xianxia. The son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise was a big day in East Xuanyu. As one of the major powers, Great Qian Empire naturally had to send a symbolic representative. Yang Bufan was the representative. The geniuses of Great Qian Empire in the Immortal Court didn't return, because they wouldn't kill Xianxia. Those who returned were the monstrous geniuses of the major powers that had enmity with Xianxia. King Fan, who exactly is this Jiang Bufu? Isn't he a little too awesome? Yang Lang asked with interest. Presently, the VIP area was about to become a vegetable market. Jiang Bufu's name had spread across the entire Exquisite Paradise. It would be hard for them not to know about him, let alone the fact that they were neighbors. Jiang Bufu? Early Immortal Emperor? He's generous with his money and has a unique eye for things. Why do I feel that there's no other person like Xianxia? Yang Bufan pondered for a while and felt that there was no one else in the entire immortal world who could do this and was an early immortal emperor besides Xianxia. King Fan, don't tell me that you think that this Jiang Bufu is Xianxia? Shan Chong blinked his eyes, seeming very interested. That's hard to say. Besides Xianxia, who else has such great ability? Even if he has such great ability, why would he help Exquisite Paradise for no reason? Yang Bufan said with a smile. You're right, you're right. Yang Lang sounded a little angry. Let's go and have a look. Yang Bufan said, then opened the gate of the courtyard and led Yang Lang and Shan Chong to the courtyard of Xianxia. There, they saw a white-robed youth sitting on a rattan chair, constantly giving pointers to the female disciples who came to ask for advice. Apart from giving pointers, each of them was also given an immortal weapon. How generous! While the three of them were sizing up Xianxia's gaze landed on them as well. He raised his eyebrows at the three of them. The three of them rolled their eyes. Sure enough, it's this guy. It's really him. Yang Lang shook his head. Initially, they thought that there would be another powerful figure in East Xuanyu. It turned out that this Jiang Bufu was actually Xianxia. However, the three of them weren't surprised. After all, they had already thought of this from the very beginning. Alright, we don't have to go over there. Let's just stand here and watch him act. Yang Bufan crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face wearing a bright smile. Compared to them, the people in the other courtyards weren't in such a good mood. The atmosphere in the entire VIP area was incomparably depressing. On the side of Huangquan Gate. That damn Jiang Bufu. He stole the limelight and didn't even give face to senior brother Lu Yan. A disciple said angrily. How many disciples of Exquisite Paradise have advanced? Lu Yan asked. Senior brother, from yesterday until now, more than 100 disciples have advanced under the guidance of Jiang Bufu. Someone answered. Solving the bottleneck of more than 100 disciples in a day was like a fantasy story. They simply couldn't believe it. We can't let him continue like this. It won't do us any good if the overall strength of Exquisite Paradise improves. If this son-in-law selection fails, Huangquan Gate won't be able to establish a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Plus, Exquisite Paradise has a good relationship with Great Qian Empire and Jiangchen, which will make them our enemy in the future. The overall strength of Exquisite Paradise has improved, which is disadvantageous to us. Lu Yan said, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Senior brother Lu Yan is right. This Jiang Bufu, who came out of nowhere, has brought great benefits to Exquisite Paradise in order to show off. This isn't what we want. Someone said. Not only that, I think we have to get rid of this Jiang Bufu. This guy has been hostile to us the moment he appeared. Plus, he's too mystical and has a keen eyesight. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid that he will become a big problem in the future. There was Jiang Chen, and now there's Jiang Bufu. Both of these people surnamed Jiang are abnormal. Huangquan Gate didn't have a good impression of Jiang Chen and Jiang Bufu. They felt that such people must be eliminated as soon as possible. They couldn't be allowed to grow. So what? He's going to die anyway. Senior brother Li Feng will be here tomorrow. If that Jiang Chen dares to show up, he will die for sure. Lu Yan sneered. What? Senior brother Li Feng has returned? My God. I heard that senior brother Li Feng has already become a true immortal venerable expert, a true genius. Could it be that young Master Li Feng is also interested in the saintess of Exquisite Paradise? Some disciples were shocked and couldn't believe it. The name Li Feng was a legend in the history of Huangquan Gate. He had already reached the early immortal venerable realm at such a young age. Such a peerless genius wasn't comparable to any ordinary genius. What a joke. Who do you think senior brother Li Feng is? Why would he be interested in a saintess? Senior brother Li Feng has returned mainly to eliminate Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up tomorrow, senior brother Li Feng won't take action. As for the competition, that's my business. Lu Yan said with a smile. When the name Li Feng was mentioned, his arrogant face couldn't help but reveal a hint of respect. Since senior brother Li Feng has returned, it seems the other major powers have also sent their immortal venerables. This time, Jiang Chen is going to die for sure. There's no chance for him to survive. Each of the disciples of Huangquan Gate had a sneer on their face. The thought of Jiang Chen made them gnash their teeth, as though they couldn't wait to eat Jiang Chen's flesh. Although we can't wait to eat Jiang Chen, we have to admit that Jiang Chen is really terrifying. Today, Jiang Chen has become a great threat. Only a monstrous genius like senior brother Li Feng can kill him. Senior brother Lu Yan, what should we do about this Jiang Bufu? Are we going to let him continue to be so arrogant? Let's not talk about anything else, but the limelight has been snatched away by him. It's too embarrassing for us. Someone said. Putting aside the matter of Jiang Chen for the time being, they couldn't deal with Jiang Chen. However, they couldn't allow Jiang Bufu to be too arrogant. You can just find an excuse to cripple him. He's just a nobody. Lu Yan said disdainfully. Alright, don't worry, senior brother Lu Yan. Leave this matter to me. A youth with a face full of stubble spoke confidently. He was called Lu Qi, an intermediate immortal emperor, a rare genius of the Huangquan Gate. His strength was also very powerful. Naturally, he wouldn't put Jiang Bufu in his eyes. There were more than 20 female disciples of exquisite paradise who had come to visit Xianxia's courtyard. All of them had the cultivation base of a mortal king. Each and every one of them had a bright smile on their face. Many of their eyes were filled with infatuation when they looked at Xianxia. Just at this moment, 3 sturdy youths barged into the courtyard. They didn't even look at Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, and Shan Chong, and went straight into the courtyard. Damn it! What are the people of the Huangquan Gate doing here? Yang Lang couldn't help but curse. Can't you see it? They're here to pick a fight. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Should we make a move? Shan Chong asked. An intermediate immortal emperor and 2 early immortal emperors. Do you think it's necessary for us to make a move? Yang Bufan darted a glance at Shan Chong. Shan Chong shrugged and continued to put on an attitude of watching a show. Such a character had actually come here to pick a fight with Xianxia. Needless to say, they would definitely be trampled by Xianxia. Lu Qi strode towards Xianxia. He crossed his arms on his chest, looked down at Xianxia, and spoke aloud. I heard that young Master Bufan has divine foresight and can even help people break through the bottleneck. I happen to be in the bottleneck. I hope young Master Bufan can take a look at me. The appearance of Lu Qi immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the disciples of exquisite paradise, but these disciples were all immortal kings. So they didn't say anything in front of an immortal emperor. Lu Qi's attitude was very arrogant. He didn't look like he was asking for advice at all. It seemed that he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. This brother has probably lost his combat strength due to his impotence, which has caused his essence to stagnate. Your life is finished. Not even the immortals can save you from this stubborn disease. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Hehe. After listening to Xianxia's words, the surrounding female disciples couldn't help but chuckle. They felt that this young Master Bufan was too sarcastic. Lu Qi's expression instantly turned incomparably unsightly. The biggest taboo for a man was to be told that he couldn't do it, let alone in front of so many women. To Lu Qi, this was simply a humiliation. How could the prideful Lu Qi bear it? Bastard! How dare you insult senior brother Lu? Are you courting death? Jiang Bufan, if you kneel down and kowtow in front of senior brother Lu now, perhaps senior brother Lu will forgive you. The 2 disciples beside Lu Qi were infuriated. It seemed that if Xianxia didn't kowtow, they would attack him. You are the one who asked for this humiliation. This place doesn't welcome you. Get out of here before this young master gets angry. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently. In the face of the people of Huangquan Gate, there was no way for him to be polite, nor could he show them a smile. These 3 bastards had come here to pick a fight, but unfortunately, they had found the wrong target. Courting death. The 2 early immortal emperor disciples were thoroughly infuriated. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as this. How dare a brat who came out of nowhere act so arrogantly in front of him? How could they tolerate this? Suddenly, the 2 of them reached out their hands and grabbed at Xianxia, who was sitting on the rattan chair. They had already made up their mind to suppress Xianxia and make him kneel down and kowtow. Since this bastard was called Jiang Bufan, they would beat him until he was convinced. Pa. Before their palms could touch Xianxia, their wrists were grabbed by Xianxia's hands. Before they could be surprised, Xianxia exerted his strength. 2 crisp cracking sounds were heard. Their wrists were broken by Xianxia. Their bones were completely twisted. Bang. Subsequently, Xianxia stretched out his legs at lightning speed and kicked their knees. The 2 of them couldn't bear the great force of Xianxia. They knelt on the ground with a puff, wailing incessantly. Their broken palms were still in Xianxia's grip. One of their legs had been crippled by Xianxia. They could only use their other leg to kneel on the ground with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The scene immediately caused a huge wave of commotion. The female disciples of exquisite paradise gaped in astonishment, looking at Xianxia in disbelief. They had never thought that this young Master Bufan was not only generous with his money, but also had great foresight. One should know that the 2 of them were immortal emperors, geniuses among immortal emperors, who weren't easy to deal with. But now, they were forced to kneel on the ground by Xianxia. This didn't mean that the geniuses of Huangquan Gate were too weak, but their opponents were too strong. Under the control of Jiang Chen, the two early immortal emperor geniuses could only kneel on the ground and wail. It was incomparably difficult for them to move. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. They regretted that they were too impulsive and attacked without knowing the opponent's strength. Now, they were reaping what they had sown. Look at your cowardly faces. How dare trash like you act so arrogantly in front of young Master Bufu? Do you know the meaning of my name? The first meaning is to not be convinced of anything, and the other meaning is to cure all kinds of disobedience. If the two of you are convinced now, I will let you go. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them and spoke in a strange tone. Bastard! Jiang Bufu, how dare you hurt the people of Huangquan Gate? I think you must be tired of living. Lu Qi was infuriated. When had the people of Huangquan Gate suffered such humiliation? At the same time, Lu Qi was also shocked by the opponent's strength. Speak quickly. Jiang Chen completely ignored Lu Qi, treating him as a fart, and continued to speak. Jiang Bufu, let us go now, or else you will die without a burial place. You are playing with fire. How dare you go against our Huangquan Gate? Even if you have 8 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. The two of them were still stubborn. It was impossible for them to say that they were convinced in public. This involved the dignity of Huangquan Gate. Plus, they didn't believe that the opponent would really deal with them. After all, not everyone would dare to provoke the Huangquan Gate. Moreover, they still had senior brother Lu Qi, who was their biggest reliance. Fine. Since you two are not convinced, then you won't even have the chance to be convinced. I have already given you two a chance. Young Master Bufu will never give a second chance to anyone. Jiang Chen said, then exerted more force with his palm. With a bang, the arms of the two exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Not only that, Jiang Chen's legs also landed on their qi, destroying their qi. Both of them were crippled. Arg! You crippled me. You actually crippled me. No, this can't be true. The two of them let out squeaks like pigs being slaughtered. They rolled on the ground, screaming and wailing. The two of them were enduring endless pain. Both of them were suffering a double blow to their body and soul. They simply couldn't accept this reality. It wasn't easy for them to reach the immortal emperor realm at such a young age. They still had a bright future ahead of them. But now, they were crippled just like that. All their future was destroyed. How could they accept this? The ground was drenched with blood. Some of the female disciples couldn't stand such a scene. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed. None of them had thought that this carefree and amiable young Master Bufu could be so ruthless and ruthless. He had crippled two of them in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were the geniuses of the Huangquan Gate. They were afraid that Jiang Chen would be in trouble, because the Huangquan Gate wasn't a sect that could be trifled with. Lu Qi's eyes were about to ooze blood. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Even now, he couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had crippled the two of them. Senior brother Lu Yan had instructed them to find an excuse to cripple Jiang Chen, but now, their own people were crippled instead. How ironic was this? Jiang Bufu, you are courting death. Lu Qi gritted his teeth. His killing intent soared to the sky, locking onto Jiang Chen. He had to kill Jiang Chen to seek justice for the two on the ground. Otherwise, what face would he, Lu Qi, have? He wouldn't be able to go back to see Lu Yan. What? Are you going to act as well? I advise you not to. Otherwise, you will surely end up like the two of them. Jiang Chen darted a sideways glance at Lu Qi. He had been sitting there since the beginning. His butt hadn't even left the rattan chair. His attitude was extremely arrogant, totally not putting Lu Qi in his eyes. The more he behaved like this, the angrier Lu Qi became. He, Lu Qi, was a famous figure in the Huangquan Gate. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? What a good Jiang Bufu. I'm going to beat you until you admit defeat. Lu Qi couldn't bear it any longer. He was thoroughly enraged. Violent waves of qi rolled out in an instant. His bowl-sized fist radiated golden light, striking at Jiang Chen with lightning speed. Lu Qi was, after all, an intermediate immortal emperor. His attack was very sharp and fast. Wherever his fist passed, the void was shattered inch by inch. However, in the eyes of Jiang Chen, there was no difference between an intermediate immortal emperor and an early immortal emperor. In any case, he could finish them all in one move. Pa. Just like before, Lu Qi's fist was caught by Jiang Chen's palm. The ocean-like energy was like a stone sinking into the ocean after hitting Jiang Chen's palm. The scene of Jiang Chen exploding in one punch didn't happen. The power of this punch didn't even budge Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the rattan chair. Impossible. Lu Qi turned pale with fright. His eyeballs almost popped out. He exerted his strength again, but still couldn't budge Jiang Chen. He wanted to break free, but to his horror, he found that Jiang Chen's hand was like an iron pincer, firmly holding him in place. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't break free. This time, Lu Qi's facial expression changed completely. He wasn't a fool. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Even if he exerted all his strength, he was still no match for his opponent. Bang. Before Lu Qi could react, a terrifying force rushed out of Jiang Chen's palm. With a bang, one of Lu Qi's arms exploded under the brute force of Jiang Chen, turning into a mist of blood. Lu Qi suffered the same fate as the other two on the ground. One of his arms was crippled. Pa. Jiang Chen raised his hand and gave another slap. Lu Qi felt as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing on his body. Under the tremendous force, his entire body was pressed down involuntarily, kneeling on the ground with a puff. The disciples of the Huangquan Gate are just like this. They can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Qi, who was kneeling on the ground, and said Lung Lung. The surrounding female disciples were completely dumbfounded. The power of Jiang Chen had completely stunned them. If what happened to the two early immortal emperor disciples of the Huangquan Gate was still acceptable, then what happened to Lu Qi was simply unbelievable. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Qi roared. His roar was heart-wrenching. Such a blow was just too great to him. Although he had lost an arm, the psychological blow was much more serious than the physical injury. The courtyard began to turn chaotic. The screams of the three had attracted more people, making the already small courtyard even livelier. Look, those are the people of Huangquan Gate. The one kneeling on the ground is Lu Qi of Huangquan Gate. What did I just see? What kind of person is this Jiang Bufu? How can he be so powerful? He seems to be merely an early immortal emperor, while Lu Qi is an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. He's very famous in Huangquan Gate. But today, he was beaten to the ground by Jiang Bufu. There are so many strange people and monstrous geniuses in the immortal world. This Jiang Bufu is going to be famous in this son-in-law selection. Many of them were watching the scene in the courtyard inside. Most of them couldn't believe what they saw. Let them go immediately. Just at this time, a cold voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Then, 5 to 6 people walked in. The leader was clad in black. His eyes were as cold as a venomous snake. Jiang Chen recognized this man. He was none other than Lu Yan, whom he had met outside the mountain gate of exquisite paradise. These people were the people of Huangquan Gate. Looking at the situation of Lu Qi and the other two, Lu Yan's eyes immediately spewed out fire. This Jiang Bufu had crippled the geniuses of Huangquan Gate in public. That was equivalent to provoking Huangquan Gate. Not only would the geniuses of Huangquan Gate be harmed, but also the reputation of Huangquan Gate. To these major powers, reputation was sometimes more important than reputation. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to make young Master Jiang Bufu release them? Jiang Chen sneered. His behavior immediately caused the others to roll their eyes. This bastard was truly arrogant. How dare he talk to Lu Yan in such a manner? This was a typical case of courting death. I don't care who you are. What you are doing now is digging your own grave. Lu Yan spoke Lung Lung. Is that so? Jiang Chen put his palm on Lu Qi's head and said to Lu Yan, if you take another step forward, I will kill him. His words caused another wave of commotion. Injuring someone and killing someone were two completely different concepts. If Jiang Bufa really killed someone from the Huangquan Gate, the enmity between them would be set in stone, and there would be no possibility of resolving it. They would become mortal enemies. Moreover, it took a lot of courage to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. At least, many people present did not believe that Jiang Chen really dared to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. After all, offending the Huangquan Gate was not a joke. You dare? Lu Yan was very angry. The other party was threatening him. No one had ever dared to threaten him. He, Lu Yan, had never been threatened by anyone. Go ahead and try. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. You're courting death. Lu Yan's eyes were like a poisonous snake as he strode toward Jiang Chen. He did not believe that Jiang Chen dared to kill Lu Qi, because that was playing with fire. Bang, however, Lu Yan had only taken one step when he heard a shrill scream. Lu Qi's head completely burst, and he was killed by Jiang Chen on the spot. Wow, the audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yan, who had just taken one step, also stopped. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Jiang Chen actually killed Lu Qi. He really dared to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. Such a move was already an open enemy of the Huangquan Gate. But at the same time, many people started to admire young Master Bufu in their hearts. He killed without hesitation and in a clean manner without the slightest bit of hesitation. Such ruthless methods were truly rare. Brat, I think you must be tired of living. How dare you kill the people of the Huangquan Gate? Go to hell. Lu Yan was infuriated. His killing intent surged as he lunged at Jiang Chen. Stop. A loud yell was heard. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. An old woman with a walking stick flew over. She hovered above the guest area, watching everything that happened in the courtyard. Her eyes rested on Jiang Chen for a moment before shifting away. She was a mighty immortal venerable, a true elder of exquisite paradise. She had great prestige in exquisite paradise. Tomorrow is the day of the selection of son-in-law. Have you all had enough? Are you treating exquisite paradise as a vegetable market? If you want to settle your grudges, please do it outside exquisite paradise. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, she vanished with a sway. After all, this was the guest area. Given the strength of Lu Yan and Jiang Chen, if they were to fight here, how could exquisite paradise remain peaceful? The appearance of the old woman made Lu Yan retract his qi. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, aren't you the one who refuses to submit to the heavens? Do you dare to fight me? As soon as Lu Yan's words were spoken, many people felt that it was a little too much, especially the female disciples of exquisite paradise. Each of them felt that it was unfair for Jiang Chen. Lu Yan was a half-step immortal venerable and a supreme genius who had returned from the immortal court. On the other hand, young Master Bufu was merely an early immortal emperor. There was a huge gap in their cultivation base, but Lu Yan challenged young Master Bufu. Wasn't this bullying? However, everyone felt that Jiang Chen would never agree to it. After all, this was a matter that he had no confidence in winning. It was no different from courting death. In any case, this was the territory of exquisite paradise. No matter how angry Lu Yan was, he wouldn't dare to fight Jiang Chen. You want to fight me? Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yan with interest. That's right. Leave exquisite paradise and find a secluded place for a life and death battle. Lu Yan spoke aloud. Then let's find a secluded place. Jiang Chen said. With a sway of his body, he soared high into the sky, heading towards the outside of exquisite paradise. This scene stunned everyone once again. Even Lu Yan himself was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the opponent would really agree to fight him. Initially, he just wanted to scare the opponent to regain some face, because he knew that the opponent was only an early immortal emperor. No matter how powerful the opponent was, the opponent wouldn't dare to fight him. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would agree to it and take the lead to fly towards the outside of exquisite paradise? How could Lu Yan know that finding a secluded place was what Jiang Chen wanted the most? If they fought here, he would be afraid of exposing his identity. An expert like Lu Yan must be eliminated if possible. Therefore, Jiang Chen naturally agreed to Lu Yan's challenge. Jiang Chen had already seen it very clearly. Lu Yan's strength was on par with Tianyu. Since he could kill Tianyu, killing Lu Yan naturally wouldn't be a problem. Has this bastard gone mad? Did he really agree to Lu Yan's challenge? That's Lu Yan we're talking about. Who gave him so much confidence? Lunatic. He must be a lunatic. If Lu Yan fights him, he will die for sure. Humph. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Lu Yan harumphed coldly, then vanished in a flash, heading towards the direction where Xianxia disappeared. As a matter of fact, Lu Yan had no intention of fighting Xianxia. After all, in his point of view, it was an insult to himself to fight an early immortal emperor given his status and strength. Even if he won, he would still lose his face. Lu Yan's plan was to use Lu Qi and the other two as an excuse to cripple Xianxia. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups of Exquisite Paradise had come forward to stop him. Now that Xianxia wanted to fight him, Lu Yan had to eliminate Jiang Bufu. He wanted to let Jiang Bufu know what it meant to be convinced. He wanted to let Jiang Bufu know that going against him wouldn't end well. At the center of Exquisite Paradise, the old woman stood beside Venerable Ling Long and spoke. Venerable, that young Master Bufu has actually accepted Lu Yan's challenge. Now that they have left Exquisite Paradise for the duel, should we stop them? After all, this Jiang Bufu has brought tremendous benefits to Exquisite Paradise. He's a rare genius. Since he wants to befriend Exquisite Paradise, we should protect him. The name of Jiang Bufu was known by everyone in the entire Exquisite Paradise. Ever since this young Master Bufu arrived, no one knew how many benefits he had brought to Exquisite Paradise. Not only did he help a large number of disciples to improve their cultivation base, he was also generous with his immortal weapons. Clearly, he was prepared to befriend Exquisite Paradise. Furthermore, such a young genius was too rare. In the old woman's point of view, Exquisite Paradise should cherish such a person. Upon hearing this, the corner of Venerable Ling Long's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, as though she wasn't worried about the duel. She smiled and said to the old woman, "Elder Lu, don't worry. Do you think that Lu Yan can kill that young Master Bufu? Although young Master Bufu is mystical, he is just too arrogant. It's a pity that his cultivation base is just too weak. He's merely an early immortal emperor. How can he be a match for Lu Yan? Even I, this old woman, am no match for a genius like Lu Yan, let alone that Jiang Bufu," the old woman said with a frown. In her point of view, the battle between Xianxia and Lu Yan was like two extremes. The gap between them was just too great. No matter how divine Jiang Bufu was, he was absolutely no match for Lu Yan. None of the geniuses from the immortal court were easy to deal with. Lu Yan is dead for sure because Jiang Bufu is Xianxia. Venerable Ling Long said lightly. Others might not know Xianxia's identity, but Venerable Ling Long knew it very well. She knew at the moment Xianxia left Longshan. What? Jiang Bufu is Xianxia? The old woman exclaimed. Obviously, she had never imagined such a situation. Otherwise, do you think that any random genius would be so kind to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise? And do you think that monstrous geniuses are everywhere in the immortal world? Xianxia wants to do something for Exquisite Paradise before the start of the son-in-law selection ceremony. I appreciate his intention. As for Xianxia's safety, we don't have to worry about it. We all know his means very well. Venerable Ling Long said with a smile. If that's the case, there's really nothing to worry about. Even Tianyu has been killed by Xianxia, let alone Lu Yan. The old woman smiled. Now that she thought about it, she felt that Venerable Ling Long's words were very reasonable. Xianxia and Xianxia had the same surname and were equally mysterious. In that case, they didn't need to worry at all. The one who should be worried should be Lu Yan. They were very clear about Xianxia's capability. Putting aside the countless earth-shattering deeds that he had done, just killing Tianyu was enough to prove his strength. Although Lu Yan was powerful, he was still in existence on the same level as Tianyu. If he had a life-and-death battle with Xianxia, only death awaited him. In the minds of Venerable Ling Long and the old woman, apart from Xianxia, they were afraid that there was no one else who could fight a half-step immortal venerable while being an early immortal emperor. In Exquisite Paradise, after Xianxia and Lu Yan disappeared, many people came out, wanting to see how the battle was going to end, or how Jiang Bufu was killed by Lu Yan, especially those from the Huangquan Gate. Each and every one of them was infuriated. Initially, they had followed Lu Yan to Exquisite Paradise excitedly, but who would have thought that they would encounter Jiang Bufu, who had caused them such a huge loss. Out of the three geniuses, one was killed and the other two were crippled. The speed at which they came out wasn't slow, but Jiang Chen and Lu Yan were too fast. By the time they came out, Jiang Chen and Lu Yan were nowhere to be seen, as though they had vanished into thin air. Where did they go? Why isn't there any trace of them left? That's right. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that they are going to fight secretly? Forget it, there's nothing interesting to see in a battle like this. The gap between the two of them is too big, they're not on the same level at all. Jiang Bufu will definitely die. Let's just wait here. I'm guessing it won't be long before Lu Yan comes back with Jiang Bufu's head. I think Jiang Bufu must have fled out of fear. Lu Yan must have chased after him. That's why Jiang Bufu ran so fast that we couldn't find him. Many people were speechless. Both of them disappeared too fast. They couldn't find their shadows when they came out. However, almost everyone was sure that Lu Yan would win. There was no doubt about it. Some people even thought that Jiang Bufu was going to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. After all, he had killed the people of the Huangquan Gate and offended a major power that he shouldn't have offended. So, it was reasonable for him to run away. At this moment, on a barren mountain thousands of miles away from Exquisite Paradise, Jiang Chen was standing in the air in white clothes. Opposite him was Lu Yan, who had just chased after him. Lu Yan looked around and looked at the barren land. Leng Leng said, "I thought you were going to run away." What a joke. You don't have the qualifications to make me run away. Jiang Chen sneered. Jiang Bufu, I don't know if there's something wrong with your brain or if you are too arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight me? Lu Yan said with great interest. He was very puzzled, wondering who gave this opponent the courage to fight him with a mere early immortal emperor cultivation base. That's right. That's right. Is that so? I wonder how you compare to Tianyu. Even Tianyu has been killed by me. Do you think you are much stronger than him? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Upon hearing Tianyu's name, the sneering Lu Yan's facial expression changed instantly. He looked at the opponent in horror and said in disbelief, "You are Jiang Chen?" At this time, Lu Yan had no choice but to doubt it. Because the opponent said that he had killed Tianyu, and Tianyu had died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen not long ago. This fact was known to the world. It wasn't a secret. When Lu Yan recalled Jiang Bufu's miraculous performance in Exquisite Paradise and the scene of him killing an intermediate immortal Emperor Lu Qi with ease, Lu Yan was even more convinced that the person in front of him was Jiang Chen. "At least you aren't stupid," Jiang Chen said. With a sway of his body, a wave of desolate energy surged out of his body like a vast ocean. He had transformed into his dragon form. He needed to exert all his strength to deal with Lu Yan. The reason he chose this place as the battlefield was because he didn't want to expose his identity in Exquisite Paradise. "Come on, let me see how you compare to Tianyu." Jiang Chen's murderous intent made him look like a god of death. His oppressive qi made Lu Yan feel a strong pressure. Lu Yan's facial expression changed slightly. When he saw Jiang Chen's dragon form, he was even more certain of Jiang Chen's identity. The dragon form itself was the biggest symbol of Jiang Chen. Lu Yan had never thought that he would meet Jiang Chen so soon. To be honest, he didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Jiang Chen. After all, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had killed Tianyu. He knew Tianyu's ability all too well. They were both cultivators in the Immortal Court, so they couldn't be more familiar with each other. "What? Are you afraid? If you are, you can choose to surrender," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing the word surrender, a strong anger surged out of Lu Yan's body. When had he, Lu Yan, surrendered? This was simply an insult to his character. If this matter was spread out, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. "Humph. Jiang Chen, you were only able to kill Tianyu because you were opportunistic. Tianyu died in vain, but I'm not Tianyu. Since we met today, I, Lu Yan, will kill you with all my strength." Lu Yan coldly snorted. Facing Jiang Chen, although he didn't have any confidence, his greedy heart began to become restless. He knew better than anyone that killing Jiang Chen would bring him great benefits. He would directly become famous. Moreover, in Lu Yan's view, the reason why Jiang Chen was able to kill Tianyu was that he had replicated Tianyu's 9 heavenly astral slashes with a magical secret skill, which completely disturbed Tianyu's mind. As long as he was careful, Jiang Chen was definitely no match for him. Clang. Lu Yan's arm trembled. A world-shaking battle sword appeared. He knew that Jiang Chen had a method that could simulate his opponent's combat technique. Since that was the case, he wouldn't use any combat technique. He would use a powerful immortal weapon to directly pressure and injure Jiang Chen. Moreover, given Jiang Chen's strength, he would have to go all out to suppress his opponent. Make your move. Jiang Chen slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint sword. The blood-red dragon sword let out a roar, as though it had been a long time since it last fought. At this moment, it couldn't contain its joy anymore. Lu Yan moved. Facing the powerful Jiang Chen, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. The battle sword in his hand let out a whistling sound, like a poisonous dragon, carrying the pressure of Mount Tai as it slashed towards Jiang Chen. Everywhere the terrifying battle sword passed, the void would be slashed into two. On the other side, Jiang Chen also moved. The Heavenly Saint sword was even more terrifying than before. His movements were not flashy at all. He directly slashed towards Lu Yan's battle sword. Jiang Chen didn't wish to be entangled with Lu Yan. Thus, he unleashed his full power, wanting to end the battle as soon as possible. Putting aside the fact that Lu Yan didn't use any combat technique, even if he did, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the heart to use the Taiji diagram to simulate it. He had no interest in Lu Yan's combat technique. Right now, he was only interested in taking Lu Yan's life. Rumble, the two battle swords collided, instantly causing a world-shaking boom. Even though the two of them had already opened up a battlefield, the mountains within a radius of several hundred li were still destroyed. After all, the destructive energy was simply too great. Neither of them held back in this attack. Thus, the difference in strength was obvious. Even someone as powerful as Lu Yan was forced back 100 zhang, falling into a disadvantageous position. What an abnormal bastard. Lu Yan's face darkened. Even though he had already prepared himself, he still couldn't accept the fact that he was forced back by Jiang Chen. No matter what, he couldn't change the fact that Jiang Chen was only an early immortal emperor. The geniuses of the immortal court sure are extraordinary. If my current cultivation base is only at the early immortal emperor realm, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for Lu Yan. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. A genius like Lu Yan was incomparable to ordinary people. Jiang Chen's current cultivation base was at the peak of early immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the intermediate immortal emperor realm, which was why he could defeat Lu Yan. Jiang Chen knew very well that if he was still at the early immortal emperor realm, he would certainly be no match for Lu Yan. Of course, the current situation was more than enough to kill Lu Yan. Cowl. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He raised the Heavenly Saint sword high again and slashed at Lu Yan. He casted the Great Void technique and appeared above Lu Yan's head in a blink. Lu Yan was taken aback. Without hesitation, the sword in his hand carried ocean-like energy and sword chi, colliding with Jiang Chen once more. Kong Long, it was another earth-shattering scene. The scene was just too explosive. In such a fierce battle, momentum was undoubtedly the most important factor. Due to the fact that Jiang Chen had killed Tianyu, Lu Yan's momentum was weaker than Jiang Chen's from the beginning. As such, without any surprise, Lu Yan was once again sent flying by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I admit that you are a peerless genius. I won't fight you today. If you have the guts, show up at the son-in-law selection tomorrow. At that time, someone will naturally kill you. After leaving a harsh remark, Lu Yan turned and left. He was a very smart man. He never fought a battle that he wasn't sure of winning. After realizing that he was no match for Jiang Chen, Lu Yan didn't linger any longer and chose to flee. It had to be said that this was a very wise choice, because Lu Yan knew that continuing to fight wouldn't do him any good. Even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen. As long as Xianxia dared to show up at the son-in-law selection tomorrow, someone would naturally kill him. This time, many immortal venerable geniuses of the immortal court, such as Li Feng of the Huangquan Gate, had come for Xianxia instead of the son-in-law selection. Haha. Lu Yan, now that you've come, do you still want to leave? Xianxia laughed aloud. He casted the Great Void technique and blocked Lu Yan's way in the blink of an eye. It wasn't easy for him to lure Lu Yan out. If he let Lu Yan go back unscathed, wouldn't it be a waste of his feelings? Besides, if Lu Yan returned, his identity would be exposed. Lu Yan's facial expression changed once more. Xianxia's terrifying speed had utterly shocked him. Only now did he recall that Xianxia possessed the Great Void technique. Xianxia, do you really want to fight to the death? You won't be able to gain any advantage. Lu Yan spoke aloud. He felt that Xianxia had gone too far. Xianxia was determined to kill him. He felt that even if he wasn't a match for Xianxia, it would still be very easy for him to leave in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's action was simply humiliating him. Fight to the death? You don't deserve it. Xianxia spoke, slashing the heavenly saint sword once more. The enmity between him and the Huangquan Gate had reached a point where only one of them could survive. Lu Yan had returned from the immortal court to kill him, but he chose to retreat because he felt that he couldn't kill him. Otherwise, Lu Yan wouldn't let go of any opportunity to kill him. Xianxia was very clear about this. Therefore, since Lu Yan had been lured out, Xianxia would never let go of such a great opportunity to kill Lu Yan. Furthermore, Xianxia was confident that he could kill Lu Yan. Lu Yan was infuriated. As a first-class genius of the Huangquan Gate and a peerless figure of the immortal court, he had never suffered such humiliation. Waves of qi erupted from his body. The combat sword in his hand rained down like raindrops, colliding with Xianxia's heavenly saint sword once more. For a moment, the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. The spatial zone and the mountain range below were shattered. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk despite having exerted his full strength, Lu Yan was still forced a few steps back by Xianxia. At this point, he had to admit that he was no match for Xianxia even if he didn't want to. In Lu Yan's point of view, Xianxia was like a ferocious divine beast. His body contained an inexhaustible amount of energy that could never be used up. Looking at Xianxia's imposing manner, a trace of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. This was a very scary thing. One should know that when one reached his level, he had long forgotten what fear was. At this time, Xianxia's qi changed once more. His dragon eyes turned blood red. He had actually put away the heavenly saint sword at the critical moment. To a warrior, it was extremely unwise to put away a powerful immortal weapon at the critical moment. However, this made Lu Yan even more afraid because he could sense fear from Xianxia. He knew very well that Xianxia didn't put away his immortal weapon because he didn't want to give up his strength, but was going to use a technique that was even more terrifying than the immortal weapon. I'm done playing with you. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Xianxia's voice was as loud as thunder. A blood-red dragon of slaughter instantly appeared above his head. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. Its gaze fell upon Lu Yan like a sharp sword, locking on to all of Lu Yan's qi. That was the will of the slaughter dragon. Once the opponent was locked on, the opponent must be exterminated. Asterisk roar, asterisk the terrifying slaughter dragon formed a huge dragon seal. The blood-red dragon seal carried the aura of death, wanting to destroy everything in this world. With a crushing momentum, it charged towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan turned pale with fright. In the face of this terrifying slaughter dragon seal, he could directly feel the will to kill. In this dragon seal, there was also a faint trace of heavenly might, causing his soul to tremble. A will of death suddenly rose from the bottom of Lu Yan's heart. He had never felt such a feeling before. It was too terrifying. That blood-red slaughter dragon seal was like the most terrifying thing in this world, making him unable to resist it. At this time, Lu Yan's first thought was to run for his life. However, he didn't dare to run because he could clearly sense that the slaughter dragon seal had already locked onto his qi. His speed of running was not as fast as the attack of the slaughter dragon seal. The only thing he could do now was to use all of his strength to resist, hoping that he could block the slaughter dragon seal. Sweeping sword in 8 directions. Lu Yan seemed to have stimulated the last of his potential. He roared, and the sword in his hand cast out countless sword lights, sweeping in all directions, forming a big net, shrouding the slaughter dragon's seal. Roar. The blood-red dragon roared wildly. Those sword lights fell on the body of the slaughter dragon and made a clanging sound. They couldn't cause any damage to the slaughter dragon at all. This scene was exactly the same as Tianyu's 9 heavenly astral slashes. He was not the opponent of the slaughter dragon at all. After Xianxia comprehended the way of slaughter, he cultivated the slaughter dragon seal. Now, the slaughter dragon seal had become the representative of slaughter. It was the perfect interpretation of the way of slaughter. Moreover, it had absorbed the heavenly might of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. It could be said that it was the most terrifying means of Xianxia now. Rumble, the whole battlefield turned into chaos. The slaughter dragon was too terrifying. The huge dragon's mouth directly swallowed Lu Yan and then burst open. Then, Xianxia waved his hand and struck out a wave of air, dispersing the chaotic color. Lu Yan's figure was also revealed. At this moment, Lu Yan was covered in blood and looked extremely embarrassed. Looking at his aura, he was only a little better than Tianyu at that time. In this state, Lu Yan could only be slaughtered by Xianxia. Xianxia came to Lu Yan, his eyes were as ruthless as a knife. Xianxia, don't kill me. Lu Yan had never been so afraid of death. He didn't want to die, no one wanted to die. Give me a reason not to kill you. Xianxia said lightly. Lu Yan smiled bitterly because he couldn't find a reason for Xianxia not to kill him. It was just like if Xianxia fell into his hands, he would definitely die. At this moment, Lu Yan was in complete despair. Xianxia withdrew his dragon form and turned to leave. When he disappeared in the mountain range, Lu Yan's body suddenly burst open and turned into a mist of blood. The combat sword in his hand turned into a golden light and flew into Xianxia's hand. Xianxia's body flickered and disappeared completely. Exquisite Paradise was still crowded with people. Tomorrow was the son-in-law selection ceremony. Those who should be here had already arrived. Now, many people were looking at the distance with longing eyes, seemingly waiting for someone to appear. Why hasn't he come back yet? Who do you think will win? Is there a need to think about it? Even a fool knows that Jiang Bufu is dead for sure. That's Lu Yan we're talking about. That's right. I dare to bet that Lu Yan will return in less than 10 minutes with Jiang Bufu's head. The crowd was restless. They felt that there was no suspense in this battle. Just as they were discussing and betting, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of them. In just a few breaths, the silhouette had arrived in front of the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the silhouette of the silhouette. Isn't that Jiang Bufu? Yeah, why did he come back? Where's Lu Yan? Why didn't Lu Yan come back? He wouldn't have killed Lu Yan, right? What are you thinking? Can he kill Lu Yan? I guess they didn't fight at all. Xianxia had returned, but Lu Yan didn't return with him. Such a situation had caused an uproar. Some people guessed that Lu Yan had died in the hands of Jiang Bufu, but most of them still thought that it was impossible. After all, the gap between their cultivation base was just too great. They would rather believe that they had gone out for a stroll and didn't encounter each other. Jiang Bufu, where's our senior brother Lu Yan? A disciple of Huangquan Gate blocked Jiangqian's path and asked aloud. He's dead. Jiangqian said casually. Bullshit. Only you can kill senior brother Lu Yan. You must have run away because you don't dare to fight senior brother Lu Yan. That disciple had the urge to vomit blood. How could Lu Yan be so easily killed just because he boasted? Get lost. Don't get in my way. Jiangqian's eyes flickered and snapped at the disciple. The disciple shuddered. His body uncontrollably gave way to Xianxia. Although he was an intermediate immortal emperor, he didn't have the slightest confidence in front of Xianxia. He had seen clearly how Xianxia killed Lu Qi, who was also an intermediate immortal emperor. Such a person would kill without batting an eye and was cruel and ruthless. If he angered Xianxia, he would die in vain. Xianxia ignored the gazes of the crowd and strode towards his courtyard in the VIP area. Let's go back. I guess this Jiang Bufu has gone out for a stroll and returned. Lu Yan might still be looking for him outside. It won't take long for him to return. After acting tough for so long, it turns out that he's just a coward. Many of them thought so. Looking at the back of Xianxia, they couldn't help but reveal disdainful eyes. Outside the VIP area, Yang Bufan and the other two couldn't help but laugh when they saw Xianxia swaggering back. Only they believed that Lu Yan was dead, and he was dead for sure. Little Chinzi, why did you change your appearance? Yang Bufan transmitted his voice. Can I come out without changing my appearance? I'm afraid that exquisite paradise will immediately become a battlefield. Tomorrow's son-in-law selection is mainly to stimulate Monkey to wake up. I can't steal his limelight. Jiangchen replied. He knew very well that most of the people who came to this son-in-law selection were here for him. The truly powerful experts were still hiding in the dark. Those experts from the immortal court were here to kill him. If he revealed his true appearance, he would immediately become the focus of attention. He was afraid that exquisite paradise would immediately become a battlefield. This wasn't what Jiangchen wanted to see, because he knew the purpose of this son-in-law selection better than anyone else. If it wasn't to stimulate Longshan, Venerable Ling Long wouldn't have used the Saintess as a bait. The night fell quickly, but the VIP area was even more restless. It wasn't because of the continuous appearance of female disciples in Jiangchen's courtyard, but because Lu Yan hadn't returned yet. Lu Yan hasn't returned yet. Tomorrow is the day of the son-in-law selection. He must know that Jiang Bufu has already returned. If he couldn't find any trace of Jiang Bufu, he should have returned long ago. Could it be? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Jiang Bufu kill Lu Yan? This is ridiculous. But why hasn't Lu Yan returned yet? That Jiang Bufu shouldn't be underestimated. He has killed Lu Qi with ease. This alone is enough for him to gain a foothold among the young geniuses of the immortal world. Many of them couldn't keep calm anymore. At this time, many of them began to recall the words Jiangchen said when he returned. Lu Yan was dead. Many of them began to imagine that it might be true. The disciples of Huangquan Gate couldn't hold on any longer. Several disciples flew out to search for traces of Lu Yan. An hour later, the disciples of Huangquan Gate returned, but they still couldn't find any trace of Lu Yan. However, they found signs of a battle in a desolate mountain range thousands of miles away. Judging from the time of the battle, it coincided with the time when Jiangchen and Lu Yan went out. This was no small matter, and everyone's gazes immediately focused on Jiang Bufu again. So, Jiang Bufu and Lu Yan might have really fought. The time, place, and traces of the battle are incomparably consistent. It is said that the desolate mountain range has been destroyed. Lu Yan still hasn't returned. Could it be that he's really dead? Jiang Bufu has really killed Lu Yan, but he's only an early immortal emperor. Since when did such a monstrous genius appear in the immortal world? If there was such a monstrous genius, he would have become famous in the immortal world. However, we have never seen or even heard of such a monstrous genius. Currently, in the entire immortal world, only Jiangchen has the ability to kill a half-step immortal venerable genius with just an early immortal emperor cultivation base. Jiangchen. They are the same person. Jiang Bufu is Jiangchen. It must be so. Damn it. We have all been deceived by him. That's right. It must be the same person. It's impossible for there to be two such monstrous geniuses with the same surname. Plus, he showed his hostility to Yellow Spring sect and killed their disciples. Without a doubt, he must be Jiangchen. If he didn't have a deep hatred for Yellow Spring sect, he wouldn't be so cruel. The scene instantly went out of control. Most of the people who came here were geniuses and intelligent people. It was easy for them to figure out the crux of the matter. Jiang Bufu was Jiangchen. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, it was impossible for Lu Yan to die. Only Jiangchen could kill an expert like Lu Yan when he was only an early immortal emperor, because Jiangchen had just killed Tianyu a few days ago. The news spread like wildfire. The appearance of Jiangchen would surely set off a great wave. For a moment, the geniuses of various major powers were mobilized, besieging Jiangchen's courtyard. Those geniuses who had just returned from the immortal court had also appeared. All of them were at the same level as Lu Yan, but there were more of them. There were more than 30 of them. If they joined forces, they would be a major power that couldn't be underestimated. Even Xianxia wasn't a match for them. However, when they surrounded the courtyard, it was already completely empty. There wasn't even the slightest trace of Xianxia to be found. Damn it. That bastard has run away. Bastard. He has been under our nose for 2 days. How could we miss the chance to kill him? Damn it. Don't worry. I guess he will appear again in the son-in-law selection tomorrow. This bastard is a fugitive. We will send more powerful geniuses tomorrow. As long as Xianxia dares to appear, he will die without a burial place. Xianxia stood beside the Linglong Jade Divine Rock, looking at Dragon San who was lying on the rock. Dragon San still showed no signs of waking up. As soon as you went out, you caused a huge commotion in Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji looked over at Xianxia. As the saintess, although she didn't lead this place, she knew everything that had happened in Exquisite Paradise. Now that Xianxia had returned, the guest zone was destined to be a sleepless night. Moreover, the appearance of Xianxia would only make the selection of son-in-law more lively. Those peerless geniuses who might not have shown up before would surely show up this time for no other reason than to kill Xianxia. Lan Lingji knew very well that the attraction of Xianxia was far greater than her, the saintess, to those true geniuses who had returned from the immortal court. It doesn't matter. The enmity between me and them has always been irreconcilable. Since they have come for me, I naturally have to go out and do something. Xianxia smiled. But Master and I are very grateful to you. We know that the reason you have changed your appearance this time is to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, said Lan Lingji with a smile. She knew very well what Xianxia had done in the past 2 days. Apart from the immortal weapons that he had sent out, the most important thing was to help the disciples who were stuck in a bottleneck to advance. Both Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji were aware of Xianxia's painstaking efforts. At the same time, they felt very gratified. For people like Xianxia and Long San, Exquisite Paradise was willing to spare no effort to help them. It's nothing. How's Monkey now? Asked Xianxia. Lan Lingji shook her head helplessly and let out a sigh. There's still no progress. Monkey, if you still don't wake up, your wife will belong to someone else tomorrow. Xianxia spoke with a frown, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. He could only use such words to provoke Long San. Lan Lingji felt very helpless. She didn't know what to do if Long San didn't wake up tomorrow. Was she really going to marry someone else? That was absolutely impossible, but if she didn't get married, it would cause Exquisite Paradise to become enemies with the other major powers, which was something she didn't wish to see. Using this event to provoke Long San was a risky move, but for Long San, Lan Lingji was willing to do anything. She wouldn't give up until the very last moment. She believed that Long San would never give up on her. I believe Brother San will wake up. Lan Lingji spoke with incomparable firmness. The next day, early in the morning, Exquisite Paradise was bustling with noise and excitement. The Exquisite Paradise Square was dozens of miles wide. It was the largest martial arena in Exquisite Paradise. Currently, it was already crowded with people. Exquisite Paradise was open to the public. Apart from the geniuses of various major powers who came to participate in the selection of son-in-law, there were also many cultivators from East Xuanyu. As a major event in East Xuanyu, it would certainly attract countless attention. The selection of son-in-law is about to begin. I wonder if the saintess will come out later. I haven't seen the saintess of Exquisite Paradise before. I heard that she's a peerless beauty. Of course. Lan Lingji is known as the #1 beauty of East Xuanyu. Today is the day of the selection of son-in-law. Lan Lingji will surely appear. I can't wait any longer. What's the use of being impatient? With your cultivation base, do you still want to compete on the battle platform? You won't even know how you die in there. I didn't say that I'm going to compete in the selection of son-in-law. Can't I just watch the fun? The super geniuses who will participate in the selection of son-in-law must be monstrous geniuses from the immortal court. The battle between those geniuses will surely be intense. Moreover, Xianxia might appear again. The crowd was discussing about the upcoming selection of son-in-law. Apart from the beauty of Lan Lingji, they were also looking forward to the battle between the geniuses of the immortal court. It would surely be earth-shattering and eye-opening. Wing. At this moment, the void above the martial arena suddenly trembled. Then, a few immortal venerables flew over. All of them were immortal venerables. The leader of them was none other than Venerable Ling Long. She was graceful and elegant. They were the core members of Exquisite Paradise. Today's selection of son-in-law was presided over by Venerable Ling Long, so that's Venerable Ling Long. She's stunningly beautiful. An intermediate immortal venerable. I never thought that I would have the chance to see her beauty one day. Venerable Ling Long treats the saintess like her own daughter. This selection of son-in-law is a major event of Exquisite Paradise. Naturally, Venerable Ling Long has to show up. Moreover, there are many geniuses of the immortal court here. Only Venerable Ling Long can suppress them. The appearance of Venerable Ling Long immediately caused a commotion. Most of them wouldn't have the chance to see a giant figure like Venerable Ling Long in their lifetime. Only when Exquisite Paradise was open to the public did they have such an opportunity. Many of them seemed a little excited. There was a high platform ahead. Venerable Ling Long and a few immortal venerables descended on the platform. She glanced around and said, "Today, I'm selecting a son-in-law for the saintess. This is a major event of Exquisite Paradise. The rules are very simple. The winner will be the king. Whoever can suppress the crowd will be the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. At that time, not only will he marry the saintess, but he will also receive 10 drops of Ling Long jade saliva as a reward." As soon as Venerable Ling Long's words fell, the crowd became restless, because the temptation was just too great. What a happy thing it is to become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. There are also 10 drops of Ling Long jade saliva. I heard that the Ling Long jade saliva is extracted from the Ling Long jade stone. It's incomparably precious. Anyone who obtains it will gain boundless benefits. That's right. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I will definitely try my best. Not only will I get a huge reward, but I will also be able to marry the beauty. How wonderful would that be? Wake up, stop dreaming. Just watch the show. The matter of choosing a son-in-law really has nothing to do with you. The crowd was restless. The geniuses who had returned from the immortal court were itching to have a go. Today was their main battlefield. The others had to stand aside. Venerable, before the selection of son-in-law begins, shouldn't you let the saintess show herself to everyone? Someone spoke aloud. As soon as the voice faded, a peerlessly beautiful woman stepped on the void and landed on the high platform, standing beside Venerable Ling Long. She was clad in blue, and her skin was as exquisite as jade. She was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. So beautiful. No wonder she's the #1 beauty of East Xuanyu. She's breathtaking. I didn't expect the saintess of Exquisite Paradise to be so beautiful. Initially, I wasn't very interested in the selection of son-in-law, but now, it seems like I have to give it my all. I'm also going to join the battle. Only a genius like me is worthy of such a beauty. The appearance of Lan Lingji stirred the crowd even more. It was the first time for most of them to see Lan Lingji. They had only heard of her name before. One should know that the geniuses of East Xuanyu weren't the only ones who had come to participate in the selection of son-in-law. The geniuses of the entire ethereal immortal domain were here, especially those who had returned from the immortal court. Due to the long period of time that they had spent in the immortal court, most of them hadn't seen Lan Lingji before. Most of them had come for Jiang Chen, but the moment they saw Lan Lingji, many of them changed their original intention and felt that they had to have a good fight with her today. However, there were still some people in the crowd who were indifferent. They stood there calmly, as though nothing in the outside world could arouse their interest and attention. However, the chi that was exuded from their bodies was incomparably astonishing. They were the true peerless geniuses. Each of them had a cultivation base of early immortal venerable realm. Their divine sense kept sweeping across the crowd, apparently trying to find something. Obviously, these people had come for Jiang Chen. As for the selection of son-in-law, they didn't seem to have any intention of participating. Given their cultivation base, their temperament had already become incomparably calm. Beauty could no longer shake their hearts. The son-in-law of exquisite paradise wasn't that attractive to them. The selection of son-in-law would be left to those half-step immortal venerables. On the side of Huangquan Gate, a few disciples' faces were incomparably unsightly. As Lu Yan hadn't appeared yet, they were almost certain that Lu Yan was dead. The one standing in front of them was an early immortal venerable who had returned from the immortal court not long ago. Previously, he had gone to the desolate mountain range thousands of miles away and sensed the qi of death of Lu Yan. Therefore, he was basically certain that Lu Yan was dead. This infuriated the disciples of Huangquan Gate, making them even more determined to eliminate Jiang Chen. On the high platform, Lan Lingji was expressionless. She didn't even glance at the crowd below and stood at the back of the crowd. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Now, I'm going to announce the rules of the selection of son-in-law. Those who can win 3 matches in a row will enter the final selection of son-in-law. Life and death doesn't matter during the battle. Only those who admit defeat. Venerable Ling Long spoke aloud. The rules of the competition were very simple, but they were incomparably harsh. One should know that the geniuses who came from the immortal court were all heaven-defying geniuses. It might be possible to determine a winner, but it would be too difficult to win 3 matches in a row. After all, each battle would consume a tremendous amount of energy. However, such rules would also make the selection of son-in-law more convenient. There were roughly 30 to 40 half-step immortal venerables present. If the battles were fought according to such rules, it would already be considered good if 2 or 3 of them could enter the final battle. After all, winning 3 matches in a row wasn't a joke. Apart from that, life and death didn't matter on the battle platform. This rule had destined the battle to be bloody and cruel. One should know that although these geniuses were cultivating in the immortal court, it was inevitable for them to have some conflicts with each other. In addition, they came from different major powers. Naturally, there were a lot of them who hated each other. The immortal court didn't allow internal strife, but now that they were on the battle platform, it was different. If they were enemies, they wouldn't want to give up the opportunity to kill their opponent. Of course, at their level, they could admit defeat if they couldn't win. It wasn't an easy task to kill a powerful opponent in a battle of the same level. I hereby announce that the selection of son-in-law has officially begun. Let's begin. After Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, she slowly sat on the rattan chair behind her. The scene began to heat up. Countless people were looking at the battle platform at the center of the martial arts field. There were 3 battle platforms here. 3 battles could be held at the same time. The real moment is coming. How exciting! Life and death. Although the rules are a little cruel, the immortal world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. The appearance of Lan Lingji has already attracted the attention of those geniuses. The following battles will surely be incomparably intense. I wonder who will be the winner in the end. If I can marry a peerless saintess like Lan Lingji, my life will be worth it. The crucial moment had finally arrived. Innumerable eyes fell upon the 3 battle platforms at the center of the martial arts field. Everyone knew that there would be a real bloodbath on the battle platforms. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk almost as soon as Venerable Ling Long's voice faded, 3 silhouettes flew towards the 3 battle platforms and landed lightly on them. Who wants to fight me, Chu Tian? One of them, a muscular man in a yellow robe, yelled. He was tall and strong with a pair of leopard-like eyes. One look and anyone could tell that he was a ferocious figure. That's Chu Tian of Limitless Immortal Sect. He looks very powerful. Someone recognized him. He was from Limitless Immortal Sect. Before he entered the immortal court, he had made a name for himself in East Xuanyu. I'll fight you. With a loud yell, another youth flew up and stood opposite of Chu Tian. He was a genius of North Xuanyu. It could be said that he had fallen in love with Lan Lingji at first sight and was ready to fight her. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk without any superfluous words, Chu Tian and this genius of North Xuanyu began fighting. At the same time, the battles on the other 2 battle platforms had also begun. The battle platform had been personally deployed by Venerable Ling Long, which was strong enough to withstand their crazy battles. Otherwise, given the strength of these monstrous geniuses, it was afraid that the platform would be destroyed. For a moment, the 3 battle platforms were in chaos. The combat strength of a half-step immortal venerable peerless genius was imaginable. It wasn't something that ordinary experts could compare with. Many of them had finally seen what a true genius was like today. Did you see that? It's impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. It seems like it's going to be even more difficult to win 3 battles in a row. If the battle continues like this, it'll be good enough if 1 or 2 of them can enter the final battle. Damn it, these guys are really heaven-defying. Every single one of them is a heaven-defying character. If I can be like them one day, that would be awesome. Such an exciting battle dazzled the spectators. Any one of them was comparable to an early immortal venerable. Each of them had exceedingly powerful means. When they collided with each other, it was like a tit for a tat, turning the sky dark and the earth dark. Will of annihilation. Suddenly, Chu Tian let out an explosive roar. A terrifying black heavenly will suddenly appeared, carrying with it an incomparable destructive power, smashing towards his opponent. This was Chu Tian's ultimate technique. After using it, his battle prowess would instantly increase by a large margin. Not good. His opponent's facial expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Chu Tian could suddenly unleash such a powerful combat strength. He felt a great sense of crisis and pressure from the powerful wheel of annihilation. Bei Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. A large halberd appeared in his hand. It was glistening with cold light as it collided with the wheel of annihilation. Kong Long, the fierce ultimate confrontation collided with each other, completely tearing the sky apart. Terrifying airwaves diffused in all directions. If it wasn't for the battlefield, the entire martial arts practice field would have been severely affected. The battle platform was also firmly protected by the restriction laid out by Venerable Ling Long, so it wasn't affected by the destructive aftermath of the battle. Barf, under the powerful attack of the Wheel of Annihilation, Bei Xuanyu spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. He shook his head helplessly, turned and flew away from the battle platform, admitting defeat. Chu Tian didn't chase after him. He kept the Wheel of Annihilation and charged forward with indomitable chi. Good. Senior brother Chu Tian is mighty and domineering. Haha. Senior brother Chu Tian's Wheel of Annihilation is too terrifying. It can double his combat strength. That guy is no match for him. That's right. Senior brother Chu Tian is an elite even in the immortal court. He won't have any problem fighting to the end, let alone winning 3 battles. The people from the Limitless Immortal sect immediately grew excited. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, as if they were the ones who had defeated Chu Tian. Of course, they had a reason to be excited. Chu Tian's prowess represented the Limitless Immortal sect's prowess. This made them feel extremely proud. At the same time, on top of the Ling Long Jade Rock, Longsher San was still motionless. This made Xianxia anxious. Xianxia paced back and forth beside the Ling Long Jade Rock, almost dragging Longsher San off the rock. Monkey, are you going to wake up or not? The battle is going to end soon. Your wife is going to fly away soon. She's going to fly away, do you know that? Xianxia had no choice but to continue to stimulate Longsher San, hoping to stimulate Longsher San's subconscious. Only by truly stimulating Longsher San would he be able to wake up. On the high platform of the martial arena, Lan Lingji's emotions were fluctuating. All her thoughts were on Longsher San, turning a blind eye to the battle before her. Master. Lan Lingji called out softly. She was feeling very depressed. Let's leave it to fate. Venerable Ling Long's tone was flat. This was the last thing she could do for Longsher San and Lan Lingji. As for whether Longsher San could wake up or not, it was no longer something she could control. Everything depended on the luck of Longsher San and Lan Lingji. Longsher San, you must wake up. Lan Lingji prayed in her heart. At this moment, the only thing that could support her to stand here was probably the trust she had in Dragonsher San. The fierce battle lasted for 2 hours. Most of the geniuses had fought, but the result was as expected. Only 2 people could advance to the final battle. One was Chu Tian, the other was Lin Yu of Lin family of Southern Xuanyu. The next battle would be a one-on-one battle between Chu Tian and Lin Yu. As long as one of them won, the selection of son-in-law would be considered to have come to an end. However, at this moment, Lin Yu did not seem to be in a good state. Although he had barely won 3 matches, he had also suffered a certain degree of injury, and his condition was not as good as before. On the other hand, Chu Tian was as lively as before. His will of annihilation was too terrifying, and he did not use too much strength in 3 consecutive matches. In addition, he was the first to fight and had rested for a long time after winning. His current condition was exactly the same as before, and he was completely in peak condition. Chu Tian is just too terrifying. Once the wheel of heavenly extermination is out, it's hard to find someone who can compete with him. That's right. Chu Tian is just too ferocious. He's still in his peak condition. Lin Yu seems somewhat inferior. Now that he's injured, he can't exert his original combat strength. He's certainly not a match for Chu Tian. It seems like the final winner of today's selection of son-in-law will be Chu Tian. This guy is really enviable. The spectators saw the state of the two of them. The difference between their current states was like heaven and earth. There was almost no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Lan Lingji's face darkened. She knew that as long as Chu Tian defeated Lin Yu, everything would come to an end. However, until now, Long Shersan still hadn't appeared. At this moment, Dragon Shersan, who was on the Ling Long Jade Rock, seemed to have sensed that the battle was coming to an end. His fingers began to move. Thank heaven and earth. You finally have a reaction. Long Shersan, wake up quickly. The battle is about to end. Lan Lingji is going to be taken away by someone else. Jiangchen spoke hastily. To be honest, he was sweating profusely. Who the F*** K dares to snatch Master Monkey's woman? Don't you want to live anymore? A thought suddenly rushed out of Long Shersan's body. Jiangchen immediately burst into laughter. This bastard had finally woken up. The fact that he could send out a thought indicated that his soul had completely awakened. One had to admit that Venerable Ling Long's tactic of selecting a son-in-law was very effective in stimulating Long Shersan. If Long Shersan wasn't stimulated, God knows when he would wake up. Once Long Shersan adapted to the state of hibernation, he was afraid that he would be in hibernation for the rest of his life. Buzz, Kong Long, the energy in Long Shersan's body was rolling like a tide, like waves in the vast ocean. His cultivation base was at the late immortal Emperor realm. Now that his soul had just awakened, he was about to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. However, Jiang Chen had already expected such a situation. After Long Shersan fell into a coma, he had obtained a drop of great earth immortal milk and absorbed the saliva of the Ling Long Jade Rock crazily. In addition to the strength of his bloodline, his awakening this time was akin to a nirvana rebirth. If he still couldn't advance to the next level, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape? I wonder how powerful this bastard will become after he awakens. Those geniuses of the immortal court are going to be out of luck. Jiangchen smiled happily. As an immemorial battle spirit, Long Shersan was a battle maniac. Once his cultivation base advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, even the early immortal venerable geniuses of the immortal court wouldn't be a match for him. This was almost certain. If Long Shersan went out later, the scene would certainly be very lively. In the eyes of the world, Long Shersan had already died tragically in the hands of Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. If he went out now, it would be like seeing a living ghost, subverting everyone's cognition. Swoosh. Long Shersan, who was lying on the divine rock, opened his eyes abruptly. A golden red flame shot out from his eyes like 2 sharp swords, cutting the void in half. His fiery golden eyes had been restored. His fiery golden eyes had been destroyed by Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Now that he had been reborn on the Ling Long Jade Rock, his fiery golden eyes had been restored. Awesome. Jiangchen smiled. He was very happy now. Long Shersan had finally come back to life. When Long Shersan was killed and his body was hung on the wall, Jiang Chen was on the verge of going berserk. If Long Shersan had really died, Jiang Chen would never be at ease for the rest of his life. In the martial arts arena, the final battle was about to begin. Chu Tian's body flashed and directly jumped onto the rooftop. Then, he looked down at Lin Yu and said loudly, "Lin Yu, don't waste time. Come up and fight." Lin Yu frowned. After weighing the current situation of both sides, he helplessly said, "I admit defeat." Lin Yu's admission of defeat caused a wave of sighs. Originally, they were looking forward to watching another peak battle, but now it seemed that there was no hope. However, regarding Lin Yu's admission of defeat, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, Lin Yu's current condition was not good, and there was a huge gap between him and Chu Tian. If he really went up to fight, there was no suspense in the final outcome. Lin Yu was a smart man. He didn't act recklessly. Even if he was unwilling, he could only choose to admit defeat. It's a pity that Lin Yu has admitted defeat. Chu Tian has become the final winner. How enviable. It's the wisest choice for Lin Yu to admit defeat. He knew that he would lose if he went up to fight, so why did he make a fool of himself? It seems like there's no doubt that Chu Tian will become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. This time, not only did he win the beauty, but he also obtained great benefits. There's nothing else a man can ask for. Countless envious voices resounded. Becoming the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long was the dream of countless men. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. Haha, Chu Tian laughed heartily, looking incomparably excited. He clasped his fists at Venerable Ling Long and said loudly, "Venerable, I've won. From now on, Limitless Immortal Sect and Exquisite Paradise are one family." Looking at Chu Tian's complacent face, Lan Lingji suddenly felt a wave of despair. Her eyes gazed afar. Could it be that this was the end? What qualifications does your Limitless Immortal Sect have to become one family with Exquisite Paradise? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. This voice was incomparably arrogant. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a yellow robe walking through the air. The young man's face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His red eyes were incomparably dazzling, and his black and white hair was his biggest symbol. Brother Shirsan. Lan Lingji burst into tears of joy. Apart from herself, no one else could understand her current feelings at this moment. When innumerable eyes fell upon Long Shirsan, the entire martial arena was in an uproar. Long Shirsan? Impossible. How can it be him? What's going on? Isn't Long Shirsan dead? How could he appear again? That day, I saw Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring kill Long Shirsan. How can he be alive now? Miracle. This is the biggest miracle I've ever seen. The dead has really come back to life. Long Shirsan must have died that day. How could he appear in Exquisite Paradise now? What's going on? Motherf *****. It turns out that this bastard is still alive and looks even stronger than before. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Long Shirsan is a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit with incomparably powerful bloodline. He wouldn't die so easily, but that day, Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had joined hands to kill him. It's a great miracle that he could still come back to life under such circumstances. No one wasn't shocked. Almost everyone present knew that Shirsan had died a tragic death. It was impossible for him to come back to life, but now, it had happened. The living example was right in front of him. Not only was Shirsan not dead, but he also seemed to be stronger than before. Those geniuses who had returned from the Immortal Court hadn't seen Long Shirsan before, but this name wasn't unfamiliar to them at all. After the incident in Golden Horizon, Long Shirsan's fame was second only to Jiang Chen's. He had become the target of the entire immortal world, but because of his death, no one talked about Long Shirsan anymore. Unexpectedly, Long Shirsan had come back to life and appeared here, causing strong killing intent to surge in the experts of various major powers. A smile finally appeared on Venerable Ling Long's face. Inwardly, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her efforts in organizing the son-in-law selection hadn't been in vain. What happened next was entirely up to Long Shirsan. Whether he could snatch Lan Lingji back from those geniuses or not would depend on Long Shirsan's ability. Long Shirsan strode in the air and came to the battle platform. Standing opposite to Chu Tian, Lung Lung said, "Idiot. You want to lay your hands on Lingji? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Get out of Master Monkey's sight at once, and perhaps you still have a chance to live." F****k. Chu Tian's vision turned black, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. His nose was almost crooked from anger. Who the F*** K is this guy? Asking me to scram? Isn't he taking me too seriously? He had heard of the name Draconic Xianxia before. He seemed to be a powerful character, but he, Chu Tian, was also a powerful character. You called him an idiot and even told him to scram. No one would be able to tolerate it, let alone the famous Chu Tian. If he really scrammed now, would he still have any face left? Would he still be able to show his face in the future? Xianxia, you seem to be very arrogant. Since you're still alive, you should hide and cherish this hard-won chance of rebirth. I didn't expect that not only did you not cherish it, but you also took the initiative to snatch my woman and speak rudely to me. That's simply courting death. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. You won't be able to live again after you die. Chu Tian was infuriated. Flames of anger rushed out from the top of his head. His fist carried a terrifying chi wave, making a buzzing sound as it flew towards Xianxia at lightning speed. Xianxia put one of his hands behind his back and looked at Chu Tian disdainfully. He didn't put such a character in his eyes at all. He could kill such a character even before he advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, let alone now. Although Chu Tian was very powerful, he was still far from being able to fight Xianxia at the same level. Given Xianxia's current combat strength, he could easily kill an early immortal venerable with a wave of his hand, let alone an intermediate immortal venerable. If he were to fight a monstrous genius, even an early immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him. All in all, Chu Tian was nothing in front of Xianxia. Just as Chu Tian's fist was about to reach Xianxia's chest, Xianxia casually lifted a finger and pointed it at Chu Tian's fist. *Pu-chi. With a Pu-chi sound, Chu Tian's fist, which was powerful enough to destroy a mountain, was easily pierced by Xianxia's finger. A bloody hole appeared, and blood gushed out. Chu Tian's sturdy body was pushed to the edge of the fighting platform and he almost fell down. One of his hands was constantly spurting blood and his other arm was trembling violently. He had suffered an unprecedented injury and his entire arm was crippled. Trash. Xianxia said disdainfully. He was extremely arrogant. As a descendant of the battle ape, it was his nature to be arrogant. Qua. The audience was in an uproar. Countless eyes fell upon the fighting platform with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they had just seen, especially those who saw Xianxia for the first time. They simply couldn't relax. Chu Tian's strength was obvious to everyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress all the geniuses and obtain the first rank. After all, Chu Tian was a monstrous genius who came from the immortal court. His means were exceedingly high. He wasn't an ordinary genius who could be compared to him. In many people's opinion, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he would at most be on par with Chu Tian. Even if he could suppress Chu Tian, he wouldn't be able to injure Chu Tian. But now, Xianxia had injured Chu Tian with just a finger. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. This bastard has already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. He's too scary. Other than Jiang Chen, Xianxia is also a great trouble. I just didn't expect that he's still alive. Back in Golden Horizon, Xianxia was able to kill a genius of the immortal court who had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm with his late immortal emperor Cultivation base. Now that he has advanced a level, he's almost invincible among his peers. Chu Tian is no match for him. Damn it. I wonder what method he used to come back to life. Old Man Corpsine and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring have already killed him. What the hell? Could this be the legendary Nirvana rebirth? No one wasn't shocked. The power of Xianxia had exceeded their imagination. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Chu Tian himself. Looking at his crippled arm, his face turned incomparably pale. The injury on his arm was nothing compared to the trauma in his heart. This is impossible. Chu Tian shook his head. He couldn't accept this reality. He had just suppressed all the experts and was about to marry the beauty and become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. The joy in his heart was indescribable. But now, he was thrown into hell. The impact on his heart and the humiliation of being called trash by Xianxia had completely infuriated him. If I were you, I would immediately get out of here and save my life while Master Monkey is in a good mood. Long Shan spoke indifferently. He was indeed in a good mood. After all, he had come back to life and his cultivation base had improved tremendously. If it wasn't for his good mood, Chu Tian would already be a dead man. Of course, it was up to Chu Tian whether he would cherish this chance to live or not. Bastard, Long Shan, I, Chu Tian, am a high and mighty person. I won't allow others to humiliate me. You're dead meat if you dare to humiliate me. Will of annihilation. Chu Tian was thoroughly enraged. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was in a state of madness. His other arm trembled and the terrifying wheel of annihilation appeared once again. His combat strength was instantly doubled because of the appearance of the wheel of annihilation. Your momentum isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's just a simple trick in front of Master Monkey. Long Shan shook his head. His eyes were fixed on the wheel of annihilation with an expressionless face. Shan's behavior had undoubtedly stimulated Chu Tian's fragile heart. It was a kind of absolute contempt. Chu Tian couldn't control his anger. He let out a roar and the terrifying wheel of annihilation emitted endless destructive force as it fiercely smashed towards Shan. Humph. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Long Shan was also angry. Facing the attack of the wheel of annihilation, Long Shan raised his fist and smashed it. The wheel of annihilation was Chu Tian's strongest attack. It couldn't be underestimated. No one had ever dared to use their physical body to resist it because it was no different from courting death. However, what happened next shocked everyone. With a loud bang, the wheel of annihilation was smashed into pieces by Long Shan's fist before it could even emit its powerful aura. Wah, the wheel of annihilation was connected to Chu Tian's bloodline. After it was destroyed, he also suffered an extremely strong backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and his momentum was completely weakened. At this moment, no matter how stupid Chu Tian was, he knew how terrifying Long Shan was. At the very least, with his current situation, he was no match for Long Shan. I've already given you 2 chances. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, you can die now. Long Shan's eyes emitted a cold murderous intent as he charged towards Chu Tian. Shan's movement was too fast, even faster than lightning. His palm was in the shape of a sharp claw, reaching Chu Tian's face in an instant. No, Chu Tian roared. At this moment, he could feel the threat of death. Fear filled the depths of his soul. In the face of Long Shan's killing intent, he felt that he didn't even have the strength to resist. He wanted to dodge and escape, but it was too late. The qi radiating from Long Shan had completely suppressed and locked him down. Chu Tian finally understood the gap between him and Long Shan. He finally understood why Long Shan would look down on him. It turned out that Long Shan wasn't trying to humiliate him, because in Long Shan's eyes, he was really a trash. That was just a position that Long Shan had given him. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to understand. Just like what Long Shan had said, he had missed 2 chances to live. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Shan's palm grabbed Chu Tian's face and crushed Chu Tian's head with great force. The peerless genius of Limitless Immortal Sect couldn't even withstand a single strike from Long Shan. This was a great loss to Limitless Immortal Sect. At the same time, Chu Tian represented the Immortal Court. The fact that Long Shan had killed him also meant that Chu Tian and the Immortal Court were now enemies. Bastard. An expert of Limitless Immortal Sect cursed. He had witnessed the battle just now, but he didn't think that Long Shan would really kill Chu Tian. Because they were on the battle platform, even though he was an early immortal venerable, there was nothing he could do to save Chu Tian. After all, the battle platform had its own rules. Chu Tian could only blame himself for his incompetence. Ruthless, he's too cruel. He even killed Chu Tian. This is the power of an immemorial battle spirit. Killing is flowing in the blood of such a figure. Chu Tian is really unlucky to have encountered Long Shan. I initially thought that today's son-in-law selection would end like this, but it seems like the show has just begun. Long Shan isn't dead yet, which means that he will be killed just like Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen isn't here today, those true geniuses of the immortal court will certainly shift their anger and target to Xianxia. The scene became restless once more. Chu Tian's death was just the beginning of the show. By now, the son-in-law selection was no longer important. Most of the early immortal venerable monstrous geniuses had come here for Xianxia. Now that Xianxia wasn't here, Xianxia had become the focus of their attention. As a matter of fact, Xianxia was among the crowd, standing together with Yang Bufan and the others. However, the appearance of Xianxia had attracted everyone's attention. Plus, he had concealed his qi, so no one paid any attention to him. Little Chinzi, I never thought that 13 would be so powerful after his recovery. Initially, you were the target of those geniuses of the immortal court, but now that you aren't here, their target has changed. Yang Bufan sighed. By now, he finally understood the true meaning of this son-in-law selection. The sight of Xianxia standing majestically on the battle platform had proved that the purpose of this son-in-law selection had been achieved. That's good too. Monkey's current strength is above me. If he attracts the attention of the geniuses of the immortal court, it will save me some trouble. Xianxia spoke flatly. After settling the matter in exquisite paradise, he would go to Fengqi immortal domain to look for his father. If the appearance of Xianxia could attract the attention of those geniuses of the immortal court, it would be a good thing for Xianxia. He would then be able to look for Jiangxinhai with a peace of mind. However, the resurrection of Xianxia will certainly cause a great uproar in the immortal world. I'm afraid that the higher-ups of the major powers will be alarmed. After all, Xianxia was confirmed to be dead that day. Also, most of those geniuses who returned from the immortal court are early immortal venerables. They have come for you. Now that Xianxia has killed Chu Tian, a great battle is inevitable. Although Xianxia can kill Chu Tian, I'm not sure if he's a match for an early immortal venerable. Yang Lang spoke worriedly. You will know in a while whether he's a match or not. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. His face was filled with confidence for Xianxia. If it was someone else who was only a half-step immortal venerable, he wouldn't be so sure about the outcome, but it was different for Xianxia. Given Xianxia's current strength, he wouldn't even have a problem killing an early immortal venerable genius, let alone a battle. Looking at Xianxia's confidence, Yang Lang and Shan Chong began to look forward to the next battle. On the fighting ring, Dragon Xian's hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was extremely domineering. There was an indomitable and domineering aura between his brows. His gaze fell on the geniuses of the major forces below, not concealing his hostility and murderous intent. Xianxia was a man who bore grudges. That day, he was besieged by the higher-ups of the major powers as soon as he appeared. In the end, he was killed by Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. If it wasn't for the help of Jiangchen and Venerable Ling Long, Xianxia didn't know when he would be able to wake up. He might have been in a deep slumber for a long time. To him, all of these geniuses were enemies who wanted his life. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. The geniuses of the immortal court are just SOSO. I know that all of you want to kill me, but it's a pity that Master Monkey isn't that easy to kill. Even if Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring join forces, they still won't be able to kill me. I heard that Old Man Corpse Een is already dead. Sooner or later, I will kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring with my own hands. As for you guys, come to the battle platform if you want to kill me. Xianxia was absolutely domineering. In the entire immortal world, it was afraid that only Xianxia had the courage and boldness to threaten to kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Boasting shamelessly. Someone bellowed, leaping onto the battle platform in a flash. As the geniuses of the immortal court, which one of them wasn't proud and arrogant? How could they allow a mere Xianxia to look down on them so easily? Moreover, Jiangchen wasn't here today. Even if Xianxia didn't provoke them, they wouldn't let Xianxia go. Standing in front of Xianxia was a black-robed youth. He seemed to be in his 30s, but his face was clouded with gloom. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood. His name was Zhang Xian, a member of the Huangquan Gate. He couldn't feel good at the moment. First, Lu Yan was killed by Jiangchen. Now, Xianxia had threatened to kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Under such circumstances, if he didn't take action, the Huangquan Gate would lose all its face. He had to defend it personally. It's Xianxia. He's going to strike. It seems like he's determined to kill Longshan. Someone recognized Xianxia. He was a peerless figure who had created a lot of fame in East Xuanyu. I heard that this Xianxia is extremely terrifying. His spear is invincible and has the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Plus, his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying early immortal venerable realm. Chu Tian is no match for him. I wonder if Longshan can deal with him. Longshan is naturally very powerful, but killing Chu Tian and fighting Xianxia are two completely different concepts. This battle is going to be incomparably exciting. I'm already looking forward to it. At this time, Xianxia has to strike. The Huangquan Gate has suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiangchen yesterday. Now that Longshan has been resurrected and threatened to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring, the Huangquan Gate has lost all its face. If Xianxia doesn't strike now, the prestige of Huangquan Gate in East Xuanyu will be greatly reduced. The crowd stirred restlessly once more. This was the true peerless figure of the immortal court. Chu Tian couldn't be compared to him in terms of strength. In their opinion, he was going to kill Longshan personally. After all, they were all peerless geniuses. The difference in cultivation base of Longshan was huge. The people of the Huangquan Gate? Longshan looked at Xianxia, who was flying towards him with cold-killing intent in his eyes. There were two major powers that he hated the most, Corpsine Sect and Huangquan Gate. It was one thing for Corpsine Sect to be destroyed by Jiangchen, but Longshan would never show any mercy to the people of Huangquan Gate. Kid, you're too arrogant. How dare you disrespect the Huangquan Gate and our gate master? I'm afraid you don't even know how you died. Xianxia Linglin spoke. Although Longshan had just killed Chu Tian, he still didn't put him in his eyes. He was too confident in his own strength. He knew very well the gap between a half-step immortal venerable and a true immortal venerable. He came here for Jiangchen, but now that Jiangchen didn't dare to show up, he naturally shifted his anger to Longshan. Die? I've already died once. Since I'm here, let me see how powerful the geniuses of the immortal court are. Longshan's chi shook, and boundless waves of chi gushed out from his body. He formed a seal with both of his hands and swept it towards Xianxia. Facing the people from the Huangquan Gate, there was almost no need to say anything, they just attacked. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly, and similarly unleashed his powerful chi. The violent energy of an early immortal venerable surged out like a vast ocean. As soon as Xianxia attacked, the entire scene became restless. Countless eyes were attracted to him. Ordinary intermediate immortal venerables weren't a match for someone like Xianxia. It was afraid that only Venerable Ling Long could kill an early immortal venerable in exquisite paradise. No other early immortal venerable was a match for him. Xianxia struck out a palm. The huge palm print was dozens of meters in size. It was dazzling to the extreme and collided with the seal cast out by Longshan. Kong Long, the void was torn apart on the spot, and a chaotic color appeared on the battlefield. Both of them were fierce people, and they showed that they were evenly matched as soon as the battle began. What? Xianxia exclaimed. His facial expression changed slightly. Obviously, he couldn't believe that Longshan's strength had reached such a level. Although he didn't use his full strength in that attack, it was absolutely not something that a half-step immortal venerable could resist. However, not only did Longshan resist it, his chi was still as unparalleled as before. In other words, Longshan withstood his attack effortlessly. How could Xianxia not be shocked? As a matter of fact, Xianxia didn't know that Longshan still hadn't exerted his full strength. He didn't even cast the Battle Saint technique. He was just testing the gap between him and a true early immortal venerable genius. Longshan, that's just a test. I'm not going to be polite anymore. Xianxia spoke ruthlessly. All of a sudden, he flipped his palms over his head. Energy was rolling on his palms, like an endless mountain of energy. Very quickly, a huge mountain of energy was formed. Under his control, the mountain of energy locked onto Longshan's chi and slammed towards Longshan. Countless people were horrified. It was hard to imagine how much energy was contained in this attack. If one was hit by it, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Battle symbol art. Long Shersan's eyes flickered. In the face of such a powerful attack, his face was still indifferent. The mighty expert of the immortal court had completely aroused his fighting spirit. After his cultivation base advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, his understanding of the battle saint technique had deepened, and he was able to cast it more skillfully. The battle symbol art formed a huge seal, carrying the momentum of heaven battling, and slammed towards the huge energy net. Kong long, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The firmament was about to be torn apart. The terrifying energy mountain, which had been priceless, was destroyed by the powerful attack of the fighting formula. Then, the power of the fighting formula did not diminish and continued to attack Xianxia. Dang dang dang. Xianxia's facial expression changed slightly. Under the impact of the battle symbol art, he was forced to retreat more than a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Xianxia's eyes were about to ooze blood. He simply couldn't believe the result. He knew that Long Shersan was an immemorial battle spirit, but he wasn't weak either. Furthermore, his cultivation base was a level higher than Long Shersan. It was an incomparably shameful thing for him to be repelled by Long Shersan under such circumstances. My God! Long Shersan is too powerful. He has actually repelled Xianxia. Awesome! No wonder he's an immemorial battle spirit. Both his combat strength and means are heaven-defying. Xianxia is a first-rate genius of the immortal court, a true immortal venerable, but he's still no match for Long Shersan. I told you that the real show has just begun. However, Xianxia isn't someone to be trifled with. I heard that his combat spear is incomparably terrifying, but he hasn't used it yet. Once he uses it, his combat strength and lethality will increase. It's still uncertain who will be the final winner. Bang. Xianxia's arm trembled, and with a deafening explosion, a battle spear appeared in his hand. This spear was 10 meters long, and its entire body was glowing with a golden red light. The body of the spear was engraved with complex patterns that looked like ancient runes. The spearhead was sharp and dazzling, and after it appeared, it emitted a strong buzzing sound. That was a strong fighting spirit and killing intent. The spear seemed to have a soul of its own, able to sense its master's fighting spirit. Once the heart meridian of the spear was united, it would erupt with incomparable lethality. It's the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear. I have long heard that senior brother Wang Xian's Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear is incomparably terrifying. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed powerful. That Long Shersan is going to die under senior brother Wang Xian's spear. That's right. The lethality of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear is unparalleled, especially in the hands of senior brother Wang Xian. He can unleash the most perfect destructive force. How can a mere Long Shersan resist it? Look, the show is about to begin. Long Shersan is full of himself, but he doesn't know how terrifying the true peerless geniuses of the immortal court are. He's going to die miserably this time. Wang Xian won't let him go. I rarely see Wang Xian using the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear. Once he does, it means that he is already infuriated. The emergence of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear excited the experts of the Huangquan Gate. The eyes of some geniuses of the immortal court glowed with blazing light. Given Wang Xian's strength, he could be considered as one of the best even in the immortal court. His Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear was extremely famous. Even among the geniuses of the immortal court, very few had seen him use it. Although Long Shersan had the upper hand just now, the emergence of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear would completely erase his advantage, and put Long Shersan's life in danger. Little Chinzi, this bastard spear looks very powerful. I wonder if Shersan can resist it. Yang Bufan said worriedly. Don't worry, don't underestimate the monkey's strength. Wang Xian is indeed a powerful opponent, but he will still die in the monkey's hands. The battle saint technique is far more powerful than his spear. Jiangchen said with a smile. His face was as confident as ever in Long Shersan. Just as Jiangchen had said, Long Shersan, who was standing on the stage, did not have the slightest ripple on his face even after seeing the appearance of his opponent's revolving Dragon Overlord Spear. His confidence originated from his strength. "Kid, I'll let you have a taste of my revolving dragon overlord spear's might." Wang Xian's hair fluttered in the wind, and the spear in her hand trembled as she stabbed towards Long San. Roar! The spear in Wang Xian's hand let out a dragon roar. The momentum of the spear itself was extremely powerful. There were dragon shadows flickering on its surface. Although this effect was evolved from energy, it was still incomparably powerful. It was imaginable how terrifying its lethality was. The revolving dragon overlord spear was like a whirlwind, rippling out countless spear shadows. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the shadows of the spear. Each shadow was like a dazzling dancing dragon, tearing the void into pieces. Many people found it hard to breathe. Such an attack was too powerful. They could imagine that if they were the ones on the battlefield right now, they wouldn't even be able to resist and would be torn into pieces by the storm-like spear. Long San also moved. The momentum of the immemorial battle spirit was displayed perfectly. His attacks were big and powerful. His whole body was filled with battle intent. This was the essence of the battle saint technique. Fighting with the heavens is a boundless joy. Long San murmured with a solemn expression. He carried a soaring domineering aura. When the battle symbol art was cast, the battle intent spread out endlessly, suppressing everything. Just like now, the battle chi of the battle symbol art had far surpassed that of the revolving dragon overlord spear. The heaven and earth rumbled. A divine seal was condensed in Long San's hand. The seal was engraved with mystical runes in the shape of an ancient totem. Fighting with the heavens, fighting with the earth, fighting with the heavens and fighting with the heavens. One move was enough to battle the world. Kong Long, the terrifying battle symbol art collided with the countless spear shadows of the revolving dragon overlord spear. This was the pinnacle of the battle. It was an unprecedented collision. Countless eyes were watching without blinking. Even venerable Ling Long couldn't keep her calm. Her eyes were fixed on Long San's move. To her, the ancient battle saint technique was far more attractive than the revolving dragon overlord spear. Worthy of being an immemorial battle spirit. What a terrifying ancient secret technique. An elder of exquisite paradise couldn't help but comment. He had never seen such a powerful secret technique before. Today, he finally witnessed it. The spear shadows and the battle symbol art were completely destroyed. One had to admit that Wang Xian was indeed powerful. The genius of the immortal court was the symbol of strength and apex. Kong, a blood-red beam of light rushed out from the top of Long San's head. That was the dense blood chi of an immemorial battle spirit. Wang Xian's power had completely aroused Long San's fighting spirit. He was a battle maniac. Now that he had just advanced to the next realm, it was only natural that he wanted to fight to his heart's content. What a powerful secret technique, but I don't believe that you can withstand my spear. Wang Xian was astonished, but the spear in his hand gave him great confidence. He launched another attack and shouted, "Revolving dragon in the sky." With a single strike, even the sky had changed its color. At this moment, Wang Xian had actually merged with the spear in her hand, and a powerful dragon shadow emerged from her body. But too bad, this dragon shadow was formed from energy, and was completely different from Jiang Chen's dragon. Terrifying. This is Wang Xian's most terrifying technique. This is his pinnacle technique. Long San has actually forced him to such an extent. Even if he loses in the end, it will be worth it. This move, Whirling Dragon in the Sky, is the most domineering and powerful move of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear. Once it's used, it'll leave no trace of a ghost or a god, subduing the opponent. I wonder how San is going to counter it. Long San hasn't even used his immortal weapon. Is he really going to use his hands to counter the revolving dragon in the sky? It seemed like Wang Xian had made up his mind to kill Long San in a single strike. He knew very well how terrifying Long San's combat strength was. There was no point in continuing the fight. If he wanted to defeat Long San, this was the only technique he could use. The fusion of man and spear was the pinnacle of the revolving dragon overlord spear. The scene of an early immortal venerable unleashing this technique was simply too explosive. Looking back at Long San, his face was still as calm as before. His chi had also risen. Both of his hands began to form complicated techniques. Destructive chi began to diffuse. Exterminate symbol art, destroy everything. Xianxia's human spear unity was indeed powerful, but it couldn't affect Longshan in the slightest. The mighty annihilate symbol art could destroy everything. As the annihilate symbol art was struck out, endless destructive chi waves were emitted from Longshan's body. These destructive chi waves formed a huge word, annihilate. The gigantic exterminate character floated in the air, exuding an aura of death, causing people's hearts to tremble. The gigantic character seemed to have come to life, representing an ancient Tao, representing the great Tao of destruction, crushing everything in its path. Countless people found it difficult to breathe. Those who initially thought that Longshan would be defeated by the whirling dragon overlord spear began to doubt their thoughts. It turned out that Longshan's combat strength was beyond their imagination. It was a truly terrifying immemorial battle spirit that possessed a terrifying immemorial secret art. Even Xianxia, who had human spear unity, couldn't suppress Longshan's chi. Kill! Dragon Shan roared, and the energy in his body surged up like a monstrous wave. The huge annihilate character doubled in size, and the void was completely destroyed by the pressure. Under countless shocked and expectant gazes, the annihilate character and the whirling dragon overlord spear collided again. Kong Long, the heaven and earth were collapsing. The destructive chi was just too terrifying. The range of impact was extremely wide. Although they were high in the sky, the shockwaves from the collision had caused the entire square to tremble. Ka-cha, cracking sounds rang out from the indestructible fighting platform as eye-catching cracks appeared on it. Not good. An elder of exquisite paradise sighed inwardly. No one had expected that the strength of Longshan and Xianxia had reached such a terrifying degree. One should know that the battle platform had been personally deployed by Venerable Ling Long. Coupled with the sturdiness of its material, even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to destroy it. Swoosh. Venerable Ling Long stood up from his seat and flew to the sky in the blink of an eye. Both of his hands struck out powerful seals and stabilized the battle platform that was about to be destroyed. The battle platform was incomparably sacred. It was the symbol of a major force. The destruction of the battle platform was a kind of damage to the fighting will of a major force. Therefore, Venerable Ling Long didn't hesitate to personally stabilize the battle platform. Amazing! Is this Venerable Ling Long's true ability? A figure like Venerable Ling Long has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. Plus, Venerable Ling Long was once a genius among geniuses. Coupled with her terrifying means as the sect master, she's more than enough to fight an ordinary late immortal venerable. Although Longshan and Xianxia are very powerful, they won't be a match for Venerable Ling Long even if they join forces. That's for sure. The reputation of Venerable Ling Long isn't to be trifled with. The battle platform has been stabilized. Now, let's see who is more powerful, Longshan or Xianxia. Let's see. It's really hard to say who will win. The means of the immemorial battle spirit is beyond our imagination. Xianxia's man-spear unification is also a pinnacle technique. Let's see who is more powerful. As a matter of fact, no matter who wins, Longshan's name will spread far and wide today. Everyone was shocked by such a grand scene. The battle between Longshan and Xianxia had forced Venerable Ling Long to personally take action. Now, it was time to see who was more powerful, Longshan or Xianxia. Kong Long Long, the sky above exquisite paradise had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Everything seemed to have been submerged, including the shadows of Longshan and Xianxia. No one could see what was going on inside. But very quickly, two silhouettes flew out in different directions. Apparently, they were repelled by the terrifying repulsive force. Barf, Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and the spear in his hand became a little dim. His hand that was holding the spear trembled. The fusion of man and spear was indeed incomparably powerful, but once defeated, he would suffer a great deal of damage. Although Longshan's chi was somewhat chaotic, his fiery golden eyes shone brightly. His momentum was still as vast as the ocean. Moreover, he looked very normal and didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. They weren't fools. With this scene in their eyes, it was obvious who won and who lost. My god! Xianxia was defeated. This Longshan didn't even use his immortal weapon. What do you know? That's a powerful immemorial secret technique. It's inherited from ancient times. It's much more terrifying than an immortal weapon. If he had used his immortal weapon, I'm afraid the outcome wouldn't be like this. I really didn't expect that this Longshan could be so heaven-defying. There are too many monstrous geniuses in the immortal world. First, there was Jiang Chen, and now there's Longshan. No one had expected such an outcome. The people of Huangquan Gate were dumbfounded. They had been feeling aggrieved since the beginning when they came to Exquisite Paradise to participate in the son-in-law selection ceremony. Initially, they thought that Xianxia would be able to get rid of Longshan, but they were disappointed in the end. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's just a half-step immortal venerable. How can he be so powerful? Xianxia couldn't accept this reality. His current mood was the same as Chu Tian's, but even worse. After all, Chu Tian was only a half-step immortal venerable while he was a true early immortal venerable expert. The two of them couldn't be compared at all. Moreover, the fact that Dragon Shan could kill Chu Tian and defeat him were two completely different things. Kong Long, a powerful airwave gushed out from Shan's body once again. He struck out the Annihilate symbol incantation again, and a huge Annihilate word emerged and quickly took shape. Shan was like a peerless god of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia. His murderous aura was so strong that it was obvious that he wanted to kill Xianxia. However, many people could understand his action. This was a life-and-death battle, and both sides were already enemies. If Xianxia won, he would also kill Longshan. However, Xianxia was after all an immortal venerable. Even if he was defeated, he should still be able to keep his life. Therefore, many people believed that it would be very difficult for Longshan to kill Xianxia. Damn it! Xianxia was even more shocked, because in the collision just now, he had suffered a lot of injuries. Now he could only exert 60 to 70% of his strength. In his opinion, even if Longshan was a little better than him, he could only exert 80% of his strength. Now it seemed that this guy's strength was not weakened at all, and the power of the extinguished character technique was even more terrifying than before. How could Xianxia accept this? But now it was not a question of whether he could accept it or not. He had to try his best to resist. Once he failed, he would die. Xianxia was helpless. Longshan's speed was too fast. He could only take out the whirling dragon overlord spear again, but it was impossible to achieve the unity of man and spear like before. The terrifying spear stabbed towards the huge, extinguished character. Bang, the two attacks collided again. When the invincible spear stabbed the extinguished character technique, it could not pierce through it at all. On the contrary, the huge, extinguished character technique was like a huge mountain, oppressing the whirling dragon overlord spear, making cracking sounds and constantly bending. On the other side, under such a violent energy attack and oppression, Xianxia's face turned purple. His whole body was trembling, and the hand holding the spear began to ooze blood. To resist the extinguished character technique, he was under endless pressure. Haha, an arrow at the end of its flight. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Die. Longshan's hair fluttered in the wind, and he laughed loudly. He exerted force in his hand and once again displayed the extinguished character technique. Another huge, extinguished character appeared and overlapped with the previous one. Bang, this time, Xianxia could no longer resist. The bow-shaped spear bounced back and Xianxia was sent flying. One of his arms exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The spear spun a big circle in the void and finally fell to the ground. This was because the whirling dragon overlord spear was of a high grade. If it was an ordinary immortal weapon, it would have turned into powder under the pressure of the extinguished character technique. Ah, Xianxia let out an earth-shattering scream. The extermination symbol art had not only destroyed his arm, but also his body. Even his soul had suffered great damage. Such an injury was almost fatal. However, Longshan didn't give him a chance. The moment Xianxia was sent flying, Longshan used his extreme speed and caught up with her in the blink of an eye. His fist, which was emitting a reddish-gold radiance, smashed towards Xianxia's head. "No, don't kill me." Xianxia was horrified. He was really going to die. His expression completely changed. He had never thought that he would have such a day. Bang! Xianxia's voice came to an abrupt stop. Longshan didn't even bother to say a word of nonsense. He punched Xianxia's head hard and blew it up. Qua. The death of Xianxian and the death of Chu Tian were two completely different concepts. Xianxian was a mighty immortal venerable, a supreme genius of the immortal court with unparalleled means and the whirling dragon overlord spear. Today, she was killed by the resurrected Longshan. How could they not be shocked? This matter is going to get out of hand. Longshan is too powerful. He has even killed Xianxian, but this has also sowed enmity with all the major powers and the immortal court. This is too awesome. First, it was Jiang, and now it's Longshan. After today's battle, Longshan's name has spread far and wide. I'm afraid that his fame in the immortal world won't be inferior to Jiang's. Even Xianxian was killed by him. How terrifying is this immemorial battle spirit? I wonder if there's anyone else who dares to fight him. There should be. There are plenty of immortal venerables who have come this time, some of whom are stronger than Xianxian. Besides, if the others cower just because of Xianxian's death, where would they put their faces? More importantly, Longshan must have consumed a lot of his energy to kill Xianxian. If another powerful expert appears now, it's hard to say who will be the final winner. No one was not shocked. This was an extremely shocking scene in itself. Xianxian's death had completely changed the atmosphere at the scene. Shursan stood on the fighting ring like a sharp sword, looking down on the world. He looked at the crowd below and said arrogantly, "Who else wants to come up and die?" The word die fully displayed Longshan's arrogance. He was telling the world that he didn't put those geniuses of the immortal court in his eyes. His words had undoubtedly infuriated those geniuses of the immortal court. Each of them was a supreme existence. No matter where they went, they would be respected. How could they stand being humiliated by Longshan in public? On the high platform, Lan Lingji was looking at the man who fought alone for her. A sense of happiness rose in her heart. She knew that with this man here, no one would be able to take her away from her. Longshan, don't be arrogant. I'll fight you. Someone couldn't stand it anymore. A majestic man in black battle armor flew up and landed on the battle platform. He was an expert of southern Xuanyu. His eyes were deep and his combat strength skyrocketed. "Little Chinzi, I'm afraid that even the monkey won't be able to withstand this continuous battle." Yang Bufan spoke with some concern. Trying to kill the monkey with the tactic of continuous battle? That's hilarious. Jiangchen smiled. He knew all too well about the scariness of Longshan. An immemorial battle spirit like Jiangchen had almost inexhaustible energy. The continuous battle would only make Longshan, who had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, even more powerful. Jiangchen knew that Longshan would certainly become famous throughout the world after today's battle. He knew very well why Longshan did this and why he wanted to be in the limelight. Longshan knew that he still had things to do, so by shifting the attention of the world to him, he would have plenty of time to do other things. Jiangchen had no choice but to accept this favor. "King Fan, I have to leave for a period of time. I'll be back as soon as possible." Jiangchen left these words to King Fan, then vanished into the crowd with a sway. As for the following battle, there was no need to continue watching it. Jiangchen felt completely relieved after seeing Longshan kill Xianxian. Longshan alone was enough to deal with such a situation. Jiangchen didn't want to waste any more time. The safety of his father had always been affecting his heart. He couldn't wait to go to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiangchen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles away. He cast the great divination art and the divination map. Very quickly, he found the coordinates of Fengqi Immortal Domain. The divination map could even find the coordinates of Saint Origin World. So, finding Fengqi Immortal Domain was a piece of cake. Fengqi Immortal Domain is billions of miles away from here. I need to cross 2 immortal worlds to reach it. Given my current cultivation base and the full power of the Great Void technique, I'm afraid it will take me at least a day to reach there. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh at the vastness of the immortal world. It could be described as boundless. One should know that his current cultivation base and the Great Void technique made him faster than an ordinary immortal venerable. At this level, he could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought. But now, it would take him a day to reach there with the full power of the Great Void technique. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation base needed to be at least at the immortal emperor realm. If it was an ordinary heaven immortal, it would take at least 100 years to travel from ethereal immortal domain to Fengqi immortal domain. Shuttling through the spatial zone, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Too many things had happened ever since he came to the immortal world. It wasn't easy for him to come this far step by step, but in the end, he still made it. There were too many people and too many things. Xianxia wondered if he would look back and reminisce about this when he stood at the peak of this world. The more experts one came into contact with, the broader one's state of mind and knowledge would be. The path of cultivation seemed endless, but this was also the reason why Xianxia kept moving forward. Now that he was going to Fengqi immortal domain, he decided to put aside all the grievances in ethereal immortal domain for the time being. Nothing was more important than finding his father. A day later, Xianxia arrived at the border of Fengqi immortal domain. There was a barren mountain in front of him. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was very thin. It reminded him of the place where he had just ascended to the immortal world. There were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Each immortal domain was a world of its own, but the standard of each world was the same, such as the division of land and the existence of immortal courts. We're finally here. What I need to do now is calculate Father's exact location. Xianxia took a deep breath and executed the great divination art once again to calculate Jiangxinhai's exact location. As long as Jiangxinhai was in Fengqi immortal domain, it wouldn't be difficult for Xianxia to calculate Jiangxinhai's location with his current great divination art. Very quickly, Xianxia locked onto a location and rushed towards it. The great divination art showed that Jiangxinhai was indeed in this immortal domain. This time, Xianxia had set the coordinates to Fengqi immortal domain. A wise choice. More importantly, Xianxia was able to use the great divination art to calculate Jiangxinhai's approximate location, which meant that Jiangxinhai was still alive and well. If Jiangxinhai was dead, then even the great divination art wouldn't be able to find him. Fengli City. Fengli City was located in the central area of Fengqi immortal domain. It was a big city with outstanding people, a good cultivation environment, and abundant cultivation resources. As a huge city with a radius of millions of miles, the battle between the major forces in this city should be extremely fierce. However, there wasn't any tension or battle in the atmosphere from the outside. The magnificent city gate was filled with endless streams of people. It was a completely peaceful place. However, there seemed to be a trace of darkness beneath this peaceful atmosphere. At this moment, Xianxia was standing outside Fengli City. With his eyesight, he could see through the city at a glance. Through the great divination art, he deduced that Jiangxinhai was in this city. Xianxia didn't act rashly to alert the enemy. Instead, he strolled leisurely on the streets of Fengli City and inquired about the city from passers-by. There was only one major force in Fengli City, the Yu clan. The Yu clan completely controlled the entire city. There wasn't a second force in such a huge city that could compete with them. Moreover, the Yu clan hadn't been in Fengli City for too long. In the past, there were several major forces in Fengli City that were constantly fighting with each other. After the Yu clan arrived, they destroyed all the major forces in the shortest time possible and dominated Fengli City. It seems that the Yu clan isn't simple. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth curled into a smile. Fengli Pill Store was the largest pill store in Fengli City. The Yu clan's pill store was very large in scale. The Jiang clan and Fragrant Sky City also had their own pill store. Of course, the Jiang clan's pill store couldn't be compared to the Fengli pill store in front of him. The largest pill store in Fengli City seemed to be prosperous and fair on the surface. It had a great reputation, but no one would have thought that there was an incomparably dark and inhumane side to the pill store. Below the pill shop was a huge underground plaza. It was very dark inside, and there was only a weak light. 5 or 6 strong men guarded the entrance of the underground plaza, and at this moment, the door opened. 2 corpses were carried out from inside, and then burned clean with fire. The 2 corpses were extremely emaciated, their faces were ashen, and their hair was disheveled. Their deaths were extremely miserable, as if they had been poisoned. Another 2 couldn't stand it. The toxicity of the pills developed by the pill store is too strong. Even Heaven Immortal level pill slaves couldn't resist it. Looks like we have to catch more pill slaves. Alright, it's not our concern. We just have to mind our own business. A few guards said. It was obvious that they were used to seeing people dying here. Every day, there would be people dying here. This underground square was a real hell on earth. At this moment, the square was scattered with people. Many of them were paralyzed on the ground, coughing incessantly. Some even spat out arrows of blood. There were more than 100 people in the square, and the stench was very unpleasant. These people's cultivation was not very high. The highest cultivation was at the immortal level, while the lowest was at the human immortal level. They were all pill slaves captured by the Yu clan. No one knew where the Yu clan got the recipe from. They kept developing new pills in the pill store and then found some pill slaves to test the pills. In the field of alchemy, this kind of behavior was shameful and would incur the wrath of both man and God. Ordinary alchemists would not do this. Real pills didn't need pill slaves to test them. Only some sinister pills needed to be tested by people. Most of the people here were still very young. They didn't want to die. Their eyes were filled with despair. That was despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. In here, they didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. They were surrounded by strong guards. Although the strongest among them was only a half-step immortal king, even so, it was enough to control the fate of all of them. Moreover, because of the long-term pill testing, their chi and blood had almost been exhausted. How could they still have the ability to fight or resist? In a corner of the square, a middle-aged man was curled up. He seemed to be in his 40s. His clothes were tattered and full of injuries. His whole body was stained with blood. Only his eyes were sharp. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man. He was the father he was looking for, Xianxia. Chenair, I'm afraid that we won't have the chance to meet again. Xianxia sighed. His tone was filled with unwillingness. He wasn't afraid of death, but he wasn't willing to die like this. He had been in the lower world for hundreds of years, waiting for the day that he could ascend to the immortal world and reunite with his son. He had finally gotten what he wanted, but he had never thought that he would end up like this. Now, seeing Xianxia for the last time had become an extravagant delusion. Xianxia's heart was filled with pain. He knew that Xianxia was in the immortal world, but the immortal world was just too big. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find Xianxia with his current strength. Now that he had fallen into such a desperate situation, he no longer had any hope of seeing Xianxia again. After staying here for a period of time, Xianxia had long understood that death was the ultimate destination here. Without exception, there were people dying here every day. Just now, 2 of them had died. He had no idea when death would befall him. The only thing he could do now was to wait for death. Xianxia's current cultivation base had already reached the Heaven Immortal realm. This wasn't because of how powerful he was, but because of the results of the pill testing. Although many of the pills here had extremely powerful side effects, they could forcibly increase one's cultivation base. In fact, this situation was very bad. Take Xianxia for example. All of his potential and chi and blood had been drained by the pills. He couldn't exert his Heaven Immortal cultivation base at all. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to make any progress in the future. He would stay at this level for the rest of his life unless there was a miracle. Of course, Xianxia didn't think about this at all. After staying here for so long, no one would think about leaving this place alive, because it was unrealistic. After being here for such a long time, the only person who could support Xianxia was Xianxia. Because Xianxia knew that only by staying alive could he have a chance to see his son. The most basic condition was to stay alive. Compared to the others, Xianxia's condition was relatively good. After all, when Xianxia left, he left a lot of good things for Xianxia, which made Jiang Zhenhai's foundation stronger and more stable. Therefore, Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were still very bright even now. Asterisk clap clap, asterisk heavy footsteps were heard from outside. Then, a middle-aged man walked in. This middle-aged man's qi was incomparably strong. He was already a true immortal king. With such cultivation base, he already had some status in the pill store. Fifth steward, why did you come in person? Seeing this middle-aged man, a few guards immediately greeted him, bowing and bowing. This showed that this fifth steward had an extraordinary status. Yes, fifth steward. You can rest assured with us here. Plus, today's pills have been tested. One of them said. Now, a new type of pill has been concocted. Find a slightly stronger one. I want to test it myself. The fifth steward said. Hearing this, the expressions of the guards instantly turned serious. According to the usual practice, there would only be one pill test a day because only one new pill recipe would appear in a day. They didn't expect that it would start again right after the pill test ended. Moreover, it was the fifth steward who came personally. It could be seen that the new pill recipe this time was not ordinary. Go, find someone with a better body. The leader said to one of the people below. He only said that the body was a bit better, but he didn't necessarily want to find a strong body. This was because he knew that almost none of the test subjects here had a good body. Now that he wanted to find a relatively good test subject, he could only find a relatively good test subject. The guard looked around. All the test subjects were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to look him in the eyes. Finally, the guard's eyes fell on Jiang Zhenhai. You, come out. The guard nodded at Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai raised his head. His eyes were filled with coldness and hatred. Old man, how dare you stare at me? The guard was instantly furious. He strode to Jiang Zhenhai's side and gave him a loud slap on the face. Then, he raised his foot and was about to kick Jiang Zhenhai's head. Enough, don't kill him. The leader hurriedly reprimanded. It wasn't easy to find someone with a better body. If he was killed, it would be a waste. Humph. Consider yourself lucky. The guard snorted coldly. He grabbed Jiang Zhenhai's collar and pulled him in front of the fifth steward. Sky immortal level. His qi and blood are almost exhausted. Is there a better one? The fifth steward looked at Jiang Zhenhai and said with a frown. Fifth steward, if this one doesn't work, we'll go out and catch him now. The leader said. Forget it. We can't act in broad daylight. If we're seen by outsiders, it will damage the reputation of Feng Feng Pill Store. Just take him. Don't waste time. The fifth steward said. He turned his palm and took out a pill. This pill was blood red and gave off an unpleasant smell. Jiang Zhenhai's pupils shrank. His intuition told him that if he ate this pill, he might not be able to hold on until he saw his son. I won't eat it. Jiang Zhenhai was furious and glared at the leader. You won't eat it? It's not up to you. The leader took the pill and grabbed Jiang Zhenhai's neck. He then stuffed the pill into Jiang Zhenhai's mouth. Jiang Zhenhai felt like he was suffocating. The pill went down his throat and into his stomach. Asterisk Kong, asterisk the strong power of the pill instantly exploded in Jiang Zhenhai's body. It turned into a spiritual snake that crazily attacked his limbs and bones. Jiang Zhenhai's face twisted instantly. He lay on the ground and held in pain. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing in front of the door of Feng Feng Elixir Store. Using the great divination art, he sensed that his father was in the elixir store. It's here, I can calculate father's exact location now. Jiang Chen was a little excited. He had finally found his father. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Jiang Chen quickly used the great divination art again. After calculating for a moment, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly emitted 2 rays of cold light. Father is in danger. Swoosh, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared in the underground square. Arg, Jiang Zhenhai was rolling on the ground, howling in pain. His eyes had turned blood red and looked like they were about to explode. This was the first scene that Jiang Chen saw after entering. Father! Jiang Chen also roared and strode to Jiang Zhenhai's side. Father and son were connected. No matter what Jiang Zhenhai looked like, he would be able to recognize him immediately. Seeing Jiang Zhenhai's current appearance, a strong anger burst out from Jiang Chen's body, shaking the entire elixir store. Who is it? The fifth steward and the guards were shocked to see someone suddenly appear. No outsider had ever entered this place before. One of the guards strode towards Jiang Chen and slashed at Jiang Chen with the combat weapon in his hand. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the guard. The guard made a gesture of raising his combat weapon, then his body suddenly exploded, and his body was split into countless pieces. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk this scene was too frightening. The entire underground square couldn't calm down. All the guards gathered together and surrounded Jiang Chen, but none of them dared to make a move. The death of the guard was too frightening. Jiang Chen didn't have time to care about the people around him. All his attention was on Jiang Zhenhai. He placed his palm on Jiang Zhenhai's back. The wood spiritual qi and the dragon transformation skill rushed into Jiang Zhenhai's body. After checking on Jiang Zhenhai's condition, Jiang Chen's anger rose to the point that he lost his mind. He had never been so angry before. I'm unfilial. Jiang Chen's eyes were wet, and he couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. Luckily, he wasn't too late, and this kind of injury was nothing to him. What made Jiang Chen's heart ache was the process of Jiang Zhenhai's pain. From the condition of Jiang Zhenhai's body, Jiang Chen could tell that Jiang Zhenhai had been suffering this kind of pain for a long time. Wah! Jiang Zhenhai spat out a mouthful of black blood. All the toxins in his body had been forced out by Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhenhai, who was in extreme pain, immediately regained his consciousness. However, his body was still very weak. He raised his head and saw a familiar face in front of him. Chen. Jiang Zhenhai was surprised. He struggled to get up but found that he couldn't do it. Dad, I'm late. Jiang Chen hugged Jiang Zhenhai tightly in his arms. He couldn't stop his tears. This was his father. Jiang Chen, who had dominated the world, let his father suffer like a devil. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen wanted to slap himself. Chen, is it really you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Jiang Zhenhai's body was trembling with excitement. He seemed to have recovered some of his strength. He reached out his palm and touched Jiang Chen's face. Only then did he feel the reality of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm was still constantly transferring wood spiritual qi to Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai's blood and qi were almost exhausted. He had to treat his injuries as soon as possible. Dad, I'm not dreaming. I'm here. Don't worry. With me here, no one will be able to hurt you. Jiang Chen spoke with a smile, but the light in his eyes had begun to turn incomparably cold. The smile was for Jiang Zhenhai, but the cold eyes were for those who had hurt him. Yu family had angered a ferocious tiger. Jiang Chen had never been so angry before. Every dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would die. Yu family had torn off this dragon scale. Brat, who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of Yu family? The fifth steward berated loudly. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that this youth wasn't ordinary. However, Yu family was a powerful family with an immortal emperor as their leader. Yu family? Jiang Chen uttered the name of this family softly, then helped Jiang Zhenhai up from the ground. Currently, Jiang Zhenhai's condition had recovered a little. The wood spiritual qi was constantly nourishing his body. At least, he could walk freely for the time being. Father, take a look. Did all these people bully you? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes turned cold. His tone became leng. These people are utterly heartless. They captured pill-testing slaves. They simply don't treat us as human beings. All of them deserve to die. During this period of time, Jiang Zhenhai had seen everything that happened in this square. It wouldn't be too much even if these people died 100 times for what they had done. I understand. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he didn't do anything, but all the guards on the square let out a blood-curdling screech. All of them were burned by the raging fire and turned into flaming men. In the blink of an eye, all of them were burned into ashes. What? Seeing this, the fifth steward exclaimed in shock. Even though he had the cultivation of an immortal king, he was still scared out of his wits. His body trembled violently and he looked at Jiang Chen as if he had seen a ghost. Terrifying, too terrifying. He didn't even see the slightest movement of the other party, but he was able to burn everyone to death in an instant. The strength of the other party had reached an unimaginable level. You, who are you? This is the territory of the Yu family. The fifth steward's tone was not smooth. He knew that he had met a tough opponent today. Although the other party was young, his cultivation was far beyond his imagination. Tell me, who made the pill? Jiang Chen asked. The pill that Jiang Zhenhai ate just now contained the bloodthirsty grass. Although the bloodthirsty grass had some effects in the process of concocting pills, that effect was only for special people. The bloodthirsty grass was actually a kind of poison. Its toxicity was so strong that it could devour all the blood and qi in a person's body. Now, someone was using the bloodthirsty grass to make a pill. Jiang Chen felt very strange. Of course, there were all kinds of people in this world, including demons and ghosts. It was normal for someone to want to use the bloodthirsty grass to make pills. Jiang Chen didn't care at all. However, the other party shouldn't have used his own father to test the pill. Kid, don't be arrogant. There are many experts in the Yu family. You can't afford to offend them. The fifth steward was still bold enough to shout at Jiang Chen. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He had seen too many people like the fifth steward. They thought that they had a powerful background and dared to strut around in front of him. However, they didn't know that this so-called background was nothing but a fart in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion. The fifth steward only felt a majestic force landing on his body, causing him to be unable to move. His body involuntarily moved towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's hand landed on the fifth steward's shoulder. Without using any force, the fifth steward's arm was torn off by Jiang Chen. Blood spurted out, revealing the white bones underneath. Arg, the fifth steward let out a shrill scream on the spot. One of his arms was crippled just like that. He could feel the dreadfulness of Jiang Chen. It was an unimaginable dreadfulness. Jiang Chen was like a huge mountain standing in front of him, and he was like an ant under the huge mountain. He didn't even have the qualification to look up at him. Jiang Zhenhai stared at his son in shock. One must know that this fifth steward was an immortal king, but in front of Jiang Chen, he was as weak as an ant. Seeing his son growing to such a terrifying extent, Jiang Zhenhai felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Chen would forever be his greatest pride, the pride of his entire life. Speak, who was the one who concocted this pill formula? Jiang Chen asked. The fifth steward trembled in fear. He could already tell that this young man was a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. In this world where strength reigned supreme, he could only obey. He didn't doubt that if he dared to show the slightest bit of disobedience, he would die miserably on the spot, just like those guards. It's the Grand Steward who took out the pill formula, but I don't know who concocted it. The fifth steward spoke honestly while enduring the pain brought by his severed arm. Listen up, my name is Jiang Chen. This is my father. Your Yu clan dared to take my father as a pill slave. This is the biggest mistake your clan has ever made. The price your Yu clan has to pay is extermination. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. The fifth steward was scared out of his wits when he heard the word clan extermination. He could tell that although the other party's tone was calm, he was definitely not joking. In other words, because of a pill slave, the Yu family was about to fall into a desperate situation. The fifth steward had the urge to curse in his heart. A random pill slave caught by the guards had such a powerful background. Who would have thought that? If they knew that Jiang Zhenhai had such a powerful son, the Yu family wouldn't have dared to catch him to test the pill. Take me to the pill store now. Jiang Chen's tone was still calm. Someone had to pay the price for what Jiang Zhenhai had suffered. To Jiang Chen, the annihilation of Yu family was nothing. He wasn't even afraid of the three immortal courts, let alone a puny Yu family. Yes. The fifth steward didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately turned and walked in front, followed by Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhenhai. Currently, Jiang Zhenhai had already recovered a lot. His condition was much better than before. Walking with big strides was no longer a problem for him. Now that he had seen his son, he felt as if he was dreaming. His mood naturally couldn't be compared to before. The three of them left the entrance of the underground square very quickly, leaving the dumbfounded pill slaves behind. They exchanged glances with each other. Things had developed too quickly and too suddenly. In just a blink of an eye, all the guards had been killed. Even the powerful fifth steward had been completely controlled. They weren't mentally prepared at all. "We're free!" Someone reacted and yelled loudly. The others also became incomparably excited. Some of them burst into tears and wailed loudly. They couldn't believe that they would still be free one day. Such hope had been completely broken the first day they stepped into this place. Happiness had come too suddenly. None of them could accept it. Free? Are we really free? It's impossible. This is definitely not true. It's true. That young man just now was an extremely powerful master. He was so powerful that even the Yu family couldn't afford to offend him. I didn't expect that middle-aged man to have such a powerful son. The Yu family is going to be in big trouble this time. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. I want to go home. All the pill slaves were unprecedentedly excited. The entire underground square was completely out of control. Some of them crawled and rolled towards the outside. They hadn't seen the sunlight outside for a long time. At this moment, they couldn't suppress their excitement at all. Outside the underground square, under the guidance of the fifth steward, Xianxia came to the back door of the elixir store. This was connected to the entrance of the underground square. It was very hidden. Except for the people in the elixir store, no one else could detect it. This was also the reason why Fengli Elixir Store could maintain its reputation despite doing such a heartless thing. Xianxia held a long sword in his hand. The cold light fluctuated. The fifth steward was terrified. Every step he took required great courage. His only hope now was that the masters in the elixir store could take down this terrifying guy, even though he knew it would be very difficult. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Fengli Elixir Store. A powerful chi suddenly rushed out and formed an invisible restriction formation above the elixir store, sealing the entire elixir store. Today, he didn't plan to let anyone go. Some prices were bound to be terrible. With the appearance of Xianxia's restriction formation, everyone in the elixir store felt an extremely strong pressure. The pressure made their souls tremble. What's going on? Why is there such a powerful pressure? This is the pressure of a peerless master. I felt the vibration of the elixir store just now. It seems to be coming from underground. Oh no, the entire elixir store is sealed by a powerful restriction formation. Is a peerless master going to attack our elixir store? The tranquil elixir store turned chaotic in an instant. The powerful pressure made countless people feel very uncomfortable. Many of them were confused and had no idea what was going on. All the higher-ups of the elixir store were gathered in the central hall of the elixir store. The one sitting at the head of the table was an old man. His cultivation base had already reached the early immortal emperor realm. He was the chief steward of the elixir store and also the great elder of Yu family. His status in Fengli City was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The sudden appearance of this powerful pressure caused the stewards present to immediately stand up from their seats. An expert has appeared. The third steward said with an ugly expression on his face. He could sense a strong hostility and killing intent from the powerful pressure. Let's go and see what's going on. Someone has set up a restriction formation above the elixir store. Our Yu family has been in control of Fengli City for so long, but no one has ever dared to come here. That's right. Our Yu family has never been afraid of anyone. Even experts dare not do anything to us because our backer is not someone ordinary experts can afford to offend. Humph. I'd like to see who is so bold. Just the fact that he dares to block the pill store is enough to kill him 100 times. The second and fourth steward were also full of vigor. The three of them followed the chief steward and strode out of the hall. Under the lead of the fifth steward, Xianxia had already stepped into the back door of the pill store. At this moment, there were 2 burly guards at the back door. When they saw the fifth steward, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The dignified fifth steward's arm had been cut off. Who was so bold? Was he trying to turn over the sky in Fengli City? Fifth steward, what's going on? asked one of the guards. Xianxia took a step forward and approached the 4 guards. What you should worry about now is yourselves, said Ling Ling. After saying that, Xianxia didn't even give the 2 a chance to be surprised. With a swing of the long sword in his hand, 2 heads flew into the air. Their eyes were still filled with confusion. They didn't know why they were beheaded until they died. Before this, they had never thought that death would come so suddenly and so quickly. Hiss, the 5th steward sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that blood was bound to flow like a river in the pill store today. This young man was like a demon king. He had come to the pill store to harvest lives. Keep going and find your chief steward. Xianxia glared at the 5th steward. How would the 5th steward dare to show any neglect? He was extremely afraid. Fear filled the deepest part of his soul. He was afraid that the sword in Xianxia's hand would fall on his head the next moment. The 5th steward walked forward while trembling. The back door led to the interior of the pill store instead of the pill-selling area. In other words, those who appeared here were the people of the pill store, the people of Yu family. Xianxia had no qualms about killing them. After walking less than a dozen steps, another 5 or 6 guards appeared in front of him. They also saw that the 5th steward was being controlled, so they immediately came over. Xianxia didn't even bother to look at the 6 of them. He swung the sword in his hand forward, and the sword chi directly cut through the void. The 6 of them let out miserable screams as they were all cut in half at the waist. Blood flowed out, and the clean ground was instantly dyed red. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. The 5th steward's face turned pale. As the 5th steward of the pill store, he had never been so terrified before. It was obvious that the other party would kill anyone he saw, regardless of the reason or who the other party was. The 5th steward wanted to curse again. How could his subordinates be so stupid? They had captured the father of a super powerhouse to be their pill slave. After personally experiencing the terror of Xianxia, he felt that the Yu family's doomsday was coming. The 5th steward knew that there were some super powerhouses in history who could destroy a city in a fit of anger. They could kill millions of people with a raise of their hand, treating all living beings as ants. This young man wanted to seek justice for his father. It seemed like he was going to walk the same path as those peerless powerhouses. The price he had to pay was too heavy. The miserable screams immediately alarmed the entire Dan prefecture. Countless guards and powerful experts rushed over. When they saw the scene, their murderous intent soared to the sky. Audacious madman! How dare you cause trouble in the pill store? Courting death. Arg, a half-step immortal king expert shouted at Xianxia. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he was cut in half by Xianxia's sword. Voila, the scene instantly became restless. Those guards who were rushing over were scared out of their wits. Even a half-step immortal king expert was killed by the other party. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the other party. Humph! Xianxia harumphed coldly and slashed forward. Countless beams of sword light interweaved into a sea of swords. The speed of these beams was too fast. Each of them was a divine weapon. To those guards, each of them was lethal, as if they were going to claim their lives. Arg, for a moment, miserable screams filled the sky. Under the impact of the sea of swords, dozens of guards were crushed into pieces. Blood spurted out and flesh splashed everywhere. The ground was littered with broken limbs. The scene was bloody to the extreme. The 5th steward was so scared that he couldn't walk anymore, especially when he saw an expert who was almost as strong as him being cut in half by Xianxia. This made him deeply understand the terror of Xianxia. It was a complete mess. The pill store was in an uproar. More and more people appeared. One had to admit that Fingli pill store was indeed huge and had a lot of manpower. There were at least 1,000 people in it. Now that something big had happened, all of them were rushing here. Xianxia's face was expressionless. The sword in his hand was still dripping blood. He carried the 5th steward, who was paralyzed with fear, like a dead dog, and strode forward. Following the direction pointed by the 5th steward, he moved very fast, raising his sword whenever he saw someone. Blood spurted out along the way. Screams filled the sky. The pill store had ushered in the real doomsday. Wherever Xianxia went, no one was left alive. At the end of the road, at least 500 people had died in his hands. Half of the people in the pill store had died under Xianxia's sword. The air above the pill store was filled with the pungent smell of blood. This was no longer the bustling pill store. It had become a hell, a real land of death. There was a huge square in front of them. At this moment, most of the remaining people in the pill store had gathered on the square. When they saw Xianxia's arrival, their faces turned livid and they kept retreating. Looking at the row of corpses behind Xianxia, everyone felt that doomsday was coming. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Four tyrannical figures descended from the inside and flew to the square, blocking in front of Xianxia. They were the other 4 stewards of the pill store. After seeing what had happened here, they were all furious. The Yu family had been in Fengli City for a long time, but nothing like this had ever happened and they had never suffered such a huge loss. In Fengli City, it had always been the Yu family who slaughtered people. This was the first time someone had come to the Yu family to start a massacre. Who's the chief steward? Xianxia looked at the 4 and asked. I am. Who are you? Why did you come to my pill store to start a massacre? Don't you know that Fengli pill store belongs to the Yu family? You, stand over there. Xianxia waved his hand at the 5th steward, gesturing him to stand on the opposite side. The 5th steward was stunned. He never thought that this bloodthirsty devil king would let him go. He thought that he was dead for sure. Immediately, he gathered his strength and flew to the great steward's side. What happened? Who is this man? The great steward asked with a frown, looking at the crippled 5th steward. Big steward, his name is Xianxia. I don't know where he came from. Our men had captured his father as a pill slave. That's why he was enraged and wanted to start a massacre. Fear lingered in the 5th steward's heart. His voice trembled as he recounted everything that had happened just now. Recalling the terror of Xianxia, even though he had escaped from Xianxia's clutches, he still didn't feel safe. What? The great steward was astonished. He began to curse his men in his heart. Why didn't they know how to capture people? Now that they had offended a powerful expert, even if Yu family didn't care about it, the damage to the pill store's reputation was irreparable. Moreover, the pill store had suffered a great loss after losing so many people. Yu family might not care about it, but such a thought was too terrifying. Fortunately, this was Fengqi immortal domain, not ethereal immortal domain. Otherwise, the great steward would have crawled to Xianxia's feet like a dog and begged for forgiveness the moment he heard the name Xianxia. Xianxia, it's our fault for capturing your father, but you have caused a great loss to our pill store by slaughtering our people. You must compensate us for this loss. The great steward spoke loudly. The others heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the great steward's unyielding attitude. They all knew that this great steward was the great elder of Yu family. His cultivation base was already at the early immortal emperor realm, which was only a grade lower than the patriarch of Yu family. Today, a brat who came out of nowhere wanted to go against Yu family. Wasn't he courting death? Compensate? All of you, kneel down and talk to me about compensation. Xianxia sneered. With a wave of his hand, a rattan chair appeared and placed it in front of him, then he helped his father to sit down. Dad, sit here. I'll ask them to apologize to you. Xianxia said with a smile. Chen there's no need. I'm already satisfied that we can reunite. In my opinion, we should forget about it. Yu family isn't easy to deal with. I heard that they have a powerful backer. Xianxia sounded a little worried. He was already very happy and excited to be reunited with Chen. As Xianxia had killed so many people, he had already vented his anger. Xianxia had. He wanted to settle the matter. Of course, the main reason why Xianxia did this was to ensure Xianxia's safety. After all, the Yu family wasn't a force to be trifled with. They had the support of a powerful figure. If Xianxia angered them, Xianxia would suffer a great loss. Xianxia had underestimated his son. If he knew that his son had offended the 3 immortal courts, he wouldn't have made such a pill. Then let's dig out their backer. Dad, I'll definitely seek justice for you. All the people and forces who participated in the pill concoction will pay a heavy price. Xianxia said Lung Lung. There was no way to resolve this matter. Your family had hurt someone they shouldn't have. The price they had to pay was bound to be heavy. Xianxia's sharp eyes looked at the people of the pill store and said indifferently, everyone, kneel down and kowtow to my dad. Asterisk plop. Asterisk as soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the fifth steward knelt down on the ground. He was truly frightened by Xianxia's power. He didn't dare to ignore Xianxia's words. F***ck. Old 5, can't you be a bit more mature? You're still a member of your family. Old 5, stand up the F***ck. Seeing the fifth steward's action, the second and third steward almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. This bastard was the fifth steward of the pill store, but he didn't even have the slightest bit of backbone. What a disgrace, however, no matter how they scolded him, the fifth steward didn't stand up. At this moment, the fifth steward was thinking that if you don't kneel now, you won't even have the chance to kneel later. Xianxia, don't be too arrogant. No one in Fengli City has ever dared to make us kneel. The chief steward was infuriated. I don't know where this arrogant brat came from. Let me kill him. The second steward's jaw trembled. His cultivation base was at the late immortal king realm. Such a cultivation base could be considered as one of the strongest in Fengli City. With incredible speed, he lunged at Xianxia with a combat saber in his hand. Xianxia shook his head. You're courting death. Xianxia gently slashed forward with the long sword in his hand. The second steward, who was brimming with chi, was slashed into two halves. Blood splashed and dyed the ground red. What, this time, even the chief steward couldn't stay calm anymore. He widened his eyes at this young man who appeared out of nowhere. He was afraid that the strength of this young man was beyond his imagination. No matter what, the second steward was a late immortal king expert, but in the hands of this young man, he didn't even have the chance to struggle and was killed on the spot. If he didn't see this with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and talk. Xianxia's tone was cold to the extreme. Xianxia, I hope you know what you're doing. Offending you family won't bring you and your son a good end. The chief steward was still threatening Xianxia with the backing of you family. It seems like you don't know how to cherish the chance that I've given you. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he appeared in front of the chief steward in a flash. The long sword in his hand trembled. The chief steward only felt a chill passing through his arm, followed by an intense pain. One of his arms had been severed by the swift sword of his opponent. The chief steward wanted to resist, but was horrified to find that he couldn't even move under the pressure of the opponent's chi. The chief steward was scared out of his wits. Cold sweat dripped down. He finally knew how terrifying the opponent was. He was a dignified immortal emperor expert, but in the eyes of the opponent, he was as weak as a baby. If the opponent wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, all of you can go to hell. Xianxia had turned into a mad devil. Violent waves of wind sprayed out from his body. These waves of wind turned into sharp blades, rushing into the crowd of 500 people behind him. Arg. Arg, arg, for an instant, wails filled the sky. Under the impact of the sharp blades, everyone was collapsing. Their bodies were separated, turning the place into a sea of blood. Blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and blood splattered on the faces and bodies of the chief steward and the third steward. In the blink of an eye, all 500 people were killed. Only a few stewards were left in the noisy pill store. Their faces were ashen and their breathing became incomparably heavy. Bloody, exposed, and cruel. Killing without batting an eye. At this moment, the few stewards no longer had any of their previous prestige. All of them were scared silly. They were the higher-ups of Yu family and had experienced hundreds of battles. Which one of them hadn't killed someone before? Their hands were stained with blood, but this was their first time seeing someone as brutal as Xianxia. Just because the other party didn't kneel down, Xianxia didn't give them any chance and killed them all. This was simply a massacre. For Xianxia, he would never be able to intimidate the other party if he didn't use iron-blooded methods. Moreover, he had no intention of letting these people go. The pill store must pay a heavy price for the suffering that Xianxia had endured. And that price was the destruction of the entire pill store. The stewards were completely scared out of their wits. What they saw was not only the strength of this young man, but also his bloodthirsty brutality. He killed so many people in the blink of an eye, but they didn't see the slightest trace of emotion in his eyes. This could only mean one thing: he had killed too many people. Killing had become a habit in his eyes. In fact, this was the law of the jungle in the immortal world. Since ancient times, peerless experts had killed millions of people in a fit of rage. It wasn't a big deal for Xianxia to kill 1,000 people for his father. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The fifth steward was already scared out of his wits. He didn't care about his broken arm anymore. He crawled towards Xianxia and kowtowed repeatedly. It was too cruel and too cruel. It was beyond what the fifth steward could bear. Deep in his soul was the shadow of Xianxia when he killed people. He knew that this was the end of the pill store. They had really offended someone they shouldn't have. Xianxia's expression didn't change at all after killing these people. Some people didn't need to be merciful to be killed. The number of pill slaves who had died in their hands over the years was probably more than 1,000. Xianxia wasn't a bloodthirsty person. In his opinion, the people he killed deserved to die. Xianxia had his own standards for killing. He could kill his enemies and his enemies. He could kill those who were devoid of conscience, but he couldn't kill the innocent. In Xianxia's heart, no one in the pill store was innocent. They all deserved to die. Killing them was not just to seek justice for Xianxia, but also to avenge the death of the pill slaves. Now, the whole square was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The second steward was cut in half by Xianxia. There were still 4 stewards alive. Among them, the chief steward and the fifth steward both lost an arm. The third steward and the fourth steward, who were still intact, were scared out of their wits. The shadow of death loomed over their heads. They didn't have any of their usual prestige. "Kneel down and talk." Xianxia's tone was still cold. If he didn't want to know something, he wouldn't have kept these people alive. Of course, Xianxia had to regain his dignity for the humiliation and injury his father had suffered. No one would dare to humiliate his father. Plop. Plop. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the third and fourth steward knelt on the ground with a puff. All of their arrogance had vanished. They finally understood why the fifth steward knelt down so straightforwardly. It turned out that other than obeying Xianxia's orders, there was nothing else they could do except for death. They didn't want to die. The chief steward also knelt on the ground. He knew that the elixir store was finished. They had offended someone they shouldn't have offended. He had never seen the power of this young man before. He knew that even if the Yu family's #1 master was here, he wouldn't be a match for this young man. They weren't even on the same level. "Kowtow," Xianxia said with an unquestionable tone. "Sir, please spare our lives. It's all our fault. We didn't recognize Mount Tai. We know we're wrong. We're willing to compensate you at all costs. Please spare our lives. Don't kill me, don't kill me." The third steward and the fourth steward kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. The fifth steward kept begging for mercy. The chief steward had completely lost his temper and kept kowtowing to Xianxia. Xianxia was also a little confused. Looking at the 4 masters kneeling on the ground in front of him and kowtowing to him, he felt very uncomfortable sitting on the rattan chair. He was just an insignificant person. How could he bear the worship of the 4 masters? Xianxia didn't think that as the father of Xianxia, he was destined to not be an insignificant person. It was destined that many big shots had to be polite to him. Although it was very uncomfortable, Xianxia still had no sympathy for these people. As someone who had ascended from the lower world, he had a lifetime of experience and was already used to killing. Thinking of what happened in the underground square, these people were really unforgivable. Even if they died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be a pity. During this period of time, too many people had died tragically in their hands. "Chief Steward, let me ask you, who gave you the recipe that contains the bloodthirsty grass?" Xianxia asked. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this chief steward was not even an alchemist. He was just a leader in charge of the pill shop. At first, he thought that the recipe was made by the chief steward, but now it seemed that the chief steward did not have the ability to do so. Your Excellency, the formula was given to me by the patriarch, but I know that young Master Shen probably gave it to us. All these years, the Yu family's elixir workshop has been testing pills for young Master Shen, and the formula was basically given by him. The chief steward didn't dare to hide anything and said. Which young Master Shen? Why did he use the bloodthirsty grass to make the pill? Xianxia asked. He knew that there was a big shot involved in this, and it looked like young Master Shen was the main culprit. Everyone involved in Jiang Zhenhai's incident had to be punished, let alone the main culprit. Young Master Shen is a talented disciple of Feng Luo sect. He is very powerful, and the reason why Yu family controls Fengli City is because of his support. Our Yu family has always been working for him. As for why young Master Shen wanted to make such a pill, I don't know either. Perhaps the master knows the reason. The chief steward said. The third steward shuddered. When Jiang Chen told him to return to the Yu clan, his first thought was to run away, but now, that thought was immediately dispelled. As a powerful immortal king, the third steward knew very well how terrifying a powerful figure could be. His every move was most likely under the surveillance of the other party. Fengli City wasn't that big. As long as he made the slightest movement, the other party could kill him with a single thought. Not only would he die, but the entire Yu clan would also be annihilated as well. If it was before, he might not believe that someone would dare to annihilate the entire Yu family, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's murder, he didn't doubt Jiang Chen's ruthlessness at all. He was certain that Jiang Chen would do such a thing, and Jiang Chen's words weren't a joke. What the third steward needed to do now was to follow Jiang Chen's instructions and head to the Yu clan to summon all the experts above the immortal king realm. As for what would happen to the Yu clan, he really didn't dare to predict it. What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen berated. Yes, Lord. This lowly one will go right away. The third steward stood up shakily from the ground. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He flew directly above the pill store, not forgetting to look back. When he saw the bloody and tragic state of the pill store, the third steward felt dizzy and almost fell from the sky. The third steward gritted his teeth and flew towards the direction of the Yu clan. The pill store wasn't far from the Yu clan. Given the third steward's immortal king cultivation base, it would only take him a year. Chen, I think we should just forget about it. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen and said. Dad, we can't just forget about this. I, Jiang Chen, can be humiliated, but my father will never be humiliated. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably firm tone. Sometimes, people must fight for their dignity and do something for it. Jiang Chen was an untouchable line of defense in Jiang Chen's heart. Anyone who dared to touch it would have to pay a heavy price. This was what Jiang Chen had to do. Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He knew his son too well, and no one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Also, he felt that what Jiang Chen said made sense. People had to live for their dignity, and they had to get back what they had lost. Jiang Zhenhai suddenly realized that he was no longer an insignificant character. His face was directly related to Jiang Chen's face. His existence would definitely have the shadow of Jiang Chen. He swore in his heart that he would never bring shame to his son. Humiliating himself was equivalent to humiliating Jiang Chen, and humiliating Jiang Chen was equivalent to death. The Yu clan was currently in a state of shock because the commotion from the pill store had already alarmed everyone here. Many experts were preparing to head over to take a look, but the patriarch had yet to come out of seclusion. Also, most of them felt that there wouldn't be any problems as long as the chief steward was there. Hence, they weren't too anxious. The third steward returned in a fluster. His expression was flustered and his face was deathly pale. Many of the Yu family's disciples saw the third steward's abnormality, but the third steward flew all the way to the Yu family's patriarch's seclusion area, ignoring everyone else. What's going on? Why is the third steward so flustered? Something big must have happened in the pill store. Otherwise, the third steward wouldn't have returned in such a fluster. His face was full of fear and he was heading towards the place where the patriarch is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb the patriarch during his seclusion. I'm sure the third steward knows this, but he still went there regardless of the consequences. What exactly happened in the pill store? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the pill store in Finley City? Isn't that courting death? The people of Yu clan began to panic. They had no idea what had happened, but they had never seen the third steward so flustered before. They guessed that something big must have happened in the pill store. Otherwise, the third steward wouldn't risk his life to disturb the patriarch's seclusion. The place where the patriarch was in seclusion was located at the center of Yu clan. It was almost a forbidden area of the clan. Usually, only a few immortal emperors could step into it. There were a total of 5 immortal emperors in Yu clan. Apart from the patriarch who was an intermediate immortal emperor, the rest were early immortal emperors. The chief steward was in charge of the pill store. Apart from the patriarch, there were 3 immortal emperor elders who were also in seclusion outside the place where the patriarch was in seclusion. Patriarch, something big has happened. Patriarch, something big has happened, the third steward began to shout as soon as he reached the central forbidden area. Just like the 5th steward, although he didn't suffer any injuries, he was already frightened by Xianxia and was in a state of complete panic. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 silhouettes rushed out of their seclusion. They were 3 old men, the other 3 immortal emperor elders of Yu family. What's going on? Don't you know that this is a forbidden area? Third steward, the patriarch is in seclusion. How dare you barge in like this? If you don't give us a reason, you're dead meat. The 2 elders spoke. Second elder, third elder, fourth elder, something big has happened in the pill store. The third steward still couldn't control his emotions. Speak. What's the matter? The second elder spoke impatiently. What could be a threat to Yu clan in Finley City? They're all killed. Everyone in the pill store has been killed. Xianxia has come and killed everyone. One of the great elders' arms has been chopped off. He's kneeling there now. The third steward spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes were filled with panic. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the second elder grabbed the third steward's collar, pulled him in front of him, and asked aloud. It's true. Xianxia is too scary. He's like a devil king. He has killed everyone in the pill store. The third steward said. Xianxia? Where did this Xianxia come from? You said that even the chief steward isn't a match for him? The third elder was shocked. Only now did he realize the seriousness of the situation. Yes. The chief steward, who's an early immortal emperor, wasn't a match for a single strike from Xianxia. He has chopped off one of the chief steward's arms and killed the second steward. Both of them are kneeling there now. Xianxia wants all the higher-ups of Yu clan to apologize to him. Otherwise, the third steward was gasping for breath. What will he do? The fourth elder's expression turned tense. Such a major incident had actually happened in the pill store. Even the chief steward, who was an early immortal emperor, couldn't withstand a single strike from the enemy. This was enough to show how powerful the enemy was. He wants to annihilate the entire Yu clan. The third steward repeated Xianxia's words. How audacious. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in Finley City. He's the first person who dares to say that he will annihilate the entire Yu clan. The second elder was infuriated. Kacha. At this time, the door of the seclusion room opened. A middle-aged man in brocade clothes walked out. He was the patriarch of Yu family. The patriarch's face was gloomy. He had clearly heard the conversation outside and knew how many people were in the pill store. More than 1,000 people had been killed. Ever since the Yu family took control of Finley City, they had been the sole hegemon here. No one had ever dared to challenge them. It was ridiculous to kill everyone in the pill store. However, judging from the third steward's panicked expression and tone, he could tell that the opponent this time was very powerful. At least, it wasn't someone that Yu family could deal with. Even the patriarch didn't have the slightest confidence. One should know that even an intermediate immortal emperor like him wouldn't be able to cut off one of the chief steward's arms so easily. He knew the chief steward's strength very well. Patriarch. The 4 of them saluted the moment they saw the patriarch. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. As immortal emperors, they weren't fools. They all had very high IQ. They knew very well what kind of powerful existence Yu family had offended this time. It was true that Yu family had a powerful backer, but they were afraid that the backer was about the same level as Jiang Chen. If a truly powerful expert came to annihilate Yu family, the backer might not even be willing to show up. At this critical moment, Yu family still had to stand at the forefront. Moreover, they knew very well that the powerful backer was only using the Yu family as a tool for profit. The Yu family was only useful to him. If the Yu family was useless, with his identity and status, he probably wouldn't even have the time to care about the Yu family. Yu family still had to rely on themselves when it came to the critical moment of life and death. Tell me, what's going on? How did the pill store offend such a powerful expert? The patriarch looked at the third steward with cold eyes. He was feeling very uneasy. From the third steward's description, he could tell that Jiang Chen was just a young man. In the entire Fengqi immortal domain, a young man with such strength must have a powerful background. Such a person wasn't someone that Yu family could afford to offend. Patriarch, this is what happened. Some time ago, one of the pill slaves that the pill store secretly captured turned out to be Jiang Chen's father. Today, Jiang Chen came and happened to see the fifth steward bringing a newly concocted pill to Jiang Chen's father. Jiang Chen was infuriated and killed everyone in the pill store. Now, the second steward is dead, the chief steward and the fifth steward have lost their arms, and the fourth steward are all kneeling on the square. The third steward didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything that had happened in the pill store. At this point, if he continued to hide the truth, it was very likely that he would bring disaster to the Yu family. He couldn't afford to bear this responsibility. What? After listening to the third steward's words, the Yu family's patriarch and the other three elders felt dizzy and had difficulty breathing. They never thought that the Yu family would use such a hateful method to offend a peerless powerhouse. What was the difference between this and courting death? Using the father of a peerless powerhouse as a pill test subject, could this be any more damned suicidal? Yu family is finished. This was the first thought that crossed the patriarch and the three elders' mind. Insulting the father of a peerless expert was equivalent to bringing the end of Yu family. Damn it, I asked you to be in charge of the pill store. Why did you create such a mess? Are you all useless? Shouldn't you have investigated the background of a pill slave beforehand? The patriarch of Yu family was furious. He had the urge to kill someone. Just because of such a small matter, Yu family was brought to destruction. Could the people of the pill store still do anything? Patriarch, we really don't know either. All along, the pill slaves we've captured have all been low-class people. That old guy didn't say that he had such a powerful son. We've tried to test the pills many times. He would rather be injured than say that his son is his backer. Who would have thought that his son would be so powerful? The third steward burst into tears. All along, there had never been a single mistake with the test subjects. Every single one of them had been investigated in advance. In his opinion, if Jiang Zhenhai had such a powerful backer, he should have told them about it. However, Jiang Zhenhai didn't say anything. If he did, the Yu family wouldn't dare to touch him no matter whether it was true or not. After all, it was better to avoid trouble. If one less test subject was missing, the Yu family could still catch others, but if they met a tough opponent, it wouldn't benefit the Yu family at all. In fact, Jiang Zhenhai didn't even know that his son had become so powerful. He didn't even know where Jiang Chen was. In his heart, Yu family was too powerful. Perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to deal with them. He was worried that his son would be dragged into this mess if he revealed the truth. Patriarch, what should we do now? The second elder asked. He had already realized the seriousness of the situation. What should we do? How the hell do I know what to do? I don't know what that Jiang Chen wants. The patriarch of Yu family looked gloomy. Jiang Chen said that he wants all the higher-ups of Yu family who are above the immortal king realm to kneel and apologize to his father. The third steward said. What? Kneel and apologize? Are you kidding me? Our Yu family is a big family in Fengli City. How can we kneel to someone? That's a humiliation to our family. We can't do that. The second elder was furious. That's right. This Jiang Chen really thinks that he's a lawless god. He wants all the higher-ups of Yu family to kneel just because of his words. What a joke. The third elder's face was also filled with anger. Xianxia has said that if we don't go, he will personally kill everyone in Yu family. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. The third steward's eyes were red, and his words were filled with fear. Patriarch, let's go find young Master Shen. I believe that young Master Shen will be able to deal with that Xianxia. The fourth elder said. That's right. If young Master Shen appears, he will definitely be able to kill Xianxia and avenge those who died in the pill store. The second elder also said. Humph. Don't you know what kind of person young Master Shen is? He only cares about profits. Even if he's willing to come, I'm afraid that the Yu family will be wiped out by Xianxia by the time he arrives in Fengli City. The patriarch of Yu family snorted coldly. As the patriarch, he was more prudent in his actions. Then what should we do now? The third elder frowned. The Yu family had been living comfortably in Fengli City for a long time. They never thought that they would face such a crisis one day. Let's protect Yu family first. Immediately summon all the higher-ups of Yu family who are above the immortal king realm to the pill store. I will immediately send the news here to young Master Shen through the messenger spirit talisman. I hope young Master Shen can come in time. The three elders sighed. Although they were unwilling, this was the only thing they could do. Now, they could only blame their subordinates for being unreliable, or their Yu family's bad luck. Of all the people they could capture, they had to capture the father of a peerless expert. The only thing the Yu family could do now was to try their best to compensate them. As long as they could protect the Yu family, they wouldn't hesitate to do anything. As for the death of so many people in the pill store, that was no longer important. What was important was that they couldn't draw this bloody massacre to the Yu family. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the Yu family. It would be the end of the world. Patriarch, we shouldn't waste any more time. I think we should hurry to the pill store as soon as possible. I think that Xianxia has a bad temper. If we are late, I'm afraid a disaster will befall us. At the very least, the chief steward and the others will lose their lives, urged the third steward. The third steward urged. After witnessing the scariness of Xianxia with his own eyes, he was already traumatized by Xianxia. Alright, gather all the immortal kings at once. The patriarch didn't dare to delay. The words of a peerless expert was an order. Hesitation would be disrespectful to the expert. When the expert was enraged, there would naturally be millions of corpses and blood flowing for thousands of miles. At that time, the entire Yu family wouldn't be enough for the expert to kill. Following the patriarch's order, all the experts above the immortal king realm gathered together. One had to admit that Yu family had a very strong foundation. There were dozens of experts above the immortal king realm. It wasn't a coincidence that Yu family was able to take control of the entire Fengli City, even if they had the support of a powerful backer. These experts who were gathered here all wore bewildered faces. They had no idea what was going on, but the third steward quickly told them about the situation in the pill store. At this critical moment, they had to let everyone know what was going on and make them aware of the danger they were in. This was to prevent them from putting on their high and mighty airs when they saw Xianxia. If that happened, not only would it bring them death, it would also bring great trouble to Yu family. What? There's actually such a thing? Damn it, what are those fellows doing in the pill store? Why did they provoke a peerless expert, and a peerless genius at that? Aren't they looking for trouble for our Yu family? I heard that this kind of expert values his dignity more than anything else. The pill workshop actually used his father as a test subject. That expert definitely won't let this go. This is really an unexpected calamity. The pill store has brought disaster to the Yu family. The scene instantly became chaotic. This was the first time everyone had experienced such a situation. The Yu family had always been high and mighty here, and no one dared to provoke them. Now, because of a small matter, it had caused a big disaster. The experts present couldn't help but curse the person in charge of the pill store. Could he do something about it? Capturing a few pill slaves could attract a peerless expert. Wasn't this a sin? Everyone, don't panic. Let's hurry to the pill store now. The patriarch of the Yu family said loudly. He took the lead and flew towards the pill store, followed by the others. All of them were extremely gloomy. It would be strange if they could be in a good mood after encountering such a situation. This scene stunned the disciples of the Yu family. Each of them had a confused look in their eyes. They didn't know what had happened to alarm the entire senior management of the Yu family. This was the first time the Yu family had made such a big move since they took control of Fengli City. What's going on? Why did the senior management leave? It seems like they went to the direction of the pill store. Did something big happen? I don't know. Even the patriarch has come out. They all look gloomy. I guess something bad has happened. Let's go and have a look. If something big happens to the Yu family, as members of the Yu family, we must do our part. The disciples of the Yu family became restless. They were not fools. They could feel that the atmosphere in the Yu family had suddenly become solemn. If the Yu family was in danger, they were willing to lend a hand. After all, their existence was shared with the Yu family's honor and disgrace. Everyone stay in the Yu family. No one is allowed to take a step out of the Yu family. Just as these Yu family disciples were about to get restless, the Yu family patriarch's words came back. Now that the Yu family was facing an unprecedented crisis, even if the higher-ups were to meet with misfortune, the Yu family would not be completely wiped out. However, if all of them were to go and the people below said something inappropriate and offended that peerless expert, it was very likely that the Yu family would be completely annihilated. This was no joke. They had to follow Jiang Chen's order. All the senior management above the Immortal King realm had to go to the pill store to see Jiang Chen. As for the others, as long as they didn't show themselves, they should be safe. In the square of the pill store, Jiang Zhenhai was sitting on a rattan chair with Jiang Chen standing beside him. Jiang Chen put his palm on Jiang Zhenhai's shoulder, constantly transferring wood spiritual qi to Jiang Zhenhai. Although the poison in Jiang Zhenhai's body had been completely forced out, it was very difficult for him to recover his qi and blood in a short period of time. Jiang Chen's wood spiritual qi could really liven up Jiang Zhenhai's qi and blood. With the continuous infusion of wood spiritual qi, Jiang Zhenhai's condition had indeed improved a lot. He began to feel energetic again. This scene was witnessed by the fifth steward and the others, and they were filled with shock. He wanted to know what kind of state Jiang Zhenhai was in before this. Jiang Zhenhai was like a dying man, but in just a short span of 20 minutes, he had already recovered to such a state. This could only mean that Jiang Chen's method was too brilliant. Even if all the higher-ups of Yu family were to help him at the same time, they still wouldn't be able to achieve this. The chief steward and the others knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. They were trembling in fear. Their biggest wish now was to keep their lives, but they had no idea how Jiang Chen would deal with them. The pungent smell of blood was still stimulating their souls, making it impossible for them to remain calm. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over the pill store. Dozens of experts descended on the square at the same time. They were the senior management of the Yu family. Even though they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but gasp when they saw the brutal scene with their own eyes. 1,000 people had been crushed, and the entire pill store was covered in blood and broken limbs. It was like a sure hell. Hearing and seeing such a scene with their own eyes were two different extremes, and the feeling couldn't be compared. Patriarch. The chief steward and the other two were kneeling on the ground. Although they were very excited to see the arrival of their patriarch, they didn't dare to move at all. They didn't even have the courage to stand up from the cold ground. They knew that their lives were in the hands of Jiang Chen. If they offended Jiang Chen, he could take their lives in an instant. There was no doubt about this. The faces of everyone in Yu family were unusually unsightly. The air was filled with the smell of hell. Each of their faces was pale. Seeing the chief steward, an early immortal emperor, kneeling on the ground without daring to move, apart from worry and fear, they had no other thoughts. Subsequently, the eyes of everyone in Yu family fell upon Jiang Chen. They were really surprised by Jiang Chen's young age, but at the same time, it made them even more worried. They wouldn't believe that Jiang Chen didn't have any background at such a young age. They were afraid that even young Master Shen wouldn't be able to do the same. Damn it. The Yu family's patriarch cursed in his heart. He wished he could drag out the few stewards who were kneeling on the ground and directly kill them. This group of incompetent fellows was only bringing trouble to the family. Now that they had angered a genius powerhouse, the slightest mistake would cause the Yu family to fall into eternal damnation. "Who's the patriarch?" Xianxia asked plainly. "I'm the patriarch of Yu family." "Greetings, young Master Xianxia." The patriarch of Yu family took a step forward and bowed deeply to Xianxia. Given his eyesight, it was impossible for him to see through Xianxia's cultivation base. Additionally, he could feel a tremendous pressure from Xianxia. Based on this point alone, he was certain that he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning if he fought Xianxia with his intermediate Immortal Emperor cultivation base. "Kneel down and talk." Xianxia's tone was ice-cold. The patriarch of Yu family was stunned. How could he, the dignified patriarch of Fengli City, kneel down to someone? "Xianxia, don't go too far. Our clan head has a noble status. How can he kneel before you?" The fourth elder was immediately indignant. The other party was indeed domineering, but he shouldn't go too far. After all, the patriarch was the representative of the Yu family. If he were to kneel, he would lose face in the future. Shua, as soon as the fourth elder's voice fell, Xianxia swung the long sword in his hand. An incomparably resplendent swordlight moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it passed the Yu family's patriarch and landed on the fourth elder. A miserable wail was heard. The mighty fourth elder, a supreme early immortal emperor expert, was sliced into two by a ray of sword light. Blood spurted out and sprayed all over the bodies of the people of Yu family. Voila, all the people of Yu family panicked. Each of them looked at Xianxia as though they were looking at a ghost. This man was just too ferocious. What shocked them even more was that the fourth elder was killed so easily even though he was an immortal emperor. How terrifying was this man's cultivation base, late immortal emperor? Half-step immortal venerable or even immortal venerable, the thought of the word immortal venerable made them suck in a breath of cold air. If the other party was really an immortal venerable, even if he was just a half-step immortal venerable, it was still too terrifying. Even Feng Luo sect didn't have such a young half-step immortal venerable. Only the immortal court would have such a peerless genius. What kind of major power could cultivate such a genius? If the other party wasn't a half-step immortal venerable, how could he kill an immortal emperor so easily? The facial expression of the people of Yu family changed completely. Each of them glared at the three people who were kneeling on the ground. It was all because of their negligence in managing the pill store that they had attracted such a terrifying existence to Yu family. "Everyone, kneel down and talk." Xianxia's tone was devoid of any emotion. The sword in his hand was constantly radiating cold killing intent, ready to kill at any time. The chief steward was the closest to Xianxia. The scene of the fourth elder's death had scared him out of his wits. He suddenly felt that it was a kind of luck that he was still alive and kneeling here. "Patriarch. Shut up." Just as someone of Yu family was about to speak, he was reprimanded by the patriarch. Couldn't they see the situation clearly? The power of Xianxia had exceeded their expectations and the scope of their resistance. Now that the fourth elder had been killed, anyone who dared to speak would be courting death. "I'm here to ask for forgiveness on behalf of the entire Yu family and the pill store. I hope that young Master Xianxia will show mercy and spare our family. It's our fault for what happened to your father. No matter what kind of compensation young Master wants, we will do our best to fulfill it." The patriarch knelt on the ground and spoke. How helpless it was for the patriarch to kneel, but there was nothing he could do now. Going against Xianxia's will was equivalent to death. Not only him, but the entire Yu family was likely to be annihilated. Moreover, he knew very well that Yu family had to pay the price for what they had done. As long as Xianxia spared them, he was willing to kneel down. Seeing that the patriarch had knelt down, the rest of the people didn't dare to be negligent and hastily knelt on the ground. This was a very spectacular scene. All the higher-ups of the Yu clan, the largest clan in Fengli City, were kneeling here to receive the judgment that was about to come. Yu clan had always been high and mighty in Fengli City. They were the true kings of this city. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that such a day would come. At this moment, Jiang Zhenhai was the one who felt the most emotional. He sat on the rattan chair and watched so many big shots kneel down and apologize to him. He felt like he was in a dream. He was overjoyed. With such a powerful son, he had nothing else to ask for in his life. Xianxia was his greatest pride. Punishment? Of course you will be punished. I don't know who gave you the courage to use my father as a test subject. Insulting my father is worse than insulting me, Xianxia. This price isn't something your Yu family can bear. Xianxia spoke in a cold tone, exuding cold killing intent from his body. Hearing this, the faces of the Yu family turned even uglier. It seemed that this genius had no intention of letting them go. Young Master Xianxia, please calm down. No matter how young Master Xianxia punishes our Yu family, we reap what we sow. We only hope that young Master Jiang can spare our lives. The patriarch of Yu family prostrated himself on the ground. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, he deeply understood what it meant to offend an expert. Now, he was the meat on the chopping block. The slightest bit of resistance would plunge the entire family into eternal damnation. Let me ask you, where did you get the pill recipe for the bloodthirsty grass? Xianxia had to dig out the culprit of this incident. Since the culprit had come and dragged his father into this matter, he had to finish this matter. Otherwise, even if he eliminated Yu family, there would still be other families and major powers that would come to do the same. At that time, there would still be a large number of people who would suffer from the pill test. Only by getting rid of the culprit could the existence of pill test subjects be completely eliminated, and no more innocent people would have to bear this undeserved disaster. Xianxia's cultivation depended on his heart. He wasn't a kind-hearted person, but his heart wouldn't change. He would do what he had to do. He didn't care about the righteousness of the world. He only cared about the righteousness in his heart. It's young Master Xianxia of Feng Luo sect. Every time the pill formula is concocted by him, our Yu clan also supports him. Otherwise, Yu clan wouldn't have been able to occupy Fengli City so quickly. However, our Yu clan has to listen to young Master Shen's instructions and help him concoct medicinal pills constantly. The patriarch of Yu family didn't dare to hide anything from Xianxia. He told Xianxia everything. At this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. The fate of Yu family was the most important. Now that the fate of Yu family was in Xianxia's hands, there was no room for Yu family to resist. Moreover, young Master Shen's strength might be on par with Xianxia. If Xianxia's target was shifted to young Master Shen, it would be a good thing for Yu clan. Tell me the situation of Feng Luo sect and young Master Shen clearly. Also, why does young Master Shen need to concoct medicinal pills with the bloodthirsty grass? Asked Xianxia. He wasn't a native of Fengqi immortal domain, so he wasn't very clear about the major forces here. However, in his opinion, as long as Feng Luo sect wasn't an immortal court, it would at most be a major force on par with Great Qian Empire. Given Xianxia's current ability, he didn't care too much about it. After listening to Xianxia's words, everyone in Yu clan was obviously stunned. They couldn't help but glance at Xianxia. In Fengqi immortal domain, it wouldn't be strange if someone didn't know about Xianxia, but it would be too strange if someone didn't even know about Feng Luo sect. As a major force in Fengqi immortal domain, Xianxia naturally didn't know about it. The only explanation was that Xianxia wasn't a native of Fengqi immortal domain. Of course, it didn't matter where Xianxia came from. What was important was that Xianxia's strength was just too strong. At least, Yu clan couldn't compete with him. Feng Luo sect is one of the top 10 major forces in Fengqi immortal domain. It has plenty of powerful immortal venerables. Young Master Shen is the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect. His cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late immortal emperor realm. Plus, young Master Jiang should know that geniuses like you can fight half-step immortal venerables at the late immortal emperor realm. Such a powerful existence isn't something we can afford to offend. As for why young Master Shen wants to concoct medicinal pills with the bloodthirsty grass, I have no idea either. I have asked him once, but was reprimanded by young Master Shen. He told me not to ask what I shouldn't ask. The patriarch of Yu clan spoke word by word, not daring to hide anything. Humph. Don't you know how poisonous the bloodthirsty grass is? Let me have a look at the pill formula. Xianxia harumphed coldly. If the pill formula didn't contain the bloodthirsty grass, Xianxia wouldn't have paid so much attention to it. The bloodthirsty grass was extremely rare. Very few people would use it to concoct pills. However, young Master Shen had secretly asked Yu clan to help him test the pill, but didn't dare to concoct it openly. There must be something fishy about it. Jiang Chen had to figure it out. Yes. The patriarch of Yu clan didn't dare to resist. With a turn of his palm, he took out a pill formula and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen opened the pill formula and saw the clear records of rare herbs. Bloodthirsty grass, thousand autumn leaf, cold frost fruit, snow jade king ginseng. There were more than 30 herbs recorded in the entire pill formula, and each herb was extremely rare. When he finished looking through all the herbs, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He cultivated the great divination art, and coupled with his own attainments in alchemy, he naturally had extraordinary judgment. He could determine what pill the alchemist wanted from these herbs. How extravagant. The purpose of the person who wants to refine this pill is to use the attributes of various herbs to alleviate the toxicity of the bloodthirsty grass, but no one would waste so many herbs just to alleviate the toxicity of the bloodthirsty grass, because there's no point in doing so. Even if the toxicity of the bloodthirsty grass is completely eliminated, the powerful bloodthirsty ability still remains, and the person who takes it will know. If I'm not wrong, the person who wants to refine this pill wants to use these rare herbs to convert the bloodthirsty ability of the bloodthirsty grass into another function, and then absorb this function, giving himself the attributes of the bloodthirsty grass. That way, he can absorb the qi and blood of others. This method is indeed ruthless. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to achieve the desired effect by blindly mixing in these herbs. That's why I asked you to refine this pill blindly and let others try the pill. Jiang Chen's eyes were so sharp that he could see through the truth of a pill formula. When he said this, the patriarch of Yu clan's expression changed. This young man in front of him was too powerful, much more terrifying than he had imagined. Young Master Jiang, please forgive us. Our Yu clan is only following young Master Shen's instructions. The patriarch of Yu clan repeatedly kowtowed. It seems that Feng Luo sect is also a righteous sect. That's why young Master Shen is doing all this in secret, asking your Yu clan to help him collect herbs and then secretly try the pill. He's probably afraid of being punished by the sect if this matter is spread to the sect. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. Feng Luo sect is indeed a righteous sect. Finley City is also under the jurisdiction of Feng Luo sect. There are no evil sects in the hundreds of millions of miles of land under Feng Luo sect's jurisdiction. However, we don't know young Master Shen's real purpose in refining these pills. Our Yu clan can only obey. The patriarch of Yu clan was on the verge of tears. He felt very wronged. Although he controlled the entire Finley City, the real owner of the city was Xianxia. He was only helping Xianxia. As for the pill formulas sent by Xianxia, he had no idea what they were for. However, the patriarch of Yu clan wasn't a fool. After testing the pills for so long and losing so many pill slaves, he had realized some problems. If this matter were to spread out, Yu clan wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, he had been very careful and even let the Grand Elder take charge of the pill store. He didn't expect to encounter Jiang Chen and cause such a big mess. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. Given his intelligence, he concluded that there must be something fishy about this matter. At least, it wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. He must get to the bottom of this matter. It seemed like he had to deal with Feng Luo sect. Find a way to lure young Master Shen here. Jiang Chen spoke to the patriarch of Yu family. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of Yu family was stunned. In his opinion, Jiang Chen should have been frightened when he heard that young Master Shen was the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect. He should have brought his father away with him, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say such a thing. It seemed like he was going to find trouble with young Master Shen. Young Master Shen was a late immortal emperor with combat strength comparable to a half-step immortal venerable. He was the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect. The fact that Jiang Chen wanted to confront young Master Shen could only mean two things. Either Jiang Chen was sick in the head, or Jiang Chen didn't care about a late immortal emperor genius at all. And Jiang Chen didn't look like a sick person. It could only be the latter. The thought that this young man was even more powerful than young Master Shen made the hearts of everyone in Yu family turn gloomier. At the same time, they were also looking forward to young Master Shen's arrival. After all, young Master Shen was a supreme expert of Feng Luo sect. His strength was much stronger than theirs. It would be best if young Master Shen could kill Jiang Chen. If young Master Shen wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, it would be a matter between Jiang Chen and young Master Shen. As long as Yu family behaved themselves, Jiang Chen wouldn't continue to pursue Yu family's responsibility as long as Yu family wasn't too cruel. Young Master Jiang, I have already sent a message to young Master Shen, but I don't know if he will come. The patriarch spoke in a low voice. After all, he was afraid that the message he sent to young Master Shen would arouse Jiang Chen's dissatisfaction. He will come for sure. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. Young Master Shen would certainly show up. If he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would surely show up as well. His grand plan had been ruined. It would be strange if he didn't show up in anger. Moreover, young Master Shen was the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect. In this vast domain, he had never been afraid of anyone. All of a sudden, the scene became incomparably quiet. Jiang Chen didn't speak a word, and neither did the other members of Yu family. Everyone was kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Now, they could only wait for young Master Shen's arrival to solve the problem. Yu family was caught in the middle of the situation, unable to advance or retreat. They could only wait for the final judgment. Not long after, a powerful wave of qi suddenly swept across the entire pill store. The powerful momentum formed a whirlpool in the sky. The center of the whirlpool was filled with terrifying energy, causing people to tremble in fear. Young Master Shen is here. Everyone from the Yu clan was overjoyed. They all raised their heads and saw that the powerful vortex in the sky gradually disappeared, turning into a young man dressed in a gray robe. The young man held a folding fan in his hand and looked very handsome. His eyes were incomparably bright, like the stars in the sky. The truly terrifying thing was the aura that was casually emitted from his body. The surrounding space trembled and crackled. It could be seen how terrifying this person's cultivation was. It's young Master Shen. Young Master Shen is here. What a powerful aura. As expected of the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect. Our Yu family is saved this time. Yeah, he's much stronger than our patriarch. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen is, I'm afraid he's no match for the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect. Shoo, don't talk. Our fate is still in the hands of Jiang Chen. Young Master Shen will definitely not let this go. Let's wait and see the result. The appearance of young Master Shen instantly gave the people of Yu family a backbone. In their eyes, young Master Shen's strength had also ignited new hope in their hearts. After all, they had been oppressed by Jiang Chen too much previously. Jiang Chen looked at young Master Shen indifferently. In his opinion, young Master Shen's strength was only on par with Yang Lang of Great Qian Empire. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, young Master Shen was nothing in his eyes. He could easily kill Jiang Chen even if he didn't use his half-dragon form. Xianxia immediately rushed over after receiving the message from the patriarch of Yu family. When he saw the scene on the square, a powerful rage instantly spread out and formed a hurricane that fluttered in the sky above the pill store. Then, his eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Brat, I don't care who you are. How dare you ruin my plan? There's only one ending for you. Xianxia spoke coldly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. The people of Yu family couldn't see through Jiang Chen's cultivation base, but Xianxia could judge Jiang Chen's cultivation base from the qi radiating from Jiang Chen's body. How could a puny early immortal emperor be worthy of Xianxia's attention? You're still so arrogant in the face of disaster. If you kneel down and apologize to my father now, I may be merciful and spare your life. Jiang Chen squinted at Xianxia and spoke indifferently. No matter what Xianxia thought, in Jiang Chen's point of view, he was giving Xianxia a chance to live. Of course, Jiang Chen also knew that many people wouldn't cherish such an opportunity. Xianxia was no exception. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's words had completely infuriated Xianxia. With a sway of his body, he landed on the square. All of you, get up. No matter what, you are all my people. How dare you kneel down to an ant? You're a disgrace to me. Xianxia spoke to the people of Yu family. Each and every one of them revealed a look of surprise, and were about to stand up from the ground. Whoever dares to stand up will die immediately. Jiang Chen's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. It was extremely cold, scaring the people of Yu family so much that they couldn't help but tremble. They had witnessed how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even though Shenifei was standing here, they still didn't feel safe. A bunch of trash. An ant has scared you all to this extent. Wait till I kill him, then I'll deal with you all. Shenifei looked at the people of Yu family with disgust, and then raised his eyes to look at Jiang Chen. Boy, you're really bold. In this area, no one has ever dared to be an enemy of me, Shenifei, especially a young man who overestimates himself. You destroyed the pill store, released the pill slaves, and ruined my plan. Even if you had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. Shenifei didn't hide his killing intent at all. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed at Jiang Chen, and a golden light shot out. This light was like a sharp sword, piercing the void. His eyes were full of contempt. In his opinion, this casual move of his was enough to take Jiang Chen's life. A smile emerged on Shenifei's face. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Jiang Chen dying tragically under his golden light, because he really couldn't imagine how an early immortal emperor could resist his attack. In his mind, killing Jiang Chen was as easy as crushing an ant. Jiang Chen remained indifferent. When the golden light approached him, he suddenly stretched out his palm, grabbed the golden light, and crushed it with a bang. What? This scene was witnessed by everyone in the square. The smile on Shenifei's face froze instantly. As the saying goes, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. Shenifei had never thought that his opponent could crush his attack so easily. The scene of him killing his opponent in one blow didn't happen. Instead, it seemed that his attack was so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. This was undoubtedly a mockery. The number one genius of Feng Luo sect is too weak. Jiang Chen shook his head. The words too weak undoubtedly pierced Shenifei's heart like a steel needle. It was a kind of humiliation. As the number one genius of Feng Luo sect, no one had ever dared to humiliate him before. Jiang Chen was the first. The people of Yu family were dumbfounded once more. It seemed like Jiang Chen was much stronger than they had imagined. They knew all too well how powerful Shenifei was, but the fact that Jiang Chen could withstand Shenifei's attack so effortlessly showed that Jiang Chen had the strength to fight Shenifei. Kong, a powerful qi surged out of Shenifei's body like a raging wave. The people of Yu family who were kneeling on the ground were sent flying to the edge of the square. Those immortal kings spurted out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with horror. Compared to a powerful existence like Shenifei, they were just too weak. This was also because Shenifei didn't target them. Otherwise, just the impact of this aura alone would have killed many people from the Yu family. Even so, the people of the Yu family began to feel disgusted with Shenifei. No matter what, the Yu family worked for Shenifei, and they had certainly contributed to the Yu family over the years. At this critical moment, not only did he not protect the Yu family, but he also released a powerful aura, disregarding the life and death of the Yu family. This made the people of the Yu family sad and angry. On the other side, under the protection of Jiang Chen, Jiang Zhenhai was still sitting on the rattan chair, motionless. It was impossible for Shenifei to hurt Jiang Zhenhai in front of Jiang Chen. Kid, what's your name? Shenifei Lingling asked. The folding fan in his hand opened up, emitting a dazzling light. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent, turning a blind eye to Shenifei's anger. Jiang Chen, I don't care who you are, no matter where you come from, you will die today if you offend me. After saying that, Shenifei's body flickered and he flew up into the sky. He opened up a closed battlefield. After all, this pill store was the result of his hard work, and it would be useful in the future. If the two great experts really fought, how could this pill store survive? He was afraid that it would be destroyed immediately. Jiang Chen, if you have the guts, come up and die. Shenifei's murderous aura was soaring, and the surrounding void was shattered inch by inch. Chen-er. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen with a little worry. After all, this Shenifei looked too strong, and the masters of the Yu family couldn't compare with him at all. It was impossible for him not to be worried about letting Jiang Chen fight such a powerful person. Don't worry, Dad. Don't you know your son's ability? you just sit here and watch the show. Xianxia smiled, and waved his hand to set up a restriction around Jiang Zhenhai, which was enough to protect Jiang Zhenhai's safety. Then, like a streamer, Jiang flew into the sky, and stood opposite to Shenifei. Jiang, die. I will let you know how miserable it is to offend me. The folding fan in Shenifei's hand made a rustling sound, and a terrible wave of qi also rolled up. He was preparing a powerful attack, and he wanted to kill Jiang with one blow. Only by killing him with one blow could he save the face he had just lost. Shua, however, just as Shenifei's voice fell, Jiang disappeared, and when Jiang reappeared, he was already in front of Shenifei. Pa! Before Shenifei could react, a resounding slap had already landed on his face. This slap was solid and contained the terrifying energy of Jiang. It had sent Shenifei flying away. The attack that Shenifei was about to unleash was forcefully deflected back to Jiang. What? Feeling the burning pain on his face, Shenifei felt dizzy. Then, he felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Pa! What the F***? Shenifei felt dizzy, and began to curse in his heart. He hadn't even seen the shadow of his opponent, and 2 slaps were already coming at him. What was the point of fighting now? This was a very normal phenomenon. If Shenifei had heard of Jiang reputation and knew what Jiang had done, he was afraid that he would have run as far as he could after seeing Jiang. How would he dare to stand here and make a fuss? Although Shenifei was 2 grades higher than Jiang, their combat strength wasn't on the same level. Moreover, Jiang current cultivation base was at the peak of early Immortal Emperor, not the level that had just stepped into the Immortal Emperor realm. In addition, Jiang attack was sharp, and the speed of his Great Void technique was unparalleled. In front of Jiang, Shenifei couldn't even resist. Pa! 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 Jiang grabbed the folding fan in Shenifei's hand and threw it away. Then, sharp slaps fell on Shenifei's face like raindrops. These brutal slaps only hit one side of Shenifei's face. In the end, half of Shenifei's face was badly mutilated. Each of the people of Yu family was petrified. They were paralyzed on the ground with their mouths wide open, unable to say a word. This was the powerful young Master Shen in their hearts, the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect. Now, he had been slapped like a dead dog. Even the skin on his face was gone. The patriarch of Yu family swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had never imagined such a scene. It was too brutal and cruel. The dignified #1 genius of Feng Luo sect couldn't even fight back at all. He had already been beaten dizzy. No, he should be completely stunned. Jiang Zhenhai gaped in shock, then burst into laughter. This was Jiang. This was his proud son. Whether it was in the mortal world or the immortal world, he was a legendary figure. Shenifei, who had been beaten senseless, barely opened his bloodshot eyes and happened to see the sharp gaze of Jiang. His heart couldn't help but shudder. What kind of person was this? How could a mere early immortal emperor be so terrifying? Shenifei knew that his failure was absolutely not an accident. Under the powerful attack of the opponent just now, he really didn't have the slightest strength to resist. He might feel better if the opponent used a divine weapon to defeat him, but the only explanation was that the opponent used a slap to turn him into such a miserable state. The only explanation was that the opponent was too powerful and he couldn't fight him at all. The gaze in front of him seemed to have come from hell. Just a gaze was enough to harvest a person's life, making one's soul tremble. Shenifei had never felt fear before, but now that he was held in the hand of Jiang, he was truly terrified. He felt that his soul was shrouded by the shadow of death. I'm convinced. Shenifei nodded and said the word convinced. He was truly convinced. He had never been convinced by anyone before, but today's scene made it hard for him to not be convinced. Very good. Jiang smiled and pulled Shenifei down from the sky. It seemed like this Shenifei was a smart man. He had saved him a lot of physical pain. Jiang was an expert in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Pa. Jiang threw Shenifei to the ground like a dead dog and knelt in front of Jiang Zhenhai. Then, he turned to the people of Yu family. Without any hesitation, they scrambled over and knelt on the ground. Each of them was shivering and didn't even dare to raise their heads. But things were different now. Young Master Shen's situation was much worse than theirs. The last reliance of Yu family was gone. All their hopes were shattered. Now, they could only hope that Jiang Chen would be merciful enough to let them off the hook. Shenifei, do you think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect? You dare to capture my father as a pill slave? You're dead meat. Jiang Chen looked at Shenifei condescendingly. He did not directly ask about the bloodthirsty grass, because during the battle with Shenifei, he realized that Shenifei's cultivation technique was of the extreme yang type. The bloodthirsty grass might not have anything to do with Shenifei at all. There might be someone involved in the bloodthirsty grass incident. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. It won't do you any good. My father is the great elder of Feng Luo sect, an intermediate immortal venerable. He isn't someone you can fight. As long as you kill me, he will sense it immediately. At that time, you won't be able to survive even if you have 100 lives. Shenifei said. Just now, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's momentum, so he felt scared. Now, thinking of his father, his tone suddenly became tough. That's right. As the son of the great elder of Feng Luo sect, he had the backing of a late immortal venerable expert. Who would dare to kill him? Even if Jiang Chen was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's pupil shrunk. Sure enough, there was someone behind Shenifei. Clang. Jiang Chen drew out a long sword and cut off one of Shenifei's arms with a *puchi sound. Arg, Jiang Chen, how dare you sever my arm? Shenifei was going crazy. Given his identity, how could he allow his opponent to sever one of his arms? This was too abominable. His entire life would be ruined. His cultivation base would probably stagnate after losing an arm. Don't threaten me with your backer. I won't fall for it. I have a question to ask you now. You'd better answer me honestly. Otherwise, I will sever your arms and legs, dig out your eyes and cut off your tongue. Don't think that I'm joking. Jiang Chen's tone was as cold as ice. Shenifei's heart shuddered. He suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. He didn't dare to look into the eyes of Jiang Chen. This was a devil king. He knew that his threat was nothing in the eyes of the devil king. If he didn't do as the devil king said, he was afraid that he would be crippled and suffer a fate worse than death. Are you ready? Asked Jiang Chen. All right, ask away. As long as you don't kill me, what do you want to know? Shenifei could be considered to be well-behaved. He was like a fish on the chopping block, there was no way he could not be honest. Why are you using the bloodthirsty grass for pill concoction? Asked Jiang Chen. This, Shenifei frowned. The bloodthirsty grass had always been a secret. No one had ever known about it. There must be a conspiracy behind it. Aren't you going to tell me? The long sword in Jiang Chen's hand trembled and was about to sever Shenifei's other arm. Don't. I'll tell you. Shenifei was scared out of his wits and quickly exclaimed. Don't waste my time. Said Jiang Chen faintly. These pill formulas were given to me by my father. The bloodthirsty grass can help him cultivate his cultivation technique. Shenifei said. He didn't dare to hide anything because he knew that under the sharp eyes of Jiang Chen, no lies would exist. Sure enough, it's your father. It seems that your father has cultivated a peerless evil technique. He wants to transform the bloodthirsty function of the bloodthirsty grass into his own body. Once he succeeds, he can use this bloodthirsty function to forcibly absorb the qi and blood of others to help him improve his strength. Am I right? Jiang Chen's eyes grew brighter. It seemed like his guess was right. There was something fishy about this grand elder of Feng Luo sect. How did you know? Shenifei was dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Chen in horror. He couldn't believe that this was his father's purpose. Humph. The bloodthirsty grass can't be taken directly, so you want to combine other medicinal herbs with it to transform this bloodthirsty function. That's why you've been trying the pills, but to no avail. Feng Luo sect is a righteous sect. Your father, as the grand elder of Feng Luo sect, has cultivated such an evil cultivation technique that absorbs the qi, blood, and essence of others. This is against the heavenly Tao, so you can only do it secretly. Jiangchen harumphed coldly. He had already guessed the conspiracy of this father and son. The Zulong Tower could also absorb qi, essence, and blood, but Jiangchen used the Zulong Tower to absorb demons and ghosts instead of humans, which was fundamentally different from Shenifei's father. How do you know so clearly? The shock in Shenifei's heart had reached the extreme. This young man before him was too terrifying. He didn't say anything, but the other party had already guessed everything. This isn't the end yet. I also know that once your pill experiment is successful, your father's evil cultivation technique will reach greater mastery. By then, you and your father will overthrow the current ruler of Feng Luo sect and rule the sect. Am I right? Shenifei's body trembled violently. This was a huge conspiracy. In this world, no one knew about it apart from him and his father. Even the Yu family, who had been helping him, didn't know the purpose of his alchemy. But now, Jiangchen had guessed everything and even exposed their conspiracy with just a single elixir formula. At this moment, Shenifei was really afraid. Whether it was a country or a major power, rebellion was a heinous crime. If they succeeded, they would naturally be in control of everything and stand at the top. If they failed, they would be cursed by tens of thousands of people and go down in history as infamy. Moreover, they would die a horrible death. Therefore, things like rebellion were usually carried out in secret unless there was enough confidence. For Shenifei and his father, it was still far from the right time and they didn't have the slightest confidence. If this big conspiracy was known by the world at this time, they would face a devastating blow. Everyone in the Yu family gasped. This secret was so big that they couldn't calm down at all. If they knew from the beginning that Shenifei and his father wanted to rebel, they wouldn't dare to participate even if they were given 100 guts. Once the rebellion failed, Yu family would definitely be implicated. Even if they succeeded, Shenifei and his father even dared to attack Feng Luo sect, which they owed a great debt of gratitude to. In any case, Yu family wouldn't have a good ending in the end. The small Yu family was simply a chess piece caught in such a big conspiracy. The people in the Yu family weren't fools. At this time, they naturally understood this truth. Jiangchen bent down and approached Shenifei, who was sweating profusely, and continued to ask, "Now tell me, what kind of evil technique does your father cultivate?" No, it's not what you think. My father and I didn't plan to rebel at all. My father didn't cultivate any evil technique. My father was just injured and needed the bloodthirsty grass to treat his injuries. Young Master Shen seemed to have reacted and immediately denied. Puff, unfortunately, Shenifei's denial was useless in front of Jiangchen. It would only bring him pain. As soon as his words faded, Jiangchen's long sword had already slashed across his other arm, chopping it off. Humph. You might be able to fool me with other questions, but you're just an idiot in front of me when it comes to alchemy. Using the bloodthirsty grass to treat injuries? Are you stupid, or is your father stupid? Or do you think I'm a fool? Shenifei, my patience is limited. I don't want to ask the same question again. Jiangchen snorted coldly and directly placed the long sword on one of Shenifei's legs. Shenifei was in despair. As the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect, he had lost both of his arms. This was a huge blow to him. In his eyes, Jiangchen was a devil, a murderous devil king. His heart had been cast by the infinite fear of Jiangchen. I'll talk. The cultivation technique that my father cultivates is called the demonic bloodthirsty art. Once he absorbs the bloodthirsty function of the bloodthirsty grass, he will be able to cultivate it to the major stage. Shenifei no longer dared to hesitate and spilled everything. He was almost certain that if he didn't answer according to Jiangchen's question, his long sword would cut off one of his legs in the next moment. Jiangchen was definitely not joking with him. Bloodthirsty demon technique? This evil technique hurts others without benefiting yourself. It seems that you and your father have lost your mind for the sake of power and desire. Since that's the case, I'll do a good deed for Feng Luo sect. Jiangchen patted Shenifei's face and said with a smile. It seemed like he had to intervene in this matter. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to help Feng Luo sect out of kindness. The immortal world was just too vast. There were countless major powers like Feng Luo sect. He didn't have the time to help them one by one. Since he had decided to take action, he must have his own reasons. Firstly, this involved his father's dignity. The culprit who had hurt Xianxia must be dug out and destroyed, making him pay an unimaginable price. Secondly, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Jiang Chen if he could establish a good relationship with Feng Luo sect. It would allow him to quickly establish a foothold in Fengqi immortal domain. Jiang Chen had already offended all the major powers and immortal courts of Ethereal Immortal Domain, Radiance Immortal Domain, and Miluo Immortal Domain. If he could establish a foothold in Fengqi Immortal Domain, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Opportunities were illusory and one didn't know when they would come, but one had to seize them. The original purpose of Jiang Chen's visit to Fengqi Immortal Domain was to save Xianxia. He had never thought of establishing a foothold in Fengqi Immortal Domain. After all, it was relatively difficult to establish a foothold in a major immortal domain. However, the heavens had given him such an opportunity. In that case, Jiang Chen naturally had to seize it. Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do? Xianxia seemed to have seen through Jiang Chen's intention and his face revealed a look of horror. What am I trying to do? Given your intelligence, you should be able to guess that the doomsday of you and your father is coming. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending me. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned cold. He grabbed Xianxia from the ground, tore open the entrance of Zulong Tower, and said to Xianxia, "Father, enter my Zulong Tower. Let's go to Feng Luo sect." All right. Jiang Chen walked into the Zulong Tower without hesitation. Jiang Chen was a very opinionated person and his son was destined to do great things. No matter what Jiang Chen wanted to do, he would support him unconditionally. Jiang Chen pulled Xianxia and was about to fly in the direction of Feng Luo sect when he saw the people of Yu family kneeling on the ground, trembling. Although this family wasn't exterminated, they couldn't let it go so easily. Seeing the gaze of Jiang Chen, the expression of the people of Yu family who had begun to relax changed dramatically. It would be too easy for this homicidal maniac to kill them all. It wouldn't delay him from going to Feng Luo sect to settle the score with Xianxia's father. "Young Master Jiang, please spare our lives," the people of Yu family kowtowed repeatedly while the fifth steward burst into tears. "You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll give you 5 minutes to take out 1 billion Emperor-grade immortal metastones. Otherwise, I'll take your lives." Holy shit, 1 billion, the higher-ups of Yu family rolled their eyes and nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. They finally witnessed what it meant to demand an exorbitant price. Apart from Jiang Chen, there was no one else who would ask for 1 billion imperial stones. "I only have 5 minutes. If Yu family can't pay up, all of you will die," Jiang Chen repeated. In his opinion, it wouldn't be difficult for Yu family to come up with 1 billion imperial stones since they controlled the entire economic lifeline of Fengli City. Of course, if they didn't have such a large amount of savings, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. "Alright, young Master Jiang, wait for me here. I'll go get it for you." The patriarch of Yu family stood up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other elders and higher-ups of Yu family were frowning and sighing. Given the wealth of Yu family, they were indeed able to take out 1 billion royal-grade immortal metastones, but after taking out 1 billion royal-grade immortal metastones, Yu family's foundation would be damaged. No one knew how long it would take for Yu family to recover. Of course, nothing was more important than one's life. Jiang Chen could totally kill all of them. After all, he had a reason to kill them. Sometimes, a powerful warrior didn't need a reason to kill. If one lost his wealth, he could always earn it back, but if he lost his life, he would be gone forever. Young Master Shen was completely under Jiang Chen's control. Both of his arms were broken and his face was full of despair. He could already foresee what was going to happen next. Once the conspiracy of him and his father was made public in Feng Luo sect, only death would await them. Xianxia glared fiercely at the people of Yu family who were kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but say, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even do a simple thing well." Xianxia was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, the plan of the father and son was going on in an orderly manner. Everything was kept secret and there shouldn't be any accidents. They had also roped in some trusted aides in Feng Luo sect all these years. As long as his father mastered the divine art, he would be able to conquer Feng Luo sect in one fell swoop and establish a 1,000-year hegemony. Furthermore, he had almost finished testing the elixirs. However, he never thought that such a small matter would cause a fatal accident at the critical moment. Xianxia naturally hated the people of the Yu family for causing such a big mess just to look for a pill slave. If they hadn't caught Xianxia, Jiangchen wouldn't have come looking for them. Their plan would eventually succeed one day. But now, it was too late to say anything. Humph. Xianxia, you caused our Yu family to become like this, and you still have the face to scold us? If it wasn't for you and your father, our Yu family wouldn't have suffered today's calamity. Besides, if we knew that you were plotting a rebellion, we wouldn't have helped you no matter what. The chief steward, who had lost an arm, spoke viciously. Jiang Chen's matter was indeed the fault of his subordinates. They shouldn't have caught Jiang Zhenhai, but the root of this matter was still Xianxia. Now that Yu family had fallen into such a state, Xianxia had come to scold them before he could even scold him. If it was in the past, the Yu family naturally wouldn't dare to resist Xianxia's insults. But now, it was different. Xianxia was no longer a threat under Jiang Chen's control. Even his father was about to be finished, so there was nothing for the Yu family to be afraid of. This was the reality. A friendship built purely on benefits was the most unreliable. At a critical moment, they would fall out with each other without the slightest consideration. Moreover, both the Yu family and Xianxia were the ones who suffered huge losses in this matter. There was no need to mention Xianxia. Both father and son were doomed. So many people of the Yu family had died, and the pill workshop had been destroyed. Now they had to take out all the savings of the entire family. One could imagine how depressed they were. Xianxia, the Yu family isn't afraid of you anymore. Of course, you don't have any value to make them afraid anymore. Jiang Chen said. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Zhenhai sighed when he saw everything. This was the immortal world, a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was even crueler than Saint Origin world, but in his eyes, there was only Jiang Chen, the existence that he was proud of all his life. Jiang Chen had destroyed an unreachable great clan and controlled the fate of the entire Feng Luo sect. Jiang Zhenhai knew that his son was destined to be extraordinary, not only in Saint Origin world, but also in the immortal world. Xianxia looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He had never thought that the dignified number one genius of Feng Luo sect with a bright future would be ruined in the hands of Jiang Chen. Those existences in the Yu family, which he once regarded as nothing but ants, had now begun to insult him. This was the cruel reality of the world. It didn't take long for the head of Yu house to return. In less than 5 minutes, he presented a storage ring to Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, this is all the belongings of Yu family, 1 billion emperor-grade immortal metastones, said the patriarch. Jiang Chen scanned the spatial ring with his divine sense and found that there were mountains of immortal metastones in it. He then threw the spatial ring into the Zulong Tower. He didn't need to count them because he knew very well that the Yu family wouldn't dare to deceive him at this moment. Naturally, the patriarch wouldn't dare to deceive Jiang Chen. It wasn't easy for him to protect the lifeline of Yu family. If something went wrong at this time, they would never be able to bear the wrath of Jiang Chen. Your Yu family can continue to control Fengli City. Manage your family well and you're not allowed to capture any more pill-testing slaves. As for the revenge of the father and son of Shen family, you don't have to worry about it because they won't have the chance. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he vanished along with Xianxia. Seeing that Jiang Chen had finally left, the higher-ups of Yu family were paralyzed on the ground. Every one of them was exhausted. In just a short period of time, they felt as though they had taken a few laps in hell and almost walked into the gates of hell. As for capturing pill-testing slaves, they wouldn't dare to do it no matter how much courage they had. Jiang Chen flew all the way. With Xianxia's help, he didn't have to worry about not being able to find the mountain gate of Feng Luo sect. This time, Jiang Chen was going to break into Feng Luo sect alone. After all, Xianxia's father was a mighty intermediate immortal venerable expert. Such a powerful enemy must be eliminated to be at ease. Naturally, Jiang Chen wasn't going to be the sole guardian of an intermediate immortal emperor expert, but now that he had the opportunity to eliminate his father with the help of Feng Luo sect, why not? Jiang Chen, can you let us go? Just state your conditions. We will give you as many immortal metastones as you want. This was Shenifei's last fantasy. As long as Xianxia let them go, they would have the chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, when they arrived at Feng Luo sect, all the conspiracies would be uncovered and they would no longer have the slightest chance. Shenifei's father had indeed recruited a lot of experts to rebel against Feng Luo sect at the critical moment, but there was a condition. The condition was that Shenifei and his father had the strength to dominate Feng Luo sect, which meant that Shenifei's father had the cultivation base of a late immortal venerable. Otherwise, those experts wouldn't join them in the rebellion. After all, no one was a fool, especially when it came to a major matter like rebellion. Without absolute certainty, no one would take action, because it was no different from courting death. No one would treat their own life as a game, especially those who had a certain status in Feng Luo sect. Is that so? It seems like you two are very rich. Very well. If you can take out 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones, I will consider letting you two go. Xianxia chuckled. What the F***? Shenifei spurted out a mouthful of blood and almost choked to death. 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones? Although his father was the great elder of Feng Luo sect and was extremely wealthy, he wouldn't be able to take out 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones unless he was killed. However, Shenifei also understood that Xianxia was deliberately demanding an exorbitant price. Clearly, Xianxia wasn't going to give them a way out. Xianxia, what good will it do to you if you bring us down? If you cooperate with us, we will be able to enjoy the benefits of Feng Luo sect in the future. Isn't that better? Shenifei continued to speak unwillingly. Shenifei, I'm not interested in Feng Luo sect, nor am I interested in your grand plans. I have no enmity with you too, but you have hurt my father. This is the biggest mistake you have ever made. Perhaps you and your father will succeed one day, but you have made a fatal mistake. Some mistakes are enough to put you beyond redemption. In your eyes, power and desire are very important, but in my heart, my father's dignity is more important than anything else. Anyone who tramples on my father's dignity will have to pay a hefty price. It's your misfortune to have met me. Xianxia spoke very philosophical words to Shenifei. Everyone had their own principles. Strength and wealth couldn't represent everything. Sometimes, dignity would always be more important than anything else. Just like what Xianxia said, some mistakes were fatal and would bring destruction. In many cases, one couldn't make up for one's mistake by saying that he was wrong, and not all mistakes could be compensated with wealth. Once a mistake was made, there would be no chance to correct it. After listening to Xianxia's words, Shenifei was in complete despair. Capturing the pill-testing subjects was just the smallest link in their big plan. Who would have thought that they would make a mistake in such a link? Although it was done by Yu family, the real mastermind was Shenifei. Obviously, Xianxia was looking for the culprit now. Shenifei finally understood that he couldn't afford to offend this figure. Given Xianxia's strength, he naturally couldn't cause any harm to Shenifei's father. However, Xianxia's wisdom was so terrifying that he could see through everything. Now, he wanted to use the power of Feng Luo sect to eradicate Shenifei's father. This move could be said to be brilliant. After knowing that it was impossible to negotiate with Xianxia, Shenifei wanted to send a message to his father so that his father could make preparations in advance and escape. Unfortunately, under Xianxia's control, Shenifei didn't even have the chance to move, let alone send a message. Any action of his was completely within the scope of the opponent's control. Fengqi Immortal Domain was similar to Ethereal Immortal Domain in that it was also divided into 5 regions. Compared to Ethereal Immortal Domain's Xuanyu division, Fengqi Immortal Domain was much simpler. Without the word Xuanyu, there were Eastern Domain, Western Domain, Southern Domain, Northern Domain, and Central Domain. Feng Luo sect was located in the Central Domain of Fengqi Immortal Domain. There were a total of 8 major forces here, and Feng Luo sect was just one of them. However, the Central Domain was vast and not inferior to Ethereal Immortal Domain's East Xuanyu. Therefore, it was imaginable how vast the territory that Feng Luo sect could control. This was a super sect that was destined to be high and mighty in this region. Shenifei didn't dare to make any rash moves as Xianxia had complete control over him. He led Xianxia towards Feng Luo sect. Given Xianxia's speed and the Great Void technique, It was a simple and easy task for him to rush to Fengluo sect from Fengqi city. It didn't take him long to arrive at the mountain gate of Fengluo sect. Just like the other major forces, Fengluo sect chose to build their sect on a massive mountain range. Just this mountain range alone had a perimeter of thousands of miles. There was a dragon vein underground, which could guarantee a great force's strength and luck. Looking from afar, the sky above Fengluo sect was filled with layers of mist, making it look like a fairyland. Rows of buildings, palaces, and towers towered into the sky. The imposing manner of a major force could be seen at a glance. Just from its appearance alone, Fengluo sect could instantly kill countless small and medium-sized forces. At this moment, Fengluo sect was peaceful. Several disciples who were guarding the mountain gate were wandering outside the mountain gate, exchanging a few words from time to time. As a matter of fact, guarding the mountain gate was just a formality. A major force like Fengluo sect didn't need disciples guarding the mountain gate. In the entire central region, there weren't many people who dared to cause trouble in Fengluo sect. When Xianxia and Xianxia arrived at the mountain gate of Fengluo sect, Xianxia had lost both his arms and his face was pale. Apart from the severe injuries he had sustained, the paleness was mostly due to fear. Xianxia's soul was about to jump out of his body at the thought of what was about to happen. He had never imagined such a scene. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of gaze he would receive if he suddenly turned from the number one genius of Fengluo sect into a rebel. Those who used to revere him would probably spurn him now. Are you afraid? Jiangchen looked at Xianxia. Jiangchen, please spare our lives. Xianxia continued to beg for mercy. At this moment, he really couldn't think of any other way. Originally, his father was his greatest support when he fell into the hands of an outsider. His father, who was an intermediate immortal venerable, was indeed a great support. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't feel the slightest sense of security, because his support was going to collapse very soon. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'm just here to watch a good show. As for whether Fengluo sect will spare you or not, I don't know. Jiangchen said, pulling Xianxia towards the mountain gate. Who's there? The few disciples who were guarding the mountain yelled and blocked the path of Jiangchen and Xianxia. I'm Jiangchen. I've come to pay a visit to the sect master of Fengluo sect. Hurry up and report my arrival. Jiangchen spoke loudly to the guards. What a joke. Who are you? You're just a small fry. How dare you dream of meeting our sect master? You're overestimating yourself. A leading disciple ridiculed. Given the sect master of Fengluo sect's status and prestige, how could anyone meet him just because they wanted to? Look at who this is? Jiangchen pushed Xianxia to the front. This is? Senior brother Xin. My God. It's really senior brother Xin. Damn it. This bastard injured senior brother Xin and cut off both of his arms. Hurry up and inform the higher-ups of the sect. Someone is coming to Fengluo sect to cause trouble. The few disciples recognized Xianxia. Their facial expression changed dramatically. They knew all too well about Xianxia's cultivation base. He was the number one genius of Fengluo sect. If they didn't take a closer look, they wouldn't be able to see it. Someone had injured the number one genius of Fengluo sect and even came to Fengluo sect to show off. This was simply outrageous. Such a thing had never happened in the history of Fengluo sect. The few of you, get lost at once. I'm here to help your Fengluo sect clean up your sect. Only your sect master is allowed to come out and talk to me. Jiangchen's powerful chi fluctuated, sending the disciples flying away. These disciples weren't on the same level as Jiangchen. It was a joke for them to stop Jiangchen. Since Jiangchen had come to Fengluo sect today, he naturally had to display his chi so that no one would dare to look down on him. Only a powerful person could be valued by even more powerful people. If he wasn't powerful enough, how could he attract the sect master of Fengluo sect? However, Jiangchen only sent the disciples flying away and didn't cause any harm to them. After all, he wasn't here to start a feud with Fengluo sect. Jiangchen released his powerful chi, which hovered above the entire Fengluo sect. Then, he strode forward in the air and rushed towards the center of Fengluo sect. Xianxia's face turned ashen in Jiangchen's hand. He didn't say a word. What else could he say now? If it was in the past, returning to Feng Luo sect was equivalent to returning to his home and territory. He might see hope and make a fuss. But now, he was afraid of returning to Feng Luo sect the most. Swish. Swish. Swish, powerful silhouettes rushed out of Feng Luo sect. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 disciples, but unfortunately, their cultivation base was too weak to pose any threat to Jiangchen. Who dares to break into Feng Luo sect? Are you courting death? Where did this madman come from? He must be courting death. Stop right now. One more step and you'll die. Kong, ask your sect master to come out. Jiangchen's voice reverberated in the sky above Feng Luo sect like a thunderclap. The sound waves spread tens of thousands of miles. The entire sect could hear it clearly. For a moment, the entire sect was alarmed. Countless outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and a large number of elders flew over. How dare he barge into Feng Luo sect? That's simply lawless. Which madman dares to act wildly in my Feng Luo sect? We must shred him to pieces. He's too audacious. No one has ever dared to shout in the sky above Feng Luo sect. No matter who he is, he won't be able to survive even if he has 100 lives. Everyone in Feng Luo sect was enraged. The peaceful Feng Luo sect had fallen into chaos. As a super sect in this region, no one had ever dared to barge into Feng Luo sect. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Zhenhai was incomparably excited when he saw everything. He was afraid that only his son would be able to see through such a bold thing. Although he hadn't been in the immortal world for a long time, he had heard of Feng Luo sect. Such a super sect was simply a giant existence in this huge region. It had never crossed Jiang Zhenhai's mind that Jiangchen would dare to enter Feng Luo sect in such a way. Of course, if he knew about Jiangchen's deeds in ethereal immortal domain, where even the entire Corpsine sect was destroyed in Jiangchen's hands, he was afraid that he wouldn't think so. Countless people flew up into the sky. Jiangchen gazed into the distance. Even though it was such a powerful army, it still couldn't make his emotions fluctuate. Compared to the scenes he had seen before, this was nothing at all. Haha. Haha, although there were a lot of experts in Feng Luo sect, there wasn't a single immortal venerable among them. There were only a few highly respected elders who had reached the half-step immortal venerable realm, which was on the same level as Dong Fengyu. It was a pity that Jiangchen didn't put these experts in his eyes. Quick, look. That person seems to be carrying senior brother Shen. F*CK, it's really senior brother Shen. How did senior brother Shen end up in such a miserable state? Both of his arms have been chopped off, and his injuries look very serious. What's going on? It must be this fellow who injured him. He's so young, yet he has the strength to defeat senior brother Shen. Looks like he's not someone easy to deal with. Humph. So what? Being too arrogant isn't necessarily a good thing. This fellow has injured senior brother Shen, which is equivalent to humiliating our Feng Luo sect. Now, he even brought an injured senior brother Shen to our Feng Luo sect to show off. He's simply courting death. This guy is dead for sure. No one has ever dared to do such a thing. Even if there were 100 lives today, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Innumerable disciples gnashed their teeth. Most of them recognized Shen Fei. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. They were shocked that this white-clothed young man actually had the ability to injure Shen Fei to this extent. They were angry that this young man was audacious enough to injure the representative of the younger generation of Feng Luo sect. This was no different from humiliating Feng Luo sect. Who are you? Why did you break into my Feng Luo sect and injure the genius of my Feng Luo sect? A bearded elder stood out and yelled at Jiangchen. Now that Shen Fei was still in Jiangchen's hands, he didn't dare to act rashly. As the number one genius of Feng Luo sect, Shen Fei was the focus of Feng Luo sect's nurturing. All along, the sect had spent a lot of energy and resources on him. Now that he had become the representative of the younger generation of Feng Luo sect, one could imagine how important he was. Get your sect master and grand elder out. You're not qualified to speak to me. Jiangchen glanced at the elder and said with an indifferent tone. The words "not qualified" nearly made the old man's beard crooked from anger. What kind of figure was he? He was the first elder of the inner sect, a person of virtue and prestige. Usually, anyone who saw him would have to show some respect. Today, a young man who came out of nowhere actually said that he wasn't qualified to speak here. How could he accept this? Xianxia was completely under Jiang Chen's control. He didn't even have the ability to speak. All he could do was to watch the situation develop. How dare you? I advise you to release Xianxia immediately. Perhaps there's still room for redemption. The elder reprimanded loudly. Old bastard, you're acting arrogantly in front of me now, but you're going to thank me later. I'm here today to help you all. Jiang Chen spoke to the elder. Damn it. Where did this shameless bastard come from? He has clearly injured senior brother Shen, but he still wants to help us. Is this bastard an idiot? Do we, a major power like Feng Luo sect, need a small figure like him to help us? What can he help us with? But now that senior brother Shen is in his hands, it seems like only the Grand Elder and Sect Master can help us. Otherwise, we won't be able to help him if he uses senior brother Shen as a hostage. Only an immortal venerable elder can do it. The fact that this bastard has the strength to injure senior brother Shen shows that he's very strong. One should know that senior brother Shen's late immortal emperor cultivation base is already strong enough to fight a half-step immortal venerable elder. The people of Feng Luo sect couldn't help but curse at Jiang Chen's words. This bastard was clearly here to cause trouble, but he still said it in such a dignified manner, as though he was a great philanthropist. Bastard! Let go of my son now. Just at this moment, a powerful qi rose from the interior of Feng Luo sect, carrying powerful anger. A silhouette arrived in an instant, standing not far away from Jiang Chen. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s, about the same age as Jiang Zhenhai, but his cultivation base was incomparably strong. Judging from his appearance, he was basically at the same level as Yang Yu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xianxia's emotions became incomparably agitated, but because he was under the control of Jiang Chen, he couldn't say a word. Unfortunately, his father obviously couldn't understand the expression on his face. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The person in front of him was the legendary Great Elder, Xianxia's father, Xianxia. After Xianxia appeared, he couldn't conceal his anger at the sight of his son's miserable condition. His eyes had turned blood red. He only had one son, and he had always treated him as a treasure. He had been cultivating him since he was a child, eventually turning him into the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect. It could be said that Xianxia was the pride of his life. However, Xianxia was completely crippled and both his arms were chopped off. This situation almost made Xianxia spurt out a mouthful of blood. No one could understand his current mood. Brat, I don't care who you are. You're going to die today. I'll let Xianxia go immediately, and I'll give you a quick death. Xianxia spoke Lung. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have been executed by dismembering his body. Elder Shen, why are you so agitated? I don't intend to kill your son. I just want to see your sect master and all the higher-ups. As long as they come out, I will let Xianxia go and let you and your son reunite. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. He was completely indifferent to Xianxia's threat. He had seen too many experts. Even a peerless venerable like Xianxia couldn't make his emotions fluctuate. A puny Xianxia wasn't enough to make Jiang Chen afraid. Given his current strength and the Great Void technique, he could go anywhere no matter how big the heaven and earth was. A puny early immortal emperor dares to be so arrogant in front of me? It's as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. Do you think you still have the ability to hurt my son in front of me? Xianxia had already unleashed his powerful qi, locking all the qi of Jiang Chen. It seemed like he was looking for a chance to save Xianxia from Jiang Chen's hands. Is that so? Go ahead and try. I would like to see if I can kill Xianxia before you make your move. Jiang Chen's eyes turned incomparably cold all of a sudden. His eyes collided with Xianxia's, producing sparks in the void. Xianxia's anger was getting stronger, but he didn't dare to make a move. How dare an early immortal emperor stare at him in such a manner? Furthermore, he couldn't see the slightest hint of fear in the opponent's eyes. He couldn't see through the opponent, so he didn't dare to make a move, Because he wasn't confident that he could save Xianxia from Jiang Chen's hands. He wouldn't do such a thing that would put his son at risk. Who are you? Why did you hurt my son? Xianxia asked. You will know the reason in a while. Jiang Chen smiled. Before the sect master of Feng Luo sect appeared, he wouldn't reveal the reason of the matter. If Xianxia managed to escape, all his efforts would be in vain. Asterisk hoo-hoo, asterisk as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, a massive qi rose from the interior of Feng Luo sect. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. Clearly, these qi were released by powerful immortal venerables. It seemed like the higher-ups of Feng Luo sect were about to appear. After all, he had caused a huge commotion and clearly wanted to meet the sect master. Now that even the great elder Xianxia couldn't solve the problem, the sect master naturally had to show up. Very quickly, more than a dozen powerful immortal venerables walked out and came to Xianxia's side. The one in the lead had a dignified appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. He seemed to be around the same age as Xianxia. His qi was astonishingly powerful. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. Sect master. Xianxia cupped his fists. The others bowed to greet him. The incomer was none other than the sect master of Feng Luo sect, Feng Huizi. The emergence of Feng Huizi had made the entire Feng Luo sect find their backbone. This was the dignity that a superior must have. At least in the hearts of most of the disciples and elders, Feng Huizi was a godlike existence. He was the support of the entire Feng Luo sect. As long as he was there, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Of course, the sky of Feng Luo sect wouldn't collapse. A puny Jiang Chen who came to Feng Luo sect to stir up trouble was nothing but a clown. If it wasn't because he had seized Xianxia, the experts of Feng Luo sect would have already killed him. How could he stand here and talk to the sect master? Didn't he know who he was? What qualifications did he have to meet the sect master? The appearance of Feng Huizi had basically doomed this arrogant white-clothed young man. However, there was one person whose facial expression changed dramatically when he saw Feng Huizi. His forehead was full of sweat. He was none other than Xianxia, who was being controlled by Jiang Chen. What's the matter with Feng Huizi? Brat, sect master is here. Release Fei immediately. Xianxia yelled at Jiang Chen, ignoring Xianxia who had been signaling him with his eyes. Xianxia now had the urge to spurt out blood. His father was already in great danger, but instead of running away, he was still acting arrogantly. However, Jiang Chen was completely indifferent to Xianxia's yell. His eyes fell upon Feng Huizi, then he nodded and said, I'm Jiang Chen. I've come to Feng Luo sect today to help sect master resolve a major issue. Feng Huizi's eyebrows twitched. Apparently, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say such a thing. Additionally, he was somewhat surprised. One should know that it was very rare for an early immortal emperor to speak so calmly in front of him. Plus, it was admirable that Jiang Chen had the guts to break into Feng Luo sect alone. But this couldn't conceal Feng Huizi's anger. Just like the others, he also saw Xianxia being gravely injured. As the number one genius of Feng Luo sect, the sect had spent a lot of resources to nurture Xianxia. As the sect master, there was no reason for Feng Huizi not to be angry that Xianxia was crippled. However, Feng Huizi didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say that he wanted to help him. This piqued Feng Huizi's interest. Is that so? Why don't you tell me how you're going to help Feng Luo sect? I hope you have a good reason. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't end up well. Feng Huizi wanted to hear what Jiang Chen could say. Haha. Sect Master Feng, do you think that you can sleep peacefully just because your sect is prosperous and dominating a region? You don't know that danger is just around you. There's a great traitor in your sect. He's eyeing your position covetously and plotting how to get rid of you. Feng Luo sect is going to suffer an unprecedented chaos soon. You might not be worried, but I'm worried for you. Jiang Chen glanced at Xianxia off to the side after he finished speaking. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Xianxia's expression changed a little. Although it wasn't easy to detect, it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Brat, what are you talking about? That's nonsense. Are you kidding me? How can there be a traitor in Feng Luo sect? This brat is talking nonsense. The disciples and elders of Feng Luo sect were infuriated. Harmony was always the most important thing in a big sect. How could they accept the fact that Xianxia said that there was a great traitor in Feng Luo sect? Feng Huizi, on the other hand, knitted his brows. He could tell that Xianxia wasn't a lunatic and wouldn't come to Feng Luo sect for no reason. It seemed like Xianxia really knew something. Xianxia, tell me. Where is this great traitor? Feng Huizi asked with great interest. Sect master, don't listen to this man's nonsense. In my opinion, we should just kill him. He deserves a death penalty for intruding into our sect. Xianxia spoke aloud. It seemed like he was about to attack Xianxia. Given his intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base, he could naturally sense something. Moreover, Xianxia had been communicating with him with his eyes. It seemed like their secret was going to be exposed soon. Xianxia was well aware of the consequences once it was exposed. Elder Shen, why are you so agitated? Just a moment ago, you wanted to save your son, but now that you heard about the great traitor, you're even willing to sacrifice your son's life. Could it be that Elder Shen is the great traitor? Xianxia looked over at Xianxia and spoke in a strange tone. You. What nonsense are you talking about? I, Xianxia, am loyal to sect master. How can I do such a treacherous thing? Xianxia yelled, but he didn't know that his behavior had already shocked many people. Sometimes, it was hard for a guilty person to stay calm, even for a mighty immortal venerable. Xianxia's behavior was somewhat unusual. The word traitor mentioned by Xianxia seemed to have affected him greatly. Feng Huizi wasn't a fool. By this time, he finally felt that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Humph. Xianxia, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door if you've done nothing wrong. Why are you so nervous if you haven't done any treacherous thing? Xianxia harumphed coldly, then looked over at Feng Huizi. The time had come and he didn't want to waste any more time. Sect Master Feng, I, Xianxia, have absolutely no malicious intent towards your sect today. Although I have barged into this place from the mountain gate, I haven't harmed a single person. I've come today for this Xianxia, to avenge my father. Of course, if Sect Master doesn't want to hear about Xianxia's treachery, then forget about it. Xianxia's voice was loud like rolling thunder. For a moment, most of the people in Feng Luo sect became speechless. Xianxia's words were right. Although he had barged into the mountain gate, he hadn't harmed a single person. On the other hand, Xianxia's behavior was just too abnormal. Furthermore, no one would believe that an early immortal emperor like Xianxia, who had no enmity with Feng Luo sect, would come to Feng Luo sect to frame the great elder, unless Xianxia was a fool. However, Xianxia didn't look like a fool. Sect Master, I request that you kill this man immediately. Don't let him sow discord between us. Xianxia spoke maliciously. Elder Shen, why are you so agitated? If you kill Xianxia now, no one will be able to prove your innocence. I think it's better to let him explain himself. Xianxia, if you can't produce any evidence, don't blame me for being impolite. Framing the great elder of our sect is enough for you to die 10,000 times, said Feng Huizi. Feng Huizi said coldly. His mood was very complicated. He had always regarded Xianxia as one of his own and trusted him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the position of the first elder and spent a lot of resources to train Xianxia. If Xianxia really wanted to rebel, Feng Huizi would be very sad. As for Xianxia, Feng Huizi naturally didn't hope that Xianxia could produce the so-called evidence. However, if Xianxia really produced the evidence, it would mean that he had made an outstanding contribution to Feng Luo sect. All of a sudden, the scene became extremely tense. This matter had been known by everyone in Feng Luo sect. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here, waiting for Xianxia to produce the evidence. After all, this was a major event for Feng Luo sect. Xianxia, are you afraid? Your son has already confessed everything. Why don't you say it yourself so that it won't be too embarrassing? Xianxia looked at Xianxia. What a joke. I, Xianxia, have always been upright. How can I allow you to frame me? I'd like to see what kind of bullshit evidence you can produce to prove that I'm rebelling. Xianxia said coldly. Although he appeared to be very calm, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that the current Xianxia was extremely nervous. Alright. Since you're so confident, I'll tell you one by one. I hope you can still maintain your confidence later. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, and he took a step forward, getting nearer to Xianxia. Xianxia, we have no enmity with each other. What you and your father did has nothing to do with me. I, Jiang Chen, won't hurt your son or come to Feng Luo sect to expose you. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have hurt my father. You cultivate the bloodthirsty devil art and you need the bloodthirsty grass to concoct pills. That's why you asked Shenifei to take control of Fengli City and asked you family to concoct pills and capture pill slaves for you. Feng Luo sect is a righteous sect, so you can only do such heartless things in the dark. Of course, this has nothing to do with me, but it's a pity that you have captured my father as a pill slave. If I hadn't arrived in time, my father would have been a dead man by now. If I hadn't arrived in time, my father would have been dead by now. Jiang Chen's narration was very simple, but Feng Huazi wasn't a fool. None of the people present were fools. Therefore, all eyes fell on Xianxia. If what Jiang Chen said was true, then Xianxia was really hateful. As a righteous sect, Feng Luo sect was respected by thousands of people. Xianxia's cultivation of the evil technique had violated the rules of Feng Luo sect. Capturing pill slaves was even more damaging to Feng Luo sect's reputation. You, Jiang Chen, you're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? Even if Feng Luo City captured pill slaves, what evidence do you have that has anything to do with me? Xianxia looked very agitated because Jiang Chen's words had really surprised him. This was his biggest secret that very few people knew. But when he saw Shenifei's miserable appearance, he understood that Jiang Chen must have heard this from Shenifei. Xianxia, don't be in a hurry to disassociate yourself from this matter. Gate Master Feng should know that the bloodthirsty grass is an extremely poisonous medicinal ingredient, and it is almost impossible to use it to refine pills. Once it is consumed, it will devour all the blood and qi in the human body. The bloodthirsty demonic art that Elder Shen cultivates just so happens to need this bloodthirsty ability, so he used many other medicinal ingredients to fuse them together in hopes of achieving one goal, and that is to transfer the bloodthirsty ability of the bloodthirsty grass into his own body, allowing him to possess this terrifying ability. Once the pill is successfully concocted, Elder Shen's demonic art will reach the peak. When that time comes, it will be the day of Elder Shen's rebellion. At that time, Gate Master Feng's cultivation will most likely be sucked away by him. Jiang Chen looked at Feng Yunzi and continued. After listening to this, despite Feng Yunzi's composure, his body couldn't help but tremble. If what Jiang Chen said was true, it would be too terrifying. It can't be. As the Grand Elder of the sect, how could Elder Shen do such a thing? Impossible. I absolutely don't believe it unless Jiang Chen shows me ironclad evidence. If this is true, wouldn't our Feng Luo sect be in constant danger? That's too terrifying. The scene began to stir up because Jiang Chen's words were too influential. Besides, what he said was reasonable and didn't sound like it was made up. After all, there was no enmity between Xianxia and Jiang Chen, so Jiang Chen didn't need to frame Xianxia. Sect Master, don't listen to this man's nonsense. He's trying to sow discord between us. I request that you kill Jiang Chen immediately to restore peace to our Feng Luo sect. Xianxia seemed incomparably agitated. Unfortunately, the more agitated he was, the more Feng Huazi felt that something was amiss. Feng Huazi ignored Xianxia and said to Jiang Chen, you should know how much influence these words will have on Feng Luo sect. I hope you can show me ironclad evidence. Otherwise, you will die here today even if you have 100 lives. Evidence? Shenifei is the evidence. If you don't believe my words, you should believe Shenifei's words. Jiang Chen pushed Shenifei to the front and undid the restriction on him. Speak. Tell me everything that you told me. Tell me the grand plan that you and your father have. Jiang Chen said Leng. Shenifei looked at his father with a pained expression, but soon after, his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He turned to Feng Huazi and said loudly, Sect Master, Jiang Chen is talking nonsense. These are all lies he made up. I'm indeed in charge of Feng Luo City, but I didn't know that Yu clan has been secretly capturing pill slaves. Today, the patriarch of Yu clan sent me a message saying that the clan is in danger. I rushed over, but unexpectedly, I wasn't a match for Jiang Chen and was injured by him. He's afraid that my father and Feng Luo sect will seek revenge on him after he kills me, so he made up a lie to frame me and my father. He wants to use Sect Master to get rid of us. Sect Master, you must not believe him. Shenifei said with tears streaming down his face. He felt extremely aggrieved. This guy suddenly changed his mind after seeing his father. It seemed that Shenifei was also a ruthless person. He knew that he would die either way, so he might as well die to help his father. In any case, as long as he didn't say anything now, Jiang Chen wouldn't have any ironclad evidence to prove Shen'eo's treason. By then, the entire Feng Luo sect would regard Jiang Chen as an enemy. Even if he died in the hands of Jiang Chen would be the scapegoat for him. On the opposite side, Shen'eo's eyes revealed a sneer. At the same time, deep hatred could be seen in his eyes because he knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go after hearing Shenifei's words. If Shenifei died, he would suffer for the rest of his life. However, he swore that if Shenifei died, he would make sure that Jiang Chen would die a graveless death and be buried with Shenifei. Good, Shenifei. You actually played such a trick on me at the critical moment. Jiang Chen grabbed Shenifei's neck. Dense killing intent swept across Shenifei's body like sharp blades, causing him to tremble and feel as though his soul was about to explode. He knew how brutal Jiang Chen's means were. Now that he had deceived Jiang Chen, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Furthermore, being controlled by Jiang Chen, he couldn't feel the slightest sense of security despite being surrounded by experts of Feng Luo sect. Instead, he felt a deep sense of loneliness and the threat of death. Jiang Chen, since I'm going to die either way, I might as well drag you down with me. Shenifei gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen, what else do you have to say for yourself? You should tell us who sent you here and why did you create internal strife in our Feng Luo sect? Shen'eo yelled. So that's how it is. This Jiang Chen is too abominable. He must be a spy sent by the enemy. His purpose is to create internal conflict in Feng Luo sect and kill each other so that he can reap the benefits. That must be the case. He's too bold. Such a dangerous person must be eliminated. It's a pity that senior brother Shen, the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect, has ended up like this. The scene became restless once more. Shenifei's words had immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. Jiang Chen could understand why such a scene was created. His words couldn't be compared to Shenifei's words. After all, in the hearts of the elders and disciples of Feng Luo sect, Shenifei was one of them, while he was just an outsider. Without any real evidence, it was hard for him to convince them with just a few words. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. How could Shenifei's intention be hidden from him? He was the dignified Jiang Chen. If he was defeated by a puny Shenifei, would he still be Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, do you have anything else to say? Feng Huizi looked at Jiang Chen with vicious eyes. He didn't immediately conclude that Jiang Chen was talking nonsense like the others because he couldn't see the slightest nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. Shenifei's words didn't affect Jiang Chen in the slightest. Furthermore, Feng Huizi firmly didn't believe that Jiang Chen would come here to frame the Grand Elder for no reason because it was no different from courting death. It was even more impossible to say that Jiang Chen was sent by a hostile force because the hostile force wasn't a fool. How could they not know the danger of doing so? If the hostile force had such a powerful genius, how could they be willing to let him take such a risk? More importantly, the hostile force of Feng Luo sect didn't have such a genius. Perhaps no one in the entire central domain could beat Shenifei to such a state. Jiang Chen didn't answer Feng Huizi. Instead, he looked at Shenifei and smiled. Shenifei, you're still too inexperienced to play with me. You're simply showing off the lower limit of your intelligence if you want to fight me with such a little bit of caution. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out a crystal ball. The material of this crystal ball was very special. It was almost useless to cultivators. Therefore, under normal circumstances, very few people would carry this kind of crystal ball, not to mention that the crystal ball in Jiang Chen's hand was as big as a human head. If this crystal ball had any other use, it would be to record images. It could imprint some things that happened in the crystal ball, just like the projection in the Great Thousand Mirror in Golden Horizon. However, the projection in the crystal ball could only be kept for 3 days at most. After 3 days, it would disappear on its own. To Xianxia, 3 days was more than enough. Xianxia flicked his finger, shooting out a golden ray of light. Stimulated by the light, the crystal ball shone brightly all of a sudden. A large projection appeared above the crystal ball, showing what happened in the Square of You family. In the projection, one of Xianxia's arms was broken. He was kneeling on the ground and looking at Xianxia in horror. Why did you use the bloodthirsty grass to concoct pills? This, you're not going to tell me? Don't. I'll tell you. These pill formulas were given to me by my father. The bloodthirsty grass can help him cultivate his cultivation technique. Sure enough, it's your father. It seems like your father has cultivated a peerless evil cultivation technique. He wants to transform the bloodthirsty function of the bloodthirsty grass into his own body. Once he succeeds, he can use this bloodthirsty function to forcibly absorb the blood and chi of others to improve his own strength. Am I right? You. How did you know? Humph. The bloodthirsty grass can't be consumed directly. Therefore, you want to combine other herbs with the bloodthirsty grass to transform this bloodthirsty function. That's why you have been trying to concoct pills, but to no avail. Feng Luo sect is a righteous sect. Your father, as the great elder of Feng Luo sect, has cultivated such an evil cultivation technique, absorbing the blood, chi, and essence of others. This is against the heavenly Tao, so you can only do it secretly. This isn't the end yet. I also know that once you succeed in concocting pills, your father's evil cultivation technique will reach the major realm. By then, you and your father will overthrow the current ruler of Feng Luo sect and rule the sect. Am I right? Everything that happened on the square could be seen clearly through the projection. The originally quiet scene erupted in an instant. None of the people present were fools. Even if Xianxia's words couldn't be trusted, the projection in the crystal ball was absolutely true. Furthermore, through the projection, they could see that Xianxia didn't threaten Xianxia at all. Everything was Xianxia's guess, and it was a very accurate guess. Xianxia's face was ashen and full of despair. Now, he was truly convinced by Xianxia. Xianxia had always been meticulous and would never give his opponent any chance. From the moment Xianxia decided to come to Feng Luo sect, he had already made full preparations. Swish. Swish, gazes full of anger and sadness fell on Xianxia. There was no need to say anything. It was an absolute fact that couldn't be denied. To the people of Feng Luo sect, this was a huge blow. The great elder whom they had always respected turned out to be such an evil person. Once the great elder succeeded in concocting the evil cultivation technique and rebelled, Feng Luo sect would be plunged into a reign of terror. The thought of dying in the hands of the person whom they had always respected was indescribable. Swish, Xianxia waved his hand and kept the crystal ball. With an indifferent smile on his face, he no longer spoke a word because there was no longer a need for him to speak. In a flash, he flashed to the side and assumed a posture of watching a show. What happened next would be the internal affairs of Feng Luo sect and had nothing to do with Xianxia. Xianxia's goal had been achieved. Feng Huizi wouldn't let Xianxia off. As the sect master, he had to give an explanation to the tens of thousands of people in Feng Luo sect. Damn it! This father and son are really plotting a rebellion. The great elder has really cultivated an evil cultivation technique and deceived all of us. What a cruel and unscrupulous bastard. I never thought that Feng Luo sect would raise 2 ingrates. He's really good at concealing himself. We were all deceived by his sanctimonious appearance. It turns out that beneath his loyal appearance, there's a heart as vicious as a scorpion's. The people of Feng Luo sect couldn't restrain their anger at this moment. They didn't believe what Xianxia said at all. But now, there was no need for them to quibble. Instead, they should thank Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, the hidden crisis beneath the seemingly prosperous Feng Luo sect wouldn't have been discovered. However, this merciless excavation had nearly torn the hearts of everyone in Feng Luo sect apart. Compared to anger, they were more sad. Some of them couldn't accept such a reality and couldn't help tearing up. The one who was truly sad was naturally Feng Huizi. The reason why Xianxia could reach his current position was because of Feng Huizi's trust. Xianxia's expression was incomparably unsightly. His last hope had vanished. It was useless to say anything else as the evidence was conclusive. However, he didn't feel that he had let anyone down. He only felt pity that his great undertaking was strangled before it could be completed. The person he hated the most and wanted to kill the most was also Xianxia. Feng Huizi's eyes were about to bleed. He looked at Xianxia and said, "How many years has it been? I've always treated you like a brother. How can I believe all of this is true?" Feng Huizi's voice trembled a little. As a supreme figure at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm, he was a mighty figure with an incomparably strong temperament. Now that his mind was in a mess, it was like a blow to his soul. When a man was truly heartbroken, it was very hard for him to control his temper. "You heartless and unscrupulous thing. We've respected you so much and left all the matters of the sect to you. I didn't expect you to do such a thing that is worse than an animal." An early-stage immortal venerable elder shouted loudly. He was extremely agitated and heartbroken. "Ha ha ha!" Xianlin suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Powerful waves of qi surged out from his body. His qi waves were mixed with a black luster, and an evil aura began to fill the air. His eyes turned black, and it was as if he had suddenly become another person. It was as if he had become a completely different person from before. He was the incarnation of evil. Voila! Upon seeing this, many of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. After witnessing the evil cultivation technique that Xianxia cultivated, they were even more certain that this was a conspiracy that had been hidden for a long time. If it wasn't for Xianxia, Xianxia would have succeeded one day. At that time, no one could imagine how big of a disaster he would bring to Feng Luo sect. Bloodthirsty devil art. Feng Huizi's qi rushed out. He was, after all, the sect master of Feng Luo sect. He couldn't afford to lose his composure. After a short moment of sadness, his face immediately revealed a fierce expression. He knew very well that Xianlin had changed completely. In Xianlin's heart, he was now a person that must be killed. Xianlin's purpose was to kill him and the old ancestor after he had succeeded in cultivating the evil cultivation technique and replace Feng Luo sect. In Feng Huizi's heart, Xianlin was no longer the great elder of Feng Luo sect or the brother that he had known for so many years. Xianlin was just a mortal enemy, an evil devil. "That's right, Feng Huizi. Since I've almost failed, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop me from leaving today. I'll come back one day when I've succeeded in cultivating the evil cultivation technique." Xianlin's momentum was powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards Xianxia in a flash. Xianlin's current action was obvious. He was going to leave Feng Luo sect. Before he left, he would do his best to save his son. Even if he couldn't, he would kill Xianxia to settle the hatred in his heart. Today's situation was completely caused by Xianxia. He wouldn't be reconciled if he didn't kill Xianxia. "Watch out, Xianxia." Feng Huizi's expression changed drastically. He initially thought that Xianlin would attack him or leave, but he didn't expect that Xianlin would charge in Xianxia's direction. What was even more unexpected was that Xianlin's speed was so fast that even he was a step too slow. "Xianxia, you've hurt my son and ruined all my plans. You deserve to die 1,000 times over." All of a sudden, Xianxia struck out a palm at Xianxia. This was an extremely violent and ingenious move. There was a weak point in the attack. Once it hit Xianxia, not only would he be able to kill Xianxia, but he would also be able to save Xianfei. Kong Long, Xianlin's movement was too fast. The huge palm engulfed Xianxia with a rumble. The void was completely smashed and turned into a land of destruction. The reason why Xianlin didn't escape and even dared to attack Xianxia was that he had great confidence in his strength. He had been cultivating evil techniques in secret all these years, and his combat strength had become so terrifying that even Feng Huizi might not be a match for him. The only person in the entire Feng Luo sect that he was afraid of was the old ancestor, which was why he had been enduring all this time. As long as the old ancestor didn't come out, no one in Feng Luo sect would be a match for him. "Not good," Feng Huizi exclaimed inwardly. All the people of Feng Luo sect exclaimed. Jiang Chen would certainly die a graveless death if Shen Lin used this move. In any case, Jiang Chen had helped Feng Luo sect. In a sense, he was the benefactor of Feng Luo sect. If he was killed like this, how could the people of Feng Luo sect feel good about it? Shen Lin, it seems like you don't even care about your son's life. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dead, Jiang Chen's voice sounded not far away. Innumerable eyes looked over and saw Jiang Chen carrying Shen Yifei in his hand. There wasn't a single injury on his body. What? Upon seeing this, Shen Ao's eyes widened. He couldn't believe this was true. He knew all too well how terrifying his attack was just now. Killing a puny early immortal emperor was as easy as flipping his hand, but the reality was that Jiang Chen had escaped his attack effortlessly. Shen Ao wasn't the only one who was shocked. Feng Huazi and countless experts of Feng Luo sect were also dumbfounded. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen with astonishment. How did he do it? What a fast speed. Isn't his reaction too fast? Not only did he defeat Shen Yifei with his early immortal emperor cultivation base, but he was also able to escape the powerful strike of an intermediate immortal venerable. How could such a figure be unknown? Why haven't we heard of him before? The people of Feng Luo sect were astonished. They had no idea what kind of technique Jiang Chen had used to evade Shen Ao's attack. Plus, they had never heard of a genius like Jiang Chen before. This was something that was very surprising. Jiang Chen ignored the shocked gazes around him. After all, he had already gotten used to such gazes. He looked at Shen Ao and placed his palm on Shen Yifei's head. Since you don't care about your son's life or death, I'll help you kill him. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent. Jiang Chen, how dare you? Shen Ao's facial expression changed dramatically. Pooh. Unfortunately, one of Shen Ao's heads was crushed by Jiang Chen as soon as he'd finished speaking. He didn't even have time to cry out in agony. No one had ever dared to question Jiang Chen's courage. When it was time to be cruel, Jiang Chen had never shown any mercy. Just like now, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest change in his expression when he killed Shen Yifei in front of Shen Ao. In the entire world, who would dare to kill Shen Ao's son in front of him? Bastard! Shen Lin roared. His originally black eyes immediately turned blood red. He was like an injured beast, and his entire person began to enter a berserk state. Seeing his own son die in front of him, yet unable to do anything, anyone would be enraged if they were in his position. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Shen Ao went berserk. He unleashed the bloodthirsty devil art. His speed reached the extreme, and his terrifying black claws clawed at Jiang Chen. Shen Ao, you deserve to die 10,000 times over. Feng Huazi struck. A terrifying chi wave of a peak intermediate immortal venerable was unleashed. His majestic body blocked in front of Jiang Chen. It was his carelessness that almost caused Jiang Chen's death. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Jiang Chen, you leave first. Feng Huazi said to Jiang Chen. At the same time, he stretched out a palm to clash with Shen Ao. Rumble, the air was completely destroyed, and there was a destructive aura everywhere. Some of the weaker disciples couldn't bear the shockwaves, and their faces paled. Some people coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Jiang Chen left unhurriedly, and stood not far away, watching the show expressionlessly. A battle between intermediate immortal venerables was naturally terrifying. Jiang Chen wasn't a match for such an expert, but the shockwaves of the battle couldn't affect him at all. Furthermore, with the Great Void technique, not even the old ancestor of Feng Luo sect could stop Jiang Chen, let alone Shen Ao. Kong Hong Hong, the intense battle between Feng Huazi and Shen Ao made the disciples of Feng Luo sect feel extremely complicated. They had never thought that such a war would break out in Feng Luo sect one day. This was destined to be a tragedy for Feng Luo sect. Bloodthirsty devil palm. Shen Ao shouted, and a huge blood-colored demonic palm was shot out. It was like a hand of heaven and earth. It was so huge that it could easily smash a mountain. This was the most powerful move in the bloodthirsty demonic art. Even Feng Huazi's expression changed. What? Yi Shiwen was shocked. What? Unpredictable wind and cloud. Feng Huazi unleashed his life's greatest technique. Only now did he realize how great the crisis that Feng Luo sect was facing. Xianxia had hidden his true strength too well. He had been cultivating an evil art in the dark. His combat strength had already reached such a terrifying degree. Just like what the projection in the crystal ball had said, if Xianxia was allowed to cultivate the pill, he was afraid that the day he mastered the evil art would be the day of his death and the doomsday of Feng Luo sect. Kong Long, the ultimate attacks of two intermediate immortal venerables collided with each other. This was simply a pinnacle battle. Even though the battlefield had been sealed, it had still caused a great shock to the mountain gate of Feng Luo sect. The mountain below had begun to disintegrate and many buildings had collapsed. Dang dang dang, Feng Huizi retreated a dozen steps before regaining his balance. His facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. Xianxia, I never thought that your cultivation of the evil technique has already reached such a terrifying level. Feng Huizi smiled self-mockingly. How could he, the dignified sect master, not notice such a great danger lurking around him? He even had to rely on an outsider to tell him about it. This was simply ironic. Feng Huizi, let me take Jiangchen away today. From now on, I, Xianxia, will no longer have anything to do with Feng Luo sect. Xianxia's emotions were fluctuating wildly. All he wanted to do was to kill Jiangchen. Don't even think about leaving today. A dazzling combat sword appeared in Feng Huizi's hand. Haha. Feng Huizi, you are no match for me. If you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Xianxia burst into laughter. Shen Yifei's death had greatly stimulated him, turning him into a madman. He stretched out his palm and launched another attack at Jiangchen's direction. The terrifying, towering palm covered an incomparably wide area. It could be seen that this attack wasn't only aimed at Jiangchen, but also the people around him. If this attack hit them head-on, at least hundreds of disciples of Feng Luo sect would die tragically. There was absolutely no accident. Damn it. Feng Huizi's facial expression changed once more. No matter how strong he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop Xianxia from slaughtering the innocent. If an intermediate immortal venerable expert who cultivated a terrifying evil technique started a massacre here, it would surely bring a great loss to Feng Luo sect. Feng Huizi struck out his sword, but it was blocked by the immortal weapon in Xianxia's hand. On the other side, seeing Shenlin's attack, many people's expressions changed completely. They could smell the scent of death. That was a great threat to their lives, and it was not something they could endure. Under the pressure of Shenlin's towering palm, they had already lost control of their bodies. After all, the gap between them and Shenlin was too great. Damn it. This insane bastard is going to kill all of us. It's over. We're dead for sure. At this critical moment, when everyone's heart was filled with despair, a wave of qi suddenly enveloped hundreds of them. It was the aura of a domain. In this domain, these disciples of Feng Luo sect immediately felt safe. Swoosh. Just as the gigantic hand was about to descend, the domain shifted and disappeared from where it was. In the next moment, everyone had already moved over 10 miles away. At the same time, the gigantic hand had also attacked the place it was at before, destroying a part of the void and turning it into a land of destruction. Fear lingered in the hearts of the crowd. All of their gazes were fixed on one figure. Jiangchen. He's the one who saved us. With their cultivation base, none of them were fools. All of them could feel that it was Jiangchen who had unleashed his domain at the last moment to save their lives. That's right, it was Jiangchen who launched the attack. The combination of the Great Void technique and Great Divination art allowed him to escape at an extremely precise time. It wasn't a problem for Jiangchen even if he was carrying hundreds of people. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Someone clasped his fists at Jiangchen. There was no longer any hostility in their eyes towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen was their savior and the benefactor of the entire Feng Luo sect. No matter where Jiangchen came from or what identity he had, Feng Luo sect had already treated him as one of their own. After all, Jiangchen didn't show any hostility towards Feng Luo sect from the beginning. Apart from avenging his father, he had also helped Feng Luo sect greatly. Feng Huizi and the other elders were grateful to Jiangchen. At the same time, they were shocked by Jiangchen's speed of escape. Even a mighty immortal venerable wouldn't be able to do that. Xianxia, I'd like to see how good you are at escaping. Xianxia was infuriated. The black immortal weapon in his hand drew out a chi wave like a black heavenly river, piercing through the void and slashing towards Xianxia. The current Xianxia had already forgotten his current situation. All he could think about was killing Xianxia. Humph. Just then, a cold harumph sounded from the void. At the same time, a golden palm appeared and grabbed the black light, shattering it with a bang. An old man stepped through the air. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked to be in his 60s or 70s. However, he had a sturdy body and didn't look old at all. The aura he exuded was enough to completely suppress the tyrannical aura in the air. Old Ancestor. At the sight of this old man, Feng Yunzi and many elders of Feng Luo sect rejoiced. Today, Feng Luo sect was in chaos and Feng Huazi, the sect master, was on the verge of losing control of the situation. If the old ancestor didn't appear now, no one knew how much damage Xianxia would bring to Feng Luo sect. Seeing the old ancestor, Xianxia regained his sanity. Immediately, he felt a little regretful. He knew that the old ancestor was in seclusion to break through to a higher realm and wouldn't show up. Therefore, he should have fled the moment his plan was exposed. As long as the old ancestor didn't show up, no one would be able to stop him from leaving. He could have come back for revenge after he had completed his evil cultivation. This was Xianxia's best plan. Unfortunately, Xianxia had killed Fei, which had completely infuriated him. It was already too late for him to leave now. No matter how confident he was in his bloodlust devil art, he wasn't confident enough to fight the old ancestor. The old ancestor was a late immortal venerable expert. The gap between them wasn't small at all. Let's go. Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate any longer. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. Traitor! Do you still want to leave? The old ancestor was incomparably infuriated. He appeared in front of Xianxia like a ghost. All of a sudden, his huge palm turned into a huge cage, trapping Xianxia inside. No matter how hard Xianxia tried, he couldn't break free from the cage. Upon seeing this, the people of Feng Luo sect heaved a sigh of relief. Even the elders who had a good relationship with Xianxia didn't think that Xianxia's cultivation base had already reached such a level. Fortunately, the old ancestor was here today. At the same time, they were glad that Xianxia had come today. If it wasn't for Xianxia, Xianxia's secret wouldn't have been discovered. By the time Xianxia truly rose to power, they were afraid that even the old ancestor wouldn't be a match for him. That would be the true disaster for Feng Luo sect. Please spare my life, old ancestor. I've made a mistake. Xianxia fell to his knees and kowtowed to the old ancestor. Humph. I hate traitors like you the most. I've long stopped meddling in the affairs of the sect and the entire Feng Luo sect was almost destroyed in your hands. The old ancestor harumphed coldly and looked at Xianxia with eyes full of disgust and anger. Kill him, old ancestor. Kill this traitor. He must be executed on the spot. Scum. Xianxia's actions had completely aroused the anger of the entire Feng Luo sect. Xianxia could be considered as the first person in the history of Feng Luo sect to do this. Hold on. Feng Huazi stepped forward and looked at the imprisoned Xianxia. Xianxia, I'm afraid that you have a lot of accomplices since you're plotting a rebellion, right? Tell me and consider it the last thing you've done for Feng Luo sect. Feng Huazi wasn't a fool. On the contrary, as the sect master, he was very smart. He knew that since Xianxia wanted to rebel as the Grand Elder, he must have won over a lot of people in the dark. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Xianxia to take complete control of Feng Luo sect even if he and the old ancestor were killed. As soon as Feng Huazi's words fell, there was a commotion in the crowd. It could be seen that many people's expressions had begun to change. The elders and disciples exchanged glances with each other and were filled with vigilance. It seemed like they could no longer trust each other. After all, Xianxia's influence in Feng Luo sect was too great. Sect Master Feng. Seeing the changes in Feng Luo sect, Xianxia hurried forward. Brother Xianxia, do you have anything to say? Feng Huazi smiled. His attitude towards Xianxia had undergone a huge change. Sect Master Feng, there's no need to do this. I believe that even if Xianxia has accomplices, most of them were forced by him. Now that Xianxia has been eliminated, I believe those people have already seen the consequences of rebelling. This is already the greatest deterrence. Under such deterrence, they will surely be loyal and won't dare to have any second thoughts. From now on, Fengluo sect will also be united. Killing one to warn the others is enough. There's no need to turn Fengluo sect into a bloody storm. What do you think? Jiang Chen's words enlightened Feng Huizi and Old Ancestor. At first, Feng Huizi was blinded by anger and only thought of unearthing all the traitors. However, he neglected the most important point, the impact this action would bring to Fengluo sect. Jiang Chen was right. Now that the Grand Elder had betrayed Fengluo sect, the most important thing for Fengluo sect was unity. The scene became more restless. Everyone in Fengluo sect had begun to be wary of each other, which wasn't what Feng Huizi wanted to see. Furthermore, just as Jiang Chen said, those people were bewitched by Xianxia. Since Xianxia didn't rise, they wouldn't rebel anymore. If the sect could let bygones be bygones, these people would surely be grateful and be absolutely loyal to Fengluo sect in the future. In this way, Fengluo sect would be more united because of this matter and there wouldn't be any ill feelings between each other. Those who had secretly promised to rebel with Xianxia would naturally be deeply grateful and perform well. In this way, Fengluo sect would surely prosper in the future. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise. Feng Huizi and Old Ancestor looked at Jiang Chen with admiration and gratitude. No matter who this young man was, Fengluo sect would treat him as a distinguished guest. They were well aware that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Xianxia wouldn't have been unearthed and the situation that Fengluo sect would face in the future was simply unimaginable. Feng Huizi and Old Ancestor were also grateful to Jiang Chen. Those who had secretly planned to rebel with Xianxia nearly knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's words at the critical moment not only saved their lives, but also restored their reputations. Alright, since Brother Jiang Chen has said so, we won't pursue this matter any further. Our Fengluo sect will surely prosper in the future. Xianxia, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. It's a worthy death for you to die in my hands today. As Feng Huizi spoke, the sword in his hand pierced through the ancestor's prison and pierced Xianxia's forehead, killing him. Feng Huizi acted quickly, leaving almost no chance for Xianxia. His purpose was very simple, he was afraid that Xianxia would act out of desperation and expose his subordinates. By then, it would be hard for him to not deal with it. Therefore, Feng Huizi decided not to give Xianxia a chance to speak at all. He wanted to return justice to Fengluo sect. Jiang Chen nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Xianxia was dead. Feng Huizi's method of killing Xianxia also showed his wisdom and decisiveness as a sect master. Swoosh, after killing Xianxia, Feng Huizi raised the sword in his hand high. The powerful sword qi directly gathered into a dragon, circling in the sky. It was completely condensed by sword qi, revealing a strong majesty of a superior, which made people tremble in fear. Everyone in Fengluo sect, listen up. Xianxia is dead. This is the fate of a traitor. I hope that Fengluo sect will be united and prosper in the future. Feng Huizi's thunderous voice spread thousands of miles away, causing sound waves to circle back and forth in the sky above the entire Fengluo mountain range. The people are united, and we will prosper. The people are united, and we will prosper. The people are united, and we will prosper. Countless elders and disciples of Fengluo sect were shouting at the top of their lungs. All the grudges and speculations between each other had vanished along with the passionate shouts. No matter what happened in the past, Xianxia was dead. Fengluo sect would usher in a new era. Everyone's heart would be tightly bound together. The chaos in Fengluo sect had been completely pacified. Even the old ancestor who usually wouldn't show up had taken action. This showed how significant this incident was. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen had become the greatest benefactor of Fengluo sect. Everyone in the sect was grateful to him. The hundreds of disciples who were saved by Jiang Chen from Xianxia were even more grateful to him. When Feng Huizi and the old ancestor approached Jiang Chen, Feng Huizi said, "Brother Jiang Chen, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, Fengluo sect would have suffered a great loss in the future. I'm really unable to repay your kindness. In the future, if Brother Xianxia needs any help from Feng Luo sect, feel free to speak. I, Feng Huizi, will definitely help you. Feng Huizi spoke in a heroic manner. He was also a heroic person. Sect master is being too polite. I'm here today because Xianxia injured my father. I just want to seek justice for my father. Jiangchen said with a smile. May I know where your father is now? Asked Feng Huizi. Father, come out. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen's figure appeared beside Jiang Chen. The Zulong Tower was invisible and hidden in Jiang Chen's body. Even the old ancestor of Feng Luo sect wouldn't be able to detect it. Jiang Zhenhai seemed very excited. After all, his cultivation base was too weak. He felt very uncomfortable standing in front of an expert like Feng Huizi. If it wasn't for the support of Jiang Chen's qi, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand still. He had seen everything that happened just now. He felt very proud to have such a son. Seeing a peerless expert like Immortal Venerable being so polite to his son, Jiang Zhenhai's heart was filled with extreme satisfaction. Jiang Zhenhai greets sect master. Jiang Zhenhai clasped his fists at Feng Huizi. There's no need to be so polite, Brother Jiang. It's your greatest pride to have such a son. Feng Huizi also clasped his fists and addressed Jiang Zhenhai as Brother Jiang, which made Jiang Zhenhai feel flattered. He had never dreamed that a mighty Immortal Venerable would speak to him so politely. Of course, Jiang Zhenhai didn't get carried away. He knew very well that Feng Huizi was giving face to Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, he would be nothing. Alright, since Xianxia has been eliminated, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Feng Huizi and the old ancestor, then turned to leave with Jiang Zhenhai. Hold on, Brother Jiang Chen. Feng Huizi called out hastily. His gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with even more admiration. Initially, he thought that Jiang Chen would at least ask for some benefits from Feng Luo sect. After all, Feng Luo sect would surely try their best to satisfy him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen turned to leave. It was rare for a young man to have such a temperament. It would be a great fortune for Feng Luo sect if they could cultivate such a genius. Is there anything else, sect master? Jiang Chen smiled. Brother Jiang, I can see that your father's condition isn't very good. Why don't you stay and recuperate for some time? I have the best alchemist, the best herbs and the best cultivation environment here. I believe they will be of help to your father. Today, Brother Jiang has done us a great favor. How can I feel at ease if you leave just like that? Feng Huizi's tone was very sincere. What he said was the truth. Feng Luo sect owed Jiang Chen a great favor for what had happened today, and Feng Huizi hated owing favors the most. If Jiang Chen left just like that, Feng Huizi would always feel uncomfortable. If Feng Luo sect could do something for Jiang Chen, Feng Huizi would certainly be very happy. It just so happened that Jiang Zhenhai's body was in a terrible condition due to the pill trial. If he could bring some benefits to Jiang Chen and help him recuperate, it would be considered as doing something for Jiang Chen. When he recalled that his attitude towards Jiang Chen was very bad when he first arrived, Feng Huizi felt even more guilty. Furthermore, he had never seen a peerless genius like Jiang Chen, who was rare even in the immortal court. People like Jiang Chen had boundless prospects and achievements in the future. It wouldn't be bad if Feng Luo sect could befriend him. Jiang Chen halted his steps. Feng Huizi's words had tempted him. Jiang Zhenhai indeed needed a quiet place to recuperate. Initially, he planned to bring Jiang Zhenhai to Great Qian Empire in Ethereal Immortal Domain, but the current situation in Ethereal Immortal Domain was too chaotic. Putting aside the fact that he had offended all the major powers and Immortal Court, the conflict between Great Qian Empire, Great Cloud Empire, and Heavenly Jade Dynasty was getting bigger and bigger. A war between empires might break out at any time. Furthermore, once Jiang Chen returned to Ethereal Immortal Domain, he would immediately fall into endless battles and killings. Given his current cultivation base, he could only protect himself. In contrast, Feng Luo sect and Fengqi Immortal Domain were much more peaceful. Such an environment was undoubtedly the most suitable for Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation. In this immortal world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was always the most important thing. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't replace Jiang Zhenhai. Only when Jiang Zhenhai grew stronger would Jiang Chen feel at ease. Otherwise, he would always be a worry wherever he went. Alright, I'll be troubling you then. Jiang Chen nodded and decided to stay for the time being. On one hand, he could nurture Jiang Zhenhai's body, help him stabilize his foundation and improve his cultivation. On the other hand, he could also see the different styles and forces in different immortal domains. There were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world, and each of them was incomparably powerful. Since it was not suitable for him to go back to the ethereal immortal domain, he might as well stay in the Fengqi immortal domain for a while. Even if he did not establish his own big force, it would not be a bad idea to recruit some experts. Good. Brother Jiang Chen is straightforward. I will personally arrange a place for you and your son to cultivate. Feng Huazi was overjoyed. Seeing that Jiang Chen was going to stay, the elders behind him also walked up. They were all in high spirits and looked very happy. Didn't they say that Brother Jiang has helped our Feng Luo sect so much this time? If he doesn't stay for a few days and let our Feng Luo sect play the role of a host, wouldn't it seem like our Feng Luo sect doesn't have any friendship? That's right. From now on, Brother Jiang will treat this place as his home. There's no need to treat us as outsiders. Everyone in Feng Luo sect is very happy to be able to befriend a figure like Brother Jiang. I have to apologize for my bad attitude towards Brother Jiang. All of these elders were immortal venerables. The lowest among them was at least a half-step immortal venerable. They were usually high and mighty existences. They wouldn't even bat an eye at ordinary immortal emperors. Today, their attitude towards Jiang Chen was very rare. Of course, apart from the fact that Jiang Chen had helped Feng Luo sect, it was also because of Jiang Chen's strength. In this world where only the strong were respected, strength would always be the only standard to measure a person's status. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen could kill Shen Yifei, just the fact that he could evade Shen Ao's attack with ease twice and escape safely with hundreds of people was enough to amaze them. Who would dare to look down on such a young genius? You're being too polite, elders. Jiang Chen smiled. He had a good impression of the people of Feng Luo sect. Feng Luo sect was indeed a reputable righteous sect in Middle Domain. Most of the people in Feng Luo sect looked noble and unquestionable. Alright, all of you go do your own things. There are still many things that you need to deal with after the incident. I will now arrange a place for Brother Jiang to stay and cultivate. Don't disturb him. Feng Huazi said to everyone. Yes, sect master. The elders responded in unison and went about their duties. With the presence of these elders, the impact caused by the chaos in Feng Luo sect would soon be eliminated and the entire sect would return to its normal state. Brother Jiang, please. Feng Huazi gestured to Jiang Chen. Sect master, please. Jiang Chen smiled. Feng Huazi and Old Ancestor took the lead and headed towards the central area of Feng Luo sect. That was the place with the densest heaven and earth immortal qi and also the core area of the underground dragon vein. Seeing that Jiang Zhenhai was still a little nervous, Jiang Chen said, Dad, don't be nervous. With me here, you will still be the retired emperor in Saint Origin world and the retired emperor in the immortal world. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but shake his head at Jiang Chen's words. It seemed that he was determined to be the retired emperor, but he still wasn't used to it in the immortal world. After all, the change from being a pill slave to now was too fast for him to accept. Despite that, Jiang Zhenhai still maintained his composure. No matter what, he couldn't bring shame to his son. There was a beautiful mountain peak in the central area of Feng Luo sect. It was the cultivation place of great elder Shen Ao. Now that Shen Ao was dead, this place naturally became ownerless, but it was indeed the best environment for cultivation. Feng Huazi just so happened to give this place to Jiang Chen and his son. Brother Jiang, this is Shen Ao's cultivation place. Are you satisfied with it? Said Feng Huazi. There was a huge courtyard at the top of the mountain. There was an herb garden with all kinds of spiritual herbs growing in it. All of them were Shen Ao's private collection. The heaven and earth immortal qi here was extremely dense. Although Jiang Chen might not care about such dense immortal qi, it was absolutely the best environment for Jiang Zhenhai. Thank you, Sect Master Feng. Jiang Chen said with a smile. If Sect Master Feng wasn't satisfied with such an environment, it would be akin to bullying. By the way, I still don't know where Brother Jiang came from. A peerless genius like you can't possibly be a rogue cultivator, right? Sect Master, you're being too serious. I'm not from the Fengqi immortal domain. The reason why I'm here is because I sensed my father's aura. My father and I were once ascenders, but my father suffered after ascending. If I didn't arrive in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiangchen said. He didn't conceal his identity as an ascender. There was nothing to conceal about it. Initially, he concealed it because he was afraid of the revenge of the northern and southern dynasties. But now, he didn't care about the northern and southern dynasties, not to mention that he was in Fengqi immortal domain. Thinking of the northern and southern dynasties, Jiangchen couldn't help but frown. This bastard was almost destroyed by his son Divine Feather and Golden Horizon, but Jiangchen knew that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't die so easily. This bastard was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. If he found his previous body one day, he was afraid that it would be a great disaster. I see. Feng Huizi was enlightened, but he wasn't too surprised. He had already guessed that Jiangchen wasn't from Fengqi immortal domain. Otherwise, he would have known about such a genius. Jiangchen? Old Ancestor muttered Jiangchen's name in a low voice. He seemed to be thinking about something and felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Old Ancestor's eyes lit up. Jiangchen. Are you the Jiangchen of ethereal immortal domain? You became famous after the battle in Golden Horizon, offended 3 major powers of the immortal world, and even offended 3 immortal courts. You single-handedly annihilated the entire Corpsine sect. Later on, the half-step sovereigns of the 3 immortal courts were involved. Xiao Wangqing had to step in to calm things down. Old Ancestor's eyes were full of astonishment. His eyes kept sweeping across Jiangchen. He was almost sure that this Jiangchen was the Jiangchen of ethereal immortal domain. Except for that Jiangchen, who else could dodge Shenyao's attack so easily? This itself was a miracle. Although Old Ancestor usually stayed away from worldly affairs, he was incomparably clear about the major events in the immortal world, even more than Feng Huizi. Of course, Feng Huizi had also heard about the turmoil in ethereal immortal domain. He had always felt that the name Jiangchen was familiar, but he had never thought that this Jiangchen was the Jiangchen. That's right. It's me. I have enemies everywhere. I think it's better for me to leave this place. I won't feel at ease if I bring trouble to Feng Luo sect. Jiang of the Jiangchen's name. Jiangchen. Jiang nodding. Ancestor. Jiangchen. Jiangchen. Said. Ansys, the things that Jiangchen had done were just too earth-shattering. Of course, Fengqi immortal domain was too far away from ethereal immortal domain, which was equivalent to 2 different immortal domains. Most people didn't know Jiangchen's name, but high-ranking figures like Old Ancestor and Feng Huizi would definitely pay attention to the major events in the immortal world. Therefore, it wasn't strange for them to know about Jiangchen. Young Master Jiang, please don't misunderstand. Both Old Ancestor and I have heard about your deeds. We admire you very much. We're very happy to be able to make friends with a young talent like you. Although you have a lot of enemies, they won't implicate our Feng Luo sect. Feng Huizi spoke hastily. He wasn't afraid of implicating Feng Luo sect. After all, the matters of ethereal immortal domain wouldn't implicate Feng Luo sect. As for Jiangchen himself, both Feng Huizi and Old Ancestor admired him very much. They were afraid that there wouldn't be a second person in the entire immortal world who could do such an earth-shattering thing. Especially the fact that Jiangchen destroyed the entire corpse sect by himself. No matter what means he used, it was enough to shock them. A major power like Corpsine sect was on par with Feng Luo sect. Even though they weren't in the same immortal domain, Feng Huizi knew that it was impossible for Feng Luo sect to annihilate Corpsine sect even with the full force of Feng Luo sect, but Jiangchen had done it alone. Feng Huizi and Old Ancestor's attitude towards Jiangchen had changed once again. If they were only grateful to Jiangchen before, they still had some thoughts of being superior in terms of cultivation base. But now, they had completely put their status on the same level as Jiangchen. In a world where powerhouses were revered, powerhouses would always be respected no matter where they went. Jiangchen was a powerhouse who could do things that no one else in the world could. The three of them chatted for a while more before Jiangchen led Jiangzhenhai into the courtyard. Feng Huizi and Old Ancestor didn't follow them in to disturb Jiangchen's rest. This man is worth befriending. I can tell that he's by no means an ordinary person. His future achievements will certainly be limitless. Old Ancestor spoke. Old Ancestor is right. Since ancient times, which peerless monarch hasn't done earth-shattering things? This man has the bearing of a great sovereign. Plus, he helped our Feng Luo sect to get rid of the traitor. Just based on this point alone, our Feng Luo sect owes him a great favor. Feng Huizi said. Feng Luo sect was a reputable righteous sect in the central domain. Both Old Ancestor and Feng Huizi were upright people. They would certainly repay the kindness. In the following time, Jiangchen and Jiangzhenhai stayed in Feng Luo sect. Jiangchen had concocted a lot of pills according to Jiangzhenhai's condition. These pills were the most useful for Jiangzhenhai. As for the herbs used for concocting the pills, there was no need for Feng Luo sect to ask for more. The herbs in Xianxia's herb garden were enough. The profound yang pill that was concocted from immortal herbs had been infused with the great earth immortal milk and with spiritual qi by Jiangchen, achieving an unimaginable effect. A single pill had healed all the bruises in Jiangzhenhai's body and removed all the negative effects caused by his forceful advancement to the heaven immortal realm. With the help of Jiangchen, it only took Jiangzhenhai half a month to completely stabilize his cultivation base at the half-step immortal king realm. Of course, Jiangzhenhai spent this half a month in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Due to the 30 times time difference, half a month was equivalent to 450 days. In such a long period of time, Jiangzhenhai's cultivation base had reached the half-step immortal king realm. Additionally, his foundation was very solid and his body had undergone a great transformation. The current Jiangzhenhai had a greater aptitude than ordinary geniuses. Haha. Half-step immortal king. Never thought that I could reach such a powerful level. Jiangzhenhai laughed heartily. He couldn't believe the changes in his cultivation base at this moment. Dad, your foundation is very solid now. It won't take long for you to break through to the immortal king realm, but there's still a long way to go before an immortal king can establish a foothold in the immortal world. We'll just have to take it slowly in the future. Jiangchen said with a smile. He was incomparably happy to see Jiangzhenhai's continuous progress. The key was that the change in Jiangzhenhai's aptitude would allow Jiangzhenhai to continue advancing in the immortal world. He wouldn't fall behind. Jiangzhenhai's chi fluctuated and he said proudly, Chen I feel very gratified to see that you are still able to have such a foothold in the immortal world. Dad, the immortal world is actually the same as Saint Origin World, but the world is much vaster. I have come all the way from Saint Origin World, and I can do the same in the immortal world. One day, I will establish Martial Saint Dynasty in the immortal world and make it the #1 dynasty in the immortal world, replacing the immortal court. Jiangchen spoke with lofty sentiments. He was afraid that only he would dare to say such wild words in the entire immortal world. If it was someone else, Jiangchen would definitely turn his nose up at it, but since it came from Jiangchen's mouth, he had a great reason to believe it. How many miracles had his son created? There was nothing in this world that was impossible for him. Dad, your injuries have fully recovered and your cultivation base has improved tremendously. I don't think it's meaningful for us to stay in Feng Luo sect any longer. There are still a lot of things that need to be done in ethereal immortal domain. Let's go back now, said Jiangchen. At first, he wanted to use Feng Luo sect's power to develop in Feng Qi immortal domain, but now, he gave up on that idea. After all, his foundation was in ethereal immortal domain and there were many things that he couldn't rest assured about. When he left, Longsher San was still fighting with the experts of immortal court. The situation was changing rapidly and Jiangchen couldn't predict the current situation in ethereal immortal domain. Therefore, Jiangchen decided to go back. Alright, I'll listen to you. Jiangzhenhai nodded. His biggest purpose in coming to the immortal world was to reunite with his son. To him, this was already a satisfactory result. He would go wherever Jiangchen wanted him to go. Dad, wait for me here. I'm going to bid farewell to Sect Master Feng. Jiangchen turned and left the courtyard. This was Xianxia's cultivation place, the centermost zone of Feng Luo sect and very close to Feng Huizi's cultivation place. Jiang Chen could reach Feng Huizi in an instant. Given Jiang Chen's current status in Feng Luo sect, no one would stop him. Jiang Chen could have left quietly with Jiang Zhenhai, but Feng Huizi was so enthusiastic. If he just left like this, it would seem that he didn't know how to do things. It was necessary to say goodbye. Before Jiang Chen arrived at Feng Huizi's residence, he bumped into an early immortal venerable elder. Jiang Chen knew this elder as he had spoken to him during the chaos of Feng Luo sect half a month ago. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the elder immediately walked towards him with a face full of smiles. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you used to living in Feng Luo sect?" The elder smiled. "I'm on my way to see the sect master." "Thank you for your hospitality." Jiang Chen clasped his fists. "The sect master isn't in the sect right now. He just went out not long ago." The elder replied. "Oh? Where did he go?" Jiang Chen was surprised. As the sect master, Feng Huizi wouldn't go out unless there was something important. It seems like Brother Jiang Chen still doesn't know that the central domain hasn't been peaceful these 2 days. The emergence of the immortal burying coffin has attracted countless experts, including experts from other major domains. The elder spoke excitedly when he mentioned the immortal burying coffin. "What did you say? The immortal burying coffin has appeared?" Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically as he asked hastily. "That's right. The immortal burying coffin is the treasure of great sovereign Xianxia. Its sudden appearance in the central domain of Fengqi immortal domain has attracted too many people." Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't know about it, the elder told Jiang Chen about the immortal burying coffin, but before he could finish his words, he found that Jiang Chen had disappeared. "Young man, you have no manners at all. You should at least let me finish my words." The elder shook his head helplessly. Jiang Chen didn't have the time to listen to the elder's nonsense. The emergence of the immortal burying coffin had completely affected Jiang Chen's heart. He had been helping Jiang Zhenhai to recover his body for the past half a month, so he had no time to care about the outside world. Moreover, he wasn't interested in the affairs of Fengqi immortal domain, so he didn't know about the appearance of the immortal burying coffin. "It seems like I have to change my mind." Jiang Chen was incomparably excited. He moved at lightning speed and appeared outside Feng Luo sect in the blink of an eye. Initially, he wanted to bring Jiang Zhenhai back to ethereal immortal domain, but now it seemed that they couldn't go back. Ever since he saw the immortal burying coffin in the ancient tomb, this coffin had always affected Jiang Chen's heart. The reason was that the person he loved the most was lying in the coffin. During this period of time, Jiang Chen had been diligently cultivating and improving his cultivation base in order to become stronger as soon as possible, so that he would be qualified to inquire about those secrets. Yan Qinyu was his biggest hope, but after the disappearance of the immortal burying coffin, she had never appeared again. Now that she had appeared again, Jiang Chen couldn't remain calm anymore. "Brother Jiang, you look so excited. It seems like you're going to see the immortal burying coffin." 10,000 miles away from Feng Luo sect, an old man spotted Jiang Chen and greeted him. Jiang Chen glanced at him and recognized that he was an elder of Feng Luo sect. "Elder, may I know where the immortal burying coffin is now?" asked Jiang Chen. "The immortal burying coffin appeared 2 days ago and has been drifting back and forth in the sky of Central Domain. I heard that it disappeared near the Monarch Mountain not long ago. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm going there to have a look, hoping to see what the legendary immortal burying coffin looks like." The elder said. "Monarch Mountain? Where is that?" Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He was too unfamiliar with Fengqi immortal domain. "Let's go. I'll bring you there." The elder was very enthusiastic towards Jiang Chen. The old man's cultivation base had already reached the early immortal venerable realm. Such an expert was very fast. Under his lead, Jiang Chen arrived at the Monarch Mountain in no time. The Monarch Mountain was a huge mountain range. At the center of the mountain range, there was a tall and straight peak that pierced through the clouds, giving off a majestic feeling. The peak itself also emitted a high and mighty aura, as if it was a deep mountain. Many people had always come to the Monarch Mountain to pay their respects and pray for the monarch's protection. At this moment, the surroundings of the Monarch Mountain were already crowded with countless experts. After all, the appearance of the immortal burying coffin had caused a great stir. Great sovereign Xianxia was a famous figure in ancient times. Naturally, the immortal burying coffin had shaken the world. None of them thought of taking the immortal burying coffin for themselves. After all, they knew their limits. Most of them just wanted to see the true appearance of the immortal burying coffin. The Monarch Mountain is a very famous place in Central Domain. Rumor has it that great sovereign Badian has fallen here. His sovereign chi has spread for thousands of miles and hasn't dissipated for a long time. That's how the Monarch Mountain came to be. Of course, this is just a rumor. No one knows if it's true. Xianxia looked up at the Monarch Mountain and ignored the old man's words. He was focused on finding the immortal burying coffin and didn't care about the background of the Monarch Mountain. Even if the Monarch Mountain was powerful, it had nothing to do with him. However, if Xianxia paid full attention to the elder's words, given his intelligence, he would surely be able to discern something and wouldn't be as calm as he was now. The combination of the Monarch Mountain and Great Sovereign Badian was too easy for Xianxia to think of something. As far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere, talking about the immortal burying coffin. Very quickly, Xianxia found Feng Huizi and came to his side with a sway. "Brother Jiang, you're here too." Feng Huizi smiled when he saw Xianxia. "Sect Master, where's the immortal burying coffin?" asked Xianxia. His divine sense had covered the entire Monarch Mountain, but he didn't find the immortal burying coffin at all. He didn't even feel its aura. The immortal burying coffin has appeared in different places in the central region for the past 2 days and finally disappeared in the Monarch Mountain. "It has been gone for a few hours," Feng Huizi said. "It disappeared again?" Xianxia frowned. He seemed to have missed something. He knew that it would be difficult for the immortal burying coffin to appear again once it disappeared. However, what puzzled Xianxia was that the immortal burying coffin had disappeared for a long time after the ancient tomb. Why did it suddenly appear in the central region of the Fengqi immortal domain and disappear in the Monarch Mountain after 2 days? Was the immortal burying coffin looking for something? What was the relationship between the immortal burying coffin and the Monarch Mountain? Xianxia knew that there must be a lot of secrets involved. It was a pity that De Huang wasn't here. Otherwise, Xianxia would force De Huang to tell him everything he knew. Great Emperor Xianxia is a very ancient figure. Back then, he and King Immortal Slayer were brothers. The two of them dominated the world and were invincible. Later on, they disappeared for some reason. Who would have thought that after so many years, the immortal burying coffin would appear again? I've seen the true appearance of the immortal burying coffin with my own eyes. It's truly shocking. The ancient chi emitted from the coffin made me feel dizzy. The weapon of an ancient great sovereign is too powerful. Rumor has it that great sovereign Xianxia used this coffin to bury countless experts. It can be said that the coffin was forged from the blood and flesh of countless experts. Unfortunately, I came too late and didn't get to witness the appearance of the immortal burying coffin. But why did the immortal burying coffin suddenly appear in the Central Territory, and why did it vanish in Monarch Mountain? Is there a close connection between the immortal burying coffin and the Monarch Mountain? Countless questions filled the air. The Central Territory had been peaceful for too long. The appearance of the immortal burying coffin had undoubtedly set off a storm in the Central Territory. The Monarch Mountain was a famous place in the Central Territory. It had existed for a very long time, but the immortal burying coffin had disappeared after its appearance. This made people link the two together. Although the immortal burying coffin had disappeared, more and more people came to the Monarch Mountain. Countless experts and immortal venerables were everywhere. The scene was getting bigger and bigger. Xianxia operated the heavenly secret art. He didn't divine anything related to the immortal burying coffin and the Monarch Mountain, but he did divine that something big would happen soon. It was an incomparably accurate divination. After Xianxia's great divination art advanced to the heavenly realm, he wouldn't make any mistakes in his divination. Xianxia circled around the Monarch Mountain 3 times, but still found nothing. He could feel that the Monarch Mountain was extraordinary and had a kind of nobility that surpassed all other natural things, but he still couldn't see through it. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, but the immortal burying coffin still didn't appear. Some people had already begun to leave, thinking that there wouldn't be any results even if they continued to wait here. To the people of the central region, the appearance of the immortal burying coffin was just a small interlude. Many of them were lucky enough to have a look at the immortal burying coffin, and they didn't have any other extravagant requests. Just as most of them were about to leave, the monarch mountain shook all of a sudden. Kong long, all of a sudden, a ray of light shot out from the peak of the monarch mountain. It was like the most dazzling divine light in the heavens and earth. It pierced a huge hole in the sky. A powerful sovereign's aura filled the air. Countless people were frightened and their faces changed. The aura that rushed out from the monarch mountain had created a tremendous pressure in the depths of their souls. What a powerful sovereign's aura! The remains of a great sovereign are hidden under the monarch mountain. Damn it! This is too terrifying. My God! The remains of a great sovereign. I never thought that the rumor was true. It's highly possible that it was left behind by great sovereign Badian. After so many years, it has finally opened. It's really the remains of a great sovereign. If I can enter the remains of a great sovereign, I might be able to obtain a great fortune. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a brief moment of shock, many of them became excited. The relic of a great sovereign only appeared once in 10,000 years. A great sovereign was a supreme existence. Normally, it was already very good to excavate a relic of an immortal venerable. The influence of a relic of a great sovereign was just too great, not to mention that it belonged to the famous great sovereign Badian. The entire Fengqi immortal domain would be attracted by it. The remains of a great sovereign? There's actually a great sovereign's remains here? Xianxia was also surprised. This was something he had never thought of. He had divined that something big was going to happen through the great divination art. It seemed like it was right. What could be more important than the opening of a great sovereign's remains? It's the remains of great sovereign Badian. The rumor is true. Now that the remains of a great sovereign are in turmoil, it's going to open soon. At that time, all the major powers will be attracted here. Feng Huizi's expression was also incomparably excited. The remains of a great sovereign under the monarch mountain haven't opened for so many years. Why did it open after the appearance of the immortal burying coffin? Could it be that there's a secret connection between the immortal burying coffin and the remains? Xianxia knitted his brows. I've heard of a secret. Feng Huizi said. What secret? Asked Xianxia. I heard that there was a great war in the monarch mountain. Great sovereign Badian and Empress Ninine fought fiercely here and both of them died. But I have no idea why the immortal burying coffin would appear here. Feng Huizi said. Empress Ninine, immortal burying coffin, monarch mountain, and great sovereign Badian. Xianxia couldn't stay calm anymore. He once learned from De Huang Dog that the immortal execution king had a daughter who was also born with an ice-cold physique. The immortal execution king and great emperor Xianxia were sworn friends, so it was logical that the daughter of the immortal execution king would appear in the immortal burying coffin. Xianxia once asked De Huang Dog if the daughter of the immortal execution king looked exactly like Yanxinyu, but De Huang Dog told him that the daughter of the immortal execution king was just a baby when he saw her, so he didn't know what she looked like. The monarch mountain was formed during the fierce battle between Empress Ninine and Great Emperor Badian. Yanxinyu had the Ninine meridians, so the daughter of the immortal execution king might also have the Ninine meridians. Xianxia boldly guessed that Empress Ninine was the daughter of the immortal execution king. More importantly, the remains of Great Emperor Badian had existed in the monarch mountain for a long time without any movement, but it was opened after the appearance of the immortal burying coffin. It was conceivable that the opening of the remains was related to the immortal burying coffin. As for why the coffin would appear in the monarch mountain, Xianxia speculated that Empress Ninine might have left something here during the battle, so she came back to look for it. Little you, what's the relationship between you and Empress Ninine? Could you be the reincarnation of Empress Ninine? Xianxia made a bold guess, but it was just a guess. There were too many secrets, and the matters of the great emperor couldn't be determined by guessing. Xianxia made up his mind to get to the bottom of this matter. Yanxinyu had disappeared ever since she came to the immortal world. Xianxia was almost certain that the female corpse in the immortal burying coffin was Yanxinyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the only one who could get close to the immortal burying coffin and obtain the immortal execution order and the main sword of the immortal execution sword. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would investigate Xianxia's matter, but now that Great Emperor Badian was involved, Jiang Chen's thoughts began to shift to Great Emperor Badian, Monarch Mountain and Great Sovereign Badian. It was hard for Jiang Chen not to associate them with one person. Northern and Southern dynasties. At present, it was certain that the Northern and Southern dynasties were the reincarnations of powerful great emperors. However, no one knew which great emperor he was, not even the people of Nanbei family. This was the secret of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Or perhaps, it was possible that the Northern and Southern dynasties hadn't fully recovered their memories of their past lives. However, the Emperor Heaven technique truly existed. Jiang Chen boldly guessed that the Northern and Southern dynasties were probably the reincarnations of Great Emperor Badian. It seems like coming to Xianxia Immortal Domain was the right choice. This time, the remains of Great Sovereign Badian will be opened. I must go in and find out the truth. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and his aura was unleashed. Apart from saving Jiang Zhenhai, he had also obtained an unexpected harvest in this trip to Xianxia Immortal Domain. The remains of a great sovereign in Monarch Mountain had involved Xianxia and the Northern and Southern dynasties. Only by entering the remains of a great sovereign would he be able to verify whether his speculation was correct. This time, nothing could stop Jiang Chen from entering the remains. Now, all he had to do was to wait for the remains to open. As a matter of fact, even without the involvement of Xianxia and the secret of the Northern and Southern dynasties, Jiang Chen still wouldn't leave. The opening of the remains of a great sovereign only happened once every few years. Countless experts would flock to this place. The attraction of the remains of a great sovereign was just too great. Even if one could obtain a tiny bit of fortune from it, it would benefit him for the rest of his life. Currently, Jiang Chen had enemies all over the world, and all of them were powerful experts and major powers. In order to fight against his enemies, the only way was to constantly improve his cultivation base. Currently, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still at the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm. The Zulong Tower had already condensed to the 45th floor. Advancing his cultivation base was the most important thing for him. Another point was that if the previous incarnation of the Northern and Southern dynasties was Great Sovereign Badian, then the Northern and Southern dynasties would definitely appear when the remains of a great sovereign were opened. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If the Northern and Southern dynasties entered the remains of his previous incarnation, they would be like fish in water. A great amount of benefits would be obtained by the Northern and Southern dynasties. In that case, the Northern and Southern dynasties would grow to a terrifying extent. Northern and Southern dynasties, I, Jiang Chen, am destined to be your nemesis for life. Your remains are about to open and I'm here. I'd like to see how you are going to become a great sovereign. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. After the lingering fear, he began to rejoice that he had come to Xianxia Immortal Domain and the Monarch Mountain. Stopping the Northern and Southern dynasties would be the most important thing he had to do in the remains. No matter how great the price he had to pay, he couldn't let the Northern and Southern dynasties grow stronger. Otherwise, many people would face their doomsday and the entire East Xuanyu would fall into true turmoil. Moreover, the resources and the remains were all left behind by the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen was most willing to seize the resources of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen shook his body. He was ready to go all out. At this moment, no one could stop him. As for what would happen in the remains of the great sovereign, he couldn't and wouldn't predict it. Just like the Golden Horizon, he didn't expect that such an earth-shattering event would happen when he entered it. That's right. This time, it was the same in the inheritance of the great sovereign. Anyone who wanted to stop Jiang Chen would only have one ending, death. Brother Jiang, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Are you all right? Feng Huazi spoke. As a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert, he could naturally sense the change in Jiang Chen's mood. I'm fine. This is the first time I've seen the remains of a great sovereign being opened in my life. Plus, I'm lucky enough to encounter such an event. That's why I'm a little emotional. Jiang Chen smiled. That's true. Let alone you, even I'm very excited. The opening of the remains of a great sovereign is a major event. Countless people will pour into it in search of opportunities. I also have the same thought. If I can obtain some benefits from the remains of Great Sovereign Badian, I'm afraid that it won't be a problem for me to advance to the late immortal venerable realm. Feng Huizi nodded, not feeling that there was anything unusual in what Jiangchen said. Just like what Jiangchen had said, it wasn't easy for them to encounter the opening of the remains of a great sovereign. It was normal for them to be excited. The beam of light above Monarch Mountain was still swaying. It contained the might of an ancient great emperor. Everyone's soul palpitated. Countless people found it difficult to breathe. Their eyes were blazing. The appearance of a great emperor's relic would definitely shake the heavens and earth. Everyone would gather here. This is too exciting. I have never thought that I would be able to witness the emergence of the remains of a great sovereign in my lifetime. This is simply a miracle. I wonder what kind of benefits Great Sovereign Badian has left behind. My wish isn't that great. I'll be satisfied as long as I can absorb some of the chi left behind by the great sovereign. F***K. Aren't you being too greedy? Great Sovereign Badian has fallen for so many years. If the chi left behind can be preserved until now, it must be the origin essence of Great Sovereign Badian. How extravagant is that? What are you thinking about? Judging from the situation, there's at least one more day before the remains of the great sovereign opens. By then, there will be more and more people and the competition will be incomparably intense. That's right. Even late immortal venerables will appear. Given our strength, it's best if we don't go in. It'll be best if we can get some benefits, but if we can't force it. The most important thing is to stay alive. That's right. Otherwise, it's equivalent to courting death. The true treasures in the remains have nothing to do with us. We have to be clear about our own strength. Everyone sighed. The appearance of the great sovereign's remains had attracted everyone's attention. Countless people were excited, but many of them were still aware of their own limitations. They knew that the appearance of the great sovereign's remains would attract countless experts. Competing with these experts for treasures was no different than courting death. The commotion on the Monarch Mountain was too great. It was impossible for it not to attract people's attention. The powerful light beam kept swaying in the sky. More and more people were attracted to it. Many powerful figures appeared in different corners of the Monarch Mountain. No one wasn't startled. The attraction of the remains of a great sovereign wasn't something that ordinary experts could bear. Jiangchen's eyes were like torches as he paid close attention to the movements around the Monarch Mountain. He was looking for someone. The Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiangchen knew that his son Divine Feather wasn't able to kill the Northern and Southern dynasties last time. The Northern and Southern dynasties were still alive and well, but he didn't know where they were hiding. The ruin beneath the Monarch Mountain was the next target of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Once this target was accomplished, he would become incomparably terrifying. Even Jiangchen wouldn't be a match for him. At that time, the entire East Xuanyu would fall into chaos. Nanbei family would rise completely, and the doomsday of all the major powers would come. But no matter where the Northern and Southern dynasties were, Jiangchen was sure that the Northern and Southern dynasties would definitely appear in the Monarch Mountain. He would never let go of the ruins left behind by his previous incarnation. What Jiangchen needed to do now was to try his best to stop the Northern and Southern dynasties from entering the Monarch Mountain. It would be the best if he could stop the Northern and Southern dynasties from entering the Monarch Mountain. Once the Northern and Southern dynasties entered the ruins, they would be like fish in water. No one would be able to control them. As time passed, more and more experts appeared. Jiangchen had stimulated his soul power, but he still couldn't find any trace of the Northern and Southern dynasties. With his current perception, he would be able to accurately sense the appearance of the Northern and Southern dynasties. A day passed very quickly. The light beam above the Monarch Mountain trembled more and more violently. Many of them became incomparably excited. Everyone knew that the opening of the ruins beneath the Monarch Mountain was about to begin. The atmosphere had become very tense. Very few people were talking. Their eyes were fixed on the light beam, waiting for the opening of the gate. Thousands of people appeared on the Monarch Mountain. The area within a few thousand miles was filled with people. This was a grand event in the Central Domain, or perhaps it wasn't just the Central Domain, because a lot of experts from the other major domains had also appeared. Mighty immortal venerables, late immortal venerables and peerless venerables were everywhere. Such experts were almost on the same level as Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing before he advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. After all, this was the remains of great sovereign Badian. It was normal for peerless venerables to appear. It wouldn't be surprising even if there were half-step sovereigns. Brother Jiang, it seems like the gate of the ruins is about to open. It's unfathomable. You have to be careful when you enter it. Experts from various major powers have appeared, including some peerless venerables. If you meet them inside, try to stay away from them. Treasures are secondary. Staying alive is the most important thing. Feng Huizi reminded Jiang Chen when he saw that the entrance was about to open. Thanks for the reminder, Sect Master. Jiang Chen smiled. There was no need for Feng Huizi to remind him about this. He would certainly pay attention to the people that he should pay attention to. Although he had the Great Void technique and had the ability to protect himself, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape from a peerless venerable. In short, the opening of the remains of Great Sovereign Badian was completely different from the last time in Golden Horizon. He had to be extra careful. Kong Long, just at this moment, a huge crack appeared in the sky, and a black hole emerged. Everyone could see a huge ice coffin. As soon as the ancient ice coffin appeared, a powerful sovereign aura pervaded the air, causing everyone's soul to tremble violently. It's the immortal burying coffin. The immortal burying coffin has appeared again. Someone exclaimed. The immortal burying coffin emitted an ancient chaotic light that concealed everything inside, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. Jiang Chen's emotions became incomparably excited in an instant. Only he knew that there was a corpse lying inside the coffin, an existence that looked exactly like Yanqinyu. This was the second time Jiang Chen saw the immortal burying coffin since the end of the ancient tomb. After the immortal burying coffin appeared, it turned into an ancient ray of light and rushed towards the light pillar at the peak of the Monarch Mountain. Xiao Yu! Jiang Chen shouted. He cast the Great Void technique and chased after the immortal burying coffin like a phantom. However, even though Jiang Chen's speed was very fast, he was still a little too slow. When he was about to touch the immortal burying coffin, the coffin had already entered the light pillar and disappeared completely. Bang. As soon as Jiang Chen's palm touched the light pillar, a great repulsive force came out from the light pillar and sent Jiang Chen flying. Barf. Who's that man? He's too reckless. He's merely an immortal emperor. How dare he touch the immortal burying coffin? Isn't he courting death? There must be something wrong with this man's brain, or he's been blinded by greed. That's the immortal burying coffin. Even a mighty immortal venerable wouldn't dare to have the slightest thought of taking it for himself. It seems like this brat who came out of nowhere can't control the immortal burying coffin. He's already very lucky that he's still alive. That's right. That light beam isn't something he can touch. That's something left behind by a great sovereign. He's just a puny immortal emperor. He's just an ant in front of a great sovereign. A wave of chi from a great sovereign is enough to kill him. Young people are still too impulsive. His temperament needs to be tempered. I hope he can be taught a lesson this time. Many of them began to shake their heads. Most of their faces revealed a look of ridicule. In their point of view, what Jiang Chen did was no different from courting death. Given how powerful the immortal burying coffin was, no one would dare to touch it. Furthermore, the light beam on the Monarch Mountain represented the chi of great sovereign Badian. If an ordinary person touched it, they would be lucky if they didn't die. Xiao Yu. Jiang Chen spurted out another mouthful of blood. He completely ignored the mocking gazes around him. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the direction where the immortal burying coffin disappeared. He could sense that Yanqinyu was in the coffin just now. It was a pity that the immortal burying coffin had disappeared, not giving Jiang Chen the slightest chance. However, Jiang Chen knew that the immortal burying coffin had entered the remains of the Monarch Mountain in advance, but the remains hadn't opened yet. Because he was worried about Yanqinyu, Jiang Chen had temporarily ignored the terrifying power of that light beam. Otherwise, with Jiang Chen's calm temperament, he wouldn't have acted rashly. Naturally, he could tell how powerful that light beam was. Fortunately, Xianxia had a strong physique and the impact of the immortal burying coffin had weakened the recoil of the light beam. Therefore, his injuries weren't too serious. At least, it was an incomparably easy thing for him to recover. With the wood spiritual chi in his body, it was as easy as flipping his hand to heal such injuries. Sect Master, Brother Jiang seems to be too impulsive. This is not in line with his character. An elder of Feng Luo sect standing beside Feng Huizi couldn't help but ask. That is indeed the case. I believe that Brother Jiang must have his reasons for doing this. Fortunately, his injuries are not very serious. This is already very fortunate. Feng Huizi sighed. He was the closest to Jiang Chen, so he could clearly sense the huge fluctuation in Jiang Chen's emotions the moment the immortal burying coffin appeared. The fluctuation was sudden and definitely not due to Jiang Chen's greed. Kong Long, all of a sudden, the light beam on the Monarch Mountain erupted with a violent rumble. The huge light beam swayed in the sky like a mad dragon, bursting out with unparalleled momentum. Everyone, retreat quickly. The remains of the great sovereign are about to open. A peerless venerable shouted. No one dared to be negligent and hastily retreated 100 miles away. Jiang Chen was the closest to the light beam, so he ran the fastest. He had already recovered from his previous state. He knew that the eruption of energy would be more violent when the remains opened, so it was better for him to run to a safe distance. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already begun to use the wood spiritual chi to recover his body. It had to be said that the recovery ability of the wood spiritual chi was truly abnormal. Coupled with the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill and the toughness of Jiang Chen's physique, it only took less than 2 minutes for Jiang Chen to recover more than half of the injuries he received from the light beam. Countless scorching gazes looked up into the sky. The Monarch Mountain, which spanned thousands of miles, began to shake. It was as if there was a huge earthquake under the Monarch Mountain, and the rumbling sound was endless. The mad dragon-like light beam danced in the sky, tearing the void into pieces. Such a scene made people's hearts palpitate, as if it was the end of the world. People began to get excited. They all knew that such a huge change in the light beam meant that the real remains were about to open. This moment was really exciting. The remains of a great sovereign couldn't be compared to any treasures in the past. Who didn't desire to shake the world? Who didn't desire to be superior? Who didn't desire to bring glory to their ancestors? Who didn't desire to be famous? All of these required great strength. The opening of each remains was a huge opportunity. No one was willing to give up such an opportunity. Even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, some people would still be willing to take the risk. Opportunities and dangers always coexisted. What if they obtained great benefits and became famous overnight? Just this what if was enough to make people crazy. The weak were prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. If you didn't work hard, you would be trampled by others. This was the cruel world. Airwaves rolled and the light beam in the sky suddenly shrank. Countless golden lights began to gather at the top of the highest peak of the Monarch Mountain. Soon, the countless golden lights converged into a huge golden portal. Variegated brilliance floated out of the portal, emitting a fascinating aura. The remains of a great sovereign are open. Our chance has come. Haha, it really opened. This is left by great sovereign Badian. There must be peerless treasures inside. It's said that the body of great sovereign Badian and the peerless emperor sword are inside. Damn, if we have the chance to get them, won't we go against the natural order? The crowd became excited. One by one, they began to fly towards the huge portal. The portal was hundreds of meters in radius, like a big black hole. It was so big that it didn't feel crowded even when thousands of people rushed into it at once. Ever since the movement of the Monarch Mountain appeared, they had been waiting for this moment. Now that it had finally arrived, who could remain calm? They swarmed into the portal like a swarm of bees. Whoosh! 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 There were too many people. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of people had entered. The whole scene was like a surging tide. Many people were crazy. At this time, even if there was a powerful expert standing here, he wouldn't be able to stop people's footsteps. Under the huge attraction of the great sovereign's remains, all orders were useless. Feng Huizi came to Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Jiang, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Jiang Chen shook his head. His injuries had completely recovered. "Let's go. The remains of a great sovereign are open. Let's go in too." Feng Huizi said. "Alright. Master, you go in first. I'll be right there." Previously, Jiang Chen was affected by the immortal burying coffin, which was why he was so excited. But now, he had completely calmed down. He knew that the main purpose of this expedition was the immortal burying coffin. Even if he entered now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find its location. In that case, Jiang Chen's next target was the northern and southern dynasties. Anyone who entered the relic wouldn't be able to escape from Jiang Chen's senses. Once the traces of the northern and southern dynasties appeared, they wouldn't be able to escape Jiang Chen's senses. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was certain that the northern and southern dynasties would appear. Great Sovereign Badian was the predecessor of the northern and southern dynasties. This was the only chance for the northern and southern dynasties to rise. Given the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties, they wouldn't deliberately conceal their auras. After all, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't expect that Jiang Chen would appear here. As a matter of fact, even if the northern and southern dynasties concealed their auras, Jiang Chen would still be able to sense them. After all, the two of them were too familiar with each other. "Alright, then be careful." Feng Huizi nodded. Then, he led the experts of Feng Luo sect into the huge void gate. Although Feng Huizi was the sect master, he wouldn't interfere with Jiang Chen's actions. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't a member of Feng Luo sect. In Feng Huizi's heart, Jiang Chen was in existence on equal footing with him. Countless people flocked to the void gate. The variegated colors seemed to lead to the ancient times, but everyone was incomparably excited. The remains of a great sovereign would only appear once in a long time. Even if they could obtain a tiny bit of benefit, it would be enough for an ordinary person to achieve meteoric success. Jiang Chen felt that the Monarch Mountain must have something to do with the emergence of the immortal burying coffin. One should know that a figure like Great Sovereign Badian was a man of great foresight. He must have left behind the remains for his reincarnation. There was no way that he would make such a huge commotion to open it. It would be a loss if any of the treasures inside were to be obtained by outsiders. In other words, this huge relic was originally prepared for a person from the northern and southern dynasties. When the northern and southern dynasties recovered their memories, they would come looking for it. Apart from the northern and southern dynasties, no one else could open the gate of the relic. Unfortunately, due to the battle between Great Sovereign Badian and Empress Nineyin, Empress Nineyin's belongings were left here. Therefore, Empress Nineyin was the first to find this place and trigger the opening of the relic. Soon, thousands of people entered the huge gate. Only Jiang Chen was left in the noisy Monarch Mountain. The huge gate began to fade. One should know that there was a time limit to the opening of the relic. Once the time limit was exceeded, the gate would automatically disappear. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Everyone had entered, but he still couldn't sense the presence of the northern and southern dynasties. Impossible. There's no reason for the northern and southern dynasties not to appear. They won't miss this opportunity. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He would never believe that the northern and southern dynasties would miss this opportunity and let others take away their belongings. Unless he had already killed all of the northern and southern dynasties, but that was impossible. Looking at the gate that was about to disappear, Jiang Chen's eyes were still filled with determination. He still firmly believed that the northern and southern dynasties would appear. Just as the void gate was about to close, a figure appeared like a ghost. He appeared right next to the void gate. With a sway of his body, he completely disappeared and entered the void gate. Finally, Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile. He quickly performed the great soul derivation skill to lock on the person's aura. Then, he performed the great void skill and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had entered the gate. Not long after Jiang Chen entered the spatial gate, the massive gate vanished, as if it had never appeared. After experiencing a huge commotion, the Monarch Mountain returned to its tranquil state. That's right. The figure that appeared in the end was none other than the northern and southern dynasties. The fact proved that Jiang Chen's deduction was correct. At the same time, it also confirmed the fact that the northern and southern dynasties were once Great Emperor Badian. In a space turbulence. The northern and southern dynasties seemed to be familiar with this place. They didn't take the path that others took, but directly entered the space turbulence and headed for their target. It showed that the northern and southern dynasties had recovered their memories and knew how to find the most important treasure that belonged to them. The northern and southern dynasties weren't afraid of the space turbulence because they had once left this huge relic behind. Now that they had entered this place, they were naturally familiar with the path. Sensing that someone was chasing after them, the northern and southern dynasties stopped and turned around, only to see Xianxia chasing after them. At this moment, Xianxia had already transformed into his dragon form and was holding a terrifying dragon sword in his hand. Xianxia, it's you again. Why are you in Fengqi Immortal Domain? At the sight of Xianxia, the northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. They would never forget the incident in Golden Horizon. That was the humiliation of their life, and it was all thanks to this bastard in front of them. What puzzled the northern and southern dynasties was that Xianxia was originally in ethereal immortal domain, but now, he had appeared in this place. The northern and southern dynasties had the urge to cough up blood. This bastard was indeed their nemesis, their mortal enemy. Whenever they were at the most critical moment, he would always appear to stop them. This made the northern and southern dynasties gnash their teeth in hatred towards Xianxia, wishing that they could devour Xianxia. However, the thoughts of the northern and southern dynasties weren't on Xianxia. All their thoughts were on the remains of the great sovereign. As long as they could get the treasure that they deserved, they would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. At that time, killing Xianxia would be as easy as crushing an ant. Northern and southern dynasties, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to get the things of your previous life easily. That day in Golden Horizon, you chased after me. Today, it's my turn. Xianxia said with a smile. His soul power was firmly locked on the chi of the northern and southern dynasties, not giving the northern and southern dynasties the slightest chance to escape from his senses. Xianxia was very careful when dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. After all, this place was equivalent to the territory of the northern and southern dynasties. There were too many means to escape from his senses. What made Xianxia somewhat relieved was the current state of the northern and southern dynasties. The current northern and southern dynasties were still at the late immortal emperor realm. Compared to the time in Golden Horizon, there wasn't much progress. Additionally, their chi was in a mess, which showed that the injuries they received from the Sun Divine Feather hadn't fully recovered. Haha. Xianxia, do you think you can kill me with just this? Aren't you being too naive? If I were you, I would leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to go out anymore. This is the territory of my northern and southern dynasties. I'm like a fish in water here. You are no match for me at all. The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. As arrogant as he was, he still didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. Given his late immortal emperor cultivation base, he was already strong enough to fight Xianxia. Even if he might not be able to defeat Xianxia, it was impossible for Xianxia to kill him in the remains. Is that so? We'll know after we try. Xianxia's murderous intent soared to the sky. The heavenly saint sword turned into a ray of bright light, slashing at the northern and southern dynasties. In the face of this mortal enemy, there was almost nothing that could be said. Fighting was the most practical thing. The two of them had gone through too many battles. Every time they met, it was a life and death battle. Naturally, this time wouldn't be an exception. Humph. Xianxia, don't go too far. It's still uncertain who will win if we really fight. Your Sun Divine Feather has already been taken away by Shao Wangqing. You have already lost your greatest reliance in front of me. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly and launched a violent punch at Xianxia's sword. Although he had been recuperating from his injuries during this period of time, he still knew what was happening outside very well. He knew everything that had happened in ethereal immortal domain. Xianxia had already lost the Sun Divine Feather. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties weren't afraid of Xianxia at all. Kong Long, the violent combat force had almost overturned the entire spatial turbulence. Violent waves were everywhere. Even the deep layers of the void were broken. This was a spatial zone created by the great sovereigns. Otherwise, such a battle would have torn the entire spatial zone apart. Thud thud thud, the leader of the northern and southern dynasties took 3 large steps back, his face turning a little unsightly. After all, he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. Plus, Xianxia's cultivation base had advanced to the peak of early immortal emperor realm and he had used his most powerful attack. It was only normal that the northern and southern dynasties weren't a match for him. Xianxia, I won't bother with you now, but I can guarantee that you will definitely die in these ruins. This is not a place you should have come to. The tone of the leader of the northern and southern dynasties was still incomparably arrogant. His desire to kill Xianxia had surpassed everything, but he didn't want to tangle with Xianxia at all. First of all, even if he continued to tangle with Xianxia in his current state, he was afraid that he would only suffer a loss. Plus, all his thoughts were focused on the benefits in the center of the remains. He himself had only come here because he had received the summon of the remains. After entering the spatial zone of the remains, the summon became even more obvious. To the northern and southern dynasties, as long as they found what belonged to them, all the obstacles that stood in their way would be eliminated. Xianxia would be the first to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the northern and southern dynasties flashed into the depths of the spatial turbulence, determined not to tangle with Xianxia for the time being. Humph. You want to leave? Xianxia harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint sword that had been accumulating power slashed out once again. With the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Void Technique, it would be rather difficult for the leader of the northern and southern dynasties to escape from his pursuit. Voila, the terrifying sword chi interweaved into a large net, completely blocking the path of the northern and southern dynasties. In desperation, the northern and southern dynasties could only fight back with all their might. Rumble, the spatial turbulence was beaten into a chaotic mess, but the space was still incomparably firm and showed no signs of being destroyed. Damn it! The leader of the northern and southern dynasties cursed and was furious, but he still chose not to tangle with Xianxia and continued to escape. He was extremely sullen now. The person that he once regarded as an ant, a small figure that he didn't take seriously at all, had chased him twice in a row. Last time, Xianxia used the Sun Divine Feather to destroy his body. Now that the ruins of his previous life had appeared, he was actually chased by Xianxia for the second time. In the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties, this was simply the greatest shame of his life. But now, other than constantly escaping, the northern and southern dynasties really had no other choice. If they stayed and fought with Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage and would also waste their time. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that it would not be easy to get rid of Xianxia completely. Haha, northern and southern dynasties, today, I will let you know what it feels like to be a stray dog. Xianxia laughed loudly, and the sword in his hand constantly emitted terrifying sword light, killing the northern and southern dynasties and making them flee. Not to mention whether he could kill the northern and southern dynasties, this kind of pursuit made Xianxia feel extremely satisfied. Frustrating the spirit of the northern and southern dynasties was what Xianxia wanted to see the most. This arrogant guy must be trampled under his feet. Xianxia, sooner or later, the northern and southern dynasties will trample you under our feet and make you eat *T. The northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. While escaping, they roared loudly. The northern and southern dynasties had been wise all their lives, but now they were being chased like this. It was simply too shameful. The northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but hate Xianxia. Putting aside the previous grudges, if it wasn't for Xianxia, no one would be able to find him in the opening of the Monarch Mountain. Relying on their familiarity with the interior of the relic, the northern and southern dynasties could easily find what they needed. They were absolutely ahead of everyone else. Even those peerless venerables couldn't compare to 1% of the northern and southern dynasties' familiarity with the relic. Really? Let's see who eats *T. Xianxia's combat strength was unparalleled. Once again, he cast the Great Void Technique, and his speed almost doubled. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing northern and southern dynasties. His murderous intent surged. This time, he directly put away the heavenly saint sword. Roar, The battle dragon's wild roar reverberated outwards and endless waves of chi completely tore the spatial turbulence apart. The chaotic space was filled with ice-cold murderous intent. All the murderous intent seemed to have taken on a physical form, transforming into sharp swords that could destroy everything in their path. The slaughtered dragon seal was Xianxia's most powerful move. It was also the move with the greatest lethality. It had integrated the heavenly might of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. The murderous intent that penetrated deep into the bones was enough to make people's souls tremble. Zhang Long's eyes were ruthless. He locked onto the northern and southern dynasties and madly rushed over. Bastard! Nanbei Chao's facial expression changed dramatically. He hadn't thought that Xianxia would grow to such an extent. Back when he first met Xianxia in Golden Horizon, Xianxia was still a vulnerable existence in front of him. He had chased after Xianxia until he had nowhere to go. It had only been a short period of time and Xianxia's combat strength had already surpassed him. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't using the Sun Divine Feather. To the proud Nanbei Chao, this was a huge blow to his heart, hurting his self-esteem. The slaughtered dragon flew over and arrived above the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The northern and southern dynasties were not to be outdone. His whole body was covered with the emperor's chi. He suddenly struck out the hand of heaven and grabbed at Xianxia's battle dragon. Rumble, these were 2 terrifying and destructive attacks. Any one of them was enough to destroy everything. At this moment, when they collided, the power caused by the collision was even more unimaginable. The battle in the spatial turbulence had spread to the outside. Perhaps ordinary people could not sense it, but those peerless venerables had begun to notice it. Someone seems to be fighting. Some people knitted their brows and their eyes were filled with surprise. It was normal for fierce battles to occur in the remains of the great emperor, but if someone were to fight in the depths of the space-time turbulence, then the nature of the battle would be completely different. It should be known that this was a different space, and the space-time turbulence in a different space was different from the space-time turbulence in the Great Thousand World. Once one entered it, it was very likely that one would never be able to come out. There were no laws of the Great Thousand World here, so the laws here were left behind by Great Emperor Badian. In here, Great Emperor Badian was the absolute ruler. Even the most powerful peerless venerables wouldn't dare to enter the space-time turbulence. In the worst-case scenario, if the remains of the Great Emperor were to explode, the people in the space might be able to accurately find the exit and escape, but those who entered the space-time turbulence were doomed to a tragedy. Even a peerless venerable would die inside. It must be an unlucky guy who was sucked into the spatial turbulence. What a pity. A peerless venerable sneered. Entering the spatial turbulence could only be due to bad luck. Otherwise, as long as one was not sick in the head, he would never enter the spatial turbulence because it was no different from courting death. In the space turbulence, the northern and southern dynasties, who had collided with the slaughtered dragon seal for the first time, could not resist it in the end. The hand of heaven was torn apart. Suffering from the powerful recoil of the slaughtered dragon seal, the northern and southern dynasties spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces became extremely pale. In fact, the northern and southern dynasties weren't that bad. After all, he was 2 levels higher than Xianxia. With his talent, it was normal for him to be on par with Xianxia at this level. However, the northern and southern dynasties hadn't fully recovered from the sun god's feather, and their minds were focused on the great emperor's ruins. They didn't have any fighting spirit, so they weren't a match for Xianxia. Xianxia, you have completely infuriated me. The northern and southern dynasties roared. His golden hair stood on end, and his body erupted with unprecedented anger. He, the unparalleled hero of the northern and southern dynasties, had never suffered such humiliation. So what if I have infuriated you? You are not a match for me in your current state. I will take advantage of your weakness to take your life. Xianxia showed a look of I'm going to bully you. The slaughtered dragon seal was condensed once more. The energy in his body was like a boundless ocean, endless and inexhaustible. Even a powerful combat skill like the slaughtered dragon seal could be used without limit. Haha, whoosh whoosh, the northern and southern dynasties displayed the eternal celestial wind, and the celestial armor that hadn't fully recovered appeared on the surface of their bodies. The emperor technique was also displayed. Above his head, a powerful figure of the emperor appeared, with an overwhelming power, and swept towards Xianxia's slaughtered dragon seal. However, the eternal celestial wind of the northern and southern dynasties didn't use it to fight against Xianxia. Instead, it turned into a snake-like wind wave and went deep into the space. Rumble, the terrifying shockwaves of the battle spread out in all directions and the entire space was on the verge of exploding. The northern and southern dynasties were sent flying again. The celestial armor turned dim and they sprayed out arrows of blood from their mouths. Their condition grew worse and worse. However, there was no sign of frustration on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of excitement on their faces. Xianxia knitted his eyebrows. The situation of the northern and southern dynasties was not normal. Under normal circumstances, the northern and southern dynasties would have gone mad and run away again. Just as Xianxia was feeling puzzled, the eternal celestial wind that had gone deep into the space appeared again. It turned into snakes and returned to the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia's eyes were very sharp. Naturally, he could tell that the eternal celestial wind was very different from before. Above every eternal celestial wind, there was a trace of golden essence energy. The essence energy seemed to be the noblest existence in the world. It was so high up that one couldn't help but want to worship it. The essence energy of a great emperor. Xianxia almost cried out in surprise. He could tell that the essence energy that the northern and southern dynasties had absorbed was the essence energy of a great emperor. Back then, Great Emperor Badian had fallen here. Even after the death of a powerful great emperor, his essence energy would not disappear. A large amount of the essence energy of a great emperor would turn into an invisible existence and scatter in different places of the historical remains. However, the essence energy was too noble and it was hidden very well. Ordinary people couldn't find it at all. Only those who were lucky enough to obtain some of the essence energy of a great emperor. Even for Xianxia, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain some essence energy of a great emperor. If he didn't have enough luck, it would be almost impossible. The essence energy of a great emperor was the origin of a powerful great sovereign. It was a supreme treasure. To put it bluntly, the existence of the essence energy of a great sovereign was an important part of the treasure. If there were thousands of people who had entered this place this time, it would be considered as a stroke of luck if they could obtain some of the essence energy of a great sovereign. Obtaining the essence energy of a great sovereign didn't mean that one would be able to obtain the inheritance of a great sovereign. However, every trace of the essence energy of a great sovereign could be used to strengthen the foundation of a cultivator, causing a tremendous change in one's physique. If a powerful immortal venerable obtained the essence energy of a great sovereign, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the next level. However, the scariest thing would be if the essence energy of a great sovereign fell into the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary cultivator to refine the essence energy of a great sovereign, but it was different for the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia was the reincarnation of great sovereign Badian. When he absorbed the essence energy of a great sovereign, it was as though he was absorbing something that originally belonged to him. There wouldn't be the slightest bit of backlash. All of a sudden, Xianxia's face turned grim. He finally understood that the eternal immortal wind was left behind by great sovereign Badian. That was why the northern and southern dynasties could rely on the eternal immortal wind to find the hidden essence energy of a great sovereign and absorb it into their bodies. This was just too terrifying. In other words, the northern and southern dynasties could obtain the essence of a great sovereign no matter where they were in this spatial zone. Given his familiarity with this spatial zone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find the hidden things. End of chapter 1803. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.